Chapter 1501, Cracked Sky Falcon Sparrow. There were also many other chaotic noises accompanying the angry shriek. The voice was so loud that every person should have heard it in the tunnel. However, the group soon realized that the first half of the tunnel had been soundproofed with metal-type spiritual ingredients. Since there were no soundproofing metal-type spiritual ingredients in this tunnel section, it indicated that the people from Whale Ocean Commerce no longer cared whether these people knew about the truth. Lin Yuan found the shrill voice to be rather familiar. The chilling cry and other angry noises of chaos caused the group of creation masters to go into hysterics. At that moment, a wave of air kicked up behind the group and pushed the group out of the tunnel. The group was pushed out into a flat open space. The many lanterns with strange flames that lit the area made the space seem macabre. There were currently many creation masters in this space, and a young man was kneeling nearby. He was clutching 3 corpses, and his eyes were filled with rage and despair. A man and a figure wrapped in a black robe were seated on 2 stone thrones. The man had an excited look of longing on his face as though something he had been looking forward to was finally happening. The figure wrapped in a black robe resembled a monster of darkness that was utterly empty of life. At this moment, Heji's face turned grim, and she yelled, "Diwanshan, what are you doing?" Heji had already recognized the man seated on the stone throne. Diwanshan pretended that he had not heard what Heji said. He turned his piercing gaze to the crowd and asked Diwanshan, "Second brother, did anyone escape?" Diwanshan leaped up and landed on the stone throne on the left of Diwanshan and said, "Big brother, everything went well." Diwanshan glanced at the thousands of creation masters behind him before saying to the figure in black in a heavy tone, "Third sister, if you only need half of these creation masters to become a class 5 creation master, why don't you spare the other half of this group of creation masters?" Diwanshan did not bother to lie or hide in such a situation. There were pinnacle class 4 creation masters like Heji in the group. However, these pinnacle class 4 creation masters did not have powerful combat abilities like the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and Bamboo Monarch did. Heji was an S-rank spirit chi professional, but even when her 3 feys were at full power, she was only a pinnacle thearch class expert. Diwanshan and Diwanshan had gained immortal power. They had hidden their abilities all this time to keep the spotlight off Whale Ocean Commerce. Thus, the people present were all underestimating Diwanshan. In order to build this basement, Whale Ocean Commerce had even used Sovereign Spatial Break Purple Gold. The walls would even be able to block the energy fluctuations from the full-powered attacks of new immortal experts. The basement wrapped in the Spatial Break Purple Gold was like a caged world. Only experts who had reached Pinnacle Immortal would be able to break out of the cage. But how were they supposed to find a Pinnacle Immortal expert here? If there was a Pinnacle Immortal expert here, Whale Ocean Commerce would be done for, and Diwanshan would not be able to use the lives of these creation masters to turn their sister into a class 5 creation master. Diwanshan had not bothered to cover up the truth, so all of the creation masters turned to look at him and the figure wrapped in black in shock. Although Diwanshan had not said it explicitly, the creation masters had managed to guess what was happening. Was Whale Ocean Commerce trying to take the lives of every creation master here to produce a class 5 creation master? How dare they? This was no different from cutting the Radiance Federation's roots. More than half of these creation masters were less than 40 years old and possessed great potential. These thousands of creation masters could help at least 80,000 spirit chi professionals obtain feys as well as evolve 100,000 feys after working for 10 years. Creation master resources were the equivalent of the Radiance Federation's power. Before Diwanshan and the black-robed figure could reply to Diwanshan, Heji summoned all of her feys. 3 figures wrapped in smoke appeared around her in a triangle formation. The 3 figures released unmistakable creation breed auras, and 3 different world powers permeated the basement. However, the world power could not break through the walls at all. Heji's chest tightened when she noticed this. Whale Ocean Commerce was indeed well prepared. Heji had wanted to strike first and escape this basement, but it seemed that this plan was not viable. Heji shouted at the 3 people seated on the stone thrones, "What is Whale Ocean Commerce trying to do? You should think before you act. How can you do something so blasphemous as to kill thousands of creation masters just to turn one person into a class 5 creation master? When you became a class 1 creation master, didn't the teacher who administered the test tell you that the most important thing about being a creation master is the legacy?" Diwanshan was clearly annoyed when he heard what Heji said. After Heji's question, Diwanshan flipped over his hand with a stony expression. A small silver bird appeared in his hand. At the same moment that the small silver bird appeared, there were 3 flashes, and 3 small holes appeared in the abdomens of the smoke-covered young girls around He. Lin Yuan could see the spirit chi clothes worn by the spirit chi professionals behind them through the holes. Not a single drop of blood flowed out, but the 3 feys in human form withered and collapsed to the ground. They did not even have the energy to climb back up to their feet. Lin Yuan used true data on the small silver bird in Diwanshan's hand and saw that it was called the cracked sky falcon sparrow. Its abilities and exclusive skills were all question marks, which meant that the cracked sky falcon sparrow had gained immortal power. Chapter 1502, Sudden Change of Events. Diwanshan and Diwanshan are dead. But through the method of contact, there was no question that the cracked sky falcon sparrow was a spatial type fey. The cracked sky falcon sparrow's piercing attack against He's 3 feys and injection of spatial power into their organs was extremely cruel. He looked at Diwanshan with pure malice when she saw her face severe injuries. However, there was nothing she could do about it. She could not cross the gap to reach immortal power. It was not because she could not concoct spirit fluids to transform feys to immortal or that she had no access to immortal experts to help her main feys overcome their trials of world creation. The reason was that her talent was limited, and she was intrinsically unable to break through to become an S and rank spirit chi professional. As a result, even though she could roll grades, she could not contract immortal breed feys. When one was teetering over the cliff between life and death, true power was the only thing that mattered. Diwanshan's power was like a dagger that was currently being held against He's throat. He could plunge it through her skin and take her life at any time. At that moment, He's mind was preoccupied with more thoughts than her own death. She was also worried that these creation masters would be killed by whale ocean commerce and result in one of the Radiance Federation's greatest massacres. Diwanshan grinned evilly at He and said, "How is it blasphemous? Spirit chi professionals can kill to obtain spoils, and it is considered following the law of the jungle. We are doing the same by using a different method to help third sister become a class 5 creation master. You are contributing by giving up your life to witness the birth of a class 5 creation master. Your death will be the moment of your greatest glory." Diwanshan's words were so shameless that they left He shaking with anger. Even the ever-stubborn He suddenly felt as though her age was catching up to her. Now that she knew what 10,000 Flags Trading was planning, she knew that the members of Sea Sky Nurture had not been laying low all these years but had already been killed. She was so panic-stricken that she decided to take a dangerous route. She considered burning up the creation breed phase that had been with her for more than 2 centuries and sacrificing her life to take down the black-robed figure. Once the black-robed figure was killed, 10,000 Flags Trading would have to give up their hopes of gaining a Class 5 creation master. Although He dared not guarantee that Diwanshan and Diwanshan would not attack these creation masters out of anger, at least there was also the possibility that they would release the creation masters. Just as He was about to circulate her spiritual power, she felt a pair of hands grab hold of her trembling body. He turned and saw that the person holding her was the person she thought was a mole for whale ocean commerce. She was about to push this young man with plain looks and overwhelming charisma aside when Lin Yuan said, "Senior, leave it to me." Before he could finish speaking, the situation changed. 2 cries of pain were released in the direction of the thrones. A small black insect had pierced Diwanshan, and the cracked sky falcon sparrow. Diwanshan, and the cracked sky falcon sparrow were immediately paralyzed. Diwanshan and Diwanshan's bodies were lifted by vines that pierced their bodies. Not even the cracked sky falcon sparrow could help Diwanshan escape his fate. Although all of its feathers were stronger than sovereign spiritual ingredients, it was still unable to cut through the brown vines. However, Lin Yuan felt that the vines were more like roots. Diwanshan and Diwanshan turned their heads in agony toward the black-robed figure and asked in disbelief, "Third sister, what are you doing?" The black-robed figure rose to her feet, and the black robe fell to the ground to reveal a beautiful girl with purple hair and red eyes. She had an elegant yet feeble aura. It was as though a gust of wind would be able to knock her over. They were clearly at the precipice of a brutal massacre, yet the girl looked no different from when she was frolicking through a garden in the afternoon. She looked up at Diwanshan and Diwanshan before saying in a weak voice, "Big brother and second brother, don't you want me to become a Class 5 creation master? In fact, I became a Class 5 creation master long ago but didn't tell you." Diwanshan and Diwanshan seemed to forget the torturous pain of being pierced by the vines. They were about to ask but were so shocked that they had been rendered speechless. The girl flicked her apricot-colored skirt when she saw her brother's looks of incredulity and drawled, "I didn't want to kill you too. I left the Radiance Federation and sought out second page revival after becoming a Class 5 creation master. Second page revival promised to hire me as one of Tower Canon's creation masters. I will be subbed in when 8th page is injured. However, I didn't expect the decay body flesh ginseng to gain a new ability when it evolved to 7 stars. Its roots can now act as blood vessels and link me to the roots of the other life forms. The other life forms will turn into a spare set of spiritual power, vitality, and lifespan for me. Without your spiritual power, how will I be able to absorb these thousands of creation masters? If I don't absorb these creation masters, my road as a Class 5 creation master won't be smooth. Those who aren't Class 5 creation masters will never understand that becoming a Class 5 creation master is just crossing the threshold. You will only truly be able to evolve life forms once you become a Class 5 creation master. Both of you want nothing more than for Whale Ocean commerce to be prosperous. Now, you will become my batteries. Shouldn't you be happy that my lifespan has multiplied? As long as I'm alive, Whale Ocean commerce will be able to bask in glory. Both of you can die in peace. Diwanchen and Diwanchenj were shocked and utterly disappointed by what Diwanmai said. They could not understand why the sister they had doted on would say and do such things. Diwanchenj had always been reluctant to prey on creation masters. Diwanchen was willing to attack creation masters but had never thought about betraying the Radiance Federation because he saw himself as a citizen. However, Diwanchen placed the benefits of their family on a pedestal that nothing would be able to replace. He was willing to damage the Radiance Federation for the sake of his family's prosperity. But now, his sister wanted to leave the Radiance Federation to become one of Tower Canon's recruited creation masters. Chapter 1503, Arrival of the Night Empress. Diwanchen was well aware of the kind of faction Tower Canon and person that second page revival was. After a few interactions, Diwanchen and Diwanchenj realized that something was wrong with the 8 pages of Tower Canon. However, they could not put their finger on what was wrong. Moreover, was it really that easy to replace the 8 pages of Tower Canon? At that point, the decay body flesh ginseng's roots had already pierced Diwanchen and Diwanchenj's hearts so they could transform into blood vessels that would drain Diwanchenj and Diwanchen's blood. This would turn them into 2 living batteries. Diwanchen fixed his angry eyes on Diwanmai before uttering his last words, "Third sister, give up being a creation master. If you join Tower Canon for the sake of becoming a Class 5 creation master, they will take charge of your life." At that moment, realization had dawned on Diwanchen. Now that his family was broken, and there were no benefits in store, Diwanchen only hoped that he would be able to protect this family that he had hurt. There was no denying that he was now a criminal in the eyes of the Radiance Federation. He would have to carry the brand of a sinner for eternity. However, Diwanchen hoped that he would be able to atone for his transgressions against the Radiance Federation before his death. He also wanted to extend a final arm of salvation out to his bloodkin so that she would be able to stop her descent into the darkness of evil. Diwanmai's lips curled into a smile of derision that made her look like a porcelain doll. The creation master's bodies are just sources of power that I can use to increase my power. What is the difference between them and spirit chi? All I want is to increase my power. I'm joining Tower Canon because second page revival promised me they will provide me with all the creation masters in the world to enable me to constantly improve myself. I will be able to see the beautiful world that lies beyond Class 5 creation master. Before Diwanmai could finish speaking, Diwanchen lost consciousness just like Diwanchenj had and became Diwanmai's battery. When Diwanmai attacked her brothers, Lin Yuan secretly used true data to check on the decay body flesh ginseng's roots. Sacred source name, decay body flesh ginseng. Sacred source species, source genus / sacred source species. Sacred source star grade, 7 stars. Sacred source type, wood. Abilities. Ginseng roots accepts intelligence. The extended ginseng roots will enter a target's body. After the target's spirit and soul have been destroyed, the decay body flesh ginseng will be able to drain and absorb the target's knowledge and experience through its spirit and soul. Withered ginseng continuous reign. When the decay body's life force is about to end, it can absorb the life force of other life forms to nourish itself. A surplus of vitality can recover the spirit and soul. Blood flesh battery. When the ginseng roots combine with the blood vessels of a target that has the same source of energy as it can control the target's body and use it as a backup store of energy, lifespan, and vitality. The transformed targets can defend against lethal attacks. After checking, Lin Yuan now understood the decay body flesh ginseng's secret and how Diwanmai was able to use creation master bodies to create a path to become a Class 5 creation master. Ginseng roots accepts intelligence enabled Diwanmai to gain knowledge and experience from the spirits and souls of creation masters. This gave Diwanmai the confidence to become a Class 5 creation master. A large road could split into countless side roads. If one attempted all the side roads, one would be able to create another large road. As for withered ginseng continuous rain, Diwanmai would essentially be immortal as long as she had a life form near her that she could drain of vitality to recover herself. Withered ginseng continuous rain would enable Diwanmai to fight for eternity without the worry of being overly drained. Now that she had Diwanchan and Diwanchanch as her batteries, she was essentially 3 bodies combined into one, and her energy, lifespan, and vitality were all multiplied. The decay body flesh ginseng was too powerful. Although its battle prowess was lacking, it could create a new way for its contractor to become a creation master without its contractor having to worry about being held back by their lifespan. The decay body flesh ginseng could not cause severe damage, but Lin Yuan had never seen a sacred source life form that benefited its contractor to such a great extent. Diwanmai had taken control of Diwanchanch and Diwanchan and used power that was beyond Diwanchan's means by summoning the decay body flesh ginseng, which had clearly reached pinnacle immortal. Luckily, Diwanmai had not obtained sufficient resources so that she could continue deceiving her brothers because a Class 5 creation master could evolve their phase to eternal. Diwanmai looked at the creation masters below her and said, "Now, all of you will become my sustenance. Remember that this is the most glorious moment of your life because you are about to become part of a Class 6 creation master." The group went into a frenzy when they heard what Diwanmai said. At this moment, a clear voice said, "I always saw you as one of the Radiance Federation's sinners. But it looks like you are much more than that. You are a blight to humanity itself." The young man's voice quelled all the commotion. All the creation masters present turned their gazes from Diwanmai to the direction of where the voice came from. Hiji stared in shock at the young man next to her as she wondered how someone could be so strong mentally that he was able to say such things at such a time. Diwanmai cast her red eyes onto Lin Yuan and coughed before she said, "Since you have so much to say, you shall be the first to go." Just as Diwanmai was about to strike, Lin Yuan decided against summoning White Speak. Instead, he used faith application to provide White Speak with faith power to strengthen it. This was because Lin Yuan would not be able to handle this situation on his own. In such a small space, a clash between 2 immortal experts would kill any person who had not reached the Arc class. Lin Yuan squeezed the night jade until it shattered. At that moment, darkness enveloped the basement that had been brightly lit by strange flames. It was as though night had suddenly descended. There was also a chill intertwined with the darkness. The night was like a strong shield that blocked Lin Yuan, who was standing at the front of the group of creation masters. A woman wearing a black skirt and dressed in a black veil appeared. She looked like the goddess of the night as she walked through the night until she was standing right in front of the group. Chapter 1504, What gives you the right to shoulder it? The Night Empress released a thicker wave of darkness that transformed into a crystal wall that fortified the space behind her. She pointed up toward the sky, and a dot of night power flowed out from her fingernail and devoured the entire space. With one point of her finger, the entire space started to tremble. A hole was broken in the wall that was reinforced with spatial-grade purple gold. The afternoon light was warm and pierced into the basement that was 800 meters underground. All the creation masters, including Hiji, had been certain that they were going to become Diwanmai's sustenance. None of them expected this young man to summon the Night Empress, who was one of the members of royalty in the Radiance Federation. A look of excited relief appeared on the faces of all the creation masters. This especially applied to Hiji. She was of advanced age, but when she saw the screen that the Night Empress put up, she felt a different emotion bubbling within her. The Radiance Federation's seemingly inevitable death had now been avoided. Hiji turned to glance at Lin Yuan. At that moment, she finally understood why he had led the pack and encouraged them to give up their phones on the floating light wings crane's back. This was because he had not wanted a fight to break out over the phones and result in unnecessary deaths. Hiji also understood why Lin Yuan had been in such a rush to herd them into the basement. This was because he could only summon the Night Empress after he found out the truth and understood the situation. Although the Night Empress was the one who was saving them, Hiji knew that all the credit actually went to this young man. Not everyone had the courage to endanger themselves in the prime of their life just to investigate a situation. This young man had a radiant gleam in his eyes. The members of royalty were the pillars of support of the Radiant Federation. The Moon Empress' presence put everyone at ease. Even Diwanmai, who had been poised to strike Lin Yuan, hesitated. Diwanmai was a careful person. This was displayed by how she had even hidden the fact that she had become a Class 5 creation master from her brothers. She had predicted countless possibilities but never expected that she would one day come face to face with the Night Empress. It went without saying that she would not be able to defeat the Night Empress. Recently, the Night Empress had used the power of her 10 stars sacred source life form to manipulate celestial phenomena, and this was something that Diwanmai would not be able to compete with. After becoming a Class 5 creation master, she proceeded slowly step by step. If she had a few more decades before this encounter, there was still no guarantee that she would be able to defeat the Night Empress, but she would stand more of a chance than she did now. Now that the Night Empress was here, Diwanmai could not muster the courage to attack. However, Diwanmai also had another card to play, which was that she was now a Class 5 creation master. Diwanmai believed that the Night Empress would hold back from killing her if she revealed that she was a Class 5 creation master. Lin Yuan walked over to Night Leaning Moon and explained everything that had transpired in the basement. The longer the Night Empress listened, the darker her expression became. Eventually, the Night Empress' usually emotionless face suddenly turned malevolent. She could not estimate the damage that the Radiance Federation would have suffered if Lin Yuan had not discovered Whale Ocean Commerce's nefarious plot. Whale Ocean Commerce was chopping away at the Radiance Federation's roots. The livid Night Leaning Moon raised her hand, and concentrated night power flowed out of her and formed a large hand. Without giving Diwanmai any time to speak, the hand mercilessly slapped Diwanmai across her face and crushed the decay body flesh ginseng. Diwanchinch and Diwanchin were also crushed under the palm. Luckily for Diwanmai, she used blood flesh battery to turn her brothers into scapegoats. Otherwise, the hand would have obliterated Diwanmai, who had only just reached pinnacle immortal. After the decay body flesh ginseng was injured, it would absorb vitality from its surroundings automatically. However, the Night Empress night power had placed a lock on Diwanmai's surroundings. The decay body flesh ginseng's roots were completely unable to pierce the wall of night power or drain the vitality of other life forms to recover itself. Diwanmai raised her head as she struggled to her feet and blood spewed out of her mouth. Previously, she had scorned everything and was overflowing with ambition. Now, she looked at the Night Empress with fright and said, "I am a Class 5 creation master. I'm now a Class 5 creation master. I can use my sacred source life form's body to create instruments and produce world crystals. The Radiance Federation will have 4 Class 5 creation masters with me. We will have more Class 5 creation masters than the Freedom Federation." The Night Empress' one attack had caused Diwanmai to feel the fingers of death's grip hovering over her neck. Diwanmai was confused. The young man had clearly told the Night Empress that she had become a Class 5 creation master. Did the Night Empress miss that? If she had heard it, why did she still attack Diwanmai? The Night Empress looked at Diwanmai as though she was looking at a bug and snarled, "The Radiance Federation's Class 5 creation masters consists of the Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch, and Chef Supreme. They are respected by all not because they are Class 5 creation masters but because they use their Class 5 creation master abilities to contribute to the Radiance Federation. They both protect and improve the entire Radiance Federation. Although they can't help every spirit chi professional in the Radiance Federation, they bring peace to the Radiance Federation. What are you? Even if you truly become a Class 6 creation master, you don't deserve to be mentioned in the same conversation as them. I only regret not discovering Whale Ocean Commerce's scheme sooner. By now, the Radiance Federation has already lost countless creation masters. You killed all those creation masters for your selfish reasons. What gives you the right to shoulder their lives?" Diwanmai was stupefied by what the Night Empress said. She was utterly befuddled. "I'm a Class 5 creation master. Doesn't this explain everything? Those creation masters are all dead. What worth do they have now? Can it be that the Radiance Federation would rather abandon me, a Class 5 creation master?" Diwanmai never anticipated this possibility. But even if the Night Empress did not kill her, the other members of royalty might. Diwanmai picked up the destroyed decay body flesh ginseng from the ground and said to Night Leaning Moon, "I want to enter the sin cleansing pool. The 13 members of royalty can decide my fate together." Chapter 1505, I can't afford to gamble. The hand formed by the Night Empress slapped the other side of Diwanmai's face. This time, she did not have backup batteries to take the blow for her, and she was thrown into the wall. She coughed but was unable to climb back to her feet. Night Leaning Moon looked at Diwanmai and sneered. "You hate others, but sure treat yourself well. In order to defend my attack, you even used the pinnacle immortal dark lightning pierce shield as a shield. You know about the effort that one has to put in order to survive. Didn't the creation masters you absorbed want to live too? You plan on joining Tower Cannon and becoming a substitute for the 8 pages. How dare you still call yourself a member of the Radiance Federation?" The sin cleansing pool is for the Radiance Federation's criminals. What right do you have to enter it? The Night Empress' killing intent was more evident with every word she spoke. Diwanmai finally managed to climb to her feet after a hard struggle. Although she still had feys that she could summon, she no longer had the courage to summon them after the Night Empress' 2 slaps. She decided to make a final attempt. As long as the Radiance Federation continues to supply me with Creation Master resources, I will eventually be able to reach 6 stars. I'm willing to become the Radiance Federation's puppet and work for the Radiance Federation for the remainder of my life. The Radiance Federation is so powerful that it should not be difficult for it to steal the Creation Masters from the other federations. I can swear on this promise. The Night Empress lifted her hand and pointed at the thousands of Creation Masters behind her before she asked Diwanmai in a demanding tone, aren't the Creation Masters from other federations also lives in their own right? Creation Masters make up the culture of Spirit Chi professions. They are the foundation of the era of spiritual power. In a fight between federations, we never attack the other party's Creation Masters unless it is a matter of life and death. Will the Creation Masters standing behind me approve of me letting you live? You have to compensate for the lives of all the Creation Masters of Sea Sky Nurture, 4 Beasts Territory, and those who did not belong to any faction at all. Hence, you have to die, and you deserve to die. Night Leaning Moon gave Diwanmai a final ultimatum. The words Night Leaning Moon said showed what it really meant to be a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty. Night Leaning Moon could have agreed to Diwanmai's request and forced her to swear on her promise. This would allow her to gain a Class 5 Creation Master as a servant. However, Night Leaning Moon's actions were not only based on gains and losses but also on her duty as a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty. She felt this responsibility weighing on her from the day she became a Radiance Envoy. The Night Empress was in no rush to punish Diwanmai. Instead, she turned to Lin Yuan and asked, Little Yuan, how do you think Diwanmai should be punished? Night Leaning Moon was not trying to test Lin Yuan. Since the Moon Empress was locked away to train, Lin Yuan represented her in this situation. He was the first to discover this plot, and Night Leaning Moon had promised Mystic Moon she would cooperate with Lin Yuan. Hence, Lin Yuan could take the lead in this circumstance. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he said, I noticed that something was off about Whale Ocean Commerce because I met the young leader of Sea Sky Nurture Ji Feng by chance when I released a trade message on Star Web. I found out about the dark underbelly of Whale Ocean Commerce from Ji Feng. Whale Ocean Commerce did not report this to the Hidden Moon Palace, which gave me an even worse feeling about them. I came to investigate because Whale Ocean Commerce was trying to recruit way too many Creation Masters. I couldn't afford this gamble. Even if there was only 1% of chance that my guess could be right, I had to come and take a look. The first victims of 10,000 flags trading scheme are Sea Sky Nurture. I propose calling Ji Feng over so he can end all of this. Night Leaning Moon nodded and replied, Little Yuan, since you have a plan, go ahead and carry it out. Night Leaning Moon did not immediately send the thousands of Creation Masters away. Diwanmai's death would be compensation to them. It did not take long for Ji Feng to arrive at Whale Ocean Commerce's residence after receiving Lin Yuan's notice. Ever since he joined Lin Yuan, his thoughts had consisted of how he could repay Lin Yuan and get revenge for his family. At first, Ji Feng wanted to stay by Lin Yuan's side for 3 years to repay him before he left to get his revenge on Whale Ocean Commerce. But Lin Yuan went on to help him time and time again, and Ji Feng felt that he would never be able to repay Lin Yuan no matter how long he stayed or how hard he worked. Ji Feng eventually gave up on his idea of leaving in 3 years to take revenge on 10,000 flags trading. Yet, Lin Yuan had fixed everything for Ji Feng without him needing to say anything. Moreover, Lin Yuan even allowed Ji Feng to land the final killing blow. This was enough for Ji Feng to feel blessed that he had joined Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was a person who was worth Ji Feng following him forever. Ji Feng walked over to Diwanmai, who was trapped by night power, and summoned the Karma Sword Lily. He used the Karma Sword Lily that had been nurtured by his father and stabbed Diwanmai, killing her. Now that the matter was settled, the Night Empress waved her hand and used night power to move the Creation Masters to the entrance of Whale Ocean Commerce's residence before they even had the chance to thank her. As she stared at Whale Ocean Commerce's impressive residence, Ji felt as though the past hour had been a dream. She had clearly been in a life and death situation and witnessed the charisma of a member of royalty and the bravery of a young man. Night Leaning Moon glanced at Ji Feng and nodded at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan knew that Night Leaning Moon needed to speak to him, so he said to Ji Feng, Ji Feng, return to the mansion before me. 10,000 flags trading might not be as close with 10,000 Source Hall, but they have never laid a hand on them. 10,000 Source Hall definitely has creation masters of their own. Chief Guard Ye will investigate all of this, so we only need to wait for her news. Once 10,000 Source Hall has been investigated, you should return to take over your rightful place as the young leader of Sea Sky Nurture. Ji Feng hurriedly said, Young master, I'm fine with staying by your side. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Night Leaning Moon turned her eyes onto Ji Feng and looked as though she was looking at a silly man and said, if there is something wrong with 10,000 Source Hall, they will meet the same end as 10,000 Flags Trading. If you really want to help your young master in the future, you should take over Whale Ocean Commerce and pick up the pieces. Chapter 1506, The First Class 5 Creation Master under Lin Yuan. Ji Feng was stunned and looked embarrassed. A moment later, he said to Lin Yuan with determination, Young master, even if everything is fine with 10,000 source halls, I will take control of all of Whale Ocean Commerce's island whales. After Ji Feng left, Night Leaning Moon sighed and said to Lin Yuan, every member of royalty, including the Moon Empress, hopes that there will be another Class 5 Creation Master in the Radiance Federation because it will bring up the Radiance Federation's overall power by at least 10%. However, 10,000 Flags Trading's selfishness caused them to kill all of Sea Sky Nurture's Creation Masters. Otherwise, it was very likely that one of Sea Sky Nurture's Creation Masters could have become a Class 5 Creation Master. All these years, we assumed that Sea Sky Nurture's Creation Masters were just keeping a very low profile while they were training. No one suspected that all of this was part of Whale Ocean Commerce's scheme. Little Yuan, you deserve all the credit for this. As Lin Yuan silently listened to Night Leaning Moon, he knew that she was sighing in grief. Night Leaning Moon must have mustered great strength to decide to kill Diwanmai, another Class 5 Creation Master. It was clear that Night Leaning Moon saw him as a junior and not an outsider. This was shown by how she had spoken to Ji Feng so selfishly as a member of royalty. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan said seriously to Night Leaning Moon, actually, I have a way for the Radiance Federation to gain another Class 5 Creation Master. Night Leaning Moon was currently feeling sorrowful over the deaths of all the Creation Masters who had died prematurely because of Whale Ocean Commerce's selfishness. But when she heard what Lin Yuan said, she froze and fixed her eyes on Lin Yuan before saying seriously, Little Yuan, you can't say such things casually. The matter of Class 5 Creation Masters was extremely important as it involved the future of a federation. The federations with Class 5 Creation Masters had much more overall power than those that did not. A Class 5 Creation Master could bring forth changes that were unthinkable by normal people. As the Moon Empress disciple, Lin Yuan was going to walk the path of becoming a Radiance Envoy. Thus, everything he said was important and serious. He could not allow one careless word out of his mouth. As much talent as he had, Night Leaning Moon did not believe that Lin Yuan would be able to produce another Class 5 Creation Master for the Radiance Federation. If it were so easy to obtain Class 5 Creation Masters, Whale Ocean Commerce would not have gone to such lengths. Lin Yuan felt it was natural that Night Leaning Moon did not believe him. He also knew that his claim was unbelievable. Moreover, he did not know how he could explain the situation to her. Hence, Lin Yuan waved his hand, summoned Red Thorn, and instructed it to show its true body. The Gold X/Fantasy V Red Thorn's true body had grown 3 times its previous size. The menacing mouth of Relinquish had a spiked tongue of Relinquish sticking out of it, while the blinking eye of Relinquish shone with a strange glow. The mouth of Relinquish was like a furnace that roared as it digested a large amount of metal-type spiritual ingredients. This resulted in a thin metal sheen appearing over the surface of the mouth of Relinquish. After all the metal-type spiritual ingredients that Red Thorn consumed, it was now strong enough to easily sustain an attack from a fantasy breed fey of the same grade. Red Thorn flipped its hair that was comprised of green vines and perched on Lin Yuan's shoulder. It smiled and pressed its face to Lin Yuan's chin. Night Leaning Moon, who had garnered an impressive repertoire of experience, was shocked twice. The Gold/Fantasy 6-winged fairy's bloodline had reached pinnacle 6 wings. Night Leaning Moon had never seen this. The spirit guards oversaw all the feys in the world. Even a Class 5 Creation Master would not dare to claim that they had more experience than her. Night Leaning Moon serenely observed Red Thorn for a while before she fixed her eyes on the long and slender dark purple tongue of Relinquish. Red Thorn had used 2 of the 3 tongues of Relinquish to control Lu Yunshan and Han Tian He. Presently, Red Thorn had evolved to Gold X/Fantasy V. It could use the last tongue of Relinquish to control the dead Diwanmai. The tongue of Relinquish would be able to awaken Diwanmai's spirit and soul while still retaining the memories she had when she was alive. Even under Red Thorn's control, Diwanmai would be able to do the work of a Class 5 Creation Master. However, she would not be able to advance any further but remain as a Class 5 Creation Master forever. Nonetheless, a Class 5 Creation Master was a Creation Master. Night Leaning Moon was a pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master and could easily see through the tongue of Relinquish's ability. Thus, a look of delight appeared on Night Leaning Moon's face. She did not expect Lin Yuan to be able to use his own ability to enable the Radiance Federation to gain a 4th Class 4 Creation Master. This was a huge matter. Diwanmai's crimes were unforgivable. If Lin Yuan could use her to help the Radiance Federation in this way, her karma would be balanced. Little Yuan, use your 6-winged fairy to take control of Diwanmai. This way, she will become part of your power. However, don't let your Creation Master power waste away just because you have a Class 5 Creation Master as a tool. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. It went without saying that he would not let his own abilities go to waste. He needed to rely on his natural gifts to evolve his Spirit Chi professional rank. Additionally, Lin Yuan could tell from Night Leaning Moon's wanted him to take control of Diwanmai. He was not opposed to this. Firstly, by using one of Red Thorn's tongues of Relinquish to take control of Diwanmai, she would be no different from a puppet whose entire essence was controlled by Red Thorn. She would essentially become a part of Lin Yuan's combat system. Moreover, Sky City also needed a Class 5 Creation Master to guard them from the shadows. This way, all the bodies of sacred source life form that he collected could be turned into precious instruments. Diwanmai had been unable to even beat one of Night Leaning Moon's attacks, but she had still reached Pinnacle Immortal. By taking control of Diwanmai, Lin Yuan would gain a Class 5 Creation Master and a Pinnacle Immortal Expert. Lin Yuan said to Red Thorn right in front of Night Leaning Moon, "Red Thorn, use the tongue of Relinquish to take control of Diwanmai's body." Red Thorn reached out a hand and pointed at Diwanmai. Its spores fell to the ground, and a small lane formed from brutal vine ramets linked Diwanmai and the mouth of Relinquish. Chapter 1507, Dimensional Life Form Gardener Kanjak. The brutal vine ramets dragged Diwanmai's body over to the mouth of Relinquish. The tip of the tongue of Relinquish pierced Diwanmai's body, and numerous scars immediately appeared all over her body. Soon, the dead Diwanmai opened her eyes and stood respectfully behind Lin Yuan. Night Leaning Moon could not help but lament how quickly this generation was growing. She had no idea how the Moon Empress nurtured Lin Yuan. He was so outstanding that he was already fully capable of becoming a Radiance Envoy. The Moon Empress was still locked away, so Night Leaning Moon was going to discuss today's events with Mystic Moon. They would tell the Moon Empress about the matter after she was done training so she could decide whether or not to reveal the fact that Lin Yuan had saved hundreds of thousands of Creation Masters. They would definitely release the news, but the Moon Empress had to decide what would be the best time to do so. Lin Yuan returned to Night Leaning Moon's side, and she gently placed her hand on his shoulder as she said, "Lin Yuan, you did well." Lin Yuan smiled brightly and replied, "Auntie Night, once you're done investigating Whale Ocean commerce, I would like to see if they have something that I badly need." He did not tell Night Leaning Moon what he wanted to find nor why he needed it. Although there were some things that Lin Yuan could tell Night Leaning Moon, there were some things that would be better if he kept to himself. It was likely that the strange seed came from Tower Cannon. Night Leaning Moon was aware that Tower Cannon and Whale Ocean Commerce were colluding. He did not need to think about how the Radiance Federation was going to treat Tower Cannon. It did not take long for the Spirit Guards to gather all of Whale Ocean Commerce's resources. Lin Yuan looked at the resources and used all his strength to activate true data to check on them. Soon, he discovered a small and strange seed as well as a half-grown plant that had been nurtured from the strange seed. The flower bud nestled in the middle of the leaves stunk of decay. Apparently, it was a type of Kanjak. Through true data, Lin Yuan could tell that it was not a plant-type fey at all but a dimensional life form known as the Gardener Kojak. Moreover, the half-grown plant was a ramet propagated from that dimensional life form. As long as the dimensional life form did not awaken this half-grown plant, it would continue slumbering peacefully. Lin Yuan asked Red Thorn, "Red Thorn, are you able to consume the Gardener Kanjak ramet like you did the seed?" Even before Lin Yuan asked, Red Thorn was dying of impatience. Red Thorn was starving for the Gardener Kanjak ramet and wanted nothing more than to swallow it immediately. Lin Yuan ordered Red Thorn to consume the Gardener Kanjak's ramet and seed. Red Thorn digested the Gardener Kanjak's ramet and seed almost immediately. This time, Red Thorn's grade did not evolve explosively. It remained at Gold X. However, this did not mean that the energy in the Gardener Kanjak's ramet and seed had disappeared. There was 3 times the amount of energy in the Gardener Kanjak's ramet than there was in the seed. Red Thorn had essentially consumed 4 times the amount of energy it had previously absorbed. Its grade had not increased because the energy was locked within red thorn. It would only take effect when it reached a certain level. This meant that red thorn needed to consume more Gardner Konjac seeds or raymets. Although red thorn's grade had not increased, the tongue of relinquish had still changed significantly. Through communicating with red thorn, Lin Yuan knew it would take 3 days instead of a month for the tongue of relinquish's tip to regenerate. It had shortened 10 times. Moreover, the tongue's tip had also split and resembled a snake's tongue. It almost looked like 2 tongues. Lin Yuan remembered that Whale Ocean Commerce had given a seed to Connected Beast Park when they established a collaboration. Miao Zhenshan had told him that the success of Red Thorn's tongue of relinquish's mutation rested on the seed from Connected Beast Park. Lin Yuan returned Red Thorn to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and bid Night Leaning Moon goodbye. He had reached his goal of coming to Whale Ocean Commerce. As long as he retrieved the seed from Connected Beast Park, he would be able to continuously release the trade message on Star Web to help the Emperor-class experts who needed their feys to undergo their world cleansings, thereby taking their world graces. This would enable Lin Yuan to evolve his feys to Diamond X before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. This was the only way that Lin Yuan would be able to ensure he could defend against whatever plot the Freedom Federation was trying to cook up. Lin Yuan first returned to the mansion so Wen Yu could remove faceless paper. Next, he summoned Blackie and rode it to Connected Beast Park's residence. When he arrived, he went straight to the point and told Miao Zhenshan about the reason for his visit. Miao Zhenshan was still unaware of what had happened to Whale Ocean Commerce. But since Miao Zhenshan had already decided to anchor the Miao family to Lin Yuan, he handed over the seed given by Whale Ocean Commerce to Lin Yuan. Connected Beast Park had been thinking about returning to its former glory, and they could only achieve this by rebuilding their reputation and gathering resources. Connected Beast Park had been on a slippery slope because of the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. Miao Zhenshan decided to use the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight to rebuild the Miao family. Recently, all the veteran factions to which Connected Beast Park had sent Blood Pact Ultimate Fight challenges had accepted them. Naturally, Miao Zhenshan found this extremely strange. How did they find the courage to accept? It was said that prey bit back when backed into a corner. This was exactly what the veteran factions were doing. Although Lin Yuan had stressed to Miao Zhenshan not to wave around his identity as the Moon Empress disciple, he had still benefited from Lin Yuan's status as the Moon Empress disciple. Due to their link to the Moon Empress disciple, any faction that Connected Beast Park dealt with recently made an effort to keep up friendly relations with them. Chapter 1508, Red Thorn's Next Grade Advancement. Miao Zhenshan dared to start such trouble because he was secretly planning to take advantage of Lin Yuan's identity as the Moon Empress disciple. Hence, he walked on eggshells around Lin Yuan. Naturally, Wen Yu had told Lin Yuan everything about Miao Zhenshan's actions. Now that Lin Yuan had settled Whale Ocean Commerce, Connected Beast Park was useless to him. Since Connected Beast Park was taking so many risks by attacking 6 veteran factions simultaneously in an attempt to build themselves up, Lin Yuan felt that they were no different from Whale Ocean Commerce. The only difference to speak of was that Whale Ocean Commerce had been taking Creation Master lives while Connected Beast Park took the lives of Spirit Chi professionals from veteran factions. Both factions were acting like vermins. Since Connected Beast Park was continuously crossing the line without any signs of showing regret, Lin Yuan decided to end Connected Beast Park once and for all during this Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. Lin Yuan looked at Miao Zhenshan and asked, "How many Pinnacle Emperor-class experts does Connected Beast Park have left?" A look of surprise appeared on Miao Zhenshan's face, and he reported all of the Miao family's remaining Pinnacle Emperor-class experts to Lin Yuan. When he reported all of the Pinnacle Emperor-class experts to Lin Yuan, a selfish notion appeared in Miao Zhenshan's head. Although some of the Emperor-class experts had only just reached Pinnacle and were not stable, Miao Zhenshan still gave their names to Lin Yuan. If they were lucky, the Miao family would be able to earn a windfall by evolving these Emperor-class experts to Thearch class using the law crystals from Lin Yuan. Besides the 8 Thearch class experts that Connected Beast Park currently had, Miao Zhenshan also mentioned another 10 Pinnacle Emperor-class experts. After evolving Connected Beast Park's Pinnacle Emperor-class experts to Thearch class and taking the Creation World ley lines from the feys he had helped evolve from Myth Breed to Creation Breed, Lin Yuan left the Miao family. Connected Beast Park's scheming was so ferocious that they provided Lin Yuan with 18 world crystals. Once the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight was over, the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen would be able to focus on digesting the world crystals for some time while providing Lin Yuan with a new sword skill every week as well as strengthening his resistance to various elements. After he returned to the Return from Faraway Mansion, Lin Yuan returned to his room to evolve Red Thorn using the Gardner Konjac seed he had obtained from the Miao family. He hoped that Redthorn could activate the energy it had absorbed from the Gardner Kanjak Raymit and seed. After feasting on the large whale fall, Redthorn's grade had only reached Gold X. Lin Yuan did not know what the best way to evolve Redthorn was. He had always prepared the best fertilizer for Redthorn. Currently, Redthorn's diet consisted of the flesh of platinum dimensional life forms and silver metal type spiritual ingredients. Nonetheless, Redthorn's grade had not improved significantly, and this was a source of headache for Lin Yuan. If Redthorn could activate the energy in the Gardner Kanjak seed and Raymit this time, it would definitely be able to evolve into a platinum/fantasy fairy. Lin Yuan's goal for Redthorn was for it to break through the limit of 6 wings when it evolved to myth breed and become the first 8-winged fairy in history. Even if Redthorn could not evolve significantly from consuming the flesh of class 4 and 5-dimensional life forms and metal-type spiritual ingredients, they could enrich the mouth of Relinquish's digestive juices with many properties, such as decay, burning, and acidity. After consuming a large amount of water-world dimensional life forms, Redthorn gained the ability to breathe underwater, and its secretions paralyzed targets. All of these increased Redthorn's powers. Absorbing ferromanganese and annealed copper toughened the brutal vine Raymits while increasing their flexibility. Currently, Redthorn only needed 10 brutal vine Raymits to trap feys of the same grade. Redthorn was able to achieve this because Lin Yuan was willing to invest heavily in it and because Redthorn was pinnacle 6 wings. Just as Lin Yuan was about to return to his room, he met Lu Ji, who was walking down the stairs. Lu Ji had just finished talking to Night Leaning Moon on the phone, and she had told him about Lin Yuan's incredibly noble act. Lu Ji did not blame Lin Yuan for keeping this from him. Rather, he blamed himself for being too weak to help Lin Yuan. Ever since the insect queen mutated and started controlling insect species carcinoma phase, Lu Ji realized that his combat system was about to embark on a strange path. However, the insect queen had a special stipulation that resulted in Lu Ji only being able to contract it and no other fey. All the insect species carcinoma phase were contracted by the insect queen. Hence, Lu Ji could use the insect queen to control the insect species carcinoma phase. Due to the bloodline restrictions of insect species carcinoma phase, they could not evolve to fantasy breed. As such, Diamond X/Legend was the limit of what insect species carcinoma phase could reach. Lu Ji could use the Diamond X/Legend insect species carcinoma phase to start disasters and destroy continents. It would be more than easy for him to do so. However, he could not rely on them to perform his duty as a retainer. The insect species carcinoma phase skills lay in causing damage and not defense. Hence, Lu Ji found it difficult to stand in front of Lin Yuan to act as his shield. Nonetheless, Lu Ji had no choice but to continue down this path. There were a few insect species carcinoma phase that Lu Ji had intended on contracting after the Radiance 100 sequence selection. However, this event triggered Lu Ji, and he decided to contract the 3 insect species carcinoma phase before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Although there were risks, his Sacred Source life forms abilities would allow him to carry these risks. After bidding goodbye to Lin Yuan, Lu Ji was determined. Even if he could not act as Lin Yuan's shield or sword, he would become Lin Yuan's most powerful tool by producing the greatest amount of damage. At that moment, Lu Ji could not imagine that this choice of his would be written into the history books of the entire main world. Lin Yuan returned to his room and entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. As he looked at Redthorn flying around him, he took out the Gardner Kanjak seed and tossed it to Redthorn as he said, "Redthorn, your breakthrough will depend on you." Redthorn received the Gardner Kanjak and threw it into the mouth of Relinquish. Chapter 1509, New Skill, Demon Spirit Curse Kill. When the Gardner Kanjak seed entered the mouth of Relinquish, a loud roaring was released from the 3 furnace-like mouths of Relinquish. A solid stream of energy flowed out of the mouth of Relinquish and caused it to expand continuously. The 3 mouths of Relinquish expanded until they were almost 10 meters in height and width. At that moment, Redthorn's voice appeared in Lin Yuan's spirit, begging him to choose a direction to evolve in. Lin Yuan knew that Redthorn was about to evolve. This time, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to choose to improve Redthorn's digestive ability. Up until that moment, Redthorn had been benefiting from its digestive ability. When it was digesting, Redthorn could use a portion of the energy from whatever it was digesting to strengthen itself. Thus, improving Redthorn's digestive ability would be the equivalent of improving its overall quality. After Lin Yuan made his choice, the 3 mouths of Relinquish continued to expand. Lin Yuan hurriedly summoned Redthorn out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone and into his room. Next, Lin Yuan summoned the ethereal jellyfish and used node teleportation to send himself and Redthorn to the remote area he had marked out previously. The spirit lock spatial zone was only so large, and he had filled it with various feys. If the mouths of relinquish continued to expand, it would affect the safety of the other feys in the spirit lock spatial zone. But here in the open space, Redthorn could expand as much as it pleased. Eventually, the 3 mouths of relinquish expanded until it was around 15 meters in size. As the mouths of relinquish grew larger, their digestive abilities also improved. They now had a small intestine and large intestine each. When both intestines were digesting at the same rate, the large intestine would be able to digest more than the small intestine. The evolving redthorn produced several ramets on the ground nearby. The ramets took root in the ground and absorbed the nutrients from the ground. This resulted in the ground turning to sand, and the 3 mouths of relinquish slowly sunk under the ground. Lin Yuan was stunned when he saw this, but he soon realized that this was a habit that redthorn picked up when it was at the bottom of the ocean. Lin Yuan had noticed that redthorn liked to burrow under the sand at the bottom of the sea. Now that redthorn was evolving, this was an instinctive action. Lin Yuan could only wait until redthorn was done evolving before it tunneled out of the ground. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan saw a 10-meter wide flower bud pushing out of the ground. Soon, the flower bud bloomed and turned into a large red flower that was almost 50 meters wide. The flower bud was as thin as gossamer and danced in the wind. It resembled a wild flame. The ground moved, and 3 mouths of relinquish emerged from the ground. It turned out that a flower stem grew out of the center of the mouths of relinquish, and that was what the large red flower was balanced on. The flower petals slowly unfurled. At that moment, Redthorn appeared at the center of the flower and sat down as though it was a queen surveying her kingdom while on her throne. Redthorn did not tell the acid corrosion queen bee about its evolution again. As a result, the acid corrosion queen bee almost lost its life while it was in the mouth of relinquish. However, the acid corrosion queen bee did not care about this. It was just an obedient puppy, after all. What right did it have to be bothered? The house had expanded by several times, and the amount of acid had also increased. Lin Yuan realized that the tongues of relinquish had fully split, and the dark purple tongue tips had regrown. At that moment, Redthorn leaped into Lin Yuan's arms, and he asked it, "Redthorn, it looks like your tongue of relinquish has split. Can it control 3 targets now?" Redthorn nodded and replied, "Yuan, I can control 3 bad guys now." Redthorn saw Han Tianhe, Lu Yunshan and Diwanmai as enemies. Hence, they were bad guys in its eyes. Lin Yuan nodded and used true data to check on the evolved Redthorn. Fey name, Redthorn, 6-winged fairy, 1000 eyes relinquish. Fey species, Rafflesia genus/fairy species. Fey grade, platinum, 3/10. Fey type, source/wood. Fey quality, fantasy V. Abilities. Mouth of relinquish, secretes vigorous digestive fluids with powerful corrosive properties, allowing a faster speed to absorb the energy in the food. The tongue of relinquish inside the mouth is able to increase the digestion speed by several times. It can also secrete a special corrosive fluid from the flesh and blood that it consumed. When the tongues of relinquish pierce a target, the tip of the tongue can be cut off and left in the target's body. While the target remains alive, the tip of the tongue will control the target's spirit and soul. After the target dies, the tip of the tongue can control and manipulate the target to make it appear as though it was still alive. Brutal carnivore vine, the vines contained digestive fluids that grew in midair, and the sharp teeth on the inner side of the vine could grind off and collect flesh and blood energy. Eye of relinquish, eyes formed by using blood and flesh energy. Each eye contains a huge amount of blood and flesh energy. When the number of eyes of relinquish on every mouth of relinquish is maintained below 60, they are merely able to store energy. When the number of eyes of relinquish is above 60, those eyes of relinquish that are above 60 can be turned into an energy ray at any time. Sea of Flowers state transition, by quickly using up the stored energy, the Sea of Flowers child ramet's attacking power and mobility can be improved by several times. The child ramet's weapons will also morph in a way that increases their functionality. Demon Spirit Curse Kill, whenever any of the Ortet's ramets touches an enemy target and breaks through a target's defense, the target will be cursed. Every curse carries a negative effect that will be stacked with every additional attack. Exclusive skill. Spore Growth, spits a huge amount of spores, which can absorb the energy or flesh energy supplied by Redthorn, out of its spore cavity to quickly grow ramets and child ramets that are controlled by the Ortet. Wither Glory, Redthorn can rapidly absorb the energy from the soil and pour the energy into the Sea of Flowers. As long as the soil has the roots of the child ramets and ramets, the withered Sea of Flowers will reach its prime state. Lin Yuan saw that Red Thorn had evolved from Gold X to Platinum 3. Chapter 1510, The Imperial Court's Motive, Lin Yuan. Since Red Thorn had already completely transformed previously, its grade and exclusive skills did not change significantly this time. However, the Platinum Red Thorn had gained another ability, Demon Spirit Curse Kill. This ability was very different from Red Thorn's other abilities because they were extensions of its body, whereas Demon Spirit Curse Kill was a result of its bloodline. Demon Spirit Curse Kill enabled Red Thorn's Ortet's Ramets to curse a target that it had come into contact with negative effects. These effects could also be stacked. More importantly, the physical and elemental effects all turned into curse abilities. Although some powerful life forms had powerful resistances, curses were not only directed at physical bodies but also involved the mind, spirit, and soul. It was extremely difficult to remove them. At the same time, curses could also be turned into bad luck if they were accumulated over time. Zhongzi's bad luck was a result of an accumulation and worsening of curses. Demon Spirit Curse Kill enabled Red Thorn's Sea of Flowers to become a cursed Sea of Flowers. Any target entering the Sea of Flowers would be enveloped in curses and eventually entangled in bad luck. Lin Yuan thought, now, Red Thorn can defend against a Pinnacle Class 3 alien insect dimensional rift on its own. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that it would be best for him to stop buying the flesh of dimensional life forms to evolve Red Thorn. Instead, he would wait for Lu Ji to return so the dimensional light moth could open a dimensional rift. Then Red Thorn could just be released into the dimensional rift so it could start feasting. But soon, Lin Yuan became troubled. After Whale Ocean Commerce was destroyed, he no longer had a path to obtain more of the Gardner Kanjak seeds and ramets. When he remembered that the Gardner Kanjak was a dimensional life form, a light bulb lit up in his head. He took Red Thorn back to the mansion and returned it to the spiritual spatial zone. Red Thorn was too large for the Spirit Lock spatial zone now. Lin Yuan entered the marsh world through Klein Hub and called over Whitespeak to ask it about the Gardner Kanjak. The Gardner Kanjak was affiliated with water, so not many of them were grown in dimensional rifts. The temperature in the abyssal world was very high, and any plant type fey that was not fire type would quickly dry out until they died. There was no light in the subterranean world and the few plants that grew there were able to produce light. They relied on their self-produced light and the light from their companions to survive. All the plants from the water world could not be out of the water. Once they were removed from the water, they would immediately rot and start to stink. Hence, the only places suitable for the Gardner Kanjak to grow were marsh and alien insect dimensional rifts. However, the plants in alien insect dimensional rifts were mostly fungi that fed off of insects. These fungi could turn the insects into cordyceps. The cordyceps was a specialty of the alien insect dimensional rifts and was full of medicinal properties. Lin Yuan felt that the Gardner Kanjak was not suited to living in the alien insect world. Thus, the only possible place left was the marsh world. Whitespeak should have come across the Gardner Kanjak as a local from the marsh world. Yet, Whitespeak said with certainty that it had never heard of the Gardner Kanjak. Lin Yuan found this to be strange. Could there be a sixth type of dimensional rift that humans had not discovered yet? Since Whitespeak was not aware of the Gardner Kanjak and Genius Knowledge Bank did not include information on it either, Lin Yuan left the matter alone. There was always a chance that he would be able to encounter the Gardner Kanjak again in the future. Now that Whale Ocean Commerce's matter had been completely settled, Lin Yuan could go ahead to increase his power. In the real world, there were many Spirit Chi professionals who could not guarantee that they would be able to help their myth breed phase overcome their world cleansings. As such, they were all prospective trading partners for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could help their myth breed phase evolve their qualities, but he would also take away their world graces. While Lin Yuan was about to contact these people to come to the royal capital, Night Leaning Moon had her head lowered as she scribbled ferociously with golden sap as ink. She had just sent Lu Ji off to contract insect species carcinoma phase. She understood why he was so anxious to increase his power at this juncture. Currently, Lu Ji was very similar to the old her. Night Leaning Moon had already told Mystic Moon about the situation regarding Whale Ocean Commerce. Mystic Moon was currently upgrading Star Web with 2 other members of royalty, and the Moon Empress was locked away training. Since Night Leaning Moon had participated in the matter personally, she wrote a detailed report about what had happened. While she was writing the report, she went through careful consideration. Eventually, she still decided to leave out how Lin Yuan's 6-winged fairy had turned Diwan Mai into a puppet. A Class 5 creation master that could be controlled was much more appealing than a living one. The Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation had signed a 2-year deal. Although they had not announced it publicly, the 2 federations had entered emergency battle preparedness mode. Moreover, Tower Cannon had infiltrated the Radiance Federation and was only discovered to have been colluding with Whale Ocean commerce after so many years. Hence, some things should be better kept under wraps. The Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and Bamboo Monarch were all Class 5 creation masters, and no one could control them. However, a puppet Class 5 creation master would fall under the control of whoever could gain control of Lin Yuan. It was likely that another imperial meeting would take place once they received the report and learned about Whale Ocean Commerce's plot. Recently, the imperial meetings had taken place rather frequently. Night Leaning Moon suddenly realized that all the imperial meetings that had taken place over the last 6 months had been largely related to Lin Yuan. What kind of disciple had the Moon Empress accepted? Lin Yuan had agreed to meet the Emperor-class experts in the royal capital. This was so he could evolve feys while harvesting the intelligent Ganoderma sinences from the spirit lock spatial zone and give them to Genius. Lin Yuan realized that Genius' spiritual energy would increase greatly after it consumed the intelligent Ganoderma sinences. It would evolve from Fantasy I to Fantasy II in less than 2 days. Since Lin Yuan had used the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores to nurture the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis, he gained a large amount of intelligent Ganoderma sinensis at once. Chapter 1511, Condition for Blackie's Quality Evolution. Lin Yuan estimated that after Genius consumed this batch of the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis, it would evolve to Fantasy IV at the very least. He only needed to nurture another batch of intelligent Ganoderma sinensis for Genius to reach Fantasy V. Chimey had stayed in its nest in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree as it continuously absorbed energy from the strange flames to temper its bloodline. Lin Yuan had started giving Chimey high-grade strange flames to absorb a month ago. Now that Chimey had evolved to Fantasy IV, its appearance changed slightly. It was likely that Genius and Chimey's bloodlines would change completely once they reached Fantasy V. Sun Ningxiang had not been idle recently as she had been helping Lin Yuan prepare for the Warm Sun Fund and pick out a large group of spirit chi professionals and normal people willing to retreat from society. Lin Yuan moved all the people that Sun Ningxiang had chosen into the marsh world and handed them over to Lu Tong so he could start managing them. Once the Emperor-class experts who had been in contact with Lin Yuan arrived at the royal capital, Lin Yuan would take the Mother of Bloodbath with him to meet up with the Emperor-class experts. Before they left, the Mother of Bloodbath and Lin Yuan attached Faceless Papa to their faces. The Mother of Bloodbath was a Myth 3 Fey with the same combat power as Creation Breed Feys. If the Mother of Bloodbath could use its Heavenly Family Fey bloodline to trigger the Sun's power and use it during combat, the Mother of Bloodbath would be able to break through its limits to reach Creation 2 or even Creation 3. Thus, although the Mother of Bloodbath was only a suzerain/Myth 3 Fey now, it was more than capable of helping the Emperor-class experts' Feys to overcome their world cleansings. Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath remained on the outskirts of the royal capital for the entire day. While the Mother of Bloodbath was taking on the world cleansings, Lin Yuan discreetly activated the Pure Land of Bliss to absorb the world graces. Since the Pure Land of Bliss only absorbed 10% of the world graces, it would automatically stop once it absorbed that amount. Thus, the evolved myth breed phase would not be suffering great losses. In a day, a large pile of spirit chi crystals had formed on top of the Pure Land of Bliss. As a result, the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope was extremely busy. The Wind Speed Rapid Antelope carefully separated the spirit chi crystals by type. The small mountain of spirit chi crystals was even taller than the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope. After returning to the mansion, Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock spatial zone to use the spirit chi crystals to nurture his phase. He placed the jasmine lily on the nurturing table in the spirit lock spatial zone before he summoned Purple Afterglow out of the marsh world and Blackie out of the submerged flood dragon lake. He instructed Blackie to manipulate itself until it was only 1 meter long. He glanced at Genius, Chimey, the Jasmine Lily, Purple Afterglow, Blackie, and the Remembrance Soul Whale before tugging his sleeve and releasing the Source Sand's true body. I will evolve all of you until you reach Diamond X. Genius and Chimey were the first to reply to Lin Yuan. One of them jumped onto Lin Yuan's shoulder while the other landed on his ear and affectionately nestled against his face. Soon, the Remembrance Soul Whale and Purple Afterglow replied to him too. The last ones to reply to him were the confused Blackie and Source Sand. As for the Jasmine Lily, Lin Yuan needed to carry it over if he wanted to have a meeting with his phase. Lin Yuan did not have much hope that a platinum/fantasy plant type phase would have much intelligence. However, as he looked at the Remembrance Soul Whale happily circling him, he felt momentarily awkward. He reached out and patted the Remembrance Soul Whale's head as he said, "You haven't reached fantasy breed, so you'll just have to listen quietly." The Remembrance Soul Whale did not look disappointed at all. It was as though it was already happy enough just staying by Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan had more feys than the ones who were presently in front of him. Red thorn, silver corona, brocade zither, shiny, dark blue, the floating island whale, grey, and the acid corrosion queen bee were all considered Lin Yuan's feys. Lin Yuan had evolved the acid corrosion queen bee to Diamond X/Legend long ago. However, it had not comprehended a willpower rune from the environment. Red thorn needed blood energy, and silver corona needed soul energy to increase their power. These could not be provided by spirit chi crystals. Brocade zither was Lin Yuan's secret pot of gold. Each time it evolved its grade and quality, the golden flower brocade pearls would be updated. Hence, Lin Yuan would not evolve brocade zither easily. Shiny was a fey with the barren bloodline and needed dragon livers and phoenix blood. Dark blue and the floating island whale needed pure water elemental energy. Grey needed to absorb various weather phenomena to evolve its grade and quality. Thus, none of them needed spirit chi crystals to evolve themselves, and there was no need for Lin Yuan to call them over. First, Lin Yuan evolved Blackie, the jasmine lily, and purple afterglow. With the nourishment from a large number of spirit chi crystals, Blackie, the jasmine lily, and purple afterglow evolved to Diamond X. However, purple afterglow and Blackie were Fantasy I, while the jasmine lily was Fantasy 3. The best way for Blackie to increase its quality would be to absorb the essence blood from pure flood dragon species feys. This was very rare, but it was likely that Coiling Dragon's Valley had a stock of it. Lin Yuan had heard Long Tao mention that all the main dragon species feys in their family had to give up 1 drop of essence blood every decade to go into storage. Coiling Dragon's Valley always had fewer Thearch class experts than Connected Beast Park because it was more difficult to evolve the grades of dragon species feys. Even without his connection to Long Tao, Lin Yuan could use law crystals to trade for the essence blood of main dragon species feys from Coiling Dragon's Valley. Since Long Tao was his good friend, he did not mind helping Coiling Dragon's Valley become a top faction. Lin Yuan had used the sea burial lotus flower sea burial crystals to boost the jasmine lily's previous evolutions. However, the sea burial lotus flower had transformed into the fairy-type fey silver corona, and the sea burial crystals at the sea burial lotus flower's roots had changed into its body. Nonetheless, the sea burial lotus flower that Lin Yuan planted next to the spirit pool could still absorb spirit chi to produce sea burial crystals. Even if those sea burial crystals were taken, silver corona would not be hurt in any way. Chapter 1512, Clear Zither Change Voice. Now, the sea burial lotus flowers were much larger than the previous time when Lin Yuan fed them to the jasmine lily. Lin Yuan yanked the sea burial crystals out before he planted the sea burial lotus flower next to the spirit pool so that it could continue to absorb spirit chi. He then placed the spirit chi crystals on the jasmine lily's leaves so that it could absorb them. As the jasmine lily absorbed the sea burial crystals, its quality evolved from Fantasy 3 to Fantasy V. Now, Lin Yuan finally had a Fantasy V fey. He should be delighted that the jasmine lily had evolved. However, his headache returned when he thought about Purple Afterglow's evolution. Purple Afterglow had the Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly and Kill Food Sky Butterfly's high-class bloodlines. In order to evolve the Purple Afterglow's quality, he could collect some of the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly scale powder and feed it to Purple Afterglow. However, this was not the best way to evolve the Purple Afterglow, and it did not fit with Lin Yuan's methodology of evolving feys. He needed to find the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly to nurture Purple Afterglow in the best way. He would collect the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly's powder and feed it to Purple Afterglow. However, Lin Yuan had no idea where he could find the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly. Lin Yuan had asked the cage of Brahma insects if they had the kill food worm stocked up and if they would be willing to give him one if he asked. However, no Nirvana Blaze Butterflies existed in the cage of Brahma insects. The Nirvana Blaze Butterfly was not a normal fey but one that had mutated. Any butterfly species fey had the possibility of evolving into the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly, but the chances were extremely low. Although the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly was recorded in history books, unlike the Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly, there had only been 2 of them ever recorded. Moreover, both of them had perished in endless nirvana. Neither had been able to defeat the odds to break through to an unknown bloodline. Without the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly, Lin Yuan did not want to force Purple Afterglow to use the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly scale powder to evolve itself. Purple Afterglow had already reached Diamond X/Fantasy I, and it was very useful during combat. The scale powder would be sufficient to seal off the phase that relied on elemental combat. Given that Blackie, the Jasmine Lily, and Purple Afterglow had not gained new abilities when they evolved, Lin Yuan sighed softly. He put so much effort into nurturing them, they would have been impressive if they had gained new abilities. Lin Yuan wondered if he would be able to see his spirit-locked feys gain high-grade abilities once Morbius grade evolved. After he was done evolving the Jasmine Lily, Blackie, and Purple Afterglow, Lin Yuan prepared to evolve Genius and Chimey. Genius was currently Diamond I/Fantasy 2, while Chimey was Platinum 3/Fantasy 3. After using numerous Spirit Chi crystals, both of them reached Diamond X. Unlike Chimey, Genius was already Diamond I. Thus, Genius did not gain any new abilities. Chimey used to be Platinum but was now Diamond grade. As such, it gained a new ability. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Chimey. Fey name, Clear Voice Luan Sparrow. Fey species, Plume Sparrow genus/Luan species. Fey grade, Diamond, 10/10. Fey type, Sound/Light. Fey quality, Fantasy 3. Abilities. Shattered Jade Voice, fire a giant musical note at the designated target that has a beautiful sound of jade shattering. The jade shattering sound has a certain disruption effect. When struck by the giant musical note, it would split into 10 spiraling sound thrust. Bathed in light, bath the body in clear sunlight. When the sunlight shines on the body, it can quickly recover one's exhausted vitality. Sunlight rays, emits various rays from the sun that will cause negative weakening to the target. At the same time, the sunlight rays can help to increase a plant-type phase cellular activity. Nirvana light swan song, leaving just a trace of one's vitality and sealing it inside the sun on the wings. The rest of the vitality would burn into sunlight energy. Before the sunlight energy vanishes, it will negate most of the physical and elemental damage. Clear Zither change voice, place an anchor on something that can release light-type energy. By controlling this entity or whatever is connected to this entity, one's voice or voice-type ability can be applied to this entity and dispersed with this entity at the center. Exclusive skill. Clear sky, after a clear chirp, the clouds would disperse, summon the morning sun and clear up the sky. The darkness will be repelled. Radiant body, rapidly absorb the power of the sun and form a radiant body from the huge amount of solar energy gathered in the body. Lin Yuan noticed that Chimey's new ability was called Clear Zither change voice. This ability was interesting. Lin Yuan was fascinated by its ability to anchor itself to an entity that could release light-type energy. There were many things that could release light. There were metal-type spiritual ingredients, strange flames, and most light-type phase. The thing in the world with the most light-type energy was the unchanging sun. When Chimey used Clear Zither change voice to take control of strange flames or metal-type spiritual ingredients, it would gain a microphone. Moreover, Clear Zither change voice could take control of anything connected to this entity as well, and Chimey would be able to place his light-type energy in this as well. It would then spread its voice with it at the center. If so, could the anchor be placed on the sun? If Chimey could do so, the entire world would be able to hear its voice. At that point, Chimey would become a global idol whose voice could reach any person in the world. It would be a golden singer who used the sun as its microphone. However, placing the anchor on the sun would be difficult. Even if Chimey could reach immortal, it would not be powerful enough to control the sun. By communicating with Chimey, Lin Yuan learned that Clear Zither change voice had a limited range that it could spread its voice. However, the stronger the entity that the anchor was placed on, the more light-type energy it would contain and the further Chimey's voice would be able to travel. Chapter 1513, Sun Singer. In order to test if Clear Zither change voice could be applied practically, Lin Yuan took out a bronze metal-type spiritual ingredient floating light aluminium and instructed Chimey to use Clear Zither change voice to control it. It did not take long for the floating light aluminium to be set as the anchor. Lin Yuan left the Spirit Lock spatial zone to test Chimey's ability and traveled to the outskirts of the royal capital. Lin Yuan noticed that when Chimey sang while controlling the floating light aluminium, the floating light aluminium was like a megaphone. The voice produced from the floating light aluminium was similar to Chimey's. However, the voice from the floating light aluminium could travel 3 kilometers while Chimey's could only travel 300 meters. Lin Yuan continued to experiment. This time, he took out a ball of high-grade strange flames. Yuan, it would be easier to get this ball of strange flames to acknowledge me instead of me trying to take control of it, said Chimey. Chimey flapped its wings and flew over to the strange flames. Chimey used the light element it released to interact with the light released by the strange flames. Soon, the strange flames were anchored. By enabling the strange flames to acknowledge Chimey, Lin Yuan understood that anchoring something would use up Chimey's light-type energy. In order to get something to acknowledge Chime, the latter would be able to use up the other party's light-type energy. Through the experiment and after gaining the acknowledgement of the strange flames, Chime's voice could now travel a full 50 kilometers. It could be seen that the anchored entity had a direct relationship to the strength of the broadcasting ability. Lin Yuan remembered that Chime could also use voice abilities through the anchored entity. Currently, Chime's only voice ability was Shattered Jade Voice. Lin Yuan ordered, Chime, use these strange flames to release Shattered Jade Voice to its greatest extent. Chime let out a cry, and Lin Yuan saw that the effects of Shattered Jade Voice could be seen 50 kilometers away. Lin Yuan told Chime to use Shattered Jade Voice toward the side and made the same observation. This meant that the attack released by the anchored entity was just as strong as if Chime itself released the attack. After using Shattered Jade Voice once, the strange flame's light was visibly weaker. This meant that Chime had used up a portion of the strange flame's light-type energy. This discovery caused Lin Yuan to feel that it would be the right thing to do for Chime to place an anchor on the sun. Any other Fey would find it difficult to gain the sun's acknowledgement even if they had more talent for light-type energy, but Lin Yuan also had the Mother of Bloodbath. The Mother of Bloodbath had the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline and was beloved by the sun. It could communicate directly with the sun. With help from the Mother of Bloodbath, Chime would be able to gain the sun's acknowledgement and place an anchor on the sun. The sun had a never-ending supply of light-type energy. With the sun as its base, it would be able to transmit its voice much further than just a few thousand meters. But it was too early for Chime to gain the sun's acknowledgement using Clear Zither Change Voice before it reached Myth Breed. With Clear Zither Change Voice, Lin Yuan could see endless possibilities for Chime. Once an anchor was placed on the sun, the effects of Clear Zither Change Voice would be no different from a celestial phenomenon. Besides Heavenly Family Feys, only 10 stars sacred source life forms would be able to control celestial phenomena. Yet, Chime was able to do this despite being only a Fey. Currently, the only light-type ability that Chime had was Shattered Jade Voice. As Chime continued to evolve and its bloodline strengthened, it would be able to gain new light-type abilities. But even if it only had Shattered Jade Voice, it would be strong enough if it was able to place an anchor on the sun. If Chime used Shattered Jade Voice with the sun, it would be able to go on indefinitely as long as the sun's light energy did not disappear. Nonetheless, Chime's evolution to Diamond brought a huge surprise to Lin Yuan. Now, he only had to wait for Chime and Genius to evolve to Fantasy V, and they would be able to transform again before they reached Myth Breed. Lin Yuan was greatly looking forward to this. The source sand had been Diamond I, but Lin Yuan had evolved it to Diamond X. As a result, Close Guard Sand had strengthened by almost 100 times. Now, Lin Yuan would be able to cover a kilometer radius with Close Guard Sand and even control it at will. Soon, Lin Yuan activated the source sand, and yellow sand soon covered the ground. A 10-kilometer radius around Lin Yuan became a prison of sand that was only continuing to expand. A 30-kilometer radius around Lin Yuan turned into a sea of sand in less than a minute. Lin Yuan manipulated Close Guard Sand into shapes. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lin Yuan's mind, and the sand beneath his feet started to thrash until a 3-meter-tall and 2-meter-wide house of sand appeared in the middle of the pool of quicksand. Lin Yuan moved freely within the small house of sand. Lin Yuan manipulated the small sand house until its interior was decorated beautifully. However, this was far from reaching Lin Yuan's limits. As more sand gathered around the small sand house, it started to grow until it became a 30-meter-tall and 20-meter-wide castle. Still, Lin Yuan did not stop here. Metal Consume Manifestation had consumed 3 types of metal, each turning into a different type of state. They were the chain blade produced from radium, feathers made of the day and night spirit silver, and trigone strands made of the red lotus soft gold. Bones made of the radium chain blade started building up within the castle. These chain blades could be shot out from the castle at any time. Feathers made of the day and night spirit silver covered the castle's exterior. It was durable and increased the castle's defenses. Day and night spirit silver intermittently fell from the castle and formed a defensive mat around the castle. The trigone strands formed from the red lotus soft gold snaked under the ground around the castle like a snake. Chapter 1514, Lin Yuan's Moving Castle. Lin Yuan chose the red lotus soft gold because it could stretch extensively. When spirit chi was used, the red lotus soft gold strands would be able to turn into strong needles in an instant. The trigone strands formed from the red lotus soft gold would be able to replace gravel spirit acceptance's heart-penetrating iron line. Soon, the castle changed again. Wheels made from the close guard sand started to rise from below the castle. When more spirit chi was injected, close guard sand started to change again. A small amount of spirit chi entered the wheels and enabled the castle to move in the sea of sand. Soon, a pair of arms and legs grew out of the castle made of sand, and chain blades made of radium covered the giant's arms and legs. Lin Yuan had watched the animation called Howl's Moving Castle, so he used the source sand to create a moving sand castle. The source sand was an elemental source type fey, and Lin Yuan had always geared toward group abilities when it came to nurturing the source sand. But through close guard sand and metal consume manifestation, close guard sand was now a giant walking in the sea of sand that was ready to attack at any moment. This method would be able to use the source sand's attacking ability to its greatest extent. After testing the source sand, Lin Yuan felt that it was time to choose a suitable fey or dimensional life form for gravel spirit acceptance. Since the source sand had changed into the red lotus soft gold and it was in the trigone strands state, Lin Yuan had practically eliminated the heart-penetrating iron line. Lin Yuan was not picky when it came to choosing a fey or dimensional life form for gravel spirit acceptance. Lin Yuan could choose to increase defense or the source sand's controlling abilities, so he decided to give up on attacking. He relied on Blackie's spirit essence explosion and the sacred sword-wielding queen's sword skills for his attacks. No matter how strong the fey that gravel spirit acceptance had assimilated, the Diamond X/Fantasy 3 source sand would not be able to compare with the power of a sword skill. Thus, it would be a waste of the source sand's talent to strengthen its attack. It would not be difficult for Lin Yuan to evolve the source sand's quality. Although the mountain-containing embryo was rare, it was still more common than the essence blood of main dragon species feys and the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. Lin Yuan could just offer 100 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls on Star Web, and he would be able to obtain the mountain-containing embryo. For Lin Yuan, it was as easy as taking a breath to use spirit chi crystals to evolve a fey to Diamond X. Previously, Lin Yuan's phase grades had been a rung below the other top members of the younger generation. All of Zhongzi, Gulang, and he, and Lu Ji's phase had reached at least Diamond X/Fantasy V. Meanwhile, only a few of Lin Yuan's phase had reached Diamond I. But now, Lin Yuan caught up. When it came to his variety of phase, Lin Yuan was no different from the top younger members of the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan had evolved Chimey, Genius, the Source Sand, and Blackie to Fantasy V a month ago. He was only at a loss when it came to Purple Afterglow because he did not have access to the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly. Next, Lin Yuan would have to go to Coiling Dragon's Valley and obtain the main dragon species phase essence to help Blackie evolve its quality. Lin Yuan took out his phone and called Long Tao. When they talked in the group yesterday, Long Tao mentioned he would be personally heading to the Abyssal World these few days to manage the situation there. He also planned on fighting against Abyssal demons to train his combat skills. If Lin Yuan did not go and see Long Tao before he went into the Abyssal World, he would have to wait until Long Tao returned. It did not take long for Long Tao to pick up the call. "Big Brother Long, are you at Coiling Dragon's Valley's residence?" asked Lin Yuan. Long Tao knew that Lin Yuan needed him for something and hurriedly said, "Brother, I am at Coiling Dragon's Valley's residence now. Do you want me to go and meet you?" Long Tao thought that Lin Yuan wanted him to collect the Golden Lotus brocade pearls. However, today was not the agreed-upon time. Lin Yuan had already given the last batch of Golden Lotus brocade pearls to Coiling Dragon's Valley, and the next batch was only due next week. Long Tao was genuinely grateful to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had helped Long Tao's father's fey that had injured Roots break through to Myth 3. Long Tao also owed him too much as a friend. Lin Yuan had asked him to start a faction together to break into the Abyssal World. This would bring a bright future to Long Tao. Otherwise, Long Tao would never be able to join the group of disciples of members of royalty despite being the young leader of Coiling Dragon's Valley and number 3 of the Radiance 100 sequence. The Golden Lotus brocade pearls that Lin Yuan provided Coiling Dragon's Valley enabled their creation masters to increase their resources by 30%. As a result, they would be able to develop faster and still gain more resources. Hence, they were able to increase their rank as a top faction. They would be able to fight for a chance to become one of the top 5 top factions. This was all because of Lin Yuan's help to Coiling Dragon's Valley. Thus, Long Tao would do anything to repay Lin Yuan. "Big Brother Long, you don't have to come. I want to go to Coiling Dragon's Valley to discuss a deal with the faction. I need you to be the middleman," said Lin Yuan. Long Tao immediately knew that Lin Yuan was not coming to Coiling Dragon's Valley as the Moon Empress disciple but as his friend. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not need to inform him in advance. He could have just sent a notice to Coiling Dragon's Valley, and Long Tao's father and the other elders of Coiling Dragon's Valley would all rush to welcome Lin Yuan warmly. Even if his grandfather was still locked away and was trying to gain immortal power, he would still come out to greet Lin Yuan respectfully when Lin Yuan arrived. Lin Yuan asked Long Tao to be a middleman because he regarded him as a true friend and as a show of respect to Coiling Dragon's Valley. Long Tao hurriedly replied, "Brother, you can just be frank about any trade you have in mind. I will let them know and prepare everything for you before arriving." Lin Yuan said honestly, "Big brother Long, Coiling Dragon's Valley probably has pure flood dragon species, right? I need their essence blood." Chapter 1515, Coiling Dragon's Valley's Opportunity. Long Tao was stunned. Coiling Dragon's Valley indeed had a pure flood dragon species fey. However, it was Long Tao's grandfather's main combat fey. Now that its power had reached Sovereign X/Creation 13, it was trying to break through to immortal. The few drops of main dragon species fey essence blood that Lin Yuan needed had been given to Long Tao's grandfather's main combat fey so that it could break through. Long Tao's grandfather's main combat fey would have to produce more of the essence blood now. Once his grandfather's power reached immortal, Coiling Dragon's Valley's position as a top faction would be completely changed. The spirit guards had locked down Whale Ocean commerce, and no one knew what was going on internally. However, according to the information from the spirit guards, Whale Ocean commerce had already been removed from the list of the Radiance Federation's factions. Once Long Tao's grandfather reached immortal, Coiling Dragon's Valley would be able to fill the empty space in the top 3 factions. However, Long Tao and the entire Coiling Dragon's Valley could not turn down Lin Yuan's request because they owed him too much. "I'm going to ask my family to prepare in advance so you can collect it once you're here," said Long Tao. "Big brother Long, I'm heading to Coiling Dragon's Valley now. We can discuss the details of the trade once I arrive." Lin Yuan hung up the call. When Lin Yuan rode Blackie to Coiling Dragon's Valley's residence, he noticed that all the direct descendants were waiting at the door to greet him. Long Tao stood in the center of the group. The leader of the Long family, Long Tu, was standing to his left, and a white-haired elderly man was standing to his right. Lin Yuan could clearly sense that the elderly man had a troubled gaze in his eyes but was still genuinely welcoming to Lin Yuan's arrival. When they saw Lin Yuan jump down from Blackie's back, they got ready to welcome him. Lin Yuan bowed to Long Tu and Long Du before he walked over to Long Tao and said with a tone of slight reproach, "Big brother Long, why are you standing on ceremony?" Lin Yuan's sincere tone touched Long Tao. Long Tu had gotten to know Lin Yuan, while Long Du had never interacted with Lin Yuan. However, they both had a great impression of him now. Despite being a top elite, he did not put on any airs and was respectful to all. Usually, geniuses were arrogant. Long Tu, Long Tao and Long Du had all been born with golden spoons in their mouths and had been haughty from the moment they were born. Long Du and Long Tu felt that Long Tao would be able to reach a level that they could not. After they welcomed Lin Yuan and understood the situation, Long Du was silent for a moment before he decided to abandon the chance to evolve the weak water ice blue flood dragon to immortal. The weak water ice blue flood dragon activated the blood in its entire body and produced 5 drops of essence blood. The pinnacle creation weak water ice blue flood dragon managed to produce only 12 drops of essence blood in its entire body, and 5 drops would already cause it to be grievously injured. In order for the weak water ice blue flood dragon to recover, it would need to use pure water type elemental pearls for several years. As the previous leader of the Long family, Long Du had still been upset about having to give up his benefit for the sake of repaying Lin Yuan. But when he saw how respectful Lin Yuan was, his displeasure was slightly reduced. When Long Du saw the black flood dragon that Lin Yuan came with, he was silently shocked. He was a pinnacle class 4 creation master and identified the black flood dragon as the spirit tide ink flood dragon that had been evolved from the spirit siphon goldfish. Long Du could not imagine how much spirit chi had to be used to trigger the dragon bloodline in the small spirit siphon goldfish to such an extent. It was clear that Lin Yuan was asking this favor for the sake of evolving the spirit tide ink flood dragon. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have specified that he needed the blood of the pure flood dragon species fey. Long Tao smiled in a friendly manner and said, "This is the first time that you are here at Coiling Dragon's Valley's residence. There won't be so many people here to greet you the next time you're here." When the Long family returned to the residence, Long Du took out 5 amethyst test tubes. Each of them contained a drop of purple and gold blood that had the aura of a dragon. It was almost as though a dragon would fly out of the bottles the moment they were uncorked. "Lord Lin Yuan, here is the essence blood you asked for. If this isn't enough, we can produce another 3 drops." Long Du's voice was determined. However, Long Tao and Long Tu turned to look at him with worry. If 3 more drops of essence blood were produced, the weak water ice blue flood dragon would be in a near-dead state that would most likely have damaged roots. It would not be able to be healed using elemental pearls for a few years. Lin Yuan received the amethyst test tubes from Long Tu and said, 5 drops are enough. I have already made a deal with big brother Long Tu. Before Lin Yuan could finish speaking, Long Tu said, Lord Lin Yuan, our family owes you so much. You helped our family to rise from a position in the tens to one of the top 10 top factions within a few months. You don't need to make a deal with us. If you need the essence blood, just take it. The Long family could have told Lin Yuan about Long Tu's situation. This would give them an even better position in Lin Yuan's good books. But since Long Tao was not going to do so, Long Tu and Long Du would not either because Long Du wanted to repay Lin Yuan instead of angling for another favor. Lin Yuan shook his head seriously and said, Uncle Long, we have to address each matter individually. How many Pinnacle Emperor class experts does the Long family have? Long Tu, Long Du, and Long Tao's breaths hitched. All three of them knew that Lin Yuan had law crystals, as they had traded with him in the past to enable Long Tu's fate to evolve to Myth 3. It was clear that Lin Yuan was asking them how many Pinnacle Emperor class experts they had because he wanted to trade essence blood with the law crystals. Every Thearch class expert was precious to a top faction. Thearch class experts could be dispatched to the various cities to act as guards and carry out assignments. Even if the Thearch class experts were sent to clear out dimensional rifts, they would also gain a sea of resources each year. Moreover, when the top factions worked together, they would send out a Thearch class expert to watch over the process. Chapter 1516, Coiling Dragon's Valley's Transformation. If one party did not send out a Thearch class expert, they would be seen as weaker even if they put in more effort. Since it was difficult for dragon species phase to evolve, the Long family always had a low number of Thearch class experts. Now that Lin Yuan wanted to trade law crystals with the Long family, Long Du and Long Tu had no reason to turn him down. Just as Long Tao was about to insist on gifting the essence blood to Lin Yuan, the latter said, the Long family has probably heard about the situation at Whale Ocean Commerce. There is now a power vacuum amongst the top 3 top factions that needs to be filled. The Long family is a faction with the Creation Master role and is very suited to take over this space that Whale Ocean Commerce left. I can help the Long family's Pinnacle Emperor class experts to evolve to Thearch class. Lin Yuan took out a brocade pouch that contained 100 law crystals. Long Tu and Long Du looked at Lin Yuan with excitement. Although Coiling Dragon's Valley did not have many Thearch class experts, they had the Creation Master role, and the many Class 4 Creation Masters could easily evolve the Emperor class experts to Pinnacle Emperor class. Coiling Dragon's Valley had many more Pinnacle Emperor class experts than other factions. This was the reason Coiling Dragon's Valley was able to hold a high position amongst the top factions despite not having many Thearch class experts. Lin Yuan noticed that Long Tao had something to say but was struggling to say it. Thus, he said softly, if not for my relationship with you, I would never use something like law crystals. At first, Long Tao did not know what to say. The Long family wanted to repay Lin Yuan. Yet, they did not expect Lin Yuan to turn the tables on them and do another huge favor for them. Long Tu and Long Du were elated, but they also started to think. Given Long Tu and Long Du's experience, they could think of things in a deeper way than Long Tao could. Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple and the champion of the martial arts stage. There was no reason for him not to fight for a chance to become a Radiance envoy. If Coiling Dragon's Valley could truly become one of the top 3 top factions, they would be able to help him during the Radiance 100 sequence. After all, the higher the rank a top faction had, the more votes they possessed. Although Coiling Dragon's Valley had always depended on the Bamboo Monarch, they had not made any large advancements. Ever since the Bamboo Monarch became preoccupied with Wang Fuxiang's bad luck and Coiling Dragon's Valley became acquainted with Lin Yuan, Coiling Dragon's Valley had not been in contact with the Purple Bamboo Garden. At first, Long Du and Long Tu felt that becoming acquainted with Lin Yuan would be the equivalent of forming a link to the Moon Empress. But now, it was apparent that Lin Yuan himself was already an enormous tree that the Long family would be able to take shelter under. From both a personal and profit perspective, the Long family should depend on Lin Yuan. Now that Long Tu had thought things through, he said to Lin Yuan, Coiling Dragon's Valley currently has 31 Pinnacle Emperor class experts and 7 experts whose power is only one step away from reaching Pinnacle Emperor class. However, in the eyes of other factions, they are considered Pinnacle Emperor class. Lin Yuan was silently shocked when he heard what Long Tu said. Coiling Dragon's Valley had almost double the number of Pinnacle Emperor class experts than Connected Beast Park. It was clear that Coiling Dragon's Valley would be able to crush Connected Beast Park to the ground in a fight. Please call the Pinnacle Emperor class experts who are currently in the residence over. We can choose a location in the outskirts of the royal capital and evolve everyone at once. Long Tu turned and rushed off to do as Lin Yuan asked. He called over the 17 Pinnacle Emperor class experts in the residence and went to an empty space on the outskirts of the royal capital. As Lin Yuan provided more and more law crystals, the Long family's Pinnacle Emperor class experts' Pinnacle Myth breed dragon species phase all broke through and made the advancement toward creation breed. As the 7 or right trials of world creation started to solidify in the sky, Long Du summoned the weak water ice blue flood dragon and extreme darkness ground explosion dragon. Lin Yuan noticed that the weak water ice blue flood dragon had a higher grade and quality but weaker aura than the extreme darkness ground explosion dragon. There could only be one reason for a dragon species Fey looking so drained. It had produced essence blood. It should not be so weak if it had only produced 1 or 2 drops of blood. Lin Yuan remembered that the weak water ice blue flood dragon was a flood dragon species Fey and stared at Long Du. Since the Long family had treated him so well, he had to return the favor. Lin Yuan said softly, "Shadow, stop these trials of world creation and break up the power into 100 pieces so they can temper the main dragon species phase that just evolved to creation breed." The moment Lin Yuan spoke, a black shadow emerged from Lin Yuan's shadow. It did as Lin Yuan instructed and stopped the trials of world creation. Although Long Du was a Pinnacle Thearch class expert and could have easily ordered his phase to stop the trials of world creation, the weak water ice blue flood and extreme darkness ground explosion dragon had the same power as the trials of world creation. Thus, neither of them would be able to divide up the trials of world creation so the dragon species phase would be able to receive them slowly and trigger their bloodline in a better way. At that moment, Coiling Dragon's Valley's experts finally knew what the expert that had killed all of Connected Beast Park's experts silently looked like. Shadow looked very different from a normal person, but it did not look like a Fey either. Although the abyssal world had opened, the members of Coiling Dragon's Valley had not yet interacted with a Class 12 demon. Hence, they could not confirm what Shadow was. However, they could tell from Shadow's power that it had surpassed creation breed. Long Du was very envious of this. Lin Yuan did not absorb the creation world ley lines when he helped the Long family's experts to overcome their trials of world creation. But, the creation world ley lines started to disperse like when Endless Summer evolved to creation breed. A small portion of the creation world ley lines would dissipate while the Long family's phase were absorbing them, so Lin Yuan used the Pure Land of Bliss to collect these remnants. Lin Yuan knew that Source-type power could strengthen creation world ley lines through his communication with the sacred sword-wielding queen. These small golden creation world pearls could become miniature ley lines. Chapter 1517, Where do we go to find such an expert? After Shadow helped the new creation breed main dragon species phase to overcome their trials of world creation, it returned to Lin Yuan's shadow. The experts that had just broken through led their phase to Lin Yuan and started thanking him profusely. Long Tu suggested for everyone to return to the Long family to hold a feast in honor of Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan said, Coiling Dragon's Valley needs more than Thearch class power to fill the power vacuum that Whale Ocean Commerce left. You need immortal power. The weak water ice blue flood dragon has only reached Sovereign X/Creation 8. It only needs an opportunity to reach immortal. Lin Yuan's words caused the members of the Long family to be stunned, and all of them looked at him with racing hearts. Long Du's gaze was especially fiery. Is Lin Yuan going to give the weak water ice blue flood dragon a chance to reach immortal? However, the weak water ice blue flood dragon just produced 5 drops of essence blood and is very weak. It won't be able to seize the opportunity now. At that moment, Lin Yuan took out a wooden chest and gave it to Long Tu as he said, "There's no time like the present. Use the things inside this chest to help the weak water ice blue flood dragon to regain its vigor. Next, I will use a world crystal to try and help the weak water ice blue flood dragon to reach immortal." While Lin Yuan was speaking, Long Du opened the wooden chest and was almost blinded by the pearls within. The weak water ice blue flood dragon only needed to absorb half of the water-type heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls inside the box and some nourishing Thearch class spiritual ingredients for its vigor to recover quickly. When Lin Yuan mentioned the world crystal, Long Du thought, world crystal. Only Class 5 creation masters can produce world crystals to help pinnacle creation phase reach immortal. None of the 3 members of royalty had ever given away world crystals. They had only ever used them for their own personal use. But now, Lin Yuan was giving them to the Long family. This was the biggest gift of Class 5 creation master resources that a top faction had ever received. If Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress were separated, it was obvious that it would be more reliable to depend on Lin Yuan for benefits than the other Class 5 creation masters. Coiling Dragon's Valley was not ungrateful. Long Du, Long Tu, and Long Tao detested people who went back on their word. Today, Lin Yuan's gift would enable Coiling Dragon's Valley to become one of the top 3 factions. From now on, Coiling Dragon's Valley was going to stick closely to Lin Yuan. As intelligent people, Long Tu and Long Du would never express such sentiment through words because it would cause their relationship with Lin Yuan to become awkward. Although they were not going to speak their intentions, they were going to express them through their actions. When using the Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls with outer layers, the weak water ice blue flood dragon in human form bowed deeply to Lin Yuan before it went back to healing itself. Coiling Dragon's Valley had stocked up on many Thearch class spiritual ingredients that could recover vitality. Dragon species feys always needed spiritual ingredients to quickly recover after producing essence blood. As it continued to use the water-type Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls, the weak water ice blue flood dragon's aura rose and soon became more powerful than the extreme darkness ground explosion dragon. It had regained the might of a pinnacle creation main dragon species fey. The extreme darkness ground explosion stood off to the side in human form and watched the weak water ice blue flood dragon enviously. It knew that the weak water ice blue flood dragon was about to transform to a completely different level. The might of a main dragon species fey was only truly released when it reached immortal because that was when they would be able to produce dragon pearls. Long Du had more than enough power to take on the trial of world creation. However, he was powerless against the forging immortal. The difference in danger between the trial of world creation and world cleansing was the same as that between the forging immortal and trial of world creation. Hence, even if Lin Yuan gave the weak water ice blue flood dragon the opportunity to evolve to immortal, Long Du was afraid that the weak water ice blue flood dragon would not be able to survive. The forging immortal, world cleansing, and trial of world creation had completely different connotations. Forging immortal only involved the fey itself and not any celestial phenomena. The immortal power produced by the law world would cleanse the fey's body and slowly temper the law world with the creation world ley lines until the fey's body was combined with the law world. An immortal body imbued with the power of a world would be formed. Law worlds were the batteries for creation breed feys. Even if the fey overcame the danger of being cleansed by immortal power, it would have to undergo the risk of using its body to temper the law world. Immortal was a level that was beyond the recognition of the entire Coiling Dragon's Valley. Because they did not have experience with it, they were terrified of it. Other experts could also help with forging immortal, but they would have to be able to protect themselves well to prevent their bodies from being destroyed by the immortal power. Then, they would have to create a barrier around their target that had to be impervious to the world power to ensure that the body within would be able to temper the world power smoothly. These two factors seemed easy, but even the first one needed the accurate input of immortal power to ensure their body was protected from immortal power. Evidently, the expert that Lin Yuan had just revealed could not achieve this. In order to accurately control immortal power, the helping expert had to possess the power of at least immortal V. The second factor was even more difficult. Even an immortal V expert would be unable to sustain the explosive power of the right creation world ley lines in a law world. Once the barrier was broken and the world power dissipated, the immortal body that was formed would be incomplete and rendered useless. Thus, in order to ensure that the evolving creation breed fey was completely safe, the helping expert had to be at least immortal 7. But where would they go to seek such an expert out? The Long family did not have such access. Hence, when it was first made known that De Wanchinch had successfully reached immortal and that the De family had 2 immortal experts, all the Thearch class experts in the major factions were silently impressed at De Wanchinch's luck. Chapter 1518, Forging Immortal. While Long Du was feeling troubled, Lin Yuan said, "The expert who will be protecting the weak water ice blue flood dragon will be here soon. Rest assured, as long as the weak water ice blue flood dragon is patient and doesn't cause any accidents, I am fully confident that it will be safe." Long Du immediately realized that Lin Yuan had access to power that was at least immortal 7. This was too unbelievable. Soon, uncontrollable gratitude spilled out from Long Du's heart. After living for so long and reaching the later years of his life, this was the first time Long Du felt so grateful toward a person. Long Tao had chosen a great person to become friends with. Lin Yuan was the entire Coiling Dragon's Valley's lucky charm. However, his gratitude soon turned to astonishment. No one knew about Coiling Dragon's Valley's situation better than Long Du. Coiling Dragon's Valley had almost reached the top 10 factions in the Radiance Federation because of the explosion of Creation Master resources brought by the Golden Flower Brocade Pearls. This boost brought by external help caused Coiling Dragon's Valley's position to be unstable. It needed a few decades to stabilize itself before it could plant solid roots as one of the top 10 factions. But now, Lin Yuan swooped in and used resources to push Coiling Dragon's Valley into the ranks of the top 3 factions by using tens of law crystals to create new Thearch-class experts and world crystals, as well as supplied an expert to help Long Du gain immortal power. With this kind of resources and capabilities, Lin Yuan could have helped even a veteran faction to fill the space left by Whale Ocean Commerce to become one of the top 3 factions. Regardless of whether the Moon Empress had given the resources or Lin Yuan had obtained them on his own, it would be enough to prove that Lin Yuan had the power to change the concept of factions. Lin Yuan had already sent the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to contact Whitespeak. Whitespeak was currently rushing toward the Klein hub in the Marsh world. In less than an hour, Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned Whitespeak. Whitespeak bowed and said, "Greeting, Lord." Whitespeak glanced at the Long family as it greeted Lin Yuan. Its gaze lingered on the weak water ice blue flood dragon. It felt that if a fight was to break out, the biggest danger to Lin Yuan would come from the weak water ice blue flood dragon. Thus, Whitespeak released its aura and covered the weak water ice blue flood dragon. The weak water ice blue flood dragon felt as though it was deep in the jaws of a crocodile and was about to be devoured at any moment. Lin Yuan instructed Whitespeak, "Whitespeak, retract your aura. Produce a barrier in front of it and use your power to prevent the immortal power from destroying its body." Although Whitespeak did not understand why its dictator wanted to protect this being from another world, it would do a good job because the order had still come from its dictator. Whitespeak's thought process had changed on Raging Wave City's island, and it became more certain that Lin Yuan was a god as more time passed. Whitespeak placed its hand on the weak water ice blue flood dragon's back, and a thick aura flowed into its body. The weak water ice blue flood dragon would not be able to handle any pressure that Whitespeak placed on it, and it felt its body almost break apart when Whitespeak's energy entered its body. Lin Yuan said to the weak water ice blue flood dragon, "Now, swallow this world crystal." The weak water ice blue flood dragon placed the world crystal in its mouth and prepared itself to transform. As the energy from the world crystal entered the weak water ice blue flood dragon's law world, the weak water ice blue flood dragon felt its law world expanding and contracting continuously. 8 solid creation world ley lines flew into the air and danced around, producing dark gold energy. This dark gold energy broke open the weak water ice blue flood dragon's world crystal and entered its body. Soon, the weak water ice blue flood dragon felt as though its entire body was on fire, and unspeakable pain started to arise from its flesh. Luckily, Whitespeak's energy held the weak water ice blue flood dragon's body together. Otherwise, it would have collapsed in less than 2 minutes. Whitespeak frowned when it sensed the weak water ice blue flood dragon's situation. Once the weak water ice blue flood dragon's body became used to the immortal power, Whitespeak pulled back some of the energy that it had injected into the weak water ice blue flood dragon so that the immortal power could cleanse more of the weak water ice blue flood dragon's flesh. 1 day and 1 night passed. The sun hanging majestically in the sky changed to a starry sky, then back to the blazing wheel in the sky. A faint fark gold appeared all over the weak water ice blue flood dragon's body. Once the aura was released, the extreme darkness ground explosion dragon took a step back. The members of the Long family watched with eyes full of hope as the weak water ice blue flood dragon's body was cleansed by the immortal power. At that moment, Whitespeak said, "I will be removing the last portion of energy in your body. All I can do from now on is to keep the barrier from breaking. The rest is up to you. Don't disappoint the chance that my lord is giving you to transform." Whitespeak removed its hand from the weak water ice blue flood dragon's back. Whitespeak's eyes turned white, and a solid light of energy spewed forth from its eyes. The energy covered the weak water ice blue flood's barrier and formed the image of a giant crocodile with shining scales. Even when the weak water ice blue flood dragon's law world broke apart and the energy within exploded, the barrier was completely unaffected. At that moment, the weak water ice blue flood dragon was in 100 times more pain than before. The breaking of its law water world caused it to feel as though all its strength had been drained. This feeling put the weak water ice blue flood dragon into a panic. Before the weak water ice blue flood dragon's panic could go on, it felt the immortal power cleansing its body and absorbing the broken world. Soon, the weak water ice blue flood dragon felt its lost power slowly returning and fusing perfectly with its immortal body. The weak water ice blue flood dragon felt as though the world was combining with its immortal body. Chapter 1519, The 6 Pairs of Flapping Black Wings. Suddenly, the weak water ice blue flood dragon felt a warmth in its abdomen. It was as though there was a new life forming within it. This feeling caused the weak water ice blue flood dragon to panic. I'm male. Am I able to have kids? I don't want to be a parent. It did not take long for the weak water ice blue flood dragon to realize that it was producing its dragon pearl. It opened its mouth and spat out a dragon pearl. The dragon pearl was about the size of a fist and covered with rigid dragon power. This dragon power caused the surroundings to appear blurry. Freezing water-type power flowed out from the dragon pearl. This power made Whitespeak feel extremely comfortable. It was even more comfortable than when it was having its scales cleaned by small fish. But as comfortable as it was, it could not give in to its desire to take the dragon pearl for itself. Main dragon species feys were stretching their bloodline to the max when they spat out the dragon pearl. When the dragon pearl turned into spirit, the main dragon species fey would suddenly break through and attain a whole new level of bloodline. The weak water ice blue flood dragon recalled its dragon pearl, and a puppet appeared next to it. This was the weak water ice blue flood dragon's immortal body. As the weak water ice blue flood dragon's quality evolved, more brilliant colors appeared on the immortal body, and it also gained more fey characteristics. Lin Yuan said to Long Du with a smile, "Congratulations on gaining immortal power. Next, you will have to reveal your power to be acknowledged by the other top factions in order to take over Whale Ocean Commerce's position." Long Du and the weak water ice blue flood dragon bowed deeply to Lin Yuan again. "Lord Lin Yuan, we know what to do from here on out. Thank you for bringing prosperity to us. If there is anything that you need from us, please don't hesitate to let us know. No matter what it is, we will get it done." Lin Yuan immediately thought about the mountain-containing embryo that the source sand needed to evolve and said, "I do need a spiritual ingredient. Do you have the mountain-containing embryo? I need at least 3 to evolve a fey." Long Tao knew that Lin Yuan was black, so he immediately thought about the source sand when he heard that Lin Yuan needed the mountain-containing embryo. "Brother, we do have a store of the mountain-containing embryo. I think we have about 7 or 8 of them. I will go and pack all of them up for you." Lin Yuan did not turn him down. Although 3 or 4 of the mountain-containing embryos would be enough for the source sand to evolve to Fantasy V, the source sand would be able to produce more close guard sand when it consumed more mountain-containing embryos. The more close guard sand there was, the stronger the source sand would be. Lin Yuan followed the rest of the Long family back to Coiling Dragon's Valley and accepted their generosity. But immediately after dinner, a large number of insects started to cry out in Coiling Dragon's Valley's backyard. Coiling Dragon's Valley did not seem to be surprised by these insects, but rather delighted. Long Tao started to explain to Lin Yuan, "It looks like a Class 4 alien insect dimensional rift has just become Pinnacle Class 4. If a top faction opened a dimensional rift on its own, their experts would be able to wipe out the dimensional life forms to harvest a large number of source-type items. Due to a lack of sacred source life forms, Class 4 dimensional rifts could not evolve to Class 5. However, there would be many more items in a Pinnacle Class 4 dimensional rift than a Class 4 dimensional rift." Since the last time when Lin Yuan told Coiling Dragon's Valley to look out for the Emperor Armored Martial God insects, they had collected a total of 7. Now, the 7 Myth 2 Emperor Armored Martial God insects were completely under the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterfly's control. Lin Yuan became interested when he heard that the Long family had a Pinnacle Class 4 dimensional rift. The Emperor Armored Martial God insect was 100 times more likely to appear in a Pinnacle Class 4 alien insect dimensional rift than a new Class 4 alien insect dimensional rift and 30 times more likely than a mid-grade Class 4 alien insect dimensional rift. When Lin Yuan said that he wanted to enter the Pinnacle Class 4 alien insect dimensional rift, Long Du said that he wanted to accompany Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not turn him down. He had already sent Whitespeak back to the Marsh world. It was not convenient to call it out for every matter. With Long Du accompanying him, Lin Yuan would be able to collect the Emperor Armored Martial God insects at the fastest rate. Lin Yuan might even get lucky and encounter the mutated Emperor Armored Martial God insect. When he entered the alien insect dimensional rift, Lin Yuan noticed that they were surrounded by alien insects. Long Du was about to step in when Lin Yuan released a 6-winged fairy. Long Du immediately started coughing. The 6-winged fairy waved its hand and scattered powder that caused the insects to go into a frenzy. Many fleshy flowers grew between the insects. Just as the alien insects were about to attack the fleshy flowers released a fountain of powder. Then, vines burst out of the ground and covered the entire area. The vines stretched out and consumed any alien insect that they came into contact with. Occasionally, a few of the stronger alien insects fell victim to negative effects and were reduced to dregs. Lin Yuan had intended on using the Pinnacle Class 4 Alien Insect Dimensional Rift to test Red Thorn's power. But now, Red Thorn could leave its main body and summon the Sea of Flowers for battle. However, Red Thorn's current combat style was clearly weaker than its main body. Just as Long Du was about to summon the weak Water Ice Blue Flood Dragon and instruct it to use its main body to comb through the Class 4 Alien Insect Dimensional Rift, 2 sets of black wings sprouted out of Lin Yuan's back. However, these 2 sets of black wings were only the beginning. Even more large black wings appeared on his back. Soon, Lin Yuan flapped his wings and took to the sky like a black-winged angel. Long Du was silently shocked by the speed at which Lin Yuan could fly using the black wings. The Source Sand's evolution caused Lin Yuan to be able to fly much faster. He could now fly as quickly as a Platinum/Fantasy Avian type Fey. Lin Yuan could change the size of his wings by manipulating the Day and Night Spirit Silver. Chapter 1520, The Double Mutated Emperor Armored Martial God Insect. While Red Thorn was devouring the prey, it was completely oblivious to its wings. Now that Red Thorn had transformed into a fairy source-type life form, it was very attracted to wings. Lin Yuan now had 6 pairs of wings stacked behind his back, and Red Thorn was completely floored. Red Thorn flew into the air and hugged Lin Yuan's face. It absolutely refused to let go. Red Thorn's enamored behavior slightly vexed Lin Yuan. He knew that it would be sad if he pulled it away. As such, he had no choice but to allow Red Thorn to continue to hug his face and nuzzle against him. Red Thorn instructed the Sea of Flowers to continuously consume the alien insects and extend into the Pinnacle Class 4 Alien Insect Dimensional Rift. Lin Yuan walked on paths made from the Sea of Flowers. The brutal vine ramets were the best filters. They killed the weaker alien insects while leaving the stronger ones behind. Lin Yuan did not ask Long Du to step in for these stronger alien insects. Instead, he released 12 of the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies. 5 of the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies that had not taken control of the Emperor Armored Martial God insects took control of the strong alien insects, while the 7 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies that had taken control of the Emperor Armored Martial God insects instructed the Emperor Armored Martial God insects to change their armor into sharp knives and kill the controlled alien insects. The Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies appeared exceedingly strange as they stood amongst the corpses of insects that they had killed in the name of love. Only butterfly species Feys had such abilities. However, the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies were much less charming than Purple Afterglow. Soon, Lin Yuan caught sight of his objective. The Emperor Armored Martial God insect was an insect species Fey that was extremely skilled at combat. It never backed down when it encountered its own kind and would not hesitate to even kill mutations. It only showed mercy to mutations that it encountered during mating season. This mentality was the reason the Emperor Armored Martial God insect was so rare and that every one of them was a seasoned warrior. Lin Yuan watched as 2 Emperor Armored Martial God insects crashed into each other ferociously. One of the Emperor Armored Martial God insects was clearly seriously injured, but it was stronger than the unharmed one. This meant that the Emperor Armored Martial God insect's injury was not a result of this battle. Lin Yuan noticed that the injured Emperor Armored Martial God insect's armor had split from 2 pieces into 4 pieces. The 4 pieces of armor looked like 4 metal sheets. Lin Yuan decided to use the Emperor Armored Martial God insect to pull his Fey carriage when he saw the one that resembled an iron angel in Lan Qin's Fey observation room. It was clear that this injury that alien insect had undergone a mutation. However, the mutation was incomplete. Lin Yuan did not interfere in the fight and continued to observe them silently. When Lan Qin introduced the mutated Emperor Armored Martial God insect, she said the mutation happened instantly. Every time the Emperor Armored Martial God insect gains enlightenment while on the brink of death, its wings will split once. Its wings will become its weapons that make up for its flaws in attacking skills. Since the mutated Emperor Armored Martial God insect had only mutated once, it was unable to create waves in the battle even with its 4 wings. As the 2 Emperor Armored Martial God insect clashed, the heavily injured Emperor Armored Martial God insect continued to use its armor to defend itself. Perhaps it was due to the threat of death or its genetic model being pushed to the brink by its mutation, but its armor split again. The 4 wings were initially 6 meters each, but 2 more sprouted, and they extended to 23 meters in an instant. The 6 wings crossed together and started slashing down on the other Emperor Armored Martial God insect. Although this battle would cause Lin Yuan to lose one of the Emperor Armored Martial God insects, Lin Yuan did not mind because he preferred a twice mutated Emperor Armored Martial God insect to 2 normal ones. This double mutated Emperor Armored Martial God insect already looked the same as the one in Lan Qin's Fey observation room. Lin Yuan instructed the Soul Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterfly that had experienced a breakthrough to take control of this Emperor Armored Martial God insect. The Emperor Armored Martial God insect that had just come off of a fierce battle became the general of the mighty Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterfly. Lin Yuan was very lucky in this trip to a pinnacle class 4 alien insect dimensional rift, as he managed to fill the gap of 5 Emperor Armored Martial God insects that he needed. Lin Yuan left Coiling Dragon's Valley and returned to the mansion. He first tossed the mountain containing embryos to the source sand so it could start absorbing them. The source sand needed some time to carry out its evolution. Nonetheless, it would be able to evolve to Fantasy V before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Blackie and the weak water ice blue flood dragon were water-type feys. Hence, the weak water ice blue flood dragon's essence blood would be the best nourishment for Blackie. The 3 drops of essence blood enabled Blackie to evolve to Fantasy V. Now that Blackie had evolved again, it grew again and was now almost 300 meters. Blackie now looked extremely intimidating and majestic. But Lin Yuan knew that Blackie was actually simple-minded and silly. Hence, he could not help but say, "You really can't judge a book by its cover." Besides a change in size, Blackie's evolution also allowed it to start to be able to control clouds. While they were flying, it could use the clouds to cover itself and start thunderstorms. This was the ability that was characteristic of flood dragon species feys. Now that Blackie could manipulate the clouds, it meant that it was beginning to mutate into a main dragon species fey. Lin Yuan still had 2 drops of the weak water ice blue flood dragon's essence blood, and he decided to feed both of them to Blackie at once. He would just take it as a loss if Blackie failed to evolve into a main dragon species fey. But once Blackie did evolve, it would be the first in history to become a main dragon species fey before evolving to myth breed. Some creation masters were adamant that history could not be wrong. But in the last 6 months, Lin Yuan had already broken apart wide accepted concepts and structures multiple times. He had always evolved Blackie using the best methods, and it was not surprising that it would become a pioneer. Blackie truly did not disappoint Lin Yuan. Chapter 1521, Repaying the Spirit Mother Federation. After consuming the 2 drops of weak water ice blue flood dragon, Blackie's aura was raised to another level. A large number of clouds gathered and hid Blackie's 300-meter-long body as it sailed through the lightning-filled sky. A domineering and arrogant roar reverberated throughout the return from faraway mansion like it was heralding the arrival of a main dragon. The angelfish of bliss had become accustomed to Blackie's presence, so they did not hide from it because they knew that Blackie would not hurt them. But now that Blackie's aura changed, the angelfish of bliss started hiding from it again. Lin Yuan estimated that the rainbow fish would not be swimming around freely in the submerged flood dragon lake in 2 weeks' time. In the obsidian night, a maniacal peal of laughter was released from the mouth of a blonde middle-aged man. Second page revival, both of us will handle ourselves on this trip. Don't expect any assistance from me. The blonde middle-aged man had a face that screamed righteousness, and it seemed as though anything he did would be in the name of justice. A girl with grey wings fixed her cold eyes on the blonde middle-aged man and said as though she was lamenting something sorrowful, "6th page lashing, I won't interfere in anything that you do. However, when I need the Black Mass Cup in the Radiance Federation, you have to activate it. We have lost contact with 2 of the Gardner Konjak's seeds and 1 of its raymets. It's difficult for me to sense their location even when I use the Gardner Konjak's main body. I released the 2 seeds and raymet to complete the Gardner Konjak's draining ability. Now that the Gardner Konjak's body is lacking, it can't recall the seeds and raymets and will never be able to fill that hole. This will affect our 100-year plan, the Sleeper's Revival. Don't forget what Lord Crimson told you before we set off." 6th page Lashing's expression changed when he heard what 2nd page Revival said. He glared at 2nd page Revival and said, "When 1st page Fate died, the 1st page was quickly replaced. I asked 3rd page Eternal Sin, and he had no idea who 1st page Crimson is. Once 1st page Crimson arrived, he tried to show off his power to us. None of us acknowledge him, yet you address him as Lord. It seems that you know what his identity is. I am the 6th page of Tower Cannon, but even I feel more and more like I can't see the true colors of Tower Cannon. You have to give me a reason to use the Black Mass Cup. Using the Black Mass Cup will cause the Radiance Federation to seek revenge against Tower Cannon immediately." 2nd page Revival's gaze changed from cold sadness to innocence. "All you need to do is use the Black Mass Cup when the time is right. The Sleeper's Revival cannot fail. Lord 1st page Crimson will handle the Radiance Federation's revenge." A look of amusement appeared on 6th page Lashing's face, but his eyes shone with intense fear. It was as though he was thinking about the tattoo-covered finger below the crimson robe. A chill ran up 6th page Lashing's spine. Is it possible that the person from the legend can live thousands of years without dying? Inside a black stone castle, a young man snatched a mop from a young woman and snapped. Big sister, I'm an Earth Mother now. There are many servants in the castle that can serve you. You don't have to do all these yourself. The young woman affectionately patted the young man's soft curly hair and said, I'm used to doing these things. If you stop me from doing them, I won't know what to do with my time. I don't have spirit chi professional talent and can't be of any help. The very least I can do for you is to clean up and cook. Tears welled up in the young man's eyes. Although the person amongst the constellations had helped him to become a creation master and Earth Mother, and the people who had humiliated him were all respectful toward him now, his sister had not changed at all. However, the young man's stubbornness rose, and he was adamant that his sister was not to do any hard labor. Suddenly, the young man had an idea and said to the young woman, Big sister, you don't have any spirit chi professional talent, but you can still form contracts with some special source type items. You've always liked flower arranging and drawing. I love your drawings. When you contract a source type item, I'll evolve it and you can continue drawing and arranging flowers. The young woman's expression shifted. She never expected that she would be able to contract a source type item despite not having spirit chi professional talent. She knew how stubborn her younger brother was and agreed. Now that her brother had made something of himself, she was certain that her parents would be beaming if they were still alive. She wondered who the savior that her brother spoke of was. She badly wanted to thank him personally. At that moment, there was the sound of a door opening. A middle-aged man with scars decorating his face knocked courteously and only walked in after he was told to. Lord Buletin-po, the Sky Mother would like to see you. The middle-aged man was a pinnacle king-class expert. He was a guard that the Sky Mother had sent to the Earth Mother's palace. There was actually no need for him to put on a performance of respect toward an Earth Mother, but he knew that this young man was shockingly talented. He had managed to pass the Class 3 Creation Master test. This event had floored the Sky Mother and was even reported to the Spirit Mother. It was likely that the young man would eventually become the Spirit Mother's competent disciple, who even the Sky Mother would have to bow in greeting. Buletin-po nodded and said, I'll go and see the Sky Mother this instant. As the night deepened, Buletin-po groggily returned to the Black Castle. He could not help but feel as though he was dreaming. I'm going to the royal capital to see the Spirit Mother. I'm going to be tested to see if I'm worthy of becoming the Spirit Mother's disciple. Buletin-po had never dared to dream of receiving such an honor, and he felt even more gratitude toward the man known as Leo. He was even more grateful to this man than he was loyal to the Spirit Mother Federation. Buletin-po knew that without this man, his sister would have died after being subjected to such humiliation, and he might even have died before his sister because of the injuries he suffered. Buletin-po placed his hands together and thought, if I'm able to become the Spirit Mother's disciple, I'm willing to repay that Lord for saving my sister from torture and my life. Chapter 1522, Reactivated Astronomical Parliament. After he made his wish, the young man stood up, turned, and ran to his sister's room as he shouted, Big sister, we're going to the royal capital tomorrow. In a restaurant filled with the smell of oysters, a man sat next to a tan and skinny young man. The man sipped on blood wine as he said, Little monkey, beat the next person that causes trouble to death. Although we own a restaurant, we're in the business of policing the sea. No drunk ruckus will be tolerated here. For some reason, ever since they fled from the sea, Wolun took a liking to drinking blood wine and eating the flesh of the sawfin bite shark. The blood wine allowed Wolun to remember how his comrades had bled themselves for his sake, while the sawfin bite shark reminded him to always be wary of danger. Although Wolun still treated the other sailors well because they were comrades who had brushed against death with him, the person he cared the most about now was Little Monkey. Little Monkey listened intently to Wolun and said seriously, Big brother Wolun, I will definitely cut the head of the next person who tries to cause trouble. Most of the drunks who cause a ruckus are spies sent by other boats. We don't have any women here, so why would any sailor come here to drink? Wolun narrowed his eyes at Little Monkey. What the hell? Do you have some misconceptions about sailors? Wolun patted Little Monkey's shoulder and said, Go and send word. Although only 7 ships have come, we will go big and let them see for themselves that the sawfin bite sharks aren't terrifying nightmares. Our restaurant will definitely become busy after that. Wolun glanced at the dim strange flames in the lanterns that illuminated the restaurant. It was as though he could see the man wrapped in willpowers and laws past the firelight. Lun had the diamond/fantasy blue ring sea octopus, and his power had risen to another level. Hence, he understood how powerful Leo was now. A year's worth of profits earned by his team's hard work at sea would not even be sufficient to hire a Class 4 creation master once. Yet, that figure managed to use a mysterious method to perform the ability of a Class 4 creation master. At the same time, Lun knew that man possessed more than just Class 4 creation master power. Regular Class 4 creation masters would not be able to produce bronze/legend feys. That man was Lun's secret and savior. Most of the Violent Wind Federation sailors worshipped a god and would carve the image of this god on the mast of their ships. According to legend, a giant sea dragon was sleeping at the bottom of the sea surrounding the Violent Wind Federation, and the sailors passed on this legend by word of mouth. But recently, Lun scratched off the image of the dragon off the mast of his ship and carved 2 thrones there instead. There was a man with the Leo constellation above him seated on one of the thrones and a woman with the Libra constellation above her seated on the other. Lun had more belief in these 2 figures than the questionable sea dragon. They were now his gods. When Lun stood up, his gaze flashed. Sailors were always fighting over resources and unwilling to work together. But now that the god had told him to start a faction, he could only apologize to the other sailors. Anyone who stood in his way would be killed, and only cooperative people would be allowed to live. Perhaps it was because he had interacted with the blue ring sea octopus and was influenced by it, but he was now braver and more willing to make sacrifices. Only such people would be able to achieve their goals and protect their loved ones. Almost a week had passed, and Lun looked forward to the second meeting amongst the stars. At that moment, Lun felt like a cloud amongst the stars was calling him. Lun immediately became excited and barked some instructions before returning to his room and locking the door behind him. He then answered the call from the stars. The meeting amongst the stars only took place once every week. This time, Yin Lin, Bei-su, Tale, Buletin Po, and Lun were not the only ones in attendance. Su Yiren had also been called. Su Yiren had been called because there was something she needed to do during this astronomical parliament's parliamentary meeting. Not long ago, when Lin Yuan had been helping Mythbreed Feys to overcome world cleansings and to collect spirit chi crystals, he had visited the Divine Wood Federation once. During that visit, he provided her with 3 months' worth of resources that Prosperous Chamber of Commerce would be offering and gave her 20 pairs of bronze/epic item storing walnuts. Su Yiren pondered for a long while after receiving the item storing walnuts and eventually chose 14 pairs to turn into bells that she hung on the 14 poppy fruits. This would improve the Love Music Center's reputation as well as attract more disciples of top families in the Divine Wood Federation. The top families' disciples were the best information sources for Su Yiren. They would be able to help Su Yiren create the best channels of information. Lin Yuan had said he would not return to the Divine Wood Federation anytime soon and told Su Yiren to manage all the business there. He also gave her a magical piece of paper she could write on using her spiritual power. The paper would allow both of them to communicate effectively even if they were in different federations. But for some reason, Su Yiren wanted to sit face to face with Lin Yuan. Thus, she rushed to join when she received the call, even though there was nothing she needed to attend to. Lin Yuan nodded at the 6 people who were in attendance. It seemed that Buletin Po and Lun had overcome their issues. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Buletin Po said with gratitude, "Leo, thanks to your help, my sister is now free, and I have become a Class 3 creation master. I'm now an Earth Mother. The Sky Mother who tested me said that I'm going to meet with the Spirit Mother. There is a high chance that the Spirit Mother will accept me as a disciple." Buletin Po looked at Lin Yuan as though Lin Yuan were a member of his family and told him everything candidly without holding back. Bei-su and Tale did not react to what Buletin Po said as they had never heard of Earth Mothers, Sky Mothers, or Spirit Mothers. However, Su Yiren was a Dark Envoy, and Yin Lin was an Azure Envoy. Both of them were aware of this Class 5 Creation Master from the Spirit Mother Federation. Chapter 1523, Want to See You. As a sailor, Lun had heard of this federation that was near to the Violent Wind Federation and was ferocious. A 14-year-old Class 3 Creation Master would cause waves to ripple through not just the Spirit Mother Federation but also the 7 States of Darkness and the Azure Federation and would be immediately placed on a pedestal. If this young man called Buletin Po had become a Class 3 Creation Master at his age, there was an 80% chance that he would be accepted to become the Spirit Mother's disciple. However, this would only take place in the Spirit Mother Federation because it was a well-oiled machine. Every gear that moved would lead back to the Spirit Mother, and no issues took place. If Buletin Po was in the Azure Federation or the 7 States of Darkness, Buletin-po would have been locked away by a faction where he would be secretly nurtured or killed out of envy when he was walking along the streets. Su Yiren and Yin Lin both decided to become acquainted with Buletin-po. Both of them were shocked by the value of the astronomical parliament's members. There were already a few envoys in this small group. If things continued on this trajectory, the astronomical parliament would become a mini-major federation meeting. While Buletin-po was thanking Lin Yuan, he suddenly broke down in tears. After Lin Yuan helped him, Buletin-po's life was no longer as difficult. He and his sister were leading lives that they never dared to dream of in the past. This was the reason Buletin-po felt so overwhelmed when he saw Lin Yuan. Wo Lun fell to his knees and worshipped Lin Yuan and Wenyu as he said, "Leo, Libra, I have created a miniature sailor association. I will do my best to gather boats from now on." Lin Yuan thought, Wo Lun truly is a genius when it comes to business. Wo Lun had managed to set up a mini-faction in 7 short days. When Buletin-po started to cry, Tale walked over to him and started to comfort him. When Buletin-po stopped crying, Tale said to Lin Yuan, "Teacher, my grandfather caught a group of the rock corner camels in the desert. They are able to move at least twice as quickly as we can. We will be able to reach the border of the Divine Wood Federation in about another 27 days. There were less than 20 days before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lin Yuan could arrange for Su Yiren and Tale to meet after the Radiance 100 sequence selection before they requested the territory at the border. Bei Su's situation was the same. But after Lin Yuan helped Bei Su become a creation master, his subordinates' source-type items evolved, and Bei Su did not have to fight alone anymore because they could now help him. Just as the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting was about to end, Yin Lin said softly to Lin Yuan, "I will be arriving at the Radiance Federation in 12 days. The envoys from the Freedom Federation are traveling with us. They wanted to ally with us during the journey, but I turned them down." Lin Yuan and Wenyu's expressions changed. Before Yin Lin finished speaking, she paused and went on to say, "The envoys from the Freedom Federation are definitely planning something for the Radiance Federation, but I'm not sure what. Additionally, you must be careful of the Firefly Demon Fetus source-type life form. Luckily, I confiscated all 12 Firefly Demon Fetuses they traded with us. However, they might have more in their possession." Lin Yuan and Wenyu exchanged a look, and it was clear that they had not heard of the Firefly Demon Fetus. This was not surprising because the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation had always been at odds. However, the Azure Federation had ties with both the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. As such, the Azure Federation knew more about the Freedom Federation than the Radiance Federation. The information that Yin Lin just provided was very important to Lin Yuan. It was expected that the envoys from the Freedom Federation would cause trouble at the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Neither side would be able to back down when a battle broke out. However, the situation was different if the envoys from the Freedom Federation tried to ally with the envoys from the Azure Federation because it turned the conflict between 2 parties to 3 parties. It seemed that the Freedom Federation was about to cause a huge commotion. Since Yin Lin had advised Lin Yuan to be careful of the Firefly Demon Fetus, he felt that it was necessary to ask her exactly what it was. Yin Lin replied to Lin Yuan's question, "The Firefly Demon Fetus is a special source-type item that can cause insect species carcinoma phase to mutate and gain intelligence by breaking through their limits. They will be able to comprehend willpower runes and evolve into fantasy and even myth breed." Yin Lin had clearly laid out the dangers of the Firefly Demon Fetus. Yet, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard what Yin Lin said. The Firefly Demon Fetus was perfect for Lu Ji. Lu Ji's current battle style no longer only involved the Insect Queen but more of the insect species carcinoma phase that the Insect Queen controlled. This was the difference between Lu Ji and other Spirit Chi professionals. He was more like a walking disaster. Although he could produce powerful effects by using insect species carcinoma phase in combat, he targeted the environment and not individuals. Hence, Lu Ji could not gain a leg up on other Spirit Chi professionals who wielded numerous phase. As strong as the Insect Queen was, it was only an insect species source-type life form. But if he had the Firefly Demon Fetus, Lu Ji would be able to enable all of the insect species carcinoma phase to break through and start wielding them as phase. At that time, Lu Ji would be terrifying. Lin Yuan and Wenyu could already predict how frightening Lu Ji would be at that time. The Firefly Demon Fetus was the opportunity that Lu Ji had been hoping for. Moreover, according to what Yin Lin said, she had a total of 12 Firefly Demon Fetuses. Lin Yuan said to her seriously, "I'm very interested in the 12 Firefly Demon Fetuses you have. Will I be able to trade with you for them?" Yin Lin instinctively replied, "Leo, I can just give them to you. I don't have any use for them. However, they are very important, and leaving them at the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce won't be appropriate because they could lead to disaster if the person in charge is careless. So, Leo, I would like to meet you to hand the Firefly Demon fetuses to you personally. Chapter 1524, Downtrodden Purple Afterglow. Su Yiren's lips twitched when she heard what Yin Lin said. She felt that there was no hope left for Yin Lin. It's just a trade, but you don't want anything other than seeing him. Su Yiren felt that Yin Lin was very silly. However, she forgot that she had also come to the astronomical parliament because she wanted to see Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded hesitantly. Okay, let's meet at the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Hope and nervousness flashed through Lin Yuan's eyes. During this time, the banquet amongst the stars came to an end. After the astronomical parliamentary meeting ended, Lin Yuan continued to evolve phase in the hopes of raising his spirit chi professional rank. Lin Yuan also observed Chimey and Genius situations. Over the past few days, Miao Genshin's heart fell from the sky to the ground before plunging into the abyss. At first, Connected Beast Park wanted to wipe out 7 veteran factions to propel themselves back to glory. Hence, they lined up 7 blood-packed ultimate fights in 4 days. At this point, Connected Beast Park was rolling in sin, and Miao Zhenshan was fine with his family taking on more crimes. The resources from 7 veteran factions would be able to help Connected Beast Park gain 7 more Thearch class experts and enable them to return to their prime. Moreover, Lin Yuan had released a statement. Thus, Miao Zhenshan did not believe that Sky City would step in to help the veteran factions unless he provoked them. However, there was no way that Miao Zhenshan could have known that things were about to take a turn in a direction that he did not expect. In the first blood-packed ultimate fight, the Miao family lost 3 Thearch class experts and once again became the laughingstock of the entire Radiance Federation. The City Lord of Sky City and the Moon Empress disciple once became hot topics on Star Web. After the incident, the first thing that Miao Zhenshan did was contact Lin Yuan. Yet, he found Lin Yuan to be uncontactable. Another 2 days passed, and the Miao family lost 12 Thearch class experts. By now, the Miao family had lost a majority of their new Thearch class experts. These Thearch class experts were all part of the Miao family's source of power. At that moment, Miao Zhenshan suddenly felt a wave of regret. Since he could not get in touch with Lin Yuan, Miao Zhenshan had no choice but to contact the other top factions with whom Connected Beast Park had recently established connections to ask them for help. However, the top factions ended up burning the bridge with Miao Zhenshan directly. What the hell? The black figure sent by Sky City is clearly stronger than Pinnacle Creation and might have already reached Immortal. People are already calling Sky City the 4th best top faction. Are you asking us to help because you think we have too many Thearch class experts and want us to thin the horde by sending them to their deaths? You are so evil. Since Miao Zhenshan could not gain any help, he had no choice but to contact Sky City. Unfortunately, he did not receive any reply from them either. When this failed, Miao Zhenshan contacted the veteran factions that he had challenged in the hopes they would agree to end the blood-packed ultimate fight. He would compensate them appropriately afterward. However, all the veteran factions vehemently turned him down. Miao Zhenshan was so desperate that he sat bonelessly in the Miao family's residence. By the 3rd day, another 3 Thearch class experts were gone. Once the 4th day rolled around, Miao Zhenshan decided to stop sending up Thearch class experts. Instead, he sent 3 random people to their death. As long as he was still alive, he was sure that no veteran faction would be brave enough to seek them out. But on the 4th day, after the 7th blood-packed ultimate fight loss, the final winning veteran faction came to the Miao family's residence in a large procession. Just as Miao Zhenshan was about to retaliate, a black figure flashed past. At that point, Connected Beast Park's century-long legacy finally ended. After the incident, the Pinnacle Thearch class expert Miao Zhenshan became the 5th expert under the tongue of Relinquish's control. Lin Yuan's life was peaceful yet fruitful. Now, Lin Yuan could almost take a backseat role. He continued to evolve phase and observe Genius and Chimey. More and more gold patterns appeared on Chimey's blue feathers. Any movement of Chimey's wings would cause the gold patterns to shimmer. They resembled the strings of a harp that were producing a melodious symphony. Genius changes took place in its tail. Previously, Genius tails consisted of 8 white plumes that extended from its posterior. This time, Genius tails grew longer again. However, it was not its fur that grew but its solidified spiritual energy. Through his communication with Genius, Lin Yuan realized that Genius could control its 8 tails as though they were hands. This caused Genius to be able to use its 8 tails to concoct spirit fluids faster. Genius could even split its 8 tails into groups of 2 and simultaneously concoct 5 bottles of spirit fluids of the same type. If it tried to concoct 5 different types of spirit fluids, it would be more likely to fail than succeed. Recently, Purple Afterglow had not returned to the marsh world. Instead, it lay listlessly on the Diamond X/Fantasy V Jasmine Lily. Now that its friend had evolved while it was still stagnant, Purple Afterglow could not help but become anxious. Unfortunately, there was no helping its situation. It was extremely difficult to find the Nirvana Blaze butterfly. Lin Yuan had been continuously comforting Purple Afterglow. Purple Afterglow was the most beautiful fey in the world and had never experienced such a blow. However, Lin Yuan's comfort could not inflate Purple Afterglow in the slightest. Rather, it made Purple Afterglow feel more useless. Now, even the useless Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies were useful. Yet, Lin Yuan used Purple Afterglow very rarely during battle. Recently, Lu Ji had been training in the Spirit Guard's land, so there was no cook in the mansion. Wen Yu had wanted to take on the job, but even she found it hard to swallow her own cooking. Thus, they had been ordering food. This allowed the Mother of Bloodbath to discover a new paradise. This did not mean that Lu Ji's cooking was worse than the food from the Spirit Food Pavilion, because no food in the world would taste better than Lu Ji's cooking in the Mother of Bloodbath's opinion. However, cooking was hard on Lu Ji and could not fill the Mother of Bloodbath's stomach. No matter how much food Lu Ji made, it would be far from enough for a myth-breed fey like the Mother of Bloodbath. Eating was just a hobby to the Mother of Bloodbath. Chapter 1525, Chu Si's Fourth Fey. After discovering food delivery, the Mother of Bloodbath immediately placed a long order with the Spirit Food Pavilion. The Mother of Bloodbath ordered almost half of the dishes from the Spirit Food Pavilion. Lin Yuan felt that he needed to introduce the Mother of Bloodbath to Zhao Xiaochun so both of them could be foodie buddies together. That day, Lin Yuan ate as usual. The glow-winged butterflies fluttered around the manor as per usual. They were able to remove dust and were the most hard-working cleaners in the mansion. The people in the mansion were already used to seeing the glow-winged butterflies flying around the mansion, and very few people noticed them now. While they were eating the delivery food, Lin Yuan was bored and wanted to take a look at the 5 fortune ranchos. At this moment, he realized that a patch of the spirit-containing hibiscus had wilted. This should not be so. Although Lin Yuan had placed the 3 Dragon Phoenix landscape carp in the submerged flood dragon lake, the fish tank still housed the 5 fortune ranchos. After such a long time, and given that Lin Yuan had the habit of placing his hand on the fish tank whenever he had time to inject pure spirit chi into it, the 5 fortune ranchos should have reached an average of bronze X/epic. The 99 5 fortune ranchos should be releasing spirit chi that was equivalent to a bottle of grade 2 spirit fluid. With such a level of spirit chi around, there was no reason for the spirit-containing hibiscus to wilt. Lin Yuan decided to check on the situation. But when he stepped nearer and was about to touch the wilted spirit-containing hibiscus, a red figure flew out of the wilted plants. This figure had a clear fierceness and solitude radiating from it. Yet, it did not attack Lin Yuan. Instead, it flew around him and hesitated before landing on his collar and looking into his eyes. It had a red body, and its feather-like wings were lined with the patterns of flames. It looked exactly like what the Nirvana Blaze butterfly would look like. Previously, Lin Yuan did not understand the Nirvana Blaze butterfly. But recently, he wanted to evolve Purple Afterglow and help it regain its confidence. As such, he researched the Nirvana Blaze butterfly and used his connections to ask if anyone could help find it. However, he had yet to find anything of value. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the red butterfly on his shoulder. Fey name, Nirvana Blaze butterfly. Fey species, butterfly species/phoenix butterfly species. Fey grade, bronze, 7/10. Fey type, fire/spiritual. Fey quality, flawless. Abilities. Scale fire, when it flaps its wings and spreads the scale powder can be quickly set on fire to light all surrounding targets on fire. Temper fire fortify, form a layer of tempered fire on the surface of a shield using scale powder. The layer of tempered fire can defend against water-type damage while increasing the shield's defense. Exclusive skill. Bath fire life, when under attack, the light from burning scale powder can enable it to be revived. Lin Yuan now knew that this was indeed the Nirvana Blaze butterfly. One really could not go looking for it. After so much searching, there had been no news. It turned out that it had already been in the mansion long ago. Lin Yuan immediately thought of that unusual glow-winged butterfly that he had seen. He had been about to leave his group to investigate it but was interrupted by something. It was likely that that glow-winged butterfly had turned into this Nirvana Blaze butterfly. When the glow-winged butterfly transformed into the Nirvana Blaze butterfly, its wood-type energy changed into fire-type. The glow-winged butterfly was a wood-type fey and terrified of fire-type energy. Hence, the glow-winged butterfly would be extremely averse to interacting with the Nirvana Blaze butterfly and would not dare to go near it. This was the reason the Nirvana Blaze butterfly had left the group. Through the records and the information, Lin Yuan learned that the Nirvana Blaze butterfly had a very bad temper and liked to set targets on fire with its scale powder. Since the Nirvana Blaze butterfly did not attack Lin Yuan and even acted affectionately toward him, it meant that it remembered how he had evolved it. Lin Yuan raised his hand, and the Nirvana Blaze butterfly flew up from his shoulder and landed on his fingertip instead. Lin Yuan was delighted when he saw the red butterfly on his fingertip. Now, Purple Afterglow could evolve its quality, and Chu Ci would gain another fey. Scale Fire would enable the Nirvana Blaze butterfly to become an arsonist. It could cover the mansion in its scale powder at night, and all the jade-textured wood furniture in the house would immediately be set ablaze. Scale Fire would also become stronger when the Nirvana Blaze butterfly's power rose. Moreover, it could set something on fire by triggering the energy in the target's body and would use up the target's energy. When the Nirvana Blaze butterfly reached a certain level, it might even be able to set a river on fire. Bath Fire life suited Scale Fire well. As a scale butterfly species fey, its scale powder could be easily regenerated. Even if the Nirvana Blaze butterfly was killed, it could be revived using the light from the scale powder that had been set alight. The Nirvana Blaze butterfly could use a special method to gain immortality. However, it also had a natural enemy. It was terrified of fighting in the sea when it was lacking power. If it could not set the sea water on fire, its scale powder would be swept away by the sea, and it would not be able to revive itself. Ice-type feys were also the bane of the Nirvana Blaze butterfly's existence because it was much harder to set ice on fire than water. It was also easier to put out a fire in an extremely cold environment. Lin Yuan decided to make the Nirvana Blaze butterfly Chu Ci's fourth fey because it was a defense-type fey and due to temper fire fortify. Although Chu Ci currently did not have an accurate defense-type fey, the yellow jadeite golden butterfly and pink piercing crystal oyster could add to her defense. Temper fire fortify would be able to improve the shields, and the fire on the surface would give the shields an offensive side. It would become even more powerful when used on the obsidian iron wild bull. The abilities that made use of the tempered fire were also suited to the burning sunflower twins. Both of them would be able to boost each other. Chapter 1526, They Are Waiting for You. More importantly, the Nirvana Blaze butterfly was sufficiently attractive. With the pink piercing crystal oyster and Nirvana Blaze butterfly, Chu Ci would definitely be able to rid herself of the nickname Princess Iron Bull. Lin Yuan brought the Nirvana Blaze butterfly back to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, and Purple Afterglow immediately perked up when it saw the Nirvana Blaze butterfly. The Nirvana Blaze butterfly noticed Purple Afterglow at the same time that Purple Afterglow noticed it. Butterfly species phase all placed priority on beauty, and the Nirvana Blaze butterfly had already started to fly around Purple Afterglow. It immediately changed from being arrogant to being obedient. The Nirvana Blaze butterfly had one of the top 3 bloodlines amongst butterfly species phase. Taking into account the kill food sky butterfly, Lin Yuan already had 2 of the top 3 butterfly species fey bloodlines. Even without Lin Yuan's instruction, Purple Afterglow told the Nirvana Blaze butterfly to absorb the spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and quickly produce scale powder. Purple Afterglow swiftly began absorbing the Nirvana Blaze butterfly's scale powder and started to evolve from Fantasy I until it reached Fantasy V. At that moment, Lin Yuan could not see any difference in Purple Afterglow. It was still beautiful. The Purple Afterglow beauty goddess butterfly already stood at the top in terms of beauty, and nothing could compare to it. But Purple Afterglow was on a completely different level compared to the past. Previously, Purple Afterglow was like a popular hostess. But now, it was a goddess. It was already so beautiful in its fey form that Lin Yuan was curious to see how it would look in human form. Amongst all of Lin Yuan's feys, only Chimey and Genius had not reached Fantasy V. Once they did, Lin Yuan would be able to increase his power to its peak in a short span of time. After working hard for 2 straight days to evolve all the feys in the orders he had received, Lin Yuan finally had time to rest. He logged into StarWeb and saw that there were also many posts about Black besides the ones about Connected Beast Park, Sky City and the Moon Empress Disciple. This made Lin Yuan curious. He had not appeared as Black in some time and had not even fought at the Celestial Stairway. So why was he being discussed on Star Web? This should not be so. When Lin Yuan clicked on the posts and read through them, he immediately knew what was going on. Black was being discussed now because he was being badmouthed. The original post wrote, Black no longer deserves to be discussed in the same conversation as Chu Ci and Lin Yuan. There has been no news of him in the past few months. He either met with an accident or was hurt. His talents were oversold anyways. This post reminded the Star Web users of Black and propelled him into sudden popularity. Many replied to the original post by attacking the poster. Tomorrow's light, isn't Black going to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection? It's normal for him to take himself out of the public eye when he's preparing for it. Everyone there's no need to be mean. No matter what has happened to Black, it doesn't change the fact that he's a hero who saved the entire Millstone town. How dare you speak about a hero this way? Lost Youth, Black defeated the Celestial Stairway and owns a silver healing type Fey and the legendary blue flash purple butterfly. These are testaments of his talent. Does he have to constantly show off to prove his talent? Do you see the members of royalty showing off? Are you brave enough to say that any of them have lost their talent or are weak? Brother dear, I'm a male fan. Black is with me. Thank you, but we will be blocking you. Still, there were also some users who agreed with the original poster. Dead Spirit Delight, there has never been any point in comparing Lin Yuan and Black. At the very most, he can be compared to Chu Ci. Everyone witnessed Black's power in the Celestial Stairway. There's no way he can defeat Meng Su. Moreover, Black wears a mask, so how can you say that he's younger than Lin Yuan? Mirror Flower Water Moon, Chu Ci has Bronze/Fantasy phase. You can't compare Bronze/Fantasy phase with Silver/Fantasy phase. I don't understand why Black constantly butts heads with Chu Ci and Lin Yuan. Since Black had been silent and Tian Ningning had stopped updating news regarding Black, the number of people discussing the topic fell. The only people who were still active were Black's old fans who liked his character. Black was being defended by Lu Lang in his official fan club. The people in the group were so righteously enraged about the post that they were ready to start slamming their keyboards. However, the attacks from these few people could not overcome the wave of accusations. Time would eventually take over everything. For example, Black used to dominate the discussions on Star Web a few months ago. Lin Yuan had no idea about this because he had never paid attention to these posts. It was almost time for the Radiance 100 sequence selection. At that time, he just needed to use his identity as Black to reveal even more power, and he would take center stage in the discussions on Star Web again, and all of the accusations would disprove themselves. Just as Lin Yuan was about to check on the purchase with No Loss store to see what it had earned from auctioning off the Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls, he was distracted by a message in the group. Stream in the cloud, did you see those posts? Why doesn't Black just come out and fight a few bouts on the Celestial Stairway to squash these accusations? As one of his loyal fans, I'm so upset, but nothing I say can change these opinions. Violent-tempered woman, I can't find the strength to say any more. Forget it, and let's pack up so we can watch Black's Celestial Stairway fights with Big Sister Xin. Zhou Jiaxin, look at these posts. Regardless, Black will show his face during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lin Yuan clicked on the post Zhou Jiaxin attached and saw the messages from Black's official fan club. There were several thousand messages, and he could not look through them all. However, he picked up on a special feeling while he was reading through them. Apparently, Black had become a beacon of hope for many people. With so much hope resting on his shoulders, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that he had been neglecting these people by being too lazy to fight at the Celestial Stairway. Black was now providing the least faith power out of all three of Lin Yuan's identities. Even though Black had not shown his face in some time, the dots of light in the shrine were still bright. Since they were waiting for news about Black, Lin Yuan was not opposed to making an appearance as Black to feed his fans with some content. Chapter 1527, Tell them I'm still here. Naturally, Lin Yuan could use the popularity from this to gain new fans and repay some of those who had been supporting him. He was going to tell them that he was still here and had been working hard in the shadows. Lin Yuan logged out of his own Star Web account. He took out his phone and called Tian Ningning. When she picked up, he said, I'm going to fight on the Celestial Stairway. Tian Ningning immediately started to cheer out of excitement. As Black's exclusive reporter, Tian Ningning was acquainted with the people who managed Black's official fan club. As such, she knew much more news than him. She had wanted to ask him to appear as Black countless times. But every time, she decided against it. Tian Ningning had been eating at the return from faraway mansion in the past 2 days and knew how busy Lin Yuan was. Nonetheless, Black was Tian Ningning's faith, and it was difficult for her to watch her faith being trampled on. Now that she knew that Black was going to fight on the celestial stairway, she immediately said, "Lin Yuan, give me a front row seat. No matter how many fights you fight, I will produce all the fight reports tonight." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "You will probably have an easy time writing the fight reports today, and they won't take up much of your time." Next, Lin Yuan logged into Star Web as Black and immediately went into Star Web Tower to begin the matching. Lin Yuan had reached 14 stars on the celestial stairway, and most of the experts he encountered had a platinum fey. The weaker opponents would have a gold and above fantasy breed fey. This level of power was easy for Lin Yuan. Now, Lin Yuan could defeat such an opponent with any of his feys, even the Jasmine Lily. However, there were a few feys that Lin Yuan could not summon during a celestial stairway battle, and the Jasmine Lily was one of them. Once he summoned the Jasmine Lily, he would announce to the world that he was Lin Yuan. If he revealed Blackie and used Spirit Essence Explosion to attack his opponent's feys, the regular people would not think much of it, but those who had attended the Guardia banquet would easily be able to guess his identity. Genius needed to use tool transformation to become a mask that Lin Yuan would wear while Chimey was busy evolving itself. Lin Yuan did not want to waste Chimey's time. After all, Chimey needed more time to evolve itself than Genius when it consumed the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. Thus, the most suitable phase that Lin Yuan could use were Source Sand and the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. Lin Yuan planned on sending the Diamond X/Legend Acid Corrosion Queen Bee from the beginning of the battle so it could train its combat skills. This would help it to comprehend willpower runes in the future. After Poison Beauty became the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's signed host, she used the support they gave her to become a famous host. She no longer needed to work as a celestial stairway guard to earn a living or gain the attention of fans. All of the money that Poison Beauty earned went to evolving her power. Many of her feys had evolved significantly. The Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw and Poison Weaving Dark Spider had reached Platinum, and a Creation Master had evolved them to epic quality. With this amount of power, Poison Beauty still had space to evolve even if she reached level 14 of the Celestial Stairway. Ever since she became the main host selling luxury goods, Poison Beauty rarely live-streamed on Star Web. But even though she had money now, she did not forget about her old fans. Whenever she had time, she would live-stream, fight a bit, make some argumentative comments, and block some people. However, when she started live-streaming her battle this time, she was not trying to make a living but testing where her limits were. If she could only make a living after spending so much money to evolve her phase, the money would have gone to waste. However, Poison Beauty did not expect that the Star Web fights she did during her free time ended up increasing her number of fans. She was currently matching up with opponents and planned on releasing a slew of insults the moment she was matched to test her opponent's mindset. This would also make the fight more exciting for the livestream audience. But when she saw the silver mask that her opponent was wearing, Poison Beauty was stunned. Her audience was also stunned. There had been people who wore silver masks when they fought on Star Web. However, Black's popularity had been falling recently, and the number of people imitating him had also decreased. Moreover, most of the people who fought on the Celestial Stairway were experts who wanted to make a name for themselves using their unique fighting style. Hence, people rarely did imitations on the Celestial Stairway. Blue Wind Rain, isn't this Black? Although he isn't dressed in black clothes, his physique and height match that of Black. If Lin Yuan could see the comments in Poison Beauty's live-streaming room, he would definitely roll his eyes. All of you are just spouting nonsense. He had not only grown taller in the last few months, but his entire aura had changed after consuming the Earth Center fine milk. The female audience in the live-streaming room had also noticed this. Lonely confused fish, no, no, no. This person's physique is top-notch. Poison Beauty is already enamored. Hating the world, Poison Beauty, regain your senses. Look at his information and see if he's Black. Even if you aren't curious, we want to know. Laugh silently, if he's Black, I suggest Poison Beauty and Black get married immediately. They matched with each other 3 times on Celestial Stairway, even though Black rarely comes on here. They are destined for each other. Poison Beauty looked at the silver-masked figure. She could clearly sense the figure's aura. It was extremely familiar. She had only ever felt this aura from one person, and that was black. While Poison Beauty was nervously looking through her opponent's information, the figure opposite her said softly, "Long time no see." When she heard this voice, she was certain that this person was black. Nonetheless, she clicked on his information. She was not doing this so she could read the information but so the live stream's audience could see. Chapter 1528, How is Black so powerful? At that point, Poison Beauty was ready to fall to her knees to thank Black. This was the third time he was boosting her popularity. Black's reappearance and Poison Beauty's words caused the audience in the live streaming room to start buzzing with commotion. It did not take long for the news that Black was in Poison Beauty's room to spread like wildfire. Poison Beauty wanted to stall for time and only start the battle once the activity in her live streaming room reached a peak. However, Lin Yuan did not want to give Poison Beauty this chance. He had a Diamond X/Fantasy Fey and could easily fight his way to level 80 of the Celestial Stairway. Since he was going to reveal the Diamond X/Legend Acid Corrosion Queen Bee and the Diamond X/Fantasy V Source Sand, he was ready to climb from level 14 to 80 that night. Hence, he did not have time that he could allow Poison Beauty to waste. Poison Beauty would have to give up on her idea of using Black to skyrocket her popularity again. Every passing moment of Poison Beauty's live stream saw more people entering and commenting. In the span of a few short minutes, Poison Beauty's fan count had increased threefold. 5 elements lack money, it really is Black. I have been his fan for 6 months. He has been absent for so long, but he makes an appearance once people attack him on Star Web. Isn't he hinting at us to keep it up? Passing guest, ah. Black is finally back. How many months has it been? Windflower Little Moon, as long as Black fights on the Celestial Stairway, the videos of him in the video library will be updated, and I'll have new videos to watch. Endless Loneliness, what is Black trying to prove by making a sudden appearance? If you don't show the same amount of power that Lin Yuan did when he fought Meng Su, it will be pointless even if you beat Poison Beauty. Provoking Little Strawberry, does anyone want to come to my live streaming room to place a bet? How much are you willing to bet that Black will win? The more you bet, the more I'll lose. There were all sorts of comments. The rolling comments made Poison Beauty excited. At that moment, Black said, "Let's summon our feys. I'll attack you if you don't summon yours in 3 seconds." Poison Beauty immediately waved her hand and summoned the Platinum 6/Epic Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw and Platinum 9/Epic Poison Weaving Dark Spider. She instructed them to produce illusionary mist and poisonous web to build up a defense while she hid amongst the mist and summoned another fey. It was clear that she was laying down her defenses. Poison Beauty wanted to stall for as long as she could. But at the same time, she knew how much she had improved in this time. As such, she wanted to have a good spar with Black. At that moment, Black said, "Since you've begun laying down moves, I will take it as the battle has begun." Just as Poison Beauty was about to speak to stall for time, a buzzing noise filled the air. Poison Beauty did not have any time to react, and she did not even see what fey had her 2 feys before the battle came to an end. After the fight was over, Lin Yuan automatically moved on to level 15 and went into matching again. Lin Yuan's attack caused Poison Beauty's live streaming room to pause for a few seconds before the comments streamed in. "Free Spirit, what just happened? Did anyone get a good look? Moonscar, I think I saw a dark red insect. It looked like a bee species fey. That was all I managed to see. Colorless flower, can any creation master tell us what fey Black used? Why haven't we seen Black use it before?" Poison Beauty's live streaming room was not a good place for communication because any message would be buried in a sea of hundreds of messages in the next second. The last time that Black fought on the Celestial Stairway, many scholars, fey observers, spiritual ingredient analysts, and creation masters had been present to secretly observe his feys. A Pinnacle Class 3 creation master who had rushed over when he received word of Black and Poison Beauty's fight immediately posted a comment. The insect species fey that Black used is at Diamond X/Legend. After observing the fight, this Pinnacle Class 3 creation master did a general analysis of Black's insect species fey. This post was immediately pushed to popularity on Star Web, and many people responded to it. Existence is logical, Diamond X/Legend fey? Isn't this the level of a Pinnacle younger generation member? Is Black that strong? Galaxy, if Black is able to contract Diamond feys, does that mean that he's a King class expert? Salted Fish Tales, I also noticed this. Isn't Black below 20 years old? How can he be an A-rank spirit chi professional? There's no way he's a King class expert. Broken Kite String, he can do this if he rolls grades. It looks like Black is a disciple of a large faction. Wind Rush, what's the point in guessing? A Big Shot will release a post of their analysis later. What I want to know is if Black moved on to fight the next level. If he is, does anyone have a link to the live streaming room? While the group was guessing whether Black would participate in the next Celestial Stairway fight, a post containing a detailed analysis of Black appeared. This post immediately stole the spotlight because a Class 4 Creation Master wrote it. Class 4 Creation Masters rarely posted their analysis. The post highlighted 3 points. Firstly, the Diamond X/Legend insect species was not a fey but a source-type life form. Secondly, the insect species source-type life form had been used when Black took on Chen Hongfeng. It had cut a large hole in the abdomen of the smooth-toothed elephant lizard. Thirdly, the insect species source-type life form was an assassin with strong attacking skills. At the end of the post, the Class 4 Creation Master wrote, Duan Li, from the looks of this phase growth, Black is definitely more powerful than we think. Don't forget that he has more than one fantasy breed fey. He also has the healing type plant and the blue bird. The person who made this post was none other than Master Duan Li. Chapter 1529, Celestial Stairway 50 stars. Recently, the group had been discussing Black. Master Duan Li went to read through the messages and happened across the live stream. Master Duan Li felt that she needed to voice her support for this young hero of the Radiance Federation. With this young man's power, he deserved Master Duan Li's support. He was probably at the peak of power that the younger generation could achieve. If Black had a sacred source life form, he would be a true top expert of the younger generation. This kind of person did not deserve to be insulted. Duan Li could already predict how brilliant Black would be during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Master Duan Li's post surprised the users of StarWeb and filled Black's fans with excitement. But all of Black's old fans were marveling at how strong he was. Did he eat some kind of super booster? When people noticed Black in a live streaming room, they realized that he had risen from 15 stars in his fight with Poison Beauty to 22 stars. They could not imagine how he had been able to win 7 consecutive levels in 20 minutes. Excluding the time taken for the matchings, did that mean that he spent less than 10 seconds in each battle? The fight on level 22 of the Celestial Stairway also featured the B-species source-type life form. The StarWeb host who had been lucky enough to meet Lin Yuan in his live stream could not gain traction despite fighting on the Celestial Stairway. But now, thanks to Black's popularity, this StarWeb host had almost 10 times the number of his original fans. The StarWeb hosts who noticed this all switched on their live streams and started matching in the hopes of being able to encounter Black. It did not matter, even if he killed them with a single attack. No matter how pathetic their result was, they could become more popular just by encountering him. Lin Yuan did not know that he had become a treasure that numerous StarWeb hosts were coveting. Xiang Yang was not a veteran host. There were hosts who started live streaming from their first match to when they reached level 60. This meant that they live streamed from their younger years until they were middle-aged. Xiang Yang had only been live streaming for 5 months, but he had garnered a lot of support. This was because he had the gift of the gab and could easily excite his audience during a battle, and because he used to be a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Although he had been eliminated last year, he still carried the membership. Those who could become members of the Radiance 100 sequence had proved their talent, even if they were eventually eliminated. Xiang Yang felt that the members of the Radiance 100 sequence were all predators hiding in the shadows, as all of them were desperate to keep their power under wraps. Although the Radiance 100 sequence members needed to accommodate StarWeb's promotional stunts by participating in public battles on the Celestial Stairway, they would not summon their main feys during the battles. Instead, they would use the fey they had used the first time they made an appearance on StarWeb and turn that fey into their signature fey. A Celestial Stairway fight between members of the Radiance 100 sequence was just part of their duties. It would not demonstrate anything substantial. As such, Xiang Yang found the angle he could utilize during his live streams. First, he showed off his power and fought until he reached level 50 of the Celestial Stairway. He even partially exposed his secret weapons. Then, he allowed his rank to fall. Once he fell to about level 20, he started to give his audience battle tips. This way, he gained a large group of loyal fans. Currently, Xiang Yang was also in the midst of matching. He chatted with his fans, "During the battle, I'll show you how you should use Tiger species phase aura during a battle. Maple blow fallen leaves, Big Brother Yang, won't the Golden Dagger Axe fight Tiger's aura be useless if you encounter an opponent who doesn't have a beast type fey?" Xiang Yang replied with a chuckle, it doesn't matter even if the other party doesn't have a beast-type fey. It will be affected by aura as long as it has intelligence. This is why dragon species, tiger species, and phoenix species feys are so popular. Memory Inc., a Yang, Black is matching on level 20-something on the celestial stairway. Do you think you'll meet him? Xiang Yang said happily, it'll be great if I'm able to meet him. I saw all the posts about the live streaming room that you guys shared. A Diamond X/Legend insect species source type life form is about as strong as a Platinum X/Fantasy I fey. I might not be able to defeat Black, but the Golden Dagger X Fight Tiger will definitely be able to give him a run for his money. An average high schooler, a Yang, you're too humble. The Golden Dagger X Fight Tiger is Platinum V/Fantasy 2. It is skilled at speed, offense, and defense. The insect species source type life form can't compete with you at all. Growing up, a Yang, you used to be a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, and Black is going to try to become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Do you think that he stands a good chance of being chosen? Xiang Yang did not reply to the question. Although the Golden Dagger X Fight Tiger was not his strongest fey, it was one of his secret weapons. Meanwhile, it was evident that the insect species source type life form was only the tip of the iceberg when it came to Black's arsenal. Given that Black had the ability to evolve the insect species source type life form to Diamond X/Legend, it meant that he would be able to evolve his other two fantasy breed feys to Diamond as well. Owning a Diamond/Fantasy fey was the standard for being part of the first 30 members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Xiang Yang did not believe that he would be able to beat Black. Nonetheless, Xiang Yang did not hold back from praising Black. It's practically a guarantee that Black will be able to join the Radiance 100 sequence. His current power is already sufficient when compared to past members. However, the Radiance 100 sequence selection structure changed this year. I don't know what the new structure is. Fighting on Star Web will cause some feys to lose their advantage while some other feys could turn their disadvantages into advantages. Every person could give their all in a Star Web fight because they did not have to worry about putting their feys at risk. Hence, some feys would sacrifice themselves by self-exploding. In reality, in order to protect one's feys, no spirit chi professional would choose to explode their own feys. However, they could do so without hesitation on Star Web. This caused a fey like the Golden Dagger X Fight Tiger that had strong core abilities but was unable to explode itself to be at a disadvantage. Chapter 1530, I'm going to attack now. It went without saying that Xiang Yang only had such thoughts and did not speak them out. Suddenly, the opponent that Xiang Yang had matched with was pulled into the battle room. At this moment, Xiang Yang realized with a shock that his opponent turned out to be Black. With a wave of his hand, Xiang Yang summoned the Golden Dagger X Fight Tiger. He raised his head and said to the audience of the live streaming room, if Black uses the insect species source type life form again, the Golden Dagger X Fight Tiger will be able to maintain its advantage. At times, ferocity can be combined with attacks. Xiang Yang started to teach the live streaming room. There were many new audience members who had joined after receiving word. Many of them recognized Xiang Yan, who used to be number 94 of the Radiance 100 sequence and used to have the nickname Twin Tigers. As such, they started to follow him. Star Web was too immense. It was the Radiance Federation's second world and had more freedom. As such, Xiang Yang had not gained a large following in his live streams. Now that he had matched with Black, his live streaming room immediately became the eye of the storm that attracted the spectators who were after this precious live stream. Lin Yuan noticed that he had encountered another host. He had done thorough research on the members of the Radiance 100 sequence and recognized Xiang Yang to be one of the previous members. Lin Yuan nodded at Xiang Yang. This stunned Xiang Yang, and he realized that Lin Yuan had recognized him. Xiang Yang watched as his audience count increased from millions to tens of millions, and it was continuing to rise. Xiang Yang waved his hand and summoned his main fey. An enormous spotted tiger that was almost 8 meters long let out a fierce roar that reverberated throughout the battleground. The spotted tiger caused the Platinum/Fantasy Golden Dagger X Fight Tiger to lose all of its presence. Lin Yuan immediately checked on this fey and saw that it was called the South Hill Therak Tiger. It was Platinum X/Fantasy 3 and considered to be one of the best tiger species feys. Lin Yuan could sense that Xiang Yang was a B-rank spirit chi professional. It seemed that he had not rolled grades. Otherwise, his feys should have been able to reach diamond grade. The audience cheered when Xiang Yang did not hesitate to summon his secret weapon, and Black's fans were also beside themselves with excitement. All of them started to shower Xiang Yang's live streaming room with gifts. Black's fans felt that it was extremely difficult to convince Black to take the fight seriously. Xiang Yang's action would force Black to reveal more of his feys. Obviously, the insect species source-type life form would be no match for the Platinum X/Fantasy 3 South Hill Therak tiger. Lin Yuan was confused when he saw Xiang Yang's main fey. He did not understand how someone with Xiang Yang's power had been eliminated from the Radiance 100 sequence. Even if he had improved significantly in the past year, he should have had enough power a year ago to become one of the top 60 members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Xiang Yang was a mass of tangled emotions when he saw the praises from the audience. If the South Hill Therak tiger had not coincidentally been given the opportunity to evolve its bloodline during the Radiance 100 sequence selection and had fallen unconscious because of it, Xiang Yang would not have been left to fend for himself with only the Golden Dagger Axe Fight Tiger and ended up being eliminated from the Radiance 100 sequence. After he was eliminated, his only comfort was that the South Hill Therak tiger's bloodline had successfully transformed. Unfortunately, he could only apply to join the selection again after a gap year. Otherwise, he would be making an appearance at this year's Radiance 100 sequence. Xiang Yang looked at Black and said, "Black, I suggest that you open a live streaming room the next time you fight on the Celestial Stairway. Almost all of my spectators are your fans, and they are really looking forward to our battle. I have summoned my secret weapon, so you should summon another fey." Xiang Yang lifted his head and said to the live streaming room, "I gave you a helping hand, so don't forget to follow me in the future." There were immediate responses from the live streaming room. "Ancestor Peace, I followed you. I have already gone 6 months without seeing Black fight on Star Web. Violent-tempered woman, do your best and try to force Black to summon another fey." Lin Yuan shook his wrist, and an amber button-shaped object fell at his feet. The last time Lin Yuan used the source sand during a Star Web fight was when he matched with a desolate area. This time, he was given a stone battleground. The source sand burrowed onto the ground, leaving a hole in its wake. As a result, many people noticed that there was something strange happening at his feet. Despite facing an opponent that was stronger than the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee, Lin Yuan continued to use it. As the fight progressed, he had no chance to use the acid-swallowing larvae and the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee quickly became overwhelmed until the South Hill Therak tiger eventually killed it. This fight wasted a lot of Lin Yuan's time. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee needed to comprehend a willpower rune in order to evolve to fantasy breed. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee needed to be pushed to the brink by a powerful opponent. Thus, Lin Yuan did not mind using up some time. Currently, there were no feys standing in front of Lin Yuan. If the South Hill Therak tiger and Golden Dagger Axe Fight tiger attacked him at once, he would have no choice but to greet death. However, Xiang Yang did not instruct his 2 feys to do so. Instead, he said with a smile, "Black, it's time for you to summon your next fey." Lin Yuan had intended to wait for Xiang Yang to attack before retaliating. But since Xiang Yang had said that, Lin Yuan replied with, "I'm going to attack now." The moment Lin Yuan finished speaking, the ground beneath the South Hill Therak tiger and Golden Dagger Axe Fight tiger suddenly disintegrated into sand. 2 large hands trapped the 2 feys and knocked them together forcefully. With this, the battle came to an end. Black's combat power changed Xiang Yang's and the audience's perspective. "Slow walk, my mother just asked me why I'm eating while kneeling. I am in shock. Why is Black always able to blow my mind? North Wolf, killed in an instant. How did he kill 2 platinum/fantasy feys in an instant? Someone tell me. Behind the reason, what are all of you waiting for? Black is the best." Soon, Xiang Yang's live streaming room was filled with praises for Black. When Xiang Yang returned to his live streaming room and recovered from his shock, he also sent out a word of praise for Black. This caused many people to approve of Xiang Yang. At that moment, Master Duan Li hurriedly sent out another post about Black's new fey. Chapter 1531, Black's New Record. Master Duan Li pointed out that Black had used a diamond/fantasy elemental source-type life form in the post. Black had not used his full power, and the source-type life form only showed off its ability to control sand. As such, it was impossible to tell what its exact grade and quality were. Master Duan Li's post provided 2 key pieces of information. The first was that the fey was diamond/fantasy, and the second was that it was an elemental source-type life form. These 2 pieces of information stupefied everyone on Star Web who was watching. With diamond/fantasy power, he was already at the level to become one of the top 30 members of the Radiance 100 sequence. If Black had a diamond/fantasy fey, it meant that he stood a chance of fighting to become one of the top 30 members of the Radiance 100 sequence 2 years later. There had been many posts that declared that Black was weaker than Lin Yuan and Chu Ci. But now, despite having a bronze/fantasy fey at 15 years old, it seemed that Chu Ci could not compare with bronze's power. However, Lin Yuan's power during his fight with Meng Su was beyond that of Black. Lin Yuan's combat style involved the red beam of light that could drain vitality. But if Black could use the yellow sand to block the beam of light, Lin Yuan would be unable to drain vitality. When one was comparing geniuses, one genius would be praised to the heavens while the other would be belittled to the point of worthlessness. As such, many of Lin Yuan's fans could not hold back. Moreover, many members of the veteran and top factions had recognized Lin Yuan during the Guardia banquet. When they saw people on Star Web praising Black while insulting Lin Yuan, they acted as if on one brain cell. How dare you say that the Moon Empress disciple was weaker than Black? Black might be strong, but he did not have a sacred source life form. Was he able to defend an attack from a Diamond X/Fantasy V Fey using his physical body? Lin Yuan was still fighting on Star Web when he noticed that his own identity and Black were rapidly gaining faith power. As such, Lin Yuan felt he had time to fight a few more bouts on the Celestial Stairway and gain faith power that he would use to help Dark Blue evolve to Fantasy breed. Lin Yuan did not stop and continued commencing matching. He realized that almost all the opponents he encountered were Star Web hosts. After all, many people would want to seize such a golden opportunity. But no matter how hard the Star Web hosts tried, they could not push Lin Yuan to use a second move. Every time an opponent summoned their feys, large hands made of sand would appear to end the battle. Lin Yuan climbed from level 14 to level 50 in 2 mere hours. This rate was a record on Star Web. More importantly, Lin Yuan maintained his streak of being undefeated. Although Lin Yuan still had not reached the top of the ranking, he had risen to number 6. Very few people could achieve 50 consecutive levels of victory, as no one could predict what opponent they would be matched with. There were many Star Web hosts who stayed at around level 30 to 40 despite being able to reach level 60 to 70 so that they could perform more dramatically. Some even chose to stay at around level 20 to 30. Hence, the first place holder of the Celestial Stairway ranking had only won 63 consecutive fights. This was the best record ever since the Radiance Federation established Star Web. The person who held the record was none other than the current Radiance envoy, Chi Ruo. Everyone was guessing whether Black would be able to break Chi Ruo's record. Consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway and consecutive wins on Star Tower were different matters. It was much more valuable to win on the Celestial Stairway than it was to win on Star Tower. Once Black beat Chi Ruo's record, his image would be erected on the Celestial Stairway's Golden Hall of Fame. Previously, Lin Yuan had broken Star Tower's record with his 100 consecutive wins, and his image had only been erected on the Bronze Hall of Fame. It would mean unimaginable glory for citizens of the Radiance Federation to be erected on the Golden Hall of Fame. If Black could beat Chi Ruo's record, it meant that they had comparable talent. The members of the veteran and top factions who were paying attention to the matter thought to themselves, if Black is able to break Chi Ruo's record, he will be able to gain many hidden points for the upcoming Radiance 100 sequence selection. Under the hopeful gazes of all the Star Web users, Lin Yuan charged forward. Xiang Yang had already been able to reach level 50, so it was not surprising that the opponent Lin Yuan encountered on level 50 was no match for him. Lin Yuan conquered the opponents in his path until he reached level 63. He continued to use the giant sand hands to achieve victory easily. Suddenly, the name at the top of Celestial Stairway's ranking, which had been occupying that position for so long, flashed and was replaced as it fell to number 2. Every person on Star Web who was currently paying attention to this fight on Star Web felt as though they were witnessing history being written. The person who had fought against Black as his 26th opponent on the Celestial Stairway realized that his name had been recorded as well because of this event. It could be said that today was the best day to be Black's fan and the day that Black gained the most number of fans. Black's participation in the Radiance 100 sequence selection became the spotlight topic again. However, they were no longer debating whether he could pass the selection but what rank he would obtain. This match that shook the entire generation was nothing but another day in Lin Yuan's life. He was completely unaware of the waves that he was making. Lin Yuan continued to fight and soon found himself undefeated at level 75. By using the best methods to evolve the Source Sand to Diamond X/Fantasy V, it was even capable of defeating Diamond 4/Fantasy 2 phase using compressed sand. Black's fans had been excited when he broke a record and even more excited when he broke multiple records. Eventually, they felt numb. This entire event had taken place in the span of 2 hours. By the time Black's number of consecutive wins increased to 76, his fans were no longer fazed. But to the rest of Star Web, it was an earth-shattering event. This event was reported to the Radiance Sacred Hall, the Imperial Court of the Radiance Federation, the Spirit Guards, and other organizations. When Lin Yuan defeated level 79 and was in the midst of matching for level 80, he received a message from a Star Web official. V Star Web, Black, congratulations on breaking the Celestial Stairway's record of consecutive wins. We will be erecting another image of you that will be placed in the Celestial Stairway's Golden Hall of Fame. The Golden Hall of Fame differed from the Bronze one in that the images erected there included the experts' feys. They could choose up to 3 feys to adorn their images. Chapter 1532, The Young Girl Deep in the Imperial Court. Moreover, since you broke the record of consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway, you can take a test to decide if you are worthy of receiving the title of God class. If you decide to take the test, we will make the arrangements for your next fight. The fight will also be streamed on Star Web. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched when he saw this message. He had decided to fight on the Celestial Stairway because he saw how many fans were waiting for him, and he wanted to repay them for their support. Moreover, Lin Yuan felt that the fights had all been too boring. Normally, only experts who had fought their way to level 100 and above could take the challenge to receive the title of God class. Those with the title of God class usually had Diamond X/Fantasy V phase. There were some weak Pinnacle King class experts who failed to achieve the title of God class even after fighting their way to level 100 of the Celestial Stairway. These people were known as the God class guards. Since Lin Yuan had grown bored of the current fights, he agreed to take the challenge. It was not a bad idea to live stream the last fight on Star Web as it would help him to gather more faith power. After receiving Lin Yuan's reply, the Star Web official replied excitedly. V Star Web, please give us 3 hours to advertise the fight. The fight will take place at the Starlight Dueling Ground, and you will be automatically matched with your opponent. When Lin Yuan received the message, he temporarily logged out of Star Web to wait for the match to begin. He did not have any special feelings about having won so many consecutive matches. If he had to pinpoint a feeling, he would say that he was bored. Lin Yuan had fought 65 matches, and the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee had ended the first 30 with one attack. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee was eventually killed, and Lin Yuan sent out the Source Sand to conquer the fights instead. This made Lin Yuan feel as though he was playing a video game. He was continuously flipping through images, yet he had to keep his eyes wide open during each one. Lin Yuan stretched and started reading a book. Although Genius had comprehended the Knowledge Willpower rune, he kept up his reading habit. Presently, most of his feys had evolved to their limits. Unless Lin Yuan could increase his Spirit Chi professional rank, he could not evolve his feys any further. Ever since Morbius fell asleep, Lin Yuan had not been able to communicate with it. The most pressing matter in Lin Yuan's mind was to comprehend a willpower rune related to the soul so that he could give it to the Remembrance Soul Whale and enable it to evolve to Fantasy Breed. It was likely that Morbius would awaken when it evolved to Gold Grade. However, Lin Yuan had no idea how he could go about comprehending a willpower rune related to the soul. At that moment, Lin Yuan read leisurely as though he had nothing going on in his life. But on Star Web, Lin Yuan's actions had caused Star Web to explode. No matter how many fans Black had, they only comprised a small portion of the users on Star Web. However, the new record on the Celestial Stairway would attract the attention of the entire Star Web, and it involved more than Black. Star Web's famous reporters were all busy churning out articles while the Star Web hosts who had not had the chance to match up with Lin Yuan live-streamed the recordings of Black's fights to attract attention to themselves. Black's official fan club was also bursting with activity. There were so many entering the group that the officials could not survey all of them. As a result, even the talkative Lu Lang was eventually buried. All he could do was continuously look through the users' information. Besides the Star Web users, the most excited people were Star Web's employees. When they first sent the message to Black, they had only been testing their luck. They never expected Black to reply immediately. Black was known for being eccentric. Very few people on Star Web refused to add anyone as their friend on Star Web. It was a big deal to be ranked first in the number of consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway. The news that Black would be publicly fighting at the Starlight Dueling Ground would be sent to every Star Web user. This match would decide if Black was able to become God class. Thus, they needed to pick his opponent with extreme care. It went without saying that Star Web's employees felt a heavy sense of pressure. One of them sought out the manager of Star Web and asked, "Big Brother Wang, we're having a hard time finding an opponent for Black. Can you give us an idea? Wang Zhong felt a headache coming on when he heard this question. This match would be broadcasted to the entire star web and had a performance aspect to it. It would not only be a battle of strength but also had to appear exciting in order to make a splash. Every Spirit Chi professional had different abilities and contracted different feys. They needed to choose an opponent based on the Spirit Chi professional's feys and abilities in order to make the battle exciting. However, the Star Web officials had no idea what Black's feys were or exactly how many he had. Wang Zhong had considered using his authority to look into Black's information on Star Web and learn about his feys. However, when he tried to do so, he found that Black's information had been locked by someone of higher authority than him. He did not have the clearance to look into Black's information. Only the 3 people who created Star Web could lock an account to such a degree. They also could not look into accounts locked by each other. The person who had locked Black's account definitely knew that Wang Zhong had tried to investigate Black. Since that person held Black in such high regard and Wang Zhong had no idea what opponent should be arranged for Black, he wrote a letter asking for guidance and sent it to that person. The Spirit Guards, Radiance Federation's Imperial Court, the Radiance Sacred Hall, and other departments had received news that there was a new holder of the first place ranking of consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway. The elderly man seated in the Radiance Federation's Imperial Court looked affectionately at the young girl next to him and said, "Qing, you're always saying that you can't take things lying down. I'm sure you have nothing to say this time. You didn't manage to break the record for consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway, but someone else did. Moreover, he did it at once instead of trying for a year and a half like you and Chi Ruo did." The young girl's gaze changed. She knew full well how difficult it was to attain 50 consecutive victories on the Celestial Stairway. It had taken her a year and a half to gain 50 consecutive wins, and she had almost failed many times. However, this was also connected to her luck. She subscribed to the belief that winning consecutively on the Celestial Stairway was a matter of luck. Chapter 1533, Give Black a Strong Opponent. But now, there was a person who fought his way through 63 consecutive battles. This was definitely not due to luck. But the young girl still sounded indignant as she said, "Grandfather, the person might just be a king-class expert who has never fought on the Celestial Stairway prior to today." The elderly man sighed and shook his head as he said, "Qing, I wonder when you'll be able to change your habit of always being indignant. This trait makes you unsuitable to become a Radiance Envoy. If you still can't admit someone else's merits 2 years later, you shouldn't try out to become a Radiance Envoy but a Radiance Knight instead." The elderly man's tone was stern. The young girl was slightly upset as she mumbled to herself, "I bet he's more than 30 years old." The elderly man replied, "He should be 1 year younger than you." The elderly man had seen Lin Yuan at the Guardia banquet. There was only one person who Mystic Moon had personally added protection for on Star Web, and one did not have to think hard to know that the person was the Moon Empress disciple. It seemed that the Moon Empress disciple liked to change his name. He seamlessly switched between his identities as Black, the disciple of a member of royalty, and the City Lord of Sky City. The elderly man did not see anything wrong with this. Rather, he admired it. He had also used several different identities when he was young. The young girl lowered her gaze and was silent for a moment before she said, "Grandfather, I'm going to go train." The elderly man sighed again as he watched the young girl walk away. "When will you realize power isn't everything to a Radiance Envoy?" Mystic Moon was one of the 3 who had created Star Web. Hence, he started paying attention to Lin Yuan from the moment Lin Yuan logged on. It could be said that Mystic Moon was the first to have witnessed Lin Yuan's achievement. Mystic Moon was very proud of Lin Yuan and could imagine how happy the Moon Empress would be when she found out. When Mystic Moon received the letter asking who Black's opponent should be, he scoffed and sent the letter back without a reply. What is Wang Zhong doing? Does he think that I'll secretly help the young lord? The Radiant Moon Palace has never condoned cheating. After Wang Zhong received the letter that Mystic Moon had returned, he knew that he was being told to make the arrangement as he saw fit. Although Wang Zhong was nervous, he could only apologize to Black for the sake of making the battle exciting and because Mystic Moon had given no indication that he should do otherwise. If there was no clear match for a public battle like this, the natural choice would be to go for the strongest opponent possible to make the battle as exciting as possible. Black had already set a new record for the number of consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway. If he won the battle, he would only be breaking his own record. Wang Zhong felt that breaking the record for consecutive wins would not excite the crowd as much as the possibility of Black losing the battle on the Starlight dueling ground. Wang Zhong said to his subordinate, go and bring me the list of names of the Celestial Stairways level 100 guards of God class. I will personally pick one of them. The subordinate scratched his head and replied, Big Brother Wang, there are many of them. It will take you more than a day to survey all of them. Wang Zhong rolled his eyes and said, then bring me those who have Diamond X/Fantasy V phase. The Star Web employees shared looks. They knew that Wang Zhong wanted to find the strongest opponent for Black. It seemed that it was unlikely for Black to create another miracle and gain the title of God class. However, this would ensure that the fight was the most exciting that it could be and force Black to expose as many of his secret weapons as possible so he could reveal his true power. While Black was slowly revealing his power, he would definitely put on an unforgettable fight for the audience. After some searching, Wang Zhong's gaze fell on one set of information. Liu Shuang has defeated more than 20 experts on the Celestial Stairways level 100, right? With such power, Liu Shuang should have been able to receive the title of God class. The only reason she had not received it was to stop others from obtaining it as well and to create more dramatic effects during her live streams. When Liu Shuang made it to level 100, she shook up what it meant to be God class. Given her power, she should be the most powerful host on Star Web. People who had attained God class could receive a generous stipend every month, and they only took part in performance duels with other God class users. As a host, Liu Shuang should be more than willing to ride on the coattails of Black's popularity to boost her own popularity. More importantly, Liu Shuang was a spiritual type spirit chi professional, and her feys were skilled at spiritual attacks. One of her feys was skilled at using spiritual control while the other was able to induce hypnosis. Spiritual type feys were very effective against elemental source type life forms. Black should have been matched with another healing type spirit chi professional for his God class test battle as a healing type spirit chi professional. However, Wang Zhong could not care about this. Black did not appear like a healing type spirit chi professional in any way. He was even fiercer than a combat class spirit chi professional. Getting an oddball like Black to agree to a performance duel had not been easy. If they did not take some liberties, they would not be able to answer to the many Star Web users. After making his decision, Wang Zhong personally sent out a message to all the users of Star Web. Star Web, at exactly 2000 hours tonight, the Starlight Dueling Ground will be hosting Black and Liu Shuang in a public battle. If Black defeats Liu Shuang, he will be able to gain the title of God class at level 80 of the Celestial Stairway. This message immediately went viral on Star Web, and the excitement was reminiscent of that of the S tournament. Liu Shuang was just as famous as Black on Star Web. Whenever Liu Shuang live-streamed, she did not hold back with her words and had both a sharp and wicked tongue. She was not one to shy away from provoking her opponents. More importantly, she was known as the Supreme God class. There were some members who were God class who could not beat her. What were the Star Web officials thinking when they arranged this opponent for Black? The fans would have lost their minds if Liu Shuang had been matched with any other opponent. The people who were happiest about Black being matched with Liu Shuang were Black's fans. Moonlight, thank you, Star Web officials, for finally doing something right. We, as Black's fans, will remember you. You're the best. Chapter 1534, quickly. Give Black a beating. Sacred Fists, Black will have no choice but to expose all his feys if he's fighting Liu Shuang. I really want to know what feys Black has. A depressed canola flower, I don't know why I'm excited knowing that Black is about to get beaten up when I'm a fan of his. Phi, let's all stop talking. I'm going to try to grab one of the tickets for the battle. Flirty Carrot, do all of you want to send messages or try and grab a ticket? I grabbed a ticket the moment they were released. They're almost all gone. Soon, there was an uproar on Star Web because even more people realized that the tickets were all sold out. Every Star Web user could only buy one ticket to the Starlight Dueling Ground battle. There were no scalpers like there were in reality. Thus, unless they found a person who was willing to give it up, there was no way they could obtain a ticket. The tickets went for 5,000 Federation dollars each and were snatched up in an instant. Many wealthy people offered 50 Radiance dollars in exchange for the tickets of others. Not every person who had obtained a ticket was rich, and most of them struggled to make a living. These people were more than willing to give up their ticket that they spent 5,000 Federation dollars on for 50 Radiance dollars. To a regular family, 50 Radiance dollars was enough to sustain them for some time. Lin Yuan saw that it was almost time and logged back into Star Web. The last time he entered the Starlight Dueling Ground was the first time he logged onto Star Web. At that time, he had only been a spectator watching a fight between the two members of the Radiance 100 sequence, Daisy and Anna. At that time, Lin Yuan had wondered if he would be able to fight under the eyes of so many on the starlight dueling ground one day. Now, he was doing so after only 9 months. The time had entered a countdown. When the countdown hit 0, Lin Yuan appeared at the center of the starlight dueling ground. Cheers and roars boomed around him. The starlight dueling ground could seat 1.5 million people. The fervent sounds would get anyone's blood pumping. Black. Remove your mask. I'm willing to have your children if you turn out to be handsome. I'm willing to if Black looks good. Tell us your phone number, and at least half of the girls here will add it. Liu Shuang, show us your full power and force Black to summon all of his feys. Give him a beating. Liu Shuang, start your usual spew of insults. I'll go to your live streaming room and give your gifts if you make Black cry. I'll even give you myself. Start now. I want to see Black summon all his feys. Lin Yuan did not know what Star Web's motive had been when he agreed to the public battle. But now that he was listening to the cheers all around him, he had a general idea. He was certain that he had been matched with a very strong opponent. When Lin Yuan exposed the Diamond X/Fantasy V Source Sand, the audience felt that Liu Shuang would be able to crush him into the ground. This meant that Liu Shuang had a fey that was at least Diamond X/Fantasy V. Lin Yuan did not have to think about whether Liu Shuang had a myth breed fey. If she truly had a myth breed fey, the Star Web officials would not have matched her up with him because it would be seen as a corrupt choice. Liu Shuang had also taken note of Black's consecutive wins while she was live streaming. She had envied those who had been able to match up with him. The hosts who could not hold a candle to her were now creeping up on her because they had matched up with Black. If she had also gained this opportunity when she started live streaming, she would have been able to use the money she earned to boost her power even higher. At the very least, she would easily have been able to obtain a myth breed fey, become an emperor-class expert, and joined a veteran faction that had potential or even a top faction. Regardless, it would have been a better life than the one she was leading now as a host on Star Web. But somehow, she was now being presented with an opportunity to skyrocket herself. Liu Shuang saw this battle between her and Black as a turning point in her life. Black had created history when he won 65 consecutive battles on the Celestial Stairway. If Liu Shuang could defeat Black, she would have defeated someone who had created history. This would undoubtedly cause her value to soar. When that happened, there would definitely be factions who would offer her recruitment. She could join the faction and use their resources to increase their power while earning money on Star Web from the popularity she gained from defeating Black. She would not only make a name for herself but could also enable her feys to change into human form or make an attempt to reach the Arc class. All of her feys were spiritual type and very special. Spiritual type feys used pervasive spiritual attacks during battle. Hence, she could use her strongest attack straight out of the gate and end Black with one move. If she could end Black in an instant, she would definitely become more famous than Black. Now that she had made a decision, she waved her hand to summon her 3 feys. 2 twin white snakes slithered around her. Both of them had razor-sharp scales that grew outward and looked extremely threatening. The scales on their heads stuck straight up, producing a scratching noise with every movement. Their purple tongues stuck out of their red heads as they thumped their tails on the ground, producing ripples. However, these ripples were not wind but solidified spiritual energy. There was a 20-meter-tall dark silver giraffe between the 2 snakes. The giraffe had a pair of horns on its head. They resembled cell towers that transmitted a constant stream of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy turned into rain, which formed a strong defense. When the rain droplets landed on the ground, they turned back into spiritual energy and were pulled back into the horns. The flowing spiritual energy caused the 2 large snakes to appear even more imposing. Evidently, the rain of spiritual energy could boost spiritual energy. Liu Shuang immediately exposed all of her secret weapons, so the audience members who were familiar with her could not help but gasp. Something is wrong. She usually only summons one of the earth-walking witch snakes. She only summons both of them when she encounters a very strong opponent. Why is she using the exquisite rhino giraffe now too? Chapter 1535, The All-Rounder Exquisite Rhino Giraffe. Isn't the exquisite rhino giraffe Liu Shuang's battery? If she exposes her battery, how will she be able to force Black to summon even more of his feys? Black seems young. Liu Shuang is already over 40 years old. She's planning on swallowing him up even though he's only half her age. When Lin Yuan's opponent summoned her fey, the source sand tunneled under his feet and started to produce a large amount of sand. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Liu Shuang's 3 feys. He saw that the 2 large white snakes were called the Earth-Walking Witch Snake. They were Diamond X/Fantasy 3 and Spiritual type feys that attacked using spiritual attacks. Their exclusive skills were Coiled Seduction. The coiling snake would start to spin and produce a special attraction that would put feys in an infatuated state. This is especially effective against spirit pets. Long Sleep Roar. Through the spiritual energy ripples from the snake cries, the opponent's combat power will be diminished and put them to sleep. If the roar prolongs, the target will fall more and more under the Earth-Walking Witch Snake's control. The Earth-Walking Witch Snakes were combat type. They became even more well-rounded when equipped with controlling exclusive skills. This also made them extremely unlikable in the wild, and they would be able to affect an entire team. The 2 Earth-Walking Witch Snakes had the same diamond abilities. One of them involved sacrificing oneself to benefit other spiritual type phase abilities. Snake Transform Change Egg. Bring out all the spiritual energy and blood energy in its body and return to its early stage. Inject the drained spiritual energy and blood energy into a selected target's body to improve their spiritual energy and body's ability to recover. Snake Transform Change Egg could not be used unless it was a life and death situation. Injecting one's spiritual energy and blood energy into the bodies of targets would cause the Earth-Walking Witch Snake to regress to its early stage and drop in grade. This ability was virtually useless in real life, but it was very useful on Star Web. The boost that the 2 Earth-Walking Witch Snakes could give spiritual energy would enable any spiritual type fey to roll grades. For example, the Exquisite Rhino Giraffe did not have strong combat power. Fey name, Exquisite Rhino Giraffe. Fey species, Giraffe species/Rhino species. Fey grade, Diamond, 10/10. Fey type, Spiritual. Fey quality, Fantasy V. Abilities. Rhino Horn Shooting Beam. Condense spiritual energy in the horns and release it to attack a target. Double Weight Deer Brain. 2 other brains will be grown in the head to store more spiritual energy. Long Neck Cry. Let out a roar to trigger spiritual energy. The target's spiritual energy can be triggered in an instant, and the spiritual energy will circulate at a quicker rate. Spiritual Seal Separate. Use the same amount of spiritual energy that the target uses and erase both its own and the target's spiritual energy. Spiritual Change Rain. When using spiritual energy, its spiritual energy can be expanded to cover the surroundings. The rain formed from the spiritual energy can boost a target's spiritual energy or diminish the spiritual energy of an enemy. Soul Change Rhino Horn. Change the rhino horn into a soul that will be able to absorb all of the spiritual energy that the exquisite rhino giraffe wielded. The horn can be shot out like a weapon. Exclusive skill. Spiritual Lotus Flower. When spiritual energy is being boosted, the effects will be raised. Essence Change Blood. When the flesh is damaged, the spiritual energy stored in the body can be used up to heal the injuries. The part being healed by spiritual energy will have a deterring effect. The target's spiritual energy will be deterred when the same part is injured again. Although the exquisite rhino giraffe did not have strong combat power, and its only combat ability was Rhino Horn Shooting Beam, it was the most well-rounded spiritual type fey that Lin Yuan had ever seen. The exquisite rhino giraffe could attack, support, defend, control, and heal. When used in conjunction with the 2 earth-walking witch snakes, Liu Shuang had no weaknesses. Double Weight Deer Brain would enable the exquisite rhino giraffe to have a greater store of spiritual energy than other spiritual type feys of the same grade. With Double Weight Deer Brain, the exquisite rhino giraffe would have double the spiritual energy that it normally possessed. Chapter 1536. No one could explain this battle even if they tried. However, the earth-walking witch snake could definitely thrive on Star Web. It would not lose anything by using Snake Transform Change Egg. Lin Yuan was the most drawn to Spiritual Lotus Flower, which could strengthen the boost of spiritual energy. This exclusive skill might be useless to other feys, but this was not the case for the exquisite rhino giraffe that was in Liu Shuang's team. The 2 earth-walking witch snakes were like 2 pendants that could use Snake Transform Change Egg at any time to sacrifice all their spiritual energy and vitality to the exquisite rhino giraffe. If Spiritual Lotus Flower were utilized as well, the exquisite rhino giraffe's spiritual energy would increase to an unimaginable degree. Normally, giving any fey spiritual energy would be dangerous because it could damage their brains. However, the exquisite rhino giraffe could use Double Weight Deer Brain and Spiritual Change Rain to remove this worry. The exquisite rhino giraffe could shoot out spiritual energy through its horns during combat. It was unlikely that suzerain/myth feys would be able to sustain such an attack. Essence Change Blood was a stamina ability as it allowed the exquisite rhino giraffe to heal itself using its sea of spiritual energy. The healed wound also became a reflective surface that could deflect spiritual energy. Given that Liu Shuang had been unable to reach God class despite reaching level 100 of the Celestial Stairway, it indicated that she had no intention of becoming God class at all. It was likely that the Star Web officials had arranged such an opponent for him to push him to his limits and rile up the crowd. However, the Star Web officials were sorely wrong. Lin Yuan might not be able to handle an attack from a creation breed Fey, but he was not afraid of a spiritual attack from a myth or even fantasy breed Fey. This was all thanks to genius. Spiritual energy expansion would enable genius to use its spiritual energy as a store of spiritual energy for Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan could not use spiritual energy expansion casually, he could use it when spiritual attacks had injured him. Genius was the beast that connects everything that evolved from the 100 Questions beast and could use its spiritual energy to link itself to all living creatures as well as harness all the knowledge on Star Web. It possessed what could only be described as a sea of spiritual energy. This could not be compared with merely growing another brain or making use of one's surroundings. Intelligent cat spirit would enable genius to use spiritual energy to form contracts with other intelligent cat species Feys. It could control the intelligent cat species Feys while still making use of all of their spiritual energy. The army of 100 Questions beasts had reached Diamond X/Legend, and all of them possessed their own sea of spiritual energy. Genius could draw on spiritual energy however it pleased from this sea of spiritual energy. It could even easily handle 10 consecutive attacks of Soul Change Rhino Horn. At that moment, the Starlight Dueling Grounds atmosphere had peaked. The sound of the cheering crowd suppressed all other noises. Liu Shuang, fight slowly. Use the earth-walking witch snakes to force Black to summon more Feys. Hey, I didn't spend 50 Radiance dollars to watch my idol lose. The Star Web officials should reimburse me. Black is so fake. Liu Shuang already summoned her Feys, so why hasn't Black summoned any? Does he think that Liu Shuang will go easy on him? Why isn't Black doing anything even though Liu Shuang has summoned her Feys? What the hell? Did Black come prepared? Or does he think that she isn't worth his time? Why do I get the feeling that Black will win? As the people around her screamed and yelled, Liu Shuang's body started to tremble. She had been present at such big events before. In fact, she had fought a public battle at the Starlight Dueling Ground just 1 month before. However, that battle had been fake and purely meant for Star Web's advertisement. But this battle would be the turning point that decided her future. It was her chance to defeat a person who had created history and get her name emblazoned in the history books as well. From here on out, any mention of Black would also lead to her being brought up because she had ended Black in an instant. Thus, she could not care less about those asking her to push Black even further for him to summon more Feys. Nonetheless, some things still had to be said. She looked at the young man wearing the silver mask who had summoned the weak B-species source-type life form again. Liu Shuang sneered. Summon your Feys. I'm ready to attack. As a veteran Star Web host, Liu Shuang knew how scary a place like Star Web could be. Now that she had asked Black to summon another Fey, no one could blame her even if she wiped him out in an instant. Feel free to attack, replied Lin Yuan. Liu Shuang barked an order to one of the earth-walking witch snakes, pierce the bee. The Diamond X/Fantasy 3 earth-walking witch snake killed the acid corrosion queen bee with one strike. When the acid corrosion queen bee fell to the ground, Lin Yuan thought, how many times do you have to die before you comprehend a willpower rune? After killing the acid corrosion queen bee, Liu Shuang yelled, earth-walking witch snakes. Use snake transform change egg and boost the exquisite rhino giraffe. The 2 earth-walking witch snakes started to explode their scales and coiled together to allow their scales to pierce their heads. The exploded scales joined together and formed an oval egg. A large amount of spiritual energy flowed out of the egg and flowed into the exquisite rhino giraffe. The exquisite rhino giraffe was boosted by spiritual energy, and its spiritual energy immediately started to spread outwards until it enveloped the entire dueling ground. What happened next left Liu Shuang stunned and the crowd caterwauling. No one knew how they should go about explaining what had just happened. Chapter 1537, Spirit Cat under the Young Man. The environment influenced by the exquisite rhino giraffe's spiritual change rain had weakening effects. Even if no attacks were released, Black should have been overcome by dizziness and fainted from extreme weakness and torture from the onslaught of spiritual energy. However, the events did not play out as Liu Shuang expected. Black continued standing there nonchalantly and did not summon any new Feys. Could Black have a fey that could protect him against spiritual defensive abilities? Although Black had not summoned any new feys, the audience was beside themselves with excitement over what had just unfolded on the dueling ground. Ah! My husband is so strong. Spiritual energy attacks are nothing to my husband. Bow down to Black. Liu Shuang used this move during the last public battle and left her opponent with no way out. Liu Shuang's previous opponent reached God class last week. It looks like Black already has the power to reach God class. Black is the best. I wonder what phase he summoned? Liu Shuang, put an end to Black. I hate seeing people act so pretentiously. Liu Shuang did not know what secret weapons Black had. However, she did not want to waste any more time. She decided to use her strongest attack to put an end to this battle. Exquisite Rhino Giraffe, use long neck cry and soul change Rhino Horn, and go for a final strike. The exquisite Rhino Giraffe let out a cry, and the droplets of spiritual energy turned into a downpour. The droplets of rain that landed on the ground turned to intense drum rolls. The exquisite Rhino Giraffe's dark silver body changed to brilliant silver. Enormous trees formed from spiritual energy sprouted next to the exquisite Rhino Giraffe. Evidently, the exquisite Rhino Giraffe had tapped into all of its spiritual energy and released it into its surroundings. At that moment, Liu Shuang noticed that Black was looking at her relaxedly. He looked no different from a member of the audience except for his lack of excitement. A flame of rage sparked to life within Liu Shuang, and she felt as though she was being ignored. Liu Shuang bellowed, "Black! Take this!" The moment Liu Shuang spoke, a huge suction power arose from the exquisite Rhino Giraffe's horns. All of the trees made of spiritual energy were pulled back into the horns. As the horns absorbed the spiritual energy, the environment of spiritual energy created by the exquisite Rhino Giraffe started to grow smaller. By the time the environment disappeared, the exquisite Rhino Giraffe had grown feeble. A horn that resembled a large sword protruded from the exquisite Rhino Giraffe's head. The exquisite Rhino Giraffe let out a cry. The soul-formed horn charged toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and the source sand transformed back into an amber button and attached itself to Lin Yuan's sleeve. The pressure from the spiritual energy caused Lin Yuan's clothes to billow. Yet, Lin Yuan continued standing at the same spot without any indication of protecting himself as Liu Shuang's strongest attack sailed toward him. Star Web had invested a lot of effort into this public battle that Black was participating in. They even sent in 2 of their best commentators. However, these 2 commentators were so silent now that they might as well smash their microphones on the ground and flee from the commentator's booth. Damn! Black is insane. He's truly eccentric. Even commentating on his battle is difficult. What are we supposed to say? Are we supposed to say that Black has no chance of winning and that he never had any chance? He's too lazy to even fight back. Will these paying audience members be able to take such statements lying down? Black! We're begging you, please do something. We're having such a hard time commentating. We refuse to commentate on you anymore, no matter how popular you become. The audience was also full of questions. It was true that Black rarely spoke when he battled. However, he never gave in during a battle. Black had struggled to win against a few of the opponents that he encountered during the level 90s of the Celestial Stairway. Black had saved Millstone Town, and they considered him their hero. So why had he fallen so far? In an instant, the screams of the audience decreased significantly. Just as the giant sword was about to make contact with Black's body, the silver mask that Black was wearing lit up with a bright silver light. Soon, the silhouette of a mammoth cat appeared behind Black. Its 8 tails curled and twirled around behind Black. The enormous cat silhouette was like a pool of water, while the giant horn was like a blade. When the sword entered the pool of water, bursts of water jumped out, but the water quickly reabsorbed them. This caused the starlight dueling ground to fall silent for 3 entire seconds. Everyone watched in disbelief as the 8 tails wrapped around Black. When the cat's silhouette was about to disappear, a silver beam of light shot out from Black's silver mask and obliterated both Liu Shuang and the exquisite Rhino Giraffe. The first person who regained his bearings was the host. The host rushed up onto the dueling ground and shouted, "Congratulations to Black for defeating Liu Shuang and winning this battle. Thank you for giving us such a spectacle. Congratulations on becoming God class despite only being at level 80 of the Celestial Stairway. All of us can't wait to see what other surprises you'll bring us during your journey as God class." The host from Star Web was a professional and knew how to work a crowd. This new topic that he introduced melted all the awkwardness left by the 2 commentators. The audience who heard the host recovered from their shock. Ha ha ha. Everyone was guessing how old Black is. Now, he's God class, and I can just go to the list to check how old he is. Damn. Why didn't I think of this? We were all guessing how old Black is. If he is eligible to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection, he can't be older than 30. I estimate that he's around 27 years old. There's no other way that he can be so strong. Impossible. My husband will always be 18 years old. Wang Zhong never expected Black to be strong enough to defeat Liu Shuang. All he wanted was for the fight to be as spectacular as possible. Although Black had been completely uncooperative with this plan by not summoning any feys, the final turning of the tables had been too sensational. Wang Zhong had been completely blown away. Wang Zhong also wanted to know how old Black was. At that moment, the ranking of Celestial Stairways God class was refreshed. Chapter 1538, My stomach hurts, I'm going to the bathroom. The entire audience at the Starlight Dueling Ground watched the Celestial Stairways God class ranking. Despite being present at the match, none of them were paying attention to it. Given that Black reached level 80 and defeated Liu Shuang to attain God class, he had created a new piece of history and broke Star Web's record. Black's nonchalance during the battle caused many of those who had spent 50 Radiance dollars to obtain a ticket to feel as though they had wasted their money. But in the end, Black floored all of them by defeating Liu Shuang with the image of the eight-tailed cat. The Starlight Dueling Grounds tickets were separated into seated and standing tickets. The standing tickets were the same as outdoor tickets. The ones that were sold for 50 Radiance dollars were all indoor tickets. There was no limit for the outdoor tickets. When Lin Yuan watched the battle between Daisy and Anna, he had bought an outdoor ticket. The audience members outside the Starlight Dueling Ground could not experience the same level of excitement that the people inside could. However, they could still get a taste of the atmosphere. Currently, the audience members outside were also glued to the Celestial Stairways ranking. All of them wanted to see what this young man who consecutively broke the Radiance Federation's records looked like. He had proven his power by attaining God class. It was difficult to tell from one battle which Spirit Chi professional was stronger because of the natural weakness that some feys were susceptible to and the different characteristics of each Spirit Chi professional. Thus, the Celestial Stairways God class ranking used the fairest method of ranking those of the same rank according to their age, with those who were younger being ranked higher. The Celestial Stairways rankings were updated live. The God class experts who were below Emperor class made up most of the people ranked on the Celestial Stairway. It was too tedious to climb the ranks slowly. Black was able to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection and was assessed by the Radiance Sacred Hall. This indicated that he was younger than 30 years old. Thus, the audience members who were paying attention to the ranking immediately saw the users below 30 years old. They found that there were only 5 such people, and 4 of them did not make their information public, just like Black. In order to enter the Celestial Stairways God class ranking, one had to be at least Pinnacle King class. Thus, even the younger members of the Radiance 100 sequence were unable to make it onto the list. The Celestial Stairways God class list was too long, and many strong Emperor class experts were at the top of it. Hence, most of the people who were checking the list were distracted by the big names and rarely took notice of those in the middle. Before these people made it onto the God class ranking, they had not broken any records or attracted much attention. Moreover, they had made it onto the ranking without causing any commotion. Thus, only the people who habitually paid close attention to the ranking knew about these people in the middle. No one else was aware of them. Most of the people in this group were around 23 to 24 years old, and it was obvious that they were the legendary disciples of members of royalty who were going to try to become Radiance envoys. However, these people had all moved down a ranking while a name with the age of 18 was slotted above all of them. This age caused every person who paid attention to the list to be astonished. Black was only 18 years old. He had only just become an adult, yet he possessed such power. Everyone thought back to what they were doing when they were 18 years old. Black made it onto the God class ranking at 18 years old and had broken 2 of the Radiance Federation's records. He had broken the record for the most consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway, which had been set by one of the current Radiance envoys. Previously, Black's age had not been made known, so they could only praise his talent. However, they had not been able to put him on the same table of comparison as the current Radiance envoys. But now, Black was revealed to be younger than the Radiance envoys. To hell with Lin Yuan and Chu Ci. None of them deserved to be compared with Black. He was the true genius of the younger generation. Given that Black had been in the spotlight and people had always been comparing him with Lin Yuan, many still believed that Black would not be able to defeat Lin Yuan. This was especially so after Black broke the record for the most consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway. Only the young members of the veteran and top factions who had attended the Guardia banquet and knew Lin Yuan's true identity spoke up for him. Lin Yuan had said that he was 19 years old and was 1 year older than Black. However, Lin Yuan had managed to defeat Zhong Ziyi. He had used stunning combat styles in a mysterious sacred source life form to win the martial arts stage. He had also completed the arts sections of the martial arts stage in less than 20 minutes. How big of a difference could a 1-year gap in age be? Moreover, Lin Yuan had Class 4 Creation Master ability. Did Black possess the same power? However, the young members of the veteran and top factions who had these opinions could only suppress themselves because any information about the disciples of the members of royalty was considered secret, and everyone had to keep it under lock. After witnessing history being made, the audience at the Starlight Dueling Ground could not help but shout, "Black is only 18 years old. I have never been more shocked. How can he be so young? I always assumed that he was middle-aged. Yet, he's only a young man. Black is the best. I'm going to be his loyal fan from now on. Black. You're the #1 genius in the Radiance Federation." As these declarations were being shouted, they eventually sounded like one voice. Eventually, everyone was shouting, "Black is the #1 genius in the Radiance Federation." Lin Yuan sighed as he listened to the people make a big deal out of his age. "I'm already 19 years old. However, Star Web only updates the age once one's birthday has passed, so it will only show me as 19 years old in August." Now that the public battle was over and he had satisfied his fans, he had properly compensated them. When the host walked up to Lin Yuan to interview him, Lin Yuan said without hesitation, "My stomach hurts. I need to go to the bathroom." Lin Yuan immediately left Star Web. Chapter 1539, Black, I have to hand it to you. Black's action stunned the host and the audience. Everyone present looked at each other in shock for 3 full minutes. To hell with going to the bathroom. To hell with stomach aches. It's not like you can relieve yourself on Star Web. Why didn't you bring up your stomachache while battling Liu Shuang? How much of your time would it take up to accept one interview? Suppose you accept an interview now after breaking 2 of the Radiance Federation's records. In that case, the interview will be uploaded onto the Celestial Stairways video library along with the video of the battle. Anyone would want this interview to shoot themselves to fame. Yet, you don't want it and fled after using such a strange reason. You never change, Black. When Black turned the tables, the host noticed the 2 commentators' awkwardness. As such, he stepped in to distract the audience. When Black entered the ranking for God class and his age was exposed, everyone was shocked. But when the group regained their senses, the attention returned to Black and Liu Shuang's battle. Questions of doubt rose from the Starlight Dueling Ground. This can't be right. What is the 8-tailed cat that appeared behind Black? Is it a fey? Why is Black's fey system so different compared to other spirit chi professionals? Black is a healing type spirit chi professional. But why haven't we seen him use healing abilities? What do you mean by Black not using healing abilities? Is something wrong with your head? When Black first started climbing the tower, he used healing abilities to heal his feys. Now, Black kills his opponents immediately. What's the point of using healing abilities? I was blinded by Black's silver mask. It doesn't look like an ordinary accessory. The suspicions from the crowd left the host and 2 commentators feeling awkward. This is all your fault, Black. You left, but we don't get to leave work. However, they also had no clue what the image of the giant cat was. There were many possibilities that could have led to this situation. The image could have been a fey, source-type life form, or even sacred source life form. Since they were facing an audience made up of the entire Star Web, the host and commentators dared not make wild guesses. Otherwise, they could make laughingstocks of themselves and jeopardize their careers. As for Black's silver mask, the host and commentators had assumed that it was a normal accessory. But now, it was evident that this was not the case. Star Web battles prohibited the use of weapons because the best method of combat was to use feys rather than swords. However, one could bring a contracted weapon to Star Web and use it during a Celestial Stairway battle. However, contracted weapons were made by Class 5 Creation Masters from the corpses of sacred source life forms. They were so precious that they had never appeared in a battle on the Celestial Stairway. Thus, Black's mask had to be a type of fey. All the present audience members started to discuss enthusiastically and left the Starlight dueling ground even before the battle officially ended. The host and 2 commentators from StarWeb could only wait awkwardly and ended up working for an additional hour. There was no way the curious atmosphere present could be contained. The video of the battle between Black and Liu Shuang was uploaded onto the Celestial Stairways video library. The entire battle lasted less than 3 minutes. Thus, those who had not bought tickets quickly watched the battle. The entire StarWeb did not take long to share the same sentiment as the audience at the Starlight dueling ground. Black's fans started to buzz again. Many of the StarWeb users who had attacked Black went to his official page to apologize. Black's official page not only regained its past hive of activity, but the numerous StarWeb users who had gathered to talk about the battle caused the page to become even more popular than before. Previously, Liu Shuang had planned on defeating Black and using the popularity to change her life. However, her plan had failed, and Liu Shuang was crushed. It took some time for her to recover from the immense disappointment. But after she found out that Black had rejected being interviewed, she returned to her senses. She immediately opened her live streaming room. Although she was a failure, the winner had left, and she could try to harness some of the residual popularity. The entire StarWeb was so emotionally charged that any percentage of the popularity would make a large impact. Liu Shuang's fan count doubled, and she immediately became the most popular combat host in the group of Emperor class and below. It was so popular that it was almost comparable with Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. All the questions in the live stream were about Black. But Liu Shuang was enjoying the popularity so much that she did not care. Still, despite being the one who fought against Black, Liu Shuang had no answers to these questions. However, she would be turning the audience away if she did not answer the questions. As such, she gave ambiguous answers. When the audience asked, Liu Shuang, do you think that the image of the 8-tailed cat that Lin Yuan defeated you with is a sacred source life form? She answered, I'm hungry. I want a plate of stir-fried chicken. When the audience asked, Liu Shuang, are you confident of defeating Black the next time you two battle? Liu Shuang replied, Black was underhanded. He attacked me, an elder. He didn't even give a warning before he attacked. I let him know before I attacked. When the audience asked, Host, are you dumb? Do you see our questions? What kind of answers are you giving? She answered, I'm hungry. I want a plate of stir-fried chicken. The large crowd soon started calling Liu Shuang Puzzler. The nickname quickly caught on. Master Duan Li had been watching the entire event and felt that it was time for her to make her move. She sent out a post on Black's official page titled A Class 4 Creation Master's Deduction about Black's cat silhouette and mask. Chapter 1540, Class 5 Creation Master's Arrangement. Master Duan Li pointed out with certainty that Black could not be an A-rank spirit chi professional. Thus, the cat silhouette's power could not have reached Emperor class. Moreover, there were no spiritual power fluctuations when the cat silhouette attacked. It was more like an ability that was triggered by damage. The strength of the retaliation attack, its spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy of the exquisite rhino giraffe's final attack were almost identical. Master Duan Li made a bold deduction. She claimed that it was likely that Black's mask was an 8-tailed cat species fey that had used tool transformation. However, Master Duan Li pointed out that this was only her guess and that there were other possibilities as well. When Master Duan Li sent out this post, it immediately drew the attention of the StarWeb users. A Class 4 Creation Master analysis was much more reliable than random guesses. Given that Master Duan Li was a Class 4 Creation Master, sending out a message that was lined with uncertainty sent the academic world into a frenzy. Numerous Class 4 and 5 scholars, fey observers, and spiritual ingredient analysts started to do their own analysis on Black. They wanted to verify Master Duan Li's claims or find evidence to refute her. If they could prove that a Class 4 Creation Master's claim was wrong, it indicated that they were more knowledgeable than her. Wang Zhong stared at the God class ranking in shock. His eyes were fixed on Black's age for some time. Now that he knew that Black was 18 years old, everything that used to confuse him became clear. He understood why Lin Yuan's information had been locked away to the point that not even he could investigate it as the manager of StarWeb. He also realized who Lin Yuan could be. Given his age and the secrecy around him, he had to be the disciple of a member of royalty. Moreover, he was more outstanding than all the other disciples of royalty. There was a possibility that Black would be the one to lead the Radiance Federation into a new future. A person of his status had been keeping himself under the radar but was now at risk of exposure because of the public battle at the Starlight Dueling Ground that Wang Zhong had arranged. Luckily, Black had managed to defeat Liu Shuang. If she had defeated Black, Wang Zhong would have been punished by the person who had gone to great lengths to lock Black's information away. Lin Yuan, who was currently checking on Genius, was completely unaware of the tsunami of activity on Star Web. Meow. Yuan, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Once Lin Yuan ascertained that Genius was indeed unharmed, he said, Genius, a cat silhouette doesn't normally appear when you use spiritual energy expansion. Why did you summon it this time? Genius replied in a childlike voice, I was too nervous and afraid that my attack would hurt you. So I tapped into the spiritual energy of the other 100 questions beasts and used it to protect you. That was the first time I used the ability, and I had no idea it would have such an ostentatious effect. It seems like I've caused trouble for you. Lin Yuan reached out and scratched Genius' chin as he said, Genius, your spiritual energy is so strong now that it will probably even be effective on spiritual type creation breed phase. I'm confident of sustaining an attack from a spiritual type myth breed fey. However, some special spiritual type feys utilize psychotoxins which will cause my defense against spiritual energy to fall greatly. But don't worry, I'm about to evolve to Fantasy V. Once I reach Fantasy V, I'll be able to defend against the psychotoxins of Myth 3 phase, replied Genius. Genius paused for a moment before continuing. Yuan, please find more of the 100 questions beasts. I should be able to form contracts with another 100 questions beasts using intelligent cat's spirit. Lin Yuan was struck by delight. He had not expected the evolution in Genius quality to cause its soul power to increase to such an extent that it could now contract another 100 questions beasts using intelligent cat's spirit. The army of 100 questions beasts was about to double in quantity. Lin Yuan was about to have over 200 Class 4 creation masters at his disposal. This wealth of resources was comparable to that of a top faction. Besides the army of 100 questions beasts, Lin Yuan also had a fresh Class 5 creation master. This was none other than Diwan Mai, who was being controlled by the tongue of relinquished tip. Lin Yuan released Diwan Mai. Now that she was under Red Thorn's control, she had lost all of her previous arrogance and evil. Yet, there was still the sign of disregard for life in her gaze. The difference was that previously, she had disregarded the life of creation masters. But now, she did not care about any life. Lin Yuan could understand this change. Red Thorn saw all living flesh as nothing more than fertilizer that it could use to increase its power. Ever since Lin Yuan started nurturing Red Thorn, it had been consuming large amounts of dimensional life form flesh. Luckily, Lin Yuan could restrict Red Thorn to keep it from becoming too dangerous. If left to its own devices and Red Thorn was released into the wild, it would definitely have caused a disaster that rivaled those of the carcinoma phase known as the fifth disaster. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan took out the crimson tentacle algae that he had obtained from killing Shark On. He gave it to Diwan Mai and said, make the crimson tentacle algae's body into a precious instrument. Diwan Mai received the crimson tentacle algae's corpse and replied, I will need about 2 weeks to turn this into a precious instrument. Its abilities consist of blocking, restricting, and draining. As such, it will make an appropriate root-shaped precious instrument. However, its body has been damaged too severely. The precious instrument formed from it will only be of low to mid quality, depending on luck. Nonetheless, it's very unlikely that it will turn out to be low quality. Diwan Mai's words allowed Lin Yuan to understand the level that Class 5 creation masters were at. Chapter 1541, He's Here. Blood New Moon. When the Mother of Bloodbath was awakening its heavenly family Fey bloodline, it had used most of the crimson tentacle algae's blood energy to replenish itself. Any amount of blood energy left in the crimson tentacle algae that could be made into a precious instrument would be advantageous, regardless of what quality it was. The jeweled cave golden toad that Chef Supreme had given Lin Yuan as a greeting gift was also considered a low-quality precious instrument. Yet, Lin Yuan liked it more and more as time passed. It helped him out of many sticky situations. Using the jeweled cave golden toad to transport items between the Radiance Federation and Divine Wood Federation had saved Lin Yuan an unimaginable amount of spiritual ingredients. Next, he needed to think about how to utilize Diwan Mai. Currently, he had 3 options. His first option would be to send Diwan Mai to the breeding room in the marsh world. He could provide her with the resources to concoct many grade 5 spirit fluids. This would make her nothing more than a machine that churned out spirit fluids. The second option would be to allow Diwanmai to appear in the Radiance Federation with faceless paper applied on her face so that she could guard Sky City with a completely different appearance. This would enable Sky City to be on the same level as the Radiant Moon Palace, Kitchen Fragrance Palace, and Purple Bamboo Garden. The third option would be to take Diwanmai to the Divine Wood Federation so she could expand into the Startling Lines continent on Sky City's behalf. It was even possible that Diwanmai could merge the Divine Wood Federation, Great Lush Federation, and Iron Hammer Federation into a new federation with a Class 5 Creation Master at its helm. At that point, all the factions in the Startling Lines continent would be centered around Diwanmai. This meant that Lin Yuan would be able to have the entire Startling Lines continent in the palm of his hand through Diwanmai. After weighing all his options, he decided to give up on the first option because situating her in the Startling Lines continent, guarding Sky City, or revealing herself to the Radiance Federation would not hinder her ability to produce Grade 5 spirit fluids. Lin Yuan might need to think about how she would feel about being put to work if she was alive. But now that Diwanmai was just a tool that Red Thorn was controlling, Lin Yuan would not worry or feel bad in any way, even if she was put to work for 24 hours. After considering the second and third options, Lin Yuan decided to go with the third option. The Moon Empress had built the Radiant Moon Palace, and Lin Yuan was the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace. If Diwanmai guarded Sky City and revealed her Creation Master abilities, she would be the one who would be worshipped by the masses when Sky City was raised to the same level as the Radiant Moon Palace. However, Diwanmai was a criminal in the Radiance Federation. She did not deserve to be worshipped after death or be placed on the same pedestal as the Moon Empress. This would be an insult to the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and Bamboo Monarch. Additionally, Lin Yuan's ambitions for Sky City did not lie in the Radiance Federation. Sky City was now as powerful as a top faction and had displayed its sea of Creation Master resources. The Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls would pave the way for Lin Yuan's development in the Radiance Federation for a long time. Thus, the best option would be to place Diwanmai in the Startling Lines continent. It was impossible for Lin Yuan to make frequent trips to the Divine Wood Federation's underground palace. The Divine Wood Federation also had experts of their own, and Diwanmai was not only a Class 5 Creation Master but also a Pinnacle Immortal expert. Diwanmai still possessed her Creation Master abilities after death, and her feys had also been killed and were now under the tongue of Relinquish's control. Hence, both Diwanmai's Spirit Chi professional power and Creation Master abilities could no longer improve and would forever be stuck at Pinnacle Immortal. This amount of power might be insufficient for a federation like the Spirit Mother Federation, which had a living Class 5 Creation Master, but it was more than enough for the Startling Lines continent, which did not have any Class 5 Creation Masters. Lin Yuan had also clashed with the Lu family in Oak City by killing one of their members and burning down their tree castle. The Lu family would definitely launch a retaliation. With Diwanmai guarding the underground palace, she could use her feys to protect this place that held great potential for Lin Yuan's future development. By communicating with Red Thorn, Lin Yuan would be able to tell Lin Yuan about the situation in the Startling Lines continent immediately. As the days passed, another 2 astronomical parliamentary meetings took place. Lin Yuan had been observing Genius and Chimey and noticed that Genius quality was stuck. He planned on evolving Genius and Chimey to Fantasy V together, just like he did when they evolved to Fantasy Breed. Chimey's feathers started to shimmer like a pane of glass, and a melodious sound was produced when it flapped its wings. It was evident that Chimey would be able to break through from Fantasy 4 to Fantasy V anytime. Just as Lin Yuan was looking forward to the imminent breakthrough of Chimey's bloodline, the mother of Bloodbath came to him. He could tell from its eyes that it was overwhelmed with emotions. Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask the mother of Bloodbath what had happened, it said with a shaky voice, "Lin Yuan, he's here. Through my link with the sun, I can sense that he will arrive at the Radiance Federation's royal capital today." Lin Yuan immediately knew who the mother of Bloodbath was referring to. When the mother of Bloodbath transformed into a heavenly family fey, a belt of sunlight had greeted it. This meant that the mother of Bloodbath had a blood relative out there. Lin Yuan felt that it was likely that this relative would turn out to be a female because this would explain why it shared the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline with the mother of Bloodbath. However, Lin Yuan never understood how the mother of Bloodbath's mother was able to pass down its heavenly family fey bloodline when it gave birth. According to the records, heavenly family fey bloodlines were unique and individual. There were even some heavenly family feys who gave birth to children that were not heavenly family feys. The mother of Bloodbath did not like to show its emotions outwardly. But now, Lin Yuan could clearly see nervousness, panic, hope, and even slight resentment on its face. Chapter 1542, Why have you come to the Radiance Federation? Lin Yuan could tell from the mother of bloodbath's emotions that it had been looking forward to this event for a long time. When Lin Yuan stood up from the water rhinoceros leather sofa and was about to comfort the mother of bloodbath, the sun suddenly burst with blinding light. The light was like a veil that draped over the sun. A ribbon that resembled an angry dragon descended from the sun. At that moment, the residents in the royal capital were looking up at the sky in astonishment. None of them understood what was going on. A white-haired elderly man with a young face appeared in front of the ribbon of sunlight. When he saw the blue-haired girl, a black-haired man wearing fishnets, and a red-eyed young man dressed in red, he said softly, "Why aren't you three in the Heavenly Family Cottage but here at the Radiance Federation?" When the man spoke, the elderly man released a violent aura, and the silhouette of a shell appeared behind him. The shell was silver and had various beautiful runes engraved on it. When two of the runes bumped into each other, a special spatial crease was produced. Suddenly, the giant silver shell opened, and the sky was stained bright silver. It was as though the sky above the royal capital had been split into two. The flesh inside the silver shell peeked out, revealing a silver pearl. When the pearl fused with the space, it did not cut the ribbon of sunlight, but the silver glow enveloped the entire royal capital. Soon, the elderly man pointed at the sky and generated a terrifying spatial fluctuation. It was as though a powerful fey was about to emerge from his body. At that moment, the blue-haired girl rushed up to the elderly man and said, "Long time no see, space-time elder. I didn't expect the hollow crystal mother shellfish to be able to produce dimensional spaces at will now. The three of us come in peace. The Heavenly Family Cottage has never wanted to make an enemy of the Radiance Federation, so you can retract your power." The elderly man scoffed softly. Instead of reducing its aura, he intensified it. "You caused such a huge commotion in the space above the Radiance Federation. You haven't shown any courtesy befitting of a visitor. If you came to visit, the Heavenly Family Cottage should have sent word to the Imperial Court in advance. Then, you should have waited to be fetched by special envoys at Ascending Dragon City. That would have been the proper behavior." The blue-haired girl's expression immediately turned awkward. She was silent for a moment before she said, "You're right that we're being rude." She swayed her body and transformed into a beautiful orchid that bloomed in the sky. Mist spewed from the orchid, showering the ground in a drizzle that seeped into the royal capital's earth. The shower lasted for 5 minutes before the blue-haired girl returned to human form. Let the moisture-rising rain be the Heavenly Family Cottage's way of apologizing to the Radiance Federation. A clear expression of pain appeared on the blue-haired girl's face. When the elderly man saw how the blue-haired girl had abruptly sung so much for the royal capital, she could not help but be stunned. The elderly man's face returned to normal almost immediately, and he said, "Let me thank the Heavenly Family Cottage for the nourished phase on behalf of the Radiance Federation." Although the elderly man said this, his aura did not diminish in the slightest, and he made no indication of recalling the hollow crystal mother shellfish. The man dressed in fishnets immediately looked displeased as he exclaimed, "Hey! Space-time elder! Blue Lotus built up the moisture-rising rain for at least 50 years, and it contained the essence of the seas. It can assure the Radiance Federation's bountiful harvests for 3 years. This immense gift is enough to express the Heavenly Family Cottage's intentions." Blue Lotus immediately shot a glare at White Phoenix before she smiled apologetically at Space-Time Elder and said, "We came to the Radiance Federation because Brother Blood wants to thank the Moon Empress and Night Empress for helping the Heavenly Family Cottage and because his daughter is in the Radiance Federation. We only acted inappropriately because he's in a rush to reunite with her." Blue Lotus knew of the Space-Time Elder's temperament. He might have a constant smile plastered on his face but was radical in his actions. If they did not immediately make their intentions known, the Space-Time Elder would immediately summon that terrifying thing and unleash it on them. Blue Lotus would not be afraid if the Space-Time Elder was alone. It was possible that Blood New Moon, White Phoenix, and Blue Lotus would be able to take on the Space-Time Elder. However, they were in the Radiance Federation. The Space-Time Elder had appeared because he was skilled at large-scale defense and because the Radiance Federation wanted to test their motives. Once they started crossing swords, the other members of royalty who had been paying attention to the changes in the sky would immediately step in. No matter how confident Blue Lotus was in her power, she would not dare to attack all of the Radiance Federation's members of royalty. However, the Heavenly Family Cottage did not have any enmity toward the Radiance Federation. The Heavenly Family Cottage was indebted to the Radiance Federation because of the incident that involved Jade Sundial and Blood New Moon. This was the reason Blue Lotus was willing to give up the moisture-rising rain that she had been tempering for 50 years. The Space-Time Elder frowned when he heard what Blue Lotus said. He knew that a heavenly family fey affiliated with the sun had appeared on the Raging Waves City's island and triggered the sun. At that time, the Moon Empress had even stepped in to help that heavenly family fey. After doing some investigating, he learned that this heavenly family fey was related to the Moon Empress disciple. At a recent imperial meeting, Night Leaning Moon had detailed how Lin Yuan had saved thousands of creation masters in Whale Ocean Commerce's basement. If the Moon Empress was out of training, she would have been able to make a decision on this matter. But since she was still locked away, the Space-Time Elder could not allow the three heavenly family feys to seek out Lin Yuan. If anything happened, the Moon Empress would definitely come after him, and there was no telling what horrors she would enact on him. His granddaughter might end up dying of grief. You came at a bad time. The Moon Empress has locked herself away to train. You can return to Ascending Dragon City for now. Once the Moon Empress is out, someone will go and fetch you. Blue Lotus had already said so much. Yet, the Space-Time Elder refused to budge. This slightly angered Blue Lotus. This matter was clearly so simple. Blood New Moon just needed to see his child. Blue Lotus could not understand why the Space-Time Elder was being so difficult. Chapter 1543, I'll go with you. Blood New Moon had already placed his hand on the belt of sunlight. He was close enough that he could use it to sense the Mother of Bloodbath's position. He looked nervous, hopeful, and guilty. Soon, he turned to the Space-Time Elder and said, I need to see my child today. I can swear on the sun that I won't be doing anything besides seeing my child. Blood New Moon was bathed in a layer of white rays. The layer of white rays injected a portion of the energy in Blood New Moon's body into the sun. Heavenly family feys had the unique ability to swear on the celestial phenomena that they were affiliated with. If they broke the promise, they would be abandoned by their celestial phenomena. It could be said that Blood New Moon was being as sincere as he could be. In order to become a member of the Heavenly Family Cottage, one had to have eternal power at least. Making an eternal expert swear on their celestial phenomena was extremely disrespectful. Yet, Blood New Moon was offering to do so. This was enough to prove how much he yearned to see his child. Blood New Moon's sincere display made things more difficult for the Space-Time Elder. If he continued to turn him down, he would be preventing a family from reuniting. But if he allowed Blood New Moon to see his child and an accident took place, the Space-Time Elder would not be able to bring himself to continue to be a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty. The Space-Time Elder's voice turned stern as he said, even if Purple Love comes to visit the Radiance Federation, she will need to send word in advance and wait in Ascending Dragon City to be escorted. At that time, we will be more than happy to receive you. Since you have been separated from the child for some time, waiting a while longer won't make a difference. Blood New Moon's gaze darkened. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix also looked outraged. The royalty always prioritized the law over empathy in a large federation like the Radiance Federation, which housed millions of people. But in a small group like the Heavenly Family Cottage, nothing was more important to them than empathy. Hence, the Space-Time Elder would never be able to think about the situation from Blood New Moon's perspective. As such, Blue Lotus and White Phoenix also could not understand why the Radiance Federation was being so ridiculous when the matter was so simple. Could there be a problem with Jade Sundial and Blood New Moon's child? Blue Lotus and White Phoenix's auras immediately intensified, and an eternal aura flowed out from their bodies to clash against the Space-Time Elder's aura. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. At that moment, the air above the Radiance Federation's royal capital was locked tightly by spatial power to the point that no one could see what was happening. The Mother of Bloodbath looked up at the sky and said softly, Lin Yuan, I need to go up to the sky. Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. The Mother of Bloodbath knew that he was going to participate in the selection to become a Radiance Envoy in 2 years' time. The Mother of Bloodbath was Lin Yuan's path protector. If the Heavenly Family Cottage and the Radiance Federation started a serious conflict because of it, Lin Yuan's future in the Radiance Federation would be affected. It did not want to affect Lin Yuan in any way, even if it meant that it had to become hurt. The Mother of Bloodbath readied itself to fly into the sky. But at this moment, the Mother of Bloodbath felt a warm pair of hands cover its hand, and a voice said, I'll go with you. I might be able to help. Lin Yuan's words touched the Mother of Bloodbath. It was his path protector, yet he had protected her many more times than it had done for him. Just as the Mother of Bloodbath was about to turn Lin Yuan down, he said, that spatial barrier can even keep the belt of sunlight out. There's no way you'll be able to get in. I'm also at a loss. Let me call Uncle Mystic and ask him to take us in. Lin Yuan would never think of charging into such a situation on his own. A member of royalty was behind this barrier. With Mystic Moon around, he would be able to communicate with that member of royalty. Lin Yuan called Mystic Moon and told him about the situation. Mystic Moon materialized at the return from faraway mansion in less than a second. When Mystic Moon heard what was happening in the sky, alarm bells rang in his head. Mystic Moon knew the truth about the Mother of Bloodbath. When the Mother of Bloodbath successfully overcame the world cleansing, Mystic Moon knew that the Heavenly Family Cottage would eventually come looking for it. The Heavenly Family Cottage was one of the paths that the Moon Empress was paving for Lin Yuan. However, he did not expect the Heavenly Family Cottage to be so impulsive that they barged into the royal capital without warning. Mystic Moon regretted tempering his dragon pearl. Luckily, Lin Yuan sought him out quickly. The hollow crystal mother shellfish's barrier was very stable. This was a sign that a fight had not broken out. If a fight started and the space-time elder was in the middle of one of his tantrums, he would not give Mystic Moon the time of day. Mystic Moon glanced at the Mother of Bloodbath before saying to Lin Yuan, "Young lord, Wen Yu's elemental paper has evolved to gold grade and gained the ability known as faceless paper. If you don't change your appearance using faceless paper, your face will be revealed to the entire royal capital." Lin Yuan immediately took out the faceless paper that Wen Yu had given him and attached it to his face. Soon, Lin Yuan changed from a young man with exquisite features to a plain-looking young man. Mystic Moon waved his hand, and a dragon formed from spiritual energy appeared in the return from faraway mansion. There were 9 silver flood dragons twirling around this dragon formed from spiritual energy. When Lin Yuan saw Mystic Moon, he found it very familiar. However, he did not recognize the 2 large wings that sprouted from Mystic Moon's back. Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath rode the dragon into the sky. All the people in the royal capital watched as the dragon stopped outside the barrier in the sky. Mystic Moon reached out his hand, and a streak of eternal aura flashed. The silver light from Mystic Moon's hand tore a large hole in the barrier, and the dragon entered through it. Everyone in the royal capital could see the deep abyss of night, a boundless sea, and a blazing sun through the hole. The space-time elder instructed the hollow crystal mother shellfish to use its spiritual energy barrier to protect the people of the royal capital. Hence, the space-time elder had invested all of his power into this barrier. When he saw Mystic Moon in the form of a dragon, the space-time elder turned his attention away from Blue Lotus and White Phoenix. Chapter 1544, Let's find a place to talk. Instead, he turned to Mystic Moon and said, "If you leave the Moon Empress and start a faction of your own, you will be able to become a member of royalty in 3 years." Mystic Moon's power had reached eternal, and he was eligible to become a member of royalty. His sacred source life form was also one of the 3 sacred source life forms that created Star Web. He was vital to the Radiance Federation. Thus, he was not complimenting Mystic Moon. He felt that soon, there would be 14 and not 13 members of royalty in the Radiance Federation. Mystic Moon shook his head and said solemnly, "Don't make jokes, Space-Time Elder. I will always be the Moon Empress Moon Envoy and have zero intention of becoming a member of royalty. Please refrain from saying such things in the future." The Space-Time Elder looked deeply into Mystic Moon's eyes. During that time, the Moon Empress, Mystic Moon, and Night Leaning Moon's incident had blown up amongst that generation of Radiance envoys. Eventually, the Night Empress took over the Spirit Guards, while the Moon Empress established the Radiant Moon Palace. Mystic Moon had been the Moon Empress retainer knight, and it was natural that he became Radiant Moon Palace's Moon Envoy. After time passed, Mystic Moon broke through to Eternal. Yet, his loyalty to the Moon Empress had not changed. It seemed that the Radiant Moon Palace was about to become the only faction with 2 experts who had attained eternal power and above. The 9 dragons that flew around the enormous dragon shielded Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix felt that the situation had escalated too far now that Mystic Moon was here. However, Blood New Moon's eyes were immediately drawn to the giant dragon's back. Blood New Moon could sense the Mother of Bloodbath's position from the belt of sunlight. Yet, now that he was on the cusp of reuniting with his child, he could not muster the courage to go through with it. This was because he had no idea what gender his child was. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix were shocked when they sensed the change in Blood New Moon's emotional state. Was Mystic Moon here to deliver Blood New Moon and Jade Sundial's child? The Mother of Bloodbath took a deep breath as fear crept into its heart. The Mother of Bloodbath had always wondered why every other animal family was comprised of 2 parents and 1 child while it had been alone from the beginning. The Mother of Bloodbath was a bird-catching spider but always avoided killing bird-type feys that were building nests to protect their young. It only killed bird-type feys that were alone. The mother of Bloodbath had devoured almost all the lone birds in the endless forest. When the mother of Bloodbath was awakening its heavenly family Fey bloodline, it brushed against death again. Eventually, it was able to be bathed in light and was reborn as the apple of the sun's eye. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath became certain that it still had relatives. This gave rise to a sense of loneliness within it. This feeling was different from the gentleness it felt toward Lin Yuan or the pureness it felt toward Wenyu, Lu Ji, and Endless Summer. However, it was extremely powerful and strong. It was as though this feeling had been etched into the mother of Bloodbath ever since it started existing. Thus, the mother of Bloodbath could not help but be nervous now that it knew that its family was so close. There was no person who would not be nervous once a serious event was almost upon them. However, the mother of Bloodbath was more confused than nervous. It wanted to know why it had been abandoned. I clearly have the heavenly family Fey bloodline. How is that sky sundial jade sundial related to me? The mother of Bloodbath leaped down from the dragon. At the same moment, Blood New Moon's eyes fell on the mother of Bloodbath's face. His eyes immediately changed to dark red, and he let out an uncontrollable shriek, "Sundial!" Blood New Moon never thought the day would come when he would be able to see that beautiful face that was cemented in his mind again. Blue Lotus and White Phoenixes also shouted out Sister Jade Sundial when they saw the mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan and the Space-Time Elder were stupefied, but Mystic Moon had seen this coming because he had seen Jade Sundial before and knew that she bore a remarkable resemblance to the mother of Bloodbath. The more powerful the life form, the more difficult it would be for them to produce offspring. If they were lucky enough to have a child, the child would definitely look extremely similar to them. There was no bloodline more elite than that of a heavenly family Fey. Thus, it was only to be expected that the mother of Bloodbath would closely resemble Jade Sundial. In Mystic Moon's memory, Blood New Moon was a blood-red bird-catching spider that could not even fend for itself against fifth-page truth. Mystic Moon did not understand how Blood New Moon had been able to awaken its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline and perfectly combine the blood-red bird-catching spider and Sky Sundial Jade Spider's bloodlines. The first person to become used to the mother of Bloodbath's appearance was Blood New Moon. Although Blood New Moon would immediately think of Jade Sundial when it saw the mother of Bloodbath's face, he was a father and knew that this was actually blood love. This face was completely devoid of even a hint of a smile. However, Jade Sundial was rarely seen without a smile. Blood New Moon did not feel awkward or distant because of the mother of Bloodbath's coldness. Rather, he blamed himself, and his heart ached for the mother of Bloodbath. But soon, Blood New Moon sensed the overwhelming blood law from the mother of Bloodbath. It was an echo of the dragon's aura. This meant that Blood Love had sworn on blood law to this dragon. This caused Blood New Moon's face to fall. At this time, Lin Yuan jumped down from the dragon, and his eyes immediately met Blood New Moon's cold ones. Lin Yuan was confused by Blood New Moon's animosity. Mystic Moon scoffed when he saw Blood New Moon's gaze, and he was about to speak when the mother of Bloodbath took a step forward to shield Lin Yuan. Then, it walked over to Blood New Moon and said tersely, "Let's find a place to talk. If you don't mind, there are many things that I want to ask you." Blood New Moon's dark red eyes filled with tears. He thought about all the struggles his daughter had to make herself as strong as she was today. Chapter 1545, The Moon Empress made a great move. Blood New Moon instinctively opened his arms to hug the mother of Bloodbath, his daughter, from whom he had been separated for many years. However, he thought about how he had never performed his duty as a father, and his arms froze in mid-air. He did not know whether he should proceed or retreat. He was not afraid of the mother of Bloodbath pushing him away but that he would frighten it. When the mother of Bloodbath saw the man with the same eyes that it had started to cry, it felt bad, and all the feelings of resolution started to quake violently. The man's tears allowed the mother of Bloodbath to realize that its family had not forgotten about it. It was obvious that its circumstance was due to an undesirable circumstance. Why else would its father travel so far and barge into the sky above the royal capital despite knowing that it was extremely inappropriate? Moreover, he was looking at the mother of Bloodbath with teary eyes that were full of love. As a Fey, and especially the standoffish spider species Fey, the mother of Bloodbath was aware that no spider species Fey would allow themselves to cry unless the emotions were as overwhelming as a tsunami. The mother of Bloodbath saw Blood New Moon's hesitant hands and walked up to give him a gentle hug. Blood New Moon was stunned by what the mother of Bloodbath did. He wrapped his arms around the mother of Bloodbath's waist and laughed maniacally at the sky as he said, "I found my daughter. I finally found my daughter. Jade Sundial, our child is still alive." The mother of Bloodbath was now even more certain of how important it was to Blood New Moon. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix also had tears in their eyes. They were happy that Blood Love was safe and well and that they had finally found Jade Sundial's child. They were also happy for Purple Love. If Blood Love had been born in the Heavenly Family Cottage, the person who would have doted on her the most would be Purple Love. Blood New Moon only managed to tear himself away from the mother of Bloodbath a while later. Blue Lotus said softly to the mother of Bloodbath, "Child, your mother named you Blood Love. She loved you as much as your father. You can go to the lava zone to see her if you miss her. Every piece of fire element there is made from her blood and bones." Blood New Moon should have been the one to tell this to the mother of Bloodbath. However, Blue Lotus did not want the father and daughter conversation to consist of the mother of Bloodbath asking a question that caused Blood New Moon to reminisce. That would be too cruel to Blood New Moon. It would be better to tell the mother of Bloodbath everything now. Blue Lotus always told herself that when she found Blood Love, she would have to tell Blood Love about how her parents had never stopped loving her. This was the only way to let Blood Love know that she had never been alone. When the mother of Bloodbath heard what Blue Lotus said, it raised its eyebrows. The legendary Jade Sundial turned out to be its mother. Lin Yuan immediately thought of something when he heard what Blue Lotus said. If the lava zone had been formed from the blood and bones of the mother of Bloodbath's mother, this meant that her soul was still left in the lava zone. Lin Yuan walked up to the tearing mother of Bloodbath and said, "Do you remember what I told you when you formed a contract with the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring?" When Lin Yuan took a step forward, he immediately caught the gaze of Blue Lotus, Blood New Moon, and White Phoenix. The three of them could sense that there was a tangible link between Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath's blood law. This meant that the mother of Bloodbath had sworn something to Lin Yuan. This was akin to the feeling of finding your child after decades of separation and realizing that another person had raised your child. The mother of Bloodbath's eyes lit up when it heard what Lin Yuan said. The mother of Bloodbath noticed that Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix were looking at Lin Yuan and said, "He saved me twice. If not for Lin Yuan, I would have been killed during the world cleansing when I evolved to Myth 2. I would never even have had the chance to awaken my bloodline. After I evolved to Myth 2, all the resources for increasing my power, including those to evolve to Myth 3 and awaken the Heavenly Family Fey bloodline, were provided by him. He also saved my life numerous times when I was unlocking the Heavenly Family Fey bloodline. I'm his path protector, yet he's my savior." The mother of Bloodbath took a step closer to Lin Yuan to indicate to the three of them that he had saved it. It was silently saying that if it had to make a choice, it would choose Lin Yuan. Although it now knew that it had a father and family, it would not hesitate to turn away from them if they decided to make an enemy of Lin Yuan. Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix were shocked by the mother of Bloodbath's attitude and resolution. They realized that there was something wrong with their attitude. If it was true that this seemingly average young man had been helping the mother of Bloodbath, the child had not survived all on its own like they had thought. Rather, it was all thanks to the young man. This young man was not only the mother of Bloodbath's savior but also their savior. He was the savior of the entire Heavenly Family Cottage. Now that they knew this, the three of them immediately changed their gazes to friendly ones. White Phoenix plucked out his hair, and 3 black feathers appeared in his hand. He silently handed the 3 feathers to Lin Yuan. This left Lin Yuan at a crossroads. He did not know whether he should accept the 3 feathers that the middle-aged man wearing fishnets was holding out. Mystic Moon and the Space-Time Elder shared a look. The Space-Time Elder was slightly jealous of Lin Yuan. The Heavenly Family Cottage members acted impulsively but were all emotional. White Phoenix was a narcissist who loved his feathers. Giving Lin Yuan 3 of them was a clear sign of his gratitude toward Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan did not receive the feathers, White Phoenix wanted to stuff the feathers into Lin Yuan's hand. The Space-Time Elder was certain that White Phoenix was not giving Lin Yuan the feathers to thank him for the help he had given to the mother of Bloodbath but an instinctive action that came from general gratitude. The Moon Empress made a great move. She used this method to enable her disciple to become linked to the Heavenly Family Cottage. Chapter 1546, The Opportunity that Lin Yuan Gave Night Leaning Moon. White Phoenix became impatient when Lin Yuan did not receive his feathers. "Why don't you want my feathers? They're really useful." An exaggerated expression of offense appeared on White Phoenix's face. It was as though Lin Yuan was being rude by not accepting the feathers. White Phoenix's reaction threw off Lin Yuan. He knew that this strange man wearing fishnets was a Heavenly Family Fey. Even if a Heavenly Family Fey was covered in dirt, they were still rare treasures. This also applied to the black feathers that the strange man had plucked from his head. Lin Yuan would not turn White Phoenix down if he only wanted to give Lin Yuan something. However, This gift came because he wanted to thank Lin Yuan for helping the mother of bloodbath. Lin Yuan could not accept such a gift. It was true that Blood New Moon was the mother of bloodbath's father, and it could be said that White Phoenix was her uncle. However, the mother of bloodbath was Lin Yuan's path protector. White Phoenix's action was the equivalent of thanking Lin Yuan on behalf of the mother of bloodbath. When Lin Yuan helped the mother of bloodbath, he never thought about being repaid. Lin Yuan saw White Phoenix's action as contaminating his relationship with the mother of bloodbath. The mother of bloodbath had already made its stance clear. Thus, it was clear that White Phoenix's action was inappropriate. White Phoenix saw Lin Yuan's displeased expression and realized that his action had indeed been thoughtless. He hurriedly plucked a bigger handful of black feathers. With a wave of his hand, the feathers turned into a black fan. White Phoenix said to Lin Yuan seriously, "This isn't a gift of gratitude. I just want to say thank you, and it will make me feel much better if you accept it." White Phoenix's tone was very sincere. Lin Yuan's expression became more pleasant when he saw White Phoenix's genuine expression. Mystic Moon took a step forward and glanced at the fan in White Phoenix's hand before he said to Lin Yuan, "Young lord, this is his gesture. You should accept it. Night Leaning Moon badly needs these feathers that contain concentrated night power." Mystic Moon was a person who was always aware of proper behavior. Mystic Moon could only have said such a thing because Night Leaning Moon needed these feathers very badly. When Lin Yuan received the black fan, Mystic Moon thought, "Night Leaning Moon, you owe young lord an enormous favor." Night Leaning Moon's two main feys have been stuck at that level. Night power was a very rare power. It existed in the darkness but was fundamentally different from dark elements. Night Leaning Moon needed to use her sacred source life form or transform dark-type spiritual ingredients in order to obtain night power. Although these methods would produce a large amount of night power, this power was not pure enough. The Heavenly Family Fey affiliated with the night would have access to the purest night power. White Phoenix would be able to draw out the purest night power from the night, and he stored it in his feathers. There were at least 300 feathers in the fan. Even half of it would be enough to enable Night Leaning Moon to help her main phase break through that level. If the entire fan was given to Night Leaning Moon, she might be able to evolve the bloodlines of her other phase besides her main phase. Night Leaning Moon had sought out White Phoenix and asked him for a trade. However, White Phoenix was very stingy and treasured his feathers. White Phoenix had turned Night Leaning Moon down when she only asked for 3 feathers. This made Night Leaning Moon livid. If Night Leaning Moon was a nomad who did not belong to any federation, she could have snuck up on him and plucked out his feathers. She was slightly more powerful than him, after all. But as a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty, causing trouble for White Phoenix would bring down the wrath of the Heavenly Family Cottage on the entire Radiance Federation. Hence, she gave up on this route. But now, all of her problems were solved. Hence, Lin Yuan did not continue to turn down White Phoenix. Since the feathers were useful to Night Leaning Moon and White Phoenix was willing to give them, Lin Yuan was willing to give Night Leaning Moon the chance to break through. When Lin Yuan received the feathers, White Phoenix beamed brightly. When White Phoenix sensed that it had lost many feathers, his expression deflated and could not help but regret his action. "Out of everything, why did I have to give my feathers?" But given the situation, White Phoenix would have to give up his feathers if Lin Yuan asked. When Blue Lotus saw White Phoenix's smug expression, she walked over to Lin Yuan and placed her hand on Lin Yuan's forehead. Almost immediately, Lin Yuan felt as though his entire body was submerged in icy water. Water elements endlessly gathered at his body, and he felt extremely comfortable. A blue lotus appeared on the center of his forehead. Each petal looked like a wave. Blue Lotus said softly, "I just have you a blue sea blessing. As long as you're at a place where water elements exist, they will automatically protect you. You will be able to breathe underwater. Powerful aquatic life forms might not act affectionately toward you, but phase composed of water elements won't attack you. The water element will be your best friend for the next 10 years. Mystic Moon frowned when he heard what Blue Lotus said. He did not expect Blue Lotus to give Lin Yuan a blessing of a heavenly family fey that only eternal heavenly family feys could give once every decade. The water element would be Lin Yuan's closest companion for the next decade. If a regular water-type fey received the blue sea blessing, it would be able to change into human form in the next decade without using any spiritual ingredients or making any effort. Even the most inferior quality water-type fey would be able to evolve to myth breed using the blue sea blessing. When used on a water-type fey that was of very high quality and worked hard, it would be able to evolve to creation breed within the next decade. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix's actions allowed Mystic Moon and the Space-Time Elder to see how emotional heavenly family feys were. Chapter 1547, Are you telling me to get lost? Lin Yuan did not think that the blue sea blessing would be much help to him. The sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt already had the vast water world engraved on it. Lin Yuan would be able to defend against the attacks of all water elemental energy from aquatic feys that were creation breed and below. Moreover, Lin Yuan was not an aquatic fey, and the blue sea blessing would not be able to increase his power like it did for other water species feys. However, it could moisturize Lin Yuan's skin. Lin Yuan felt that the only use for the blue sea blessing would be that it could keep aquatic feys from attacking him. The feys composed of water elemental energy that Blue Lotus mentioned did not all live underwater. There were also some terrestrial feys that had water elemental energy as their source. For the next 10 years, Lin Yuan would be the apple of their eyes. Blood New Moon did not take out anything. Instead, he looked at Lin Yuan with a sincere gaze and said, "You're my daughter's savior. This makes you my savior." Blood New Moon pointed at the sun above them, and 8 ribbons of sunlight descended. Blood New Moon said sternly, "I, Blood New Moon, swear on the sun that I will be Lin Yuan's protector for the rest of my life." The mother of Bloodbath, Lin Yuan, the Space-Time Elder, and Mystic Moon were all stunned by what Blood New Moon said. The mother of Bloodbath was shocked that its father was willing to sacrifice the rest of his life because Lin Yuan was its savior. This made it clear how much Blood New Moon loved it. Mystic Moon and the Space-Time Elder were shocked at how easily a member of the Heavenly Family Cottage could swear on the celestial phenomena they were affiliated with. Mystic Moon and the Space-Time Elder saw this as very reckless behavior. No matter how grateful he was, he needed to take note of his status. Mystic Moon and the Space-Time Elder felt that once a person reached a certain position or carried a certain status, they could not act as they pleased. Yet, Blue Lotus and White Phoenix did not stop Blood New Moon from making such an oath. Rather, they had relaxed expressions. Now, Mystic Moon and the Space-Time Elder understood how carefree Heavenly Family feys were and how much their heart dictated their actions. It was no wonder Purple Love had charged to Tower Cannon after the Sky Sundial Jade Spider died and killed First Page Fate. Lin Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. It was fine that the mother of Bloodbath was his path protector. But now, Blood New Moon had become his protector. This made them colleagues. Blood New Moon walked over to Lin Yuan and said, "I can see that Little Love will never leave you. So I might as well become your protector and thank you for saving Little Love's life so many times." "Thank you. From now on, I will do my best to make your journey as smooth as possible." Blue Lotus looked at Blue Lotus and White Phoenix and said, "When you return, tell Purple Love that I won't be returning to the Heavenly Family Cottage within the next century." No one was more excited than Mystic Moon that Blood New Moon was going to protect Lin Yuan. A member of the Heavenly Family Cottage was now Lin Yuan's protector. From now on, Lin Yuan was deeply bonded with the Heavenly Family Cottage. Mystic Moon could tell that Blood New Moon was an eternal Heavenly Family Fey. Although Blood New Moon's aura was much weaker than Blue Lotus and White Phoenix, an eternal Heavenly Family Fey could not be compared with a regular Fey that reached eternal. A Heavenly Family Fey that reached eternal would be able to crush a regular Fey that reached pinnacle eternal. A Heavenly Family Fey that reached pinnacle eternal would even be able to take on a regular Fey that had evolved past eternal. The Heavenly Family Fey's special characteristics were the Heavenly Family Cottage's secret weapon. It was also the reason the Heavenly Family Cottage could become a faction that rivaled the 3 great federations. The Heavenly Family Cottage was just as famous as Tower Cannon to the 3 federations. Despite the Heavenly Family Fey's shared trait of only helping those they saw as family, Blood New Moon's willingness to become Lin Yuan's protector made Blue Lotus and White Phoenix acknowledge Lin Yuan. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix's attitudes represented the rest of the Heavenly Family Feys. Mystic Moon looked at the Space-Time Elder and said, "Space-Time Elder, there isn't a need for you to be here. One of the Heavenly Family Cottage members has become our young lord's protector. This makes the matter a private matter of the Radiant Moon Palace. I will take them to Leaning Moon Tower now. They don't have to wait to be escorted at Ascending Dragon City." The Space-Time Elder's lips twitched. "Damn! Mystic Moon is asking me to get lost." The Space-Time Elder might have argued with Mystic Moon for a bit if this was any other time. But now, Mystic Moon had reached that level. The Space-Time Elder scoffed and said, "The Moon Empress is not out of seclusion. Isn't it against the rules to take the members of the Heavenly Family Cottage to Leaning Moon Mountain when the mistress isn't present?" Mystic Moon patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "Young Lord is also the master of the Radiance Moon Palace. With him around, it won't be inappropriate to receive guests even if the Moon Empress isn't present. It just so happens that Night Leaning Moon is also at Leaning Moon Mountain. You can start with her if you want to express your gratitude." The space-time elder was surprised that Mystic Moon saw Lin Yuan in such high regard. He even placed Lin Yuan on a higher pedestal than the Moon Empress. The disciples of others had already grown to the point of being able to hold their own. Yet, the space-time elder's granddaughter had not even taken control of her sacred source life form. She could only keep it locked away to train it. The space-time elder waved his hand, recalled the hollow crystal mother shellfish, and transported himself back to the Camel Peak Valley. Although the space-time elder had left, the situation in the sky had not changed, and thick spiritual energy continued to mask the sky, including the figures of Mystic Moon, Lin Yuan, Blood New Moon, and the rest. The mother of Bloodbath forced itself to remain composed and did not tell Blood New Moon that Lin Yuan could revive its mother. It would be too much of a blow to Blood New Moon to do so. The mother of Bloodbath could not bear to let its father have such hope only to end up disappointed. Its father's heart would break a second time. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath noticed Lin Yuan shooting a look at it, and it immediately knew that Lin Yuan was going to take it to verify the situation. They had to ensure they could collect its mother's soul before proceeding. At that moment, a round moon appeared in the sky despite it being the middle of the afternoon. Chapter 1548, The Moon Empress is out. At that moment, thousands of ribbons of moonbeams descended from the moon and crushed the 8 ribbons of sunlight. A sound that resembled a wolf's howl was released from near the radiant moon palace and reverberated throughout the entire sky above the royal capital. This howl was not creepy or violent. Rather, it sounded chilly but also with a hint of contempt for all life forms. This howl drew the attention of all the other members of royalty, and they looked toward the radiant moon palace. An elderly man blew out his beard angrily and said to a middle-aged man, Li Changlin, "I'm not just your master. You married my daughter and should address me as father. Look at what you've done. I only have one female spirit savory pig left. You used up all the rest of them. Where am I supposed to go to find another male one to mate with it? Are you going to do it?" The middle-aged man pouted and said, "Master, you bring this up whenever you see me. It's already over." The elderly man felt dizzy and replied, "Over? I thought it was over too. But why did you pluck out all my 7 change fragrance thatch too?" The middle-aged man replied casually, "Master, the Radiance 100 sequence selection is almost here. I plan on practicing a few more signature dishes so that I can make a feast for little Yuan. That child's parents are gone, and Jiao Jiao and I are also without children. Lin Yuan and Chu Ci are no different from our children because we watched them grow up." At the mention of Lin Yuan, Chef Supreme fell silent. Normally, Chef Supreme would have asked him why he needed to use the 7 change fragrance thatch just to make food for someone. However, his bad luck would eventually be removed thanks to Zhong Ziyi's relationship with Lin Yuan. Chef Supreme had accepted 3 disciples. His first disciple was unorthodox, and his second disciple was consumed with opening chain businesses. Thus, Chef Supreme had placed all of his hope in Zhong Ziyi. As such, Chef Supreme was extremely grateful to Lin Yuan for the help he gave Zhong Ziyi. At this moment, a howl sounded out in Chef Supreme's ear. Chef Supreme narrowed his eyes and gasped. "I can't believe the sacred Cry Moon Beast has broken through to that level. There is finally a second heavenly family Fey in the main world that crossed that rut." Chef Supreme placed his hand on his beard and started to stroke it slowly with a thoughtful expression on his face. The sacred Cry Moon Beast was not impressive compared to the heavenly family cottage's members. The Moon Empress had to have given it substantial help to reach this level. It seemed that the Moon Empress Creation Master level had also improved significantly. This was terrifying. However, Chef Supreme also had devastating weapons that he had not revealed. This was likely to be the same case for Bamboo Monarch. Everyone was hiding their powers to surprise the world at key moments. They were all unexpectedly reliable. Everyone in the Radiance Federation knew that the moon represented the Moon Empress. In the past decade, there had rarely been any strange activity with the moon. The frequency only increased in the past year. However, this was the first time that thousands of moonbeams descended on the royal capital. Many people on the street cupped their mouths and shouted for the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan and Mystic Moon shared looks of delight. The strange activity with the moon indicated that the Moon Empress was done training. At that moment, Lin Yuan's phone started to ring. Lin Yuan looked at it and saw that the call was coming from the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan hurriedly picked up the call and heard the Moon Empress' gentle voice say, "Little Yuan, I'm done training. Come to the Radiance Moon Palace when you're free, and I'll prepare delicious food for you." Lin Yuan smiled brightly and revealed a row of pearly teeth that almost blinded Mystic Moon. "Master, I'm with Uncle Mystic, and we were just about to come over. There are also a few members of the Heavenly Family Cottage here who want to visit you at the Radiant Moon Palace. One of them is the mother of Bloodbath's father. The Moon Empress was aware that the mother of Bloodbath had unlocked its hidden sky sundial jade spider bloodline while she was in seclusion. Blood New Moon must have rushed over when he sensed this bloodline because he knew that it was coming from his long-lost daughter. It seemed that the first path protector that she found for Lin Yuan was a success. The Moon Empress raised her hand and touched the moonbeams before shaking her head. Previously, she had planned out Lin Yuan's path so meticulously because she thought that her days were numbered. But now that she had crossed that canyon, she was certain that there was no one more powerful than her in this world. Even if the other members of royalty also had their own secret weapons, they could not determine who was stronger unless they duked it out in a fight to the death. Now, the Moon Empress could enable Lin Yuan to lead a smooth-sailing life even if she did not make any new plans for him. Although she possessed this power, she would not hesitate to search and provide Lin Yuan with opportunities. She did not know if she was affected by the previous sense of urgency brought on by her shortened lifespan or the sense of responsibility she gained after accepting Lin Yuan as a disciple, but she found the best way to be Lin Yuan's master. This method seemed simple to the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan was extremely independent and did not like to rely on others. As long as she was powerful enough, she would be able to be Lin Yuan's source of support forever. At that moment, a white wolf crawled up behind the Moon Empress. Its fur was long and thin and was full of moonlight. The giant wolf's two round eyes had two iridescent blue teardrops. A small rabbit was standing on the large wolf's head, and it gnawed on its carrot as its aura climbed. A glowing box flew out of the rabbit's head, and overwhelming power exploded out from the Radiant Moon Palace. When the aura pierced the sky, the Moon Empress stretched out her fingers, and the thousands of moonbeams also extended across the sky. The moonbeams descended on the Radiant Moon Palace and turned it into a cocoon. Inside the cocoon, the Moon Empress said to the giant wolf, "Sacred Cry Moon Beast, unleash as much of your aura as possible like the bright moon uniform radiance. Once you're done with this step, you'll only be one step away from being able to produce your figurative birth horoscope like Zixi." The Moon Empress marveled at her current situation. She never expected Zixi to be affected by her breakthrough and advance itself along with its sacred source life form. Chapter 1549, The Second Heavenly Family Fey Above Eternal. Zixi's breakthrough would increase not only the Moon Empress' power but also become the entire Radiance Federation's secret weapon. When she heard that the three members of the Heavenly Family Cottage had arrived at the royal capital, the Moon Empress suppressed Zixi's aura. The sacred Cry Moon Beast let out a howl. At that moment, every person in the royal capital saw the image of a large wolf appear behind the moon. Two blue tears fell from the giant wolf's eyes, and they flowed up toward the moon. It was as though these tears became a part of the moon. As a result of the tears, the moon became even brighter and clearer. At that moment, the moonbeams around the moon were suddenly set ablaze. The burning moon completely covered the shining sun. The burning moonbeams flowed into the giant wolf's eyes and set its eyes alight as well. Soon, the large wolf's eyes darkened into a dark gold. 3 crescent moons moved within the large wolf's eyes. It was as though one cycle of the moon's movements brought with them the passing of a day. Lin Yuan, who was staring into the beast's eyes, felt as though he was aging with every passing cycle of the moons. Soon, the crescent moons cycled backward and combined into a full moon. At that moment, every person in the Radiance Federation felt as though their vitality was being replenished. Even their bodies were filled with more energy. Mystic Moon said softly, "The sacred Cry Moon Beast actually used full moon gaze." Within the line of vision of full moon gaze, every person has a drop of the sacred Cry Moon Beast's tear planted in their body. 10,000 of the sacred Cry Moon Beast's tears is the main ingredient for one Moon Dew Revival pill. Lin Yuan was just about to marvel at how many Moon Dew Revival pills these amounted to when he heard White Phoenix say in astonishment, "That's impossible. The sacred Cry Moon Beast isn't as talented as me. How is it possible that it reached the same level as Sister Purple Love?" Blue Lotus sighed and said, "White Phoenix, are you still holding the grudge? The sacred Cry Moon Beast left the Heavenly Family Cottage all those years ago to seek out a better future for itself. It didn't want to be restricted by its talent forever. It chose to join the Moon Empress of its own accord. Now that the Moon Empress provided it with an opportunity, we should be happy about it. The sacred Cry Moon Beast plucked out your feather when you were young, but that was because your feather was stained with the mist of biting cold. If that feather hadn't been plucked out, you would have fallen seriously ill." Blood New Moon was not acquainted with the sacred Cry Moon Beast because he had joined after it left. Blood New Moon could sense that the moonbeams from the moon in the sky had completely blocked his link to the sun. This was occurring even though the moonbeams were not targeting him. Blood New Moon was unsure if he would be able to trigger the sun to release more ribbons of sunlight if he forcefully tried to communicate with it. Blood New Moon felt that as hard as he tried, the sun would only be able to release a thin ribbon of sunlight. He had always felt that the sun's radiance would be able to overcome the light of the moon. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. This allowed Blood New Moon to see the path that he needed to go down in the future. This was because he could sense that the sacred Cry Moon Beast was not communicating with the moon but wielding it as an equal. Another heavenly family Fae had broken through to that level and was able to share their power with the world. It was likely that Purple Love would be happy for the sacred Cry Moon Beast if she found out. At that moment, all the wild wines gathered at the Radiance Federation. Before coming to the Radiance Federation, Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix had been clearing out Tower Cannon sites and found out that there were experts from Tower Cannon who were headed to the Radiance Federation. Both Tower Cannon and the Freedom Federation were enemies of the Radiance Federation. It would be impossible for there not to be trouble when these two groups gathered in the Radiance Federation. It was even possible that they would join hands. The allegiance of the Envoy group from the Azure Federation was still unknown. The main reasons for the Heavenly Family Cottage's visit to the Radiance Federation were to seek out that new Heavenly Family Fae that could absorb weather and find Blood New Moon's long-lost daughter. Now, the mother of Bloodbath was found, and the only thing left to do was to seek out that Heavenly Family Fae. However, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Blood New Moon were definitely going to duke it out with the people from Tower Cannon. But the chaos was now quelled by the sacred Cry Moon Beast that had just evolved past Eternal. A heavenly family Fae that was above Eternal was considered one of the world's top experts. However, this heavenly family Fae did not belong to the Heavenly Family Cottage but to the Moon Empress. With the sacred Cry Moon Beast around, there was no way that chaos would break out. However, the calmer the surface of the water, the murkier its depths. No one knew what kind of changes the deep water would bring. At that time, the moonbeams that enclosed the Radiant Moon Palace had disappeared. The sacred Cry Moon Beast that was the envy of all the experts in the world was currently trembling before a small white rabbit. A purple streak flashed across Zixie's eyes. It flicked its ears and safely placed the carrot behind it before gently covering it with its tail. Zixie was acting this way because it had found out from the Moon Empress that Lin Yuan was coming. Previously, Zixie could completely brush off Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan had saved the Moon Empress diminishing lifespan by giving her the lifespan mouse. He had also provided the Moon Empress with spirit chi that was so pure that even the Moon Empress could not concoct. This pure spirit chi was the reason Zixie was able to advance significantly. Hence, if Lin Yuan asked Zixie for its carrot, Zixie could not say no. Someone knocked on the Moon Empress' bedroom at that moment, and Night Leaning Moon strode in. Night Leaning Moon looked at the Moon Empress with a multitude of emotions on her face as she said, "Congratulations, it looks like we were all worried for nothing. Now that you've successfully crossed this step, your lifespan is no longer in danger." Night Leaning Moon eventually started to choke up. If anyone said that the austere and cold Night Leaning Moon was choking up, the other members of royalty would probably start guffawing at the ludicrous idea. However, Night Leaning Moon let down all of her walls in front of the Moon Empress. All those years ago, the Moon Empress and Night Leaning Moon were Radiance envoys together. At that time, Night Leaning Moon had congratulated the Moon Empress in the same way. But she had been too immature and ended up falling out with Mystic Moon. While Night Leaning Moon was reminiscing, the Moon Empress smiled gently and said, "Leaning Moon, thank you for staying here in the Radiant Moon Palace to guard me and suppress my aura during my breakthrough." Night Leaning Moon was stunned by the Moon Empress' smile. It was the exact same one as when they were young. Chapter 1550, Everyone's Reactions. There was a loli sitting atop the head of a twisting sea snake that was almost 1,000 meters long. The loli looked at the silhouette of the wolf head behind her, and her expression darkened. A man that exuded righteousness stood behind her. He narrowed his eyes at the loli and scoffed and said, "Second page revival, the Moon Empress Sacred Cry Moon Beast suddenly broke through past Eternal. Do you think that you'll be able to defeat it? Don't forget how that fox from the Heavenly Family Cottage killed First Page Fate. You were the only one by First Page Fate's side when it happened." The loli stood up. Her eyes changed to grey, and a grey aura of death rose around her before a pair of grey wings sprouted from her back. This aura of death contaminated the enormous snake beneath her. In an instant, its flesh withered, revealing white bones, as it fell into the ocean. Second page revival sneered. Sixth page lashing, "I don't want to talk to you anymore." You just need to tell First Page Crimson to activate the Black Mass Cup and nothing else. Purple Love killed First Page Fate, but that does not mean that I need to be afraid of the sacred Cry Moon Beast. The 4 horsemen have already departed from the Tower of Revival and are headed to the Radiance Federation. Tower Cannon also buried the seeds for the Sleepers' revival long ago. Due to the conflict with the Radiance Federation, the Freedom Federation contacted Tower Cannon again. Second Page Revival paused before continuing. Sixth Page Lashing, before using the Black Mass Cup, you should hide amongst the envoys from the Freedom Federation. I will go on my own to seek out the Gardener Konjak's seeds. Sixth Page Lashing's face fell before he replied, the Gardener Konjak's seeds and raiments are missing. This means that something serious happened to Whale Ocean Commerce. Second Page Revival, you always say that 7th Page War is useless. Yet, your scheme targeting the Radiance Federation isn't as successful as 7th Page War's one. At least 7th Page War had used her sacred source life form to open a dimensional rift in the Radiance Federation sea. 6th Page Lashing's words hit 2nd Page Revival's Achilles heel. 2nd Page Revival flapped her wings, and she was soon far away from 6th Page Lashing. 6th Page Lashing did not chase after her. Instead, he stood at the same spot to wait for the envoys from the Freedom Federation to arrive. As he looked at the thrashing sea, a feeling arose in 6th Page Lashing. I'm clearly one of the 8 pages of Tower Cannon. But why do I feel like a pair of large hands is manipulating my life? Moreover, ever since First Page Crimson appeared, Second Page Revival's attitude toward First Page Crimson has been laughable. It's as though she has become First Page Crimson's lapdog. She is very close to addressing him as Lord First Page Crimson. Suddenly, a cunning smile spread across 6th Page Lashing's face, and he mumbled, I understand Tower Cannon less and less. Why do the 8 pages all have to side with Tower Cannon? I want to see what Second Page Revival plans to do and who exactly First Page Crimson is. 6th Page Lashing did not continue to wait for the envoy group from the Freedom Federation. Instead, he headed in another direction toward the Radiance Federation. In the Freedom Mystic Temple, the strange activity with the moon and the sacred Cry Moon Beast's sudden breakthrough past eternal forced the royalty from the Freedom Federation to gather together. A week ago, 9 of them had a meeting. Du Miao frowned at the wolf's silhouette behind the moon and said coldly, now, the Radiance Federation has another top expert. The Heavenly Family Cottage will definitely want to ally with the Radiance Federation because of this. I received word from the envoy groups that the Azure Federation is unwilling to work with us. Almost a millennium has passed since the world's factions established their boundaries. It's time that we harvest the Radiance Federation. The other members of royalty silently played with the items in their hands as they thought deeply. There was a 2-year deal between the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation. Now that the Radiance Federation's pinnacle combat power had increased, this was nothing but bad news for the Freedom Federation. Thus, the Freedom Federation needed to harvest the Radiance Federation. However, they needed to discuss which method for harvesting would be the best. Ever since the last battle, Du Miao was the only one who had fought with the Radiance Federation in the past decade. Du Miao had used the gold leaf boiling balloon flower and caused a large commotion in the sky above the Radiance Federation by triggering the volcano phenomena. Eventually, he was stopped by the Radiance Federation. Hence, most of the Radiance Federation's hatred was focused on Du Miao. As such, all of the members of royalty were waiting for Du Miao to come up with a suggestion for this matter. This way, he would have to shoulder most of the costs of this operation against the Radiance Federation. The Freedom Federation only cared about their own profits. Every weekly meeting was a scheme to procure more resources. When no one replied to Du Miao, he was outraged and yelled, if none of you want to be involved in this matter, I'll wash my hands off it too. But don't regret your decision during the major Federation meeting 2 years later. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a red robe said, we already discussed our plan for the deal with the Radiance Federation during the last meeting. Du Miao, you don't have to worry about us. The experts from the First Emperor Shark clan are already headed to the Radiance Federation. There is no way that the Radiance Federation will let this matter go. Du Miao, it seems that all of the resources that you invested into the First Emperor Shark clan will go to waste. A gloating expression appeared on the man's face. Du Miao's gaze darkened. Previously, he had made the decision of his own accord to allow the First Emperor Shark clan to take refuge in the Freedom Federation Sea. This had cut into the profits of the other members of royalty. However, Du Miao never expected them to hold such a grudge. After the event, they kept him out of the loop of what transpired during the meetings. However, he did not mind not knowing about it. They were all members of royalty of the Freedom Federation and had equal standing. He would not crumble just because one of them made a snide remark at his expense. Yet, there was clearly a new pinnacle expert in the Radiance Federation, and none of these people seemed to care. They even looked confident and sly. This made Du Miao curious about what tricks they had come up with during the last discussion. Lin Yuan and Mystic Moon returned to the Radiant Moon Palace. Blood New Moon, White Phoenix, and Blue Lotus wanted to thank the Moon Empress for the help she gave to Jade Sundial and for saving the Mother of Bloodbath. They walked to the Radiant Moon Palace instead of flying. Chapter 1551, Night Leaning Moon's Opportunity. The Heavenly Family Cottage was situated at the Paradise of Nature. But when they arrived at Leaning Moon Mountain and saw the spiritual ingredients around them and the flowing rivers, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Blood New Moon realized that artificial scenery was not as harmonious as the natural environment but was just as beautiful. In fact, it was even more pleasant looking because it involved the handiwork of a Class 5 creation master. White Phoenix now understood better why the sacred Cry Moon Beast was insistent on staying by the Moon Empress side. It could not only be nourished by pure spirit chi often but the Moon Empress' other feys were also affiliated with the Moon. This was likely the reason the sacred Cry Moon Beast was able to cross that wall. At that moment, the Moon Empress was livid because Night Leaning Moon was telling her about what happened with Whale Ocean commerce. The Moon Empress did not expect Lin Yuan to have been exposed to such danger when she had been locked away training. Luckily, everything had gone well eventually, and Lin Yuan used his own means to take control of Diwanmai's body and gained a Class 5 creation master. Night Leaning Moon looked at the enraged Moon Empress and said, "The first time I saw Lin Yuan, I felt that he was too bull-headed. I learned from Lu Ji that Lin Yuan was the type of person who liked to do everything on his own. I always felt that such a person would fall into unnecessary accidents easily when trying to accomplish big things. But since our last interaction, I realized that I have been belittling him all this time. Lin Yuan holds himself to a high standard. When he was faced with a serious matter and was unsure if he could handle it, he immediately contacted Mystic Moon. When I reported this matter to the Imperial Court, I did not mention that Lin Yuan had taken control of Diwanmai. You are his master. Now that you're out, you should be the one to make the final decision on how this matter should be resolved." The Moon Empress smiled proudly when she heard Night Leaning Moon praising Lin Yuan. But when she heard that Night Leaning Moon had not reported Lin Yuan taking control of Diwanmai to the Imperial Court, the Moon Empress looked deeply into Night Leaning Moon's eyes and said, "Leaning Moon, I owe you one. I plan on letting little Yuan develop on his own. As his master, I'm only going to protect him without interfering. Thus, I plan on letting him make a decision on this matter." Nonetheless, the Moon Empress had already guessed what Lin Yuan's choice would be. At this juncture, the right thing for Lin Yuan to do would be to increase his power. Hence, the Moon Empress was not going to dictate Lin Yuan's life. Otherwise, the Moon Empress would not have promised him when Lin Yuan came to the Radiant Moon Palace last time for the Golden Lotus brocade pearls. Although the Moon Empress creation master power had reached a new level, she still could not concoct the pure spirit chi that Lin Yuan had given her. Thus, the Moon Empress's expectations for Lin Yuan did not stop at becoming a Radiance envoy. At that moment, the Moon Empress sensed Lin Yuan's aura from outside of the palace. As such, she interrupted Night Leaning Moon and said, "My disciple is here. Wait for me here, and I will fetch him." Night Leaning Moon was shocked by what the Moon Empress said. Night Leaning Moon never thought the day would come when the Moon Empress would go and personally fetch someone from the entrance. However, Night Leaning Moon was unaware that this was not the first time the Moon Empress did this. When Lin Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Radiant Moon Palace, he said to Mystic Moon, "Uncle Mystic, when the 3 members of Heavenly Family Cottage come to visit Master, I plan on taking the Mother of Bloodbath out. We will be returning later." Mystic Moon dared not reply. If he agreed and Lin Yuan left, he would have to shoulder the blame if the Moon Empress needed to talk to Lin Yuan about something, but he was not there. However, Mystic Moon knew that Lin Yuan could only be taking the Mother of Bloodbath to do something important at such a time. Just as Mystic Moon was thinking about how he should reply, he felt the Moon Empress aura. He let out a sigh of relief and thought, "Young lord, you better tell this to the Moon Empress yourself." The Moon Empress had heard what Lin Yuan said. When she drew near, she said softly to him, "Go ahead. I'll wait for you to eat together, no matter how late you return." Although they had not been apart for that long, the person that the Moon Empress wanted to see the most now that she was out of seclusion was Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress was not skilled at expressing her emotions. Now that she was with him, she did not have much to say. As long as she saw him, she would feel a sense of ease that she had never experienced in the past. When they walked into the inner palace, Lin Yuan immediately spotted Night Leaning Moon, who was drinking tea. Lin Yuan greeted Night Leaning Moon respectfully before taking out the fan White Phoenix had given him and handing it to the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan was a junior. Night Leaning Moon might bow and thank him if he handed it to her. However, Lin Yuan could not bring himself to accept Night Leaning Moon's bow. Thus, he felt it would be best to give the fan to the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress would be the one to decide if she wanted to give it to Night Leaning Moon. The instant that Lin Yuan took out the fan, Night Leaning Moon felt the intense night power coming from it. Her heartbeat started to race. She stared at the black fan, and her lips twitched. She immediately recognized that the fan was made from White Phoenix's feathers. It was the thing that she had asked for but had been rejected and did not forcefully grab because she was the Night Empress of the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress was also stunned when Lin Yuan took out the black fan. She smiled brightly before walking over to Night Leaning Moon and said, "Leaning Moon, you saw for yourself. Lin Yuan gave this to me. You take it. There's still some time left before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. I will give you more pure spirit chi, and you should be able to break through before the selection." Night Leaning Moon received the black fan and softly thanked Lin Yuan before flashing herself out of the Radiant Moon Palace. Soon, a thread of night entered the Spirit Guard's land. Night Leaning Moon put herself in seclusion in the Spirit Guard's land. Lin Yuan scratched the back of his head when Night Leaning Moon thanked him. He was grateful she left quickly because he could not say "you're welcome" to her. The Moon Empress knew Night Leaning Moon well. Hence, she knew how significant Night Leaning Moon's soft thanks was. At that moment, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Blood New Moon walked in with the Mother of Bloodbath behind them. They were standing respectfully at the entrance of the Radiant Moon Palace and were taking in the fragrance of the silver stamen gold luster cassia. Chapter 1552, Strangeness of the Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cassias. Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Blood New Moon shared a look. They noticed that something was not normal with the silver stamen gold luster cassias. They were clearly two fantasy breed plant type feys. Yet, they seemed to be showing clear signs of intelligence. When they saw Blue Lotus, the silver stamen gold luster cassias shook themselves and caused numerous flowers to fall, sending fragrance wafting into Blue Lotus and the Mother of Bloodbath's noses. Evidently, the silver stamen gold luster cassias were more friendly toward Blue Lotus and the Mother of Bloodbath. However, they were not standoffish toward Blood New Moon and White Phoenix either. Otherwise, they were fully capable of locking their fragrance within their flower buds to prevent Blood New Moon and Blue Lotus from smelling it. White Phoenix cocked an eyebrow and asked Blue Lotus with surprise, Blue Lotus, these two trees are interesting. They are showing clear signs of intelligence at fantasy breed." Ever since Blue Lotus saw the silver stamen gold luster cassias, she could not tear her eyes away from it. She gently touched one of its branches. She could feel the affection that the silver stamen gold luster cassia was sending her way and that it was transferring spirit chi to the place where her hand was. It was as though it was greeting her. This discovery made Blue Lotus think, "It looks like I underestimated the silver stamen gold luster cassia's intelligence. They are acting more friendly and allowing Blood Love and me to receive more of their fragrance while only allowing Blood New Moon and White Phoenix to experience a small portion because they sense our foundations." Plants needed light and warmth to grow. Jade Sundial's Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline had been separated. Blood New Moon had gotten the heat portion, while Blood Love had received the light portion. White Phoenix was the night that would steal light away. Heat took away moisture. This was why the silver stamen gold luster cassias were giving out preferential treatment. Blue Lotus asked softly, "White Phoenix, what level were you at when you unlocked the Heavenly Family Fey bloodline?" White Phoenix was stunned for a moment before he said, "I have been a Heavenly Family Fey ever since I was born. Don't you know this? What's the point in asking?" Blue Lotus rolled her eyes at White Phoenix and said, "So, having been a Heavenly Family Fey for your entire life, don't you have basic knowledge? I have memories from before I became a Heavenly Family Fey. I awoke my Heavenly Family Fey bloodline when I evolved to fantasy breed. Sister Jade Sundial and Purple Love found me and brought me to the Heavenly Family Cottage. These two trees are in a very similar situation to the one that I was in. However, I was already showing signs of being able to control the 4 Cs when I was fantasy breed. These two trees don't seem to be able to trigger celestial phenomena yet. But who's to say? Some Heavenly Family Feys only awaken their Heavenly Family Fey bloodline when they evolve to creation breed. This was what happened to Little Deer and Rock." White Phoenix's lips twitched. Blue Lotus, why do you always bring up the fact that I'm a natural heavenly family fae? There are 9 of us in the heavenly family cottage. I'm just one of them, and the weakest one at that. Every time Blue Lotus mentioned this, White Phoenix felt that Blue Lotus was not praising his talent but that it was a subtle dig at him. If they started fighting, White Phoenix might not be able to defeat Blue Lotus. Blue Lotus' abilities lay in support, defense, and healing, but White Phoenix's abilities mostly involved offense. She directly curbed him. At the same time, White Phoenix was also shocked by what Blue Lotus said. He did not expect Blue Lotus to be so impressed by the silver stamen gold luster caches. She was even implying that there was a possibility that the silver stamen gold luster caches could become heavenly family feys. If the silver stamen gold luster caches truly transformed into heavenly family feys, the Moon Empress would have 3 heavenly family feys in her possession, including the sacred Cry Moon Beast. These 2 silver stamen gold luster cache had always been planted in the Radiant Moon Palace. Although the Moon Empress had not formed contracts with them, she had nurtured them, and they were considered to be her feys. The Moon Empress would not be willing to give up the 2 silver stamen gold luster caches to the Heavenly Family Cottage when they became Heavenly Family feys, and the Heavenly Family Cottage would not be able to bring themselves to ask them from her anyway. At that moment, the Moon Empress walked to the main palace and sat on the main throne. Mystic Moon walked to the entrance to invite Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Blood New Moon in. Lin Yuan shot a look at the Mother of Bloodbath. The Mother of Bloodbath hurriedly said to Blood New Moon, "Father, I need to go and do something with Lin Yuan. I will wait for you at the lava zone tonight." The Mother of Bloodbath clenched its fist and forcefully controlled its tidal wave of emotions because it was unsure if its mother could be revived. It would all depend on the Remembrance Soul Whale's performance at the lava zone. Ever since Blood New Moon and the Mother of Bloodbath reunited, he had walked on eggshells. He did not know how to express his fatherly love. On the one hand, if he expressed too little, the Mother of Bloodbath would not feel it. But if he expressed too much, it could be uncomfortable for the Mother of Bloodbath. Although Blood New Moon had lived for a long time, this was the first time that he was being a father and feeling all the emotions and responsibility that came with the role. Blood New Moon had never spent time with the Mother of Bloodbath. Thus, although Blood New Moon did not express it outwardly, he was far more frantic than the fathers of newborns. Even before Blood New Moon met the Mother of Bloodbath, he knew that he wanted to bring it to the lava zone because that was where Jade Sundial was buried. If it were possible, Blood New Moon was willing to find a cave in the lava zone where he would be able to be with Jade Sundial forever. However, these were the thoughts that Blood New Moon had before he reunited with the Mother of Bloodbath. Now that he had found his daughter, his thoughts changed. Blood New Moon planned on protecting the Mother of Bloodbath and its savior. But from their first interaction, Blood New Moon could sense that Lin Yuan was special to the Mother of Bloodbath. This meant that the Mother of Bloodbath definitely felt an emotion toward Lin Yuan that it did not feel for anyone else. This was not the normal feeling that a path protector had toward the person they were protecting, nor was it a simple feeling of gratitude. Although the Mother of Bloodbath did not say it explicitly, Blood New Moon could tell that the Mother of Bloodbath was looking at Lin Yuan in a very similar way that he had looked at Jade Sundial all those years ago. Spider species phase were the least emotional phase. But once they fell in love, it would be for life. This applied to spider species heavenly family phase as well. Blood New Moon could be certain that his daughter was already in love with Lin Yuan. Chapter 1553, Journey to the Lava Zone. Although his daughter had not voiced her feelings, it was already very deep. As a father, he had the right to ask her about it. However, he had only just reunited with the Mother of Bloodbath and did not think that it would be right for him to ask. One look at Lin Yuan was enough to tell that he was completely oblivious to the Mother of Bloodbath's feelings. Blood New Moon became conflicted and had no idea how he should handle the situation. No one in the Heavenly Family Cottage would be able to teach him about this, and there was no one else that he could ask either. Although White Phoenix was experienced and had a never-ending fountain of opinions when it came to relationships, Blood New Moon was not willing to learn childcare tips from a bachelor. Out of frustration, Blood New Moon smiled bitterly and said to the Mother of Bloodbath, "Little love, I will go to the lava zone to wait for you once I'm done visiting the Moon Empress." The Mother of Bloodbath was surprised when it heard this. Lin Yuan and it were just about to head to the lava zone to see if they could gather enough of its mother's soul. But it felt that it was likely that its father would be spending considerable time at the Radiant Moon Palace, giving them enough time to investigate the lava zone. At that time, it would also have an answer and would not have to be kept in torturous suspense. If the Remembrance Soul Whale could find enough of its mother's soul in the lava zone, it would have good news for its father. If the remembrance soul whale could not find enough of its mother's soul, it would be better for the mother of Bloodbath not to bring the matter up and save its father from further pain. After Mystic Moon led Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix into the Radiant Moon Palace, Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. The lava zone was at the southernmost part of the Radiance Federation. Its neighbors were Bronze Furnace City and Flame City. If Lin Yuan rode on Blackie, it would take them several days to reach the lava zone. But if he used the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, they would be able to arrive in a little over an hour. Both of them rode south on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. When Lin Yuan saw the nervous and hopeful expression on the mother of Bloodbath's face, he thought long and hard about how he should comfort it. All he did was pat the mother of Bloodbath's shoulder. If his parents also had the same opportunity, Lin Yuan would probably be even more excited and anxious than the mother of Bloodbath. This was the same feeling as families of patients had when they were waiting outside an operating room. But unfortunately, his parents had been trampled and devoured by the insect tide. Although Lin Yuan had the remembrance soul whale, he still could not revive his parents. At that moment, Blood New Moon bowed at the Moon Empress and said sincerely, "Moon Empress, you helped my beloved wife all those years ago. Now, you've helped my daughter too. Please accept my bow." The Heavenly Family Cottage and Radiance Federation were considered the largest factions in the world. The head of the Heavenly Family Cottage and the members of royalty of the Radiance Federation were considered equals. If Blood New Moon had just bowed to the Moon Empress and thanked her, it would be appropriate to express his gratitude. However, he had even spoken to her with such respect. This meant that he had not been speaking as a member of the Heavenly Family Cottage but as Lin Yuan's protector. Mystic Moon had already told the Moon Empress about the fact that Blood New Moon had become Lin Yuan's protector. Blood New Moon's action caused the Moon Empress' eyes to shine, and she replied honestly, "I did help Jade Sundial all those years ago. However, I had a selfish reason for helping your daughter." The Moon Empress spoke candidly, but it gave Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Blood New Moon a nice feeling. Heavenly Family Feys all lived by following their hearts. Following one's heart was different from being stupid. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? The Moon Empress just happened to save Jade Sundial and Blood New Moon's daughter, and Blood New Moon even became her disciple's protector. White Phoenix, Blood New Moon, and Blue Lotus all shared the same thoughts but did not bring it up. Although they had such thoughts, it did not diminish their gratitude toward Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress. Otherwise, Blood New Moon would not have sworn on the celestial phenomena that he was affiliated with to become Lin Yuan's path protector or bowed in gratitude to the Moon Empress. But now that the Moon Empress voiced their thoughts, none of them had any qualms. The three of them now felt gratitude and true respect for the Moon Empress because only someone who was magnanimous and meant for the biggest things could say such words. Moreover, there was no one who did not like being friends with an honest person. White Phoenix said in response to the Moon Empress' honesty, "Moon Empress, we destroyed many tower cannon sites on the way to the Radiance Federation. I'm sure you're aware of the deep enmity between our Heavenly Family Cottage and Tower Cannon." The Moon Empress did not comment. Tower Cannon's fifth page Truth had attacked Jade Sundial when she was giving birth and at her weakest. The Heavenly Family Cottage and Tower Cannon had become lifelong enemies. Moreover, Purple Love had gone and massacred one of Tower Cannon's largest camps and first page Fate. However, Purple Love had also been seriously injured. When she first heard the news, the Moon Empress did not first think of the enmity between the Heavenly Family Cottage and Tower Cannon. Instead, she became certain of one thing. There was definitely something seriously wrong with the 8 pages of Tower Cannon. However, the 8 pages had always been shrouded in mystery, and the Moon Empress had not investigated the matter thoroughly. She might not even have the best information on the current 8 pages. White Phoenix observed the Moon Empress while he spoke. When the Moon Empress' expression did not change, White Phoenix fell silent for a moment before he went on to say, "Moon Empress, we learned from the sites that there will be 2 pages from the 8 pages of Tower Cannon who will be visiting the Radiance Federation." White Phoenix said this in an attempt to be friendly with the Moon Empress. The 8 pages of Tower Cannon had to have a clear motive for going into action. However, White Phoenix did not expect the Moon Empress to still look so calm after receiving the news. All she said was, "If people from Tower Cannon are really coming to the Radiance Federation, they should expect to have their lives ended here." White Phoenix, Blue Lotus, and Blood New Moon were stunned by what the Moon Empress said. They wondered how confident the Moon Empress had to be able to say such a thing. Apparently, not only had the sacred Cry Moon Beast evolved past Eternal, but the Moon Empress' power had also reached another level. Only people who were powerful enough could back up such confidence. It was likely that the Radiance Federation's royal capital would be abuzz with activity in a week's time when the Radiance 100 sequence selection began. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly arrived at the lava zone. Lin Yuan noticed that the fire elements in the fire zone were just as concentrated as in a Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. However, the fire elements here were even purer than those of the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath fell to its knees on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's back, and its body started to tremble violently. Chapter 1554, Lava Zone. The Mother of Bloodbath felt the bloodline in its body pulsing slightly. The fire elements in the lava zone were extremely saturated. These fire elements felt extremely warm to the Mother of Bloodbath. It felt completely different from the fire elements that it was familiar with. These fire elements embraced the Mother of Bloodbath, and the Mother of Bloodbath felt the same emotion it felt when it saw Blood New Moon. The Mother of Bloodbath knew that the fire elements were responding to its bloodline. The Mother of Bloodbath was not one who liked to wallow in sadness. The few tears that it shed in its life were all for Lin Yuan's sake. The Mother of Bloodbath had even managed to prevent itself from crying when it saw its father. But now, the feelings that the Mother of Bloodbath felt from the fire elements caused it to start to sob uncontrollably. When the Mother of Bloodbath fell to its knees and started to tremble with large tears flowing down its face, Lin Yuan did not instruct the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to land. Instead, he squatted down and used his thumb pad to wipe the tears away. Lin Yuan had already guessed that the fire elements affected the Mother of Bloodbath. Jade Sundial's body had turned into the lava zone, and the fire elements remained there. This meant that there was definitely something special about the fire elements formed from Sky Sundial Jade Spider. This was what made the lava zone special. Lin Yuan felt that it was highly likely that using the Remembrance Soul Whale to gather the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's soul would be a success. The fire elements from the lava zone were gathering toward the Mother of Bloodbath. The Mother of Bloodbath would definitely be able to recover memories through its bloodline. The Mother of Bloodbath looked up, and its eyes met Lin Yuan's concerned ones. At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath could not hold it back anymore and wrapped its arms around Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gently patted the Mother of Bloodbath's back to comfort it. He did not say anything even as the tears dampened his shoulder. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly thought, the Mother of Bloodbath has always been suppressing and hiding its feelings for Lin Yuan. However, now that it could sense its mother, all of its walls fell, and it was acting so intimately. But looking at Lin Yuan, it seems that he doesn't understand the Mother of Bloodbath's feelings. He is purely comforting the Mother of Bloodbath? The Kill Food Sky Butterfly did not mind that its father-in-law was obtuse because its relationship with Purple Afterglow was great. Although the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly had been spending all day and night with Purple Afterglow, it was also male. Thus, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly could rest its mind. Otherwise, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly would be absolutely depressed at that moment. Having one-sided feelings for someone was better than being cheated on. A moment later, the Mother of Bloodbath removed itself from the hug and said softly, Lin Yuan, let's go down and take a look. The Mother of Bloodbath's face turned suspiciously red. When the Kill Food Sky Butterfly landed, Lin Yuan returned it to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and summoned the Remembrance Soul Whale with a wave of his hand. The Remembrance Soul Whale was currently Bronze X/Legend. Before Lin Yuan comprehended a willpower rune that was related to the soul, this would be the limit for the Remembrance Soul Whale. Lin Yuan instructed the Remembrance Soul Whale, Remembrance Soul Whale, use Soul Knot and search for remnants of souls in this area. The Remembrance Soul Whale let out a cry and immediately started to sweep the area for souls. After searching, it turned up the souls of feys like the sharp-eared fire fox, fire source wolf, and ring-tail flame python. There were also some souls of adventurers mixed in with the souls of these feys. Evidently, some adventurers had died here. There were also an uncountable number of souls of plant-type feys. The lava zone was a complete ecological environment. At every moment, there were feys killing and hunting each other. This was the natural law of the jungle. Although the souls of the weak life forms quickly dissipated after they died, too many feys had died in the past few days. The Remembrance Soul Whale needed pieces of a soul to use Soul Knot to pick and sort through them. The Sky Sundial Jade Spider had died too long ago. Even if any of its soul was left, it would be extremely weak. It was almost impossible to find the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's soul using this method. Even if Lin Yuan and the Remembrance Soul Whale stayed here every day to sort through the souls, it might take them decades to find the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's soul if they were unlucky. No matter how strong Lin Yuan was, he could not prevent the feys from ever dying or falling sick. Lin Yuan said to the Mother of Bloodbath that had eyes full of hope, we are on the border of Bronze Furnace City. The deeper we walk into the lava zone, the more concentrated the fire elements become and the more likely we'll be able to find the soul. Let's head toward the center of the lava zone, and the Remembrance Soul Whale will continue to search while we travel." The Mother of Bloodbath nodded. It fell silent for a moment before it said, "Lin Yuan, once we reach the lava zone, let's search until it's time for dinner. If we can't find anything, we'll continue for another day after the Radiance 100 sequence selection. If we still can't find anything, then perhaps Mother's soul is really gone." The Mother of Bloodbath knew that time was precious to Lin Yuan. It was already a guarantee that Lin Yuan would be able to become a Radiance Envoy. There was also going to be an earth-shattering bet between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation taking place 2 years later. The next 2 years would be the most crucial period for Lin Yuan to increase his power. Hence, the Mother of Bloodbath did not want to waste Lin Yuan's time. Furthermore, the Mother of Bloodbath was certain that the center of the zone where the fire elements were the most concentrated was where its mother's soul would be most likely to be found. If its mother's soul could not be found there, it was practically certain that its mother's soul was already gone. They had only walked a few thousand meters, yet the fire elements were already much more concentrated. Only the most powerful feys could survive at the center of the lava zone. Hence, there could not be many other souls at the center of the lava zone. It should not be difficult to search. As they walked, Lin Yuan noticed that the Remembrance Soul Whale was gathering more and more souls of Spirit Chi professionals. The souls of Spirit Chi professionals were the easiest to dissipate. If their souls were still being picked up, it meant that they had only died recently. As such, Lin Yuan sensed that something was wrong. Chapter 1555, The Phantom That Resembles the Mother of Bloodbath. Why did so many Spirit Chi professionals die at the lava zone? As the Remembrance Soul Whale continued to search, Lin Yuan figured out the reason. The Remembrance Soul Whale found the soul of an Abyss Demon. In fact, there were so many souls of Abyss Demons here that Lin Yuan could not find the souls of any other life forms. It was likely that an adventurer had set off from the Bronze Furnace City or was on the way back and happened to encounter the Abyss Dimensional Rift. The Abyss Demon had killed many Spirit Chi professionals. Soon, Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath walked into the inner sanctum of the lava zone. There, Lin Yuan found that many of the fire-type feys had mutated, and their bloodlines had been purified. The most obvious mutation had happened to the spider species feys. Lin Yuan even saw a Diamond X/Fantasy V fire-type spider species fey. This was the first time that Lin Yuan had seen a fey that had evolved to fantasy breed and comprehended a willpower rune in the wild. Such a fey was a gift to the world. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the fire-type spider species fey and saw that it was called the Ghost Fire Pierce Spider. It mainly used elemental and physical attacks and excelled at assassination. Although the Ghost Fire Pierce Spider had reached Diamond/Fantasy, it was still as small as a bottle cap. If it was kept hidden, it would be a natural killer. From the moment that the Ghost Fire Pierce Spider saw the Mother of Bloodbath, it started acting exceptionally affectionately toward it. Diamond/Fantasy spider species feys had gained intelligence, albeit a low level. The Ghost Fire Pierce Spider was acting so affectionately toward the Mother of Bloodbath because it had been absorbing the fire elemental energy in the area that was also the Mother of Bloodbath's source. Ever since the Mother of Bloodbath evolved to a heavenly family fey, it had been nurturing the blood brew grapevine. It even fed the small portion of the crimson tentacle algae's body that could not be turned into an instrument to the blood brew grapevine. As the Mother of Bloodbath continuously used the blood law to guide it, the blood brew grapevine managed to comprehend a willpower rune that was related to blood. It could be said that it was the Mother of Bloodbath's best disciple. When the Mother of Bloodbath glanced at the Ghost Fire Pierce Spider, it placed the Ghost Fire Pierce Spider in its palm and said, "Your life changed here. I will give you an opportunity too. If you're willing, I will keep you by my side from now on. I will help you to grow." When the Ghost Fire Pierce Spider heard what the Mother of Bloodbath said, it disappeared into the Mother of Bloodbath's hair. Although the Mother of Bloodbath had not said that it was going to accept the Ghost Fire Pierce Spider as its disciple, it was evident that this was what had just happened. It was a fantastic opportunity for the Ghost Fire Pierce Spider to be able to become the Mother of Bloodbath's disciple. From now on, the spider's life would be transformed. Just as they were about to enter the center of the lava zone, Lin Yuan noticed that the Remembrance Soul Whale was finding just as many souls. However, it was no longer finding any weak life forms. At that moment, Lin Yuan spotted a heavily injured Spirit Chi professional supporting a 3-meter-tall gorilla species fey walking toward them from a distance. When the expert saw Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath, he immediately shouted, there's a gathering of strange beasts up ahead. It looks like a fire-type treasure has appeared. Run! The feys that dug out the treasure encountered the feys that did not manage to obtain the treasure. Those that missed out will probably start venting their anger. The man walking over was a king-class expert. The gorilla species fey next to him was the Diamond 4/Fantasy 2 Fire Tattoo Combat Gorilla. Spirit Chi professionals who contracted fire-type feys would always head to the lava zone to find treasures that they could use to increase their power. Most fire species feys had extremely violent tempers. It was very normal for them to attack people on sight. Although the lava zone did not have a large area, fire-type feys could increase their power extremely quickly here. Hence, every powerful fire-type fey could not find it in themselves to coexist. As such, feys were very territorial. Any life form that steps into another fey's territory would be seen as an invader and promptly attacked. The king-class expert had been kind enough to warn Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath. This indicated that he was a decent person. With a wave of his hand, a beam of green light extended from Lin Yuan's hand to the middle-aged man and the fire tattoo combat gorilla. The middle-aged man and fire tattoo combat gorilla's injuries were immediately healed. Lin Yuan's action made the middle-aged man immediately aware that Lin Yuan was truly capable and able to traverse the center of the lava zone. Hence, the middle-aged man did not give out any more warnings. He thought of the scene that he just saw and said, "There is at least one myth-breed fey in human form in there. It seems that it's guarding a fire-red stone. From afar, the stone looks like spider legs. But I'm not sure if I saw it right." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard what the middle-aged man said. He said to the mother of Bloodbath, "Let's go and take a look at the center of the lava zone now." Before the lava zone was formed, it used to be a forest. There's no way that there are fire-type treasures here. Hence, all the fire-type treasures here are definitely related to the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's corpse. If the red stone is truly formed from the body of the Sky Sundial Jade Spider, it must contain a part of its soul. No matter how little the soul fragment it contains is, the remembrance soul whale only needs to absorb a bit of it to use burning soul new life and spiritual ingredients full of soul power to direct the pure energy into the soul. The soul energy will do its best to replenish the broken soul and make it whole again. The mother of Bloodbath was so excited that it did not know what to do. It had been slightly dispirited. But now, it was filled with limitless hope. The mother of Bloodbath immediately rushed to the center of the lava zone with Lin Yuan. The mother of Bloodbath revealed its heavenly family fey prowess at that moment. The moment it tapped into its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline, a sun appeared above its head. Flames licked the mother of Bloodbath's skirt, and it was bathed in sunlight. It resembled a sun goddess. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath unleashed its killer instinct. It was set on fighting for the stone that could be its mother's leg, no matter what it took. When the mother of Bloodbath triggered its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline, all the fire elements in the lava zone started to seethe. Soon, the fire elemental energy started to solidify and slowly formed the phantom of a woman. The woman's image was blurry, but no one could refute that she looked exceedingly similar to the mother of Bloodbath. She had the same sun crowning her head. When the fire elements solidified into the phantom of a woman, a gust of wind finally blew into the lava zone. With the gust of wind came clouds and rain that had not fallen in years. As the breeze and wind intermingled, yearning perforated the entire area. Chapter 1556, A Hug. The breeze wove around the rain as droplets landed on Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath's bodies. They also landed on the phantom image of the woman. Although the phantom image greatly resembled the mother of Bloodbath, it was still formed from fire elements. The rain evaporated into vapor when it landed on the phantom image. The vapor dried up almost instantly. The high temperature caused the air around the woman to become fuzzy. The phantom image of the woman stood unmovingly in front of the mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan thought about a legend that the Moon Empress had told him about. It said that once a fey reached a certain level of power, the energy in their body would retain their final wish after they died. At that moment, the phantom image of the woman reached out and gently hugged the mother of Bloodbath. It seemed that the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's final thoughts were all about her newborn daughter. The mother of Bloodbath could feel its mother in every cell of its body. Although the feeling was not as visceral as the one it felt from Blood New Moon, it was even more intricate. The formation of the phantom image of the woman used up all of the fire elements in the area. This changed the environment of the lava zone. All of the life forms in the lava zone collectively looked toward the phantom image of the woman. Bronze Furnace City immediately noticed the changes in the lava zone. The lava zone used to be a forest. The sky sundial jade spider's death had transformed the forest into an area full of fire elements where abyss-dimensional rifts regularly opened. It could be said that the lava zone transformed the entire bronze furnace city's manufacturing industry. Every year, many contractors who contracted fire-type feys would move to Bronze Furnace City. The change in the lava zone would significantly affect the entire Bronze Furnace City. However, the Mother of Bloodbath was unaware of all this because many fire-type feys had rushed toward it. Any fey with any intelligence knew that once a change took place in its location, it was likely that they would be able to gain an opportunity. The feys that were more intelligent could sense the Mother of Bloodbath's identity as a heavenly family fey. However, the feys that were less intelligent had already started charging toward the Mother of Bloodbath. This disrupted the Mother of Bloodbath from basking in its mother's warmth. Before the Mother of Bloodbath could take action, Lin Yuan stepped in. There was no one else here. Thus, Lin Yuan did not hold back in the slightest. He used Blackie's spirit essence explosion and gathered spirit chi in his left fist. Meanwhile, black wings spread out from his back. The wings provided him with an additional speed that made his movements a blur. Moreover, Lin Yuan had very high combat skills and fighting strategies. In an instant, he returned to his original position. However, the feys that rushed over had all received a heavy punch from him and were writhing on the ground. Lin Yuan's action shocked many feys that had been about to attack and triggered carnage within many feys. These feys advanced in a horde. Just as Lin Yuan was about to attack again, the ghost fire pierce spider that had hidden itself in the Mother of Bloodbath's hair emerged. A red and blue layer of demonic fire covered the ghost fire pierce spider. The twin-colored flames swirled around on the ghost fire pierce spider's body and formed a terrifying face. The ghost fire pierce spider was like a bullet that shot through all the attacking feys. The punctured feys were soon set alight with red and blue flames that reduced these feys to their shells. The burning bodies of the feys caused the red and blue flames to become more vibrant. Eventually, the red and blue flames were recalled to the ghost fire pierce spider's body. At that moment, the terrifying face on the ghost fire pierce spider's body spat out a purple tongue of fire that sailed toward the Diamond 6/Fantasy 4 Mighty Fire Scary Lion. Lin Yuan felt that the tongue of fire was the limit of a Diamond/Fantasy phase power. It only needed a small push to reach Myth Breed. The Mighty Fire Scary Lion stood no chance against this power. Soon, the purple tongue of fire burned the Mighty Fire Scary Lion to ashes. In the next instant, a large amount of red and blue flames flowed out from the Mighty Fire Scary Lion and returned to the ghost fire pierce spider's body. When Lin Yuan saw this, he could not help but silently marvel at the ghost fire pierce spider's talent. The ghost fire pierce spider's exclusive skill was called Robbing Fire. Robbing Fire, when a target has been afflicted with the Robbing Fire, as long as a target's energy level is lower than that of the Robbing Fire, their energy will become a part of the Robbing Fire. Under normal circumstances, the small assassin that was the ghost fire pierce spider had a lower energy level than most feys of the same grade. Luckily, the change in the lava zone had saved the ghost fire pierce spider's talent. Nonetheless, the ghost fire pierce spider could not compete with Liu Shuang's exquisite rhino giraffe. The ghost fire pierce spider would not even be able to compete with the Diamond X/Fantasy V Earth Walking Witch Snake, but it had intelligently made use of assassination. It not only secretly attacked the feys that were weaker than it but also gave the feys that Lin Yuan had beaten another blow. Through Robbing Fire, the ghost fire pierce spider continuously increased the strength of the red and blue flames. Eventually, it combined the red and blue flames using stacking venomous fire and produced venomous fire elemental energy. One attack wiped out the Mighty Fire Scary Lion, which was not much weaker than the ghost fire pierce spider. The ghost fire pierce spider's utilization of the combat technique indicated that it was a special combat class fey. The longer it spent on the battleground and the more targets it killed and the more powerful it became. However, there was a limit to how much its power could be increased. This limit was determined by how much the ghost fire pierce spider's body could handle. The ghost fire pierce spider also had an exclusive skill called Fire Change Essence Soul. Fire Change Essence Soul, a special insect protein will be produced using up the twin-colored flames. The insect protein can quickly heal the ghost fire pierce spider's essence, stamina, and combat will by triggering its soul. Although this exclusive skill was weak on its own, it produced amazing results when used in conjunction with Robbing Fire. With the skill to combine such an exclusive skill and ability, it was no wonder that the ghost fire pierce spider caught the Mother of Bloodbath's eye. Although the ghost fire pierce spider could continuously kill feys that were weaker than it to strengthen itself, a myth breed fey had just dashed out from the inner sanctum of the lava zone. Chapter 1557, All Life Forms Melt and Boil. Although this Fey had only just evolved from Fantasy V to Myth breed, its life rank had been advanced from the moment it overcame the world cleansing. This was a bridge that would be difficult for one to use talent to cross. Moreover, most of the fire-type Feys in the lava zone had evolved their bloodlines and had strong natural talents. Thus, when the ghost fire pierce spider started fighting with the myth lava scary clawed bear, the red and blue flames burned the lava scary clawed bear to the point that it could not stop howling in pain. All the fur on its body was scorched black. Nonetheless, no actual damage could be done to it. At that moment, the lava scary clawed bear opened its mouth and let out a roar. It was about to tap into the fire elements floating in the air when it realized that all the fire-type energy in the area had been drained by the phantom image of a woman with a crown on her head. The lava scary clawed bear could only make use of the fire elemental energy in its roots to use the attack bear king claw attack. The lava scary clawed bear's claws were agile as they ripped through the air and violent fire power sailed through the air. If they hit the ghost fire pierce spider that did not have strong defense abilities, it would be torn apart. The lava scary clawed bear had been certain that it was about to kill the ghost fire pierce spider when a ferocious cry filled the air. Soon, the mother of bloodbath shook its hand, and a ribbon of light wrapped around the lava scary clawed bear. The lava scary clawed bear instantly lost control of its movements. All the blood in its body had been locked. Soon, the lava scary clawed bear realized with shock that 3 large hornless dragons with red bodies and red horns had slithered from under the girl's skirt. Each of the dragons was almost 100 meters long. One of the dragons charged toward the lava scary clawed bear, and its horns pierced the lava scary clawed bear's chest. The lava scary clawed bear immediately lost consciousness. But this was just the beginning. The mother of bloodbath used funeral of light and took control of the lava scary clawed bear using light energy. Before the lava scary clawed bear was scorched dry by the light energy, it would become the mother of bloodbath's puppet. The mother of bloodbath was unsure if the remembrance soul whale would be able to find its mother's soul. Yet, the short period of time that it could enjoy its mother's love had been cut short. All the fire-type Feys that had come to this place were looking enviously at the phantom of the mother of bloodbath's mother. Evidently, they wanted to absorb the phantom's fire elements. This enraged the mother of bloodbath. All of you have been benefiting from my mother. Forget the fact that you have no intention of thanking her, but you're even trying to devour her? The mother of bloodbath's emotions exploded, and a long spear appeared in its hand. At that moment, it heard a gentle voice say, "Leave this to me." Soon, a middle-aged woman wearing a red skirt appeared in front of the mother of bloodbath. She first bowed toward the woman's phantom image before plucking a red hairpin from her hair. She held the hairpin and shouted, "Spirit return." All life forms melt and boil. Triangle-shaped scales surfaced on her face. There was no doubt that they were snake scales. A roar was released from her mouth, and colorless fumes spewed out. The woman pushed her hairpin into the venomous fumes, and it quickly dissolved, staining the fog red. Soon, the fumes spread out, and all the Feys that were Myth 2 and below started to melt like candles when they came into contact with the venomous fumes. In an instant, all their strong bodies liquefied. The middle-aged woman cleared out all the Feys that had been eyeing the phantom image of the woman. This was the second time that Lin Yuan saw a Myth 3 Fey use spirit return through body weaponization. After the middle-aged woman unleashed her killing move, she recalled her aura. She bowed to the mother of bloodbath and said, "Greetings." The mother of bloodbath did not lower its aura. When the middle-aged woman sensed the mother of bloodbath's enmity, she hurriedly explained, "Miss, I'm a venomous fire viper with a normal bloodline. You happened to land when I broke out of my shell." The middle-aged woman looked at the phantom image of the woman with a childlike gaze before saying, "I have been benefiting from her ever since I was young. I managed to mutate and quickly increase my power. Now, I have reached Myth 3. I cannot repay everything that she has done for me. If you don't mind, please allow me to stay by your side so I can repay her and be of some help to you through my service." The middle-aged woman shot a look of disgust at the melted Feys and said, "Miss, there are 2 groups of Feys here. The first group is natives that have been benefiting from the lava. The other group is fire-type Feys that moved to the lava zone for the environment. They only consider the lava zone as a treasure trove and only want to drain all of its resources. I came over because people were trying to steal the precious rock. We have always regarded the precious stone as the remnant of her body. However, a few foreign Feys found help with the intention of stealing the precious stone together. Although it ended with us suffering grievous injuries, we managed to keep the foreign Feys away. We killed the leader of those Feys. They probably won't be coming here again anytime soon. Would you like to take a look at the precious rock?" From the moment we sensed your aura, we decided to follow you from now on. The mother of Bloodbath's heart skipped a beat. The mother of Bloodbath did not like the phase that had transformed by being nourished by its mother because it saw this as them eating its mother's flesh. But the mother of Bloodbath could not bring itself to be angered by the middle-aged woman's words. Rather, it was very touched. Lin Yuan studied the middle-aged woman's sincere expression. He thought about the phase at the center of the zone that were protecting the precious rock. He now had a better understanding of how much phase prioritized kindness. It was very likely that the precious rock had been formed from the sky sundial jade spider's legs. It would be nutritious for any fae. Yet, these fays were protecting it to return the favor and were now willing to serve the mother of Bloodbath for the rest of their lives. I'm going to watch over Lin Yuan. My mother was the one who turned into the lava zone. I have a father too. I will tell my father to make you into external members of Heavenly Family Cottage, said the mother of Bloodbath. Chapter 1558, The Mother of Bloodbath's Motive. The mother of Bloodbath was very honest when it spoke, and gratitude was written all over its face. Regardless of whether the precious rock that had been protected for years was its mother's soul, the fays that had used its mother's flesh to evolve were indeed trying to thank its mother in their own way. The middle-aged woman was shocked, and her jaw fell open. Her thinking was very simple. She had decided to do so solely because she wanted to repay the favor. However, she did not expect the mother of Bloodbath to send all of them to the Heavenly Family Cottage to become external members. Although fays usually became greedy when they encountered Heavenly Family fays that were weaker than them so that they could seal the Heavenly Family fays opportunities, all the fays from the Heavenly Family Cottage were no different from gods. They represented the strongest fays in the main world. The Heavenly Family Cottage would only ever consist of Heavenly Family fays. However, many fays joined Heavenly Family Cottage as external members. It was a dream for many fays. Still, it was extremely difficult to become an external member of the Heavenly Family Cottage. They had to be at least creation breed. The middle-aged woman was one of the strongest fays to be protecting the precious rock. However, she still did not think that she was worthy of becoming an external member of the Heavenly Family Cottage. The mother of Bloodbath had its own motive for making this arrangement. These fays wanted to follow the mother of Bloodbath because they wanted to repay its mother. If these fays were allowed to join Sky City, they would not complain about being sent out on missions, but they might not be willing to be ordered around by the white-clothed followers. Inevitably, a fight would break out. Fays that had not been contracted and had become accustomed to relying on their own abilities to comprehend willpower runes and fight the elements were usually extremely strong-headed and untamed. Blood New Moon had become Lin Yuan's protector and would be staying by his side. If these fays were sent to be led by its father, it would increase a branch of Lin Yuan's power. The mother of Bloodbath had met Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus and White Phoenix, and they were considered members of the Heavenly Family Cottage. The mother of Bloodbath felt that it was a done deal that Lin Yuan would become a Radiance Envoy. Once he became a Radiance Envoy, he would be on top of the world. If the Heavenly Family Cottage could stand alongside him, they would definitely be able to help him significantly. It was said that daughters no longer had any ties with their families once they got married. The mother of Bloodbath was still unspoken for, but everything it did was for Lin Yuan's sake. Lin Yuan saw that the fire elemental energy within the phantom image seemed to be about to dissipate. He knew that this was because the sky sundial jade spider's last wish had been fulfilled. There was nothing left anchoring the fire elements, so they were about to be reabsorbed into nature. Lin Yuan hurriedly suggested, Mother of Bloodbath, the fire elemental energy here is about to dissipate. It will start to disperse 20 minutes later and will be fully gone in 2 hours. Try and see if you can absorb the fire elemental energy within the phantom image. It will be a waste if the energy disappears. The mother of Bloodbath shook its head gently. Its sky sundial jade spider bloodline only consisted of light energy. All of the energy in the phantom image was fire elemental energy, and the mother of Bloodbath could not absorb the fire elements. Blue Lotus had already told the mother of Bloodbath about the secret of the sky sundial jade spider bloodline. Hence, only Blood New Moon was able to absorb the fire elemental energy. Blood New Moon was the weakest member of the Heavenly Family Cottage. However, he had reached Sovereign/Eternal, and his roots were locked. He could quickly increase his power if he absorbed energy that was suitable for his roots. Blood New Moon's sky sundial jade spider bloodline came from Jade Sundial. Jade Sundial had given her bloodline to Blood New Moon before she died. Thus, the fire elemental energy within the phantom energy was the same as that of Blood New Moon's roots. After absorbing the fire elemental energy, Blood New Moon would be able to improve significantly or even reach pinnacle eternal. In a few hours, the mother of Bloodbath found out how deeply emotional its father was. This phantom image of its mother contained the fire elemental energy that had been inside its mother's body when she was alive. They allowed the mother of Bloodbath to sense motherly and wifely affections. Given the mother of Bloodbath's understanding of Blood New Moon, it knew that Blood New Moon would not only refuse to absorb the fire elemental energy, but he would even do his best to collect all the dissipating fire elemental energy. He would also use the fire elemental energy in his body to nurture the fire elemental energy from the phantom image, also that the phantom image would persist for longer. Blood New Moon was very strong. It would not be difficult for him to maintain the fire elemental energy at the beginning. But with every passing second that the fire elemental energy in his body was used up, he would eventually run out, and this could result in his grade falling from eternal to immortal. The mother of Bloodbath always understood one principle. After a person passed, the living had to move on for the dead to rest in peace. Since they could not do anything about the situation, they should not torture themselves. Although the mother of Bloodbath still took out its phone to call Blood New Moon, it did not tell him about the phantom image. Rather, it released the red water blood snakes and instructed them to guard the phantom image. The red water blood snakes all had the same combat power as the mother of Bloodbath. They were more than strong enough to protect the fire elemental energy from being targeted by other fire-type feys. The mother of Bloodbath shot a look at Lin Yuan. Coincidentally, Blood New Moon happened to step out of the Radiant Moon Palace at this time. He saw the call coming from his daughter and started chatting to the mother of Bloodbath in a gentle voice. Although the mother of Bloodbath had not mentioned that anything was wrong, Blood New Moon was satisfied just to hear the voice of the daughter with whom he had just reunited. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix were still in the Radiant Moon Palace, so they continued to discuss Tower Cannon with the Moon Empress and seek her opinion. Since the Heavenly Family Cottage and Tower Cannon were enemies, the Moon Empress, White Phoenix, and Blue Lotus exchanged the information that they held about Tower Cannon. Chapter 1559, Dad, Mom has a chance of revival. At that moment, Lin Yuan, the mother of Bloodbath, and the middle-aged woman reached the center of the lava zone where the precious rock was it. As they walked nearer, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that the precious rock had the same aura as the phantom image of the woman. It might even have a stronger aura. The precious rock had the shape of a section of a spider leg. It stuck out of the ground and reached a height of almost 20 meters. Besides the middle-aged woman, there was another myth-breed fey in human form with broken hands and only one leg. It was currently curled up on the ground. The other feys that had not been able to change into human form were also heavily injured. These feys all looked wary when they spotted Lin Yuan. But when they caught sight of the middle-aged woman and the mother of Bloodbath's aura, they settled down, and childlike expressions spread across their faces. With a wave of Lin Yuan's hand, he let out the Diamond X/Fantasy V Jasmine Lily. The jasmine lily spun gently, and the pointed bud of mountain jade bloomed. The 3 white flowers growing out from the green stem shot out 3 beams of vitality. The 3 beams of vitality formed a large net that was linked by all the feys. It ended with the myth-breed fey in human form that had lost its limbs. The myth-breed fey in human form had fallen in despair. It was the Fire Mountain Fox Mouse that originally had 4 limbs. However, it lost 3 of them in the recent battle. Even if it could be healed in time, it would never regain its ability to walk. To its knowledge, severed limbs would never regrow. Only the amphibious-type myth-breed feys could use their own natural talent to regrow parts of their bodies. In fact, very few amphibious-type feys had such strong natural ability. However, the Fire Mountain Fox Mouse did not expect all its cells to be triggered when the vitality entered its body. All the blood in its body flowed toward its severed limbs, and the vitality activated its genetic model, allowing them to regrow. Soon, to its shock, the Fire Mountain Fox Mouse realized that its limbs were starting to slowly regrow. Joy filled out its entire heart. Although it had been blessed with an opportunity when it was born, it had struggled to reach where it was today. Being a guard of the precious stone had become the Fire Mountain Fox Mouse's faith. It was willing to sacrifice its life, but it still wished to live like a normal person. Otherwise, if someone targeted the precious stone, it would have no combat power and would only be able to watch as the stone was stolen. When these feys were healed by Lin Yuan, they all started to bow to him to express their thanks. All these feys had a suspicion in their minds. They all felt that the person who had helped them seemed like a moron. Why does he keep talking to the air? Moreover, his words involved the soul. It's so strange. The Remembrance Soul Whale was a legendary fey, and it could only be seen by others when Lin Yuan fused with dark blue. Usually, when Lin Yuan summoned it, he was the only one who would be able to see it. Lin Yuan instructed the Remembrance Soul Whale to use Soul Knot and start searching the area for souls. A large battle had just taken place there, and there were many deaths. Thus, no matter how hard the Remembrance Soul Whale searched, it could only find the souls of the feys that had died in battle. Lin Yuan could clearly sense the same aura from the phantom image in the precious rock. However, the Remembrance Soul Whale's soul knot could not reach the soul. Hence, in order to see if the precious stone truly contained Jade Sundial's soul, they would need to break the precious stone. Lin Yuan could not decide this for himself. As such, he cast his gaze on the Mother of Bloodbath. The Mother of Bloodbath looked at Lin Yuan's gaze and saw him gesturing to break something. The Mother of Bloodbath was shocked by this. After less than 3 seconds of silence, it came to a decision. To the shock of the other feys, the Mother of Bloodbath reached out and broke off a piece of the precious stone. At the same time, Lin Yuan instructed the Remembrance Soul Whale to use Soul Knot. Blood New Moon was still on the call and sensed that something was wrong. The Mother of Bloodbath had said it would handle some business with Lin Yuan. Yet, after 8 minutes of speaking, it did not mention any serious business at all. In fact, it seemed to be alluding to something. Blood New Moon was certain that the Mother of Bloodbath had definitely encountered an issue, and he immediately became anxious. "Little love, where are you? I am done here, so I'll go to you now." At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath saw a bright smile spread across Lin Yuan's face as he nodded at it. The Mother of Bloodbath had been forcefully controlling its emotions. At that moment, its tears broke through the dam and started flowing down its face. This time, Lin Yuan did not comfort the Mother of Bloodbath because the Mother of Bloodbath had been suppressing itself for too long and needed to vent. Blood New Moon panicked when he heard the Mother of Bloodbath crying. His fatherly instincts kicked in, and he instinctively thought, "Did Lin Yuan take advantage of my daughter and is refusing to take responsibility?" The more Blood New Moon thought about it, the more anxious he became. The Mother of Bloodbath sobbed, "Dad, Lin Yuan found Mother's soul here in the lava zone. There's a chance that she can be revived." The Mother of Bloodbath's words stupefied Blood New Moon. He squatted down at the Radiance Moon Mountain and slapped the ground happily. He was clearly smiling, but the sorrow in his heart mixed with hundreds of other emotions and rushed to the surface. This tugged down Blood New Moon's lips, and he started to shed tears while cradling his head. The Mother of Bloodbath could clearly sense the change in its father's aura. It could imagine how happy its father was currently feeling. However, time was of the essence. There were only 7 or 8 minutes left before the fire elements dissipated. The Mother of Bloodbath anxiously said, "Dad, come to the lava zone now. You will be able to sense my location once you're here. Mom left something for you here. If you don't receive it, it will disperse into nature." Chapter 1560, Blood New Moon's Heavenly Family Blessing. The moment the Mother of Bloodbath spoke, something started happening to the sun. Every person in the world that was looking at the sun realized with shock that a spider-shaped pattern had appeared on the sun. At the next moment, Blood New Moon's image emerged from the sunlight, and the image of the spider disappeared from the sun. Everyone looking at this thought that they were seeing things. Blood New Moon had just arrived at the lava zone and spotted the phantom image of the woman immediately. He was in a daze as he opened his arms and started to grow larger until he was the same size as the woman. Blood New Moon reached out and gently hugged the phantom image of the woman. The Mother of Bloodbath had been hugged by the phantom image of the woman, and now the phantom image of the woman was being hugged by Blood New Moon. It was as though there should be a small baby between the two of them that they would look after and nurture into a princess. The three of them would then live out the rest of their lives happily. Blood New Moon was also a spider species fey and was not adept at expressing his emotions. However, Blood New Moon's emotions were a wreck. Its emotions over the past few years had been dominated by sorrow. For as long as Blood New Moon could remember, he had never experienced as much joy as he had felt today. Today, Blood New Moon found his long-lost child, Blood Love. His child had also acknowledged him. More importantly, Blood New Moon found out that Jade Sundial had a chance to be revived. Blood New Moon was incredulous with regard to this because he had watched Jade Sundial die with his own eyes. Before she died, she had even extracted her bloodline. However, Blood New Moon did not believe that Blood Love would lie to him about this matter. Blood New Moon's tears fell on the phantom image of the woman's hair, causing a faint mist to rise. At that point, one of the red water blood snakes said, "Dad, hurry up and absorb all of the fire elements that Mother left behind." We will need your help to search for Mother's soul. Dad, I know you're unwilling to absorb Mom's fire elements, but they will go to waste if you don't absorb them. You have to become stronger to be able to protect Mom and me in the future. It was true that Blood New Moon did not plan on absorbing the fire elements. Instead, he planned on using his own method to collect all the fire elements, albeit doing so would have a negative effect on him. But the mother of Bloodbath's coaxing words pierced cleanly through Blood New Moon's heart. She's right. If I was strong enough, I wouldn't have had to watch Fifth Page Truth secretly attack Jade Sundial and lose my daughter in the process. All of that happened because I was too weak. 2 members of the 8 pages of Tower Canon were coming to the Radiance Federation. Envoys from the Freedom Federation and Azure Federation were also coming to visit the Radiance Federation. After speaking with the Moon Empress in the Radiant Moon Palace, Blood New Moon had sensed that this sleeping lion of the Radiance Federation was ready to bare her fangs at Tower Canon. It was likely that Whale Ocean Commerce's action had pricked the tiger. Hence, Blood New Moon needed to be strong enough to protect his daughter, be able to see his wife revived one day, and repay Lin Yuan's kindness. The mother of Bloodbath had said that Lin Yuan had helped to collect Jade Sundial's soul. Lin Yuan had saved the mother of Bloodbath's life several times and allowed the mother of Bloodbath to awaken its heavenly family Fey bloodline. If the mother of Bloodbath had not activated the sun during its transformation into a heavenly family Fey, Blood New Moon was unsure if he would have been able to find the mother of Bloodbath when he arrived at the Radiance Federation. Now, Blood New Moon needed to repay his daughter's favor to Lin Yuan and the favor for reviving his wife. Blood New Moon felt that even if he separated himself into spiritual ingredients and gifted all of them to Lin Yuan, it would be far from enough. Moreover, Jade Sundial used to be the second member of the Heavenly Family Cottage. If Lin Yuan revived Jade Sundial, he would essentially save the entire Heavenly Family Cottage. Purple Love would be overjoyed when she found out. When he sensed that the fire elements in the phantom image were about to disappear, Blood New Moon's body lit up with crimson and golden flames. Rays of sunset glow covered Blood New Moon, and his hair was now stained gold. His one red and one orange eye were set ablaze with beautiful flames. The fire elements in the phantom image were the same as those of Blood New Moon's roots. At that moment, the fire elements within the phantom image all entered Blood New Moon's body. Blood New Moon's prowess raised significantly, and his eternal aura became even stronger. It was as though the sun in the sky was celebrating this moment. The clouds in the sky resembling cotton candy evaporated under the sun's rays. Even if it was raining in a certain place, it stopped, and the weather changed to a beautiful sunny day. The mother of Bloodbath used external blood bone and found that the beautiful totem of a sun on Blood New Moon's neck was climbing up toward his face. It resembled a rising sun. This totem was not an imprint but a solidification of light. At that moment, Blood New Moon turned and gently tapped the 3 red water blood snake's horns. Soon, the same sun totem appeared on the 3 red water blood snakes. The 3 red water blood snakes were also covered with robes of sunset light. This made them seem even more intimidating and added a layer of radiance. "Dad, what is this?" Blood New Moon replied softly, "When a heavenly family Fey reaches Eternal 12, it will be able to use a heavenly family blessing. Normally, a heavenly family Fey will only be able to use it once every decade. However, the 3 red water blood snakes are basically 3 sets of fangs. I split the heavenly family blessing into 3 and used it on them. Blue Lotus heavenly family blessing is related to support abilities. She used it on Lin Yuan to enable him to become affiliated with Lin Yuan. Feys with water elements as their roots will not attack Lin Yuan again. This blessing doesn't have practical use for Lin Yuan. My heavenly family blessing not only won't be of help to him but might also affect him negatively because it uses up the blood energy of the being that it's used on. This might be a change that resulted from my blood red bird catching spider bloodline." Chapter 1561, Uncle Blood, Stay Calm. At that moment, a look of nostalgia appeared on Blood New Moon's face. He was silent for a moment before saying, "My heavenly family blessing is different from Jade Sundial's. However, this change enabled my heavenly family blessing to become even more ferocious. When the red water blood snakes are covered with the robe of sunset light, they will possess immortal power of burning. However, they will have to absorb energy from the sun to recharge after each time that it's used. Daughter, within a decade, you won't have to be afraid of any life form below immortal anymore. I will find a way to raise you to immortal within 10 years. A parent's love was boundless. Although this was the first day that Blood New Moon had reunited with the mother of Bloodbath, he was already starting to pave its future. No parent in the world would have an easy time. No other Fae would dare to say the same thing to their offspring that Blood New Moon did. Moreover, very few feys could help their children evolve to such a large extent. To fulfill the promise that Blood New Moon just made to the mother of Bloodbath, he would need to work hard for the next 10 years. Perhaps this was Blood New Moon's way of expressing his unique brand of fatherly love. The mother of Bloodbath's eyes welled up with tears, and it said softly, "Dad, follow me. You don't need to tire yourself out. All you need to do is stay by my side from now on." The most urgent thing in the mother of Bloodbath's mind was to increase its power so that it could live up to its duty of being Lin Yuan's path protector instead of continuing to be protected by him. But now that the mother of Bloodbath had received Blood New Moon's heavenly family blessing and could take on immortal experts, it would quickly be able to fulfill its role of being Lin Yuan's path protector. Moreover, Whitespeak had already reached pinnacle immortal. Although the heavenly family blessing had strengthened the mother of Bloodbath's power, it still could not compete with Whitespeak. Hence, the mother of Bloodbath had to face reality. The mother of Bloodbath had watched how Lin Yuan had grown step by step in the past year. Even if it could truly reach immortal in 10 years, it would be unimaginable what level Lin Yuan would have reached in that same time. Thus, rather than let its father exhaust himself for its sake, it would be better for him to protect Lin Yuan in the shadows using his eternal power. This way, it would always be able to see Blood New Moon. When Blood New Moon heard what the mother of Bloodbath said, he smiled kindly. Although he did not say anything, he had already decided what he was going to do. However, his idea was about to be changed by Lin Yuan. He followed the red water blood snakes to the center of the lava zone and immediately spotted the spider leg-shaped precious stone. No one present had seen Jade Sundial's original body for themselves. However, Blood New Moon had not only seen it but also touched it. Hence, one look was enough for Blood New Moon to be certain that it was Jade Sundial's leg. However, Blood New Moon also knew that this precious rock had not actually been formed from Jade Sundial's leg but was probably a portion of her soul that had changed the rock alongside the nourishment of the fire elements. What Lin Yuan meant by collecting souls was probably to collect the vestiges of Jade Sundial's soul from the precious rock. This vestige of soul seemed like a wisp of lost hope to Blood New Moon. Even if it was collected, it would be able to bring about revival. Still, this wisp of lost hope was enough for Blood New Moon to embrace it as his greatest treasure for the rest of his life. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "Uncle Blood, this precious rock is harder than blood love, and I expected. You need to break it in order for me to collect the soul inside it." Blood New Moon used his immortal power to sense that there was another life form next to Lin Yuan. This life form was continuously searching for souls. This discovery astonished Blood New Moon. Blood New Moon was able to discover this life form because it was constantly activating its soul. Otherwise, the life form would be utterly undetectable to Blood New Moon. When Lin Yuan saw the expression on Blood New Moon's face, Lin Yuan knew that he did not have to fuse with Dark Blue to enable Blood New Moon to see the Remembrance Soul Whale. The Remembrance Soul Whale was so important that it had become an important secret weapon to Lin Yuan. There were so many feys present that Lin Yuan could not expose the Remembrance Soul Whale. However, Lin Yuan did not mind explaining to Blood New Moon, "Uncle Blood, it might not have much combat ability, but it can use spiritual ingredients with soul power in them to nourish dead souls and complete them. However, the soul needs a sufficient amount of the soul to unlock the memories from when it was still alive." Blood New Moon was stunned again. He immediately charged at Lin Yuan with delight and screamed, "Will Jade Sundial's memories be unlocked if enough of her soul is gathered? Is it true? Is it really true?" Lin Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. The mother of Bloodbath had already told Blood New Moon over the phone that there was a chance that Jade Sundial could be revived. Blood New Moon had clearly heard the information. How could Jade Sundial be revived if her soul wasn't collected and her memories from when she was alive weren't unlocked? "Uncle Blood, you're already so grown and experienced. Can you remain calm?" Nonetheless, Lin Yuan could also understand Blood New Moon's feelings. If his parents could be revived now, he would be just as excited as Blood New Moon was. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan and Chu Ci were not so blessed. When Blood New Moon heard the shocking piece of information, he needed a guarantee from Lin Yuan. Exactly. However, the precious rock must contain enough of her soul. Otherwise, Auntie Jade Sundial will have partial amnesia when she is revived. The lost memories will be the less important ones. She will never forget you, Blood Love, or the other members of the Heavenly Family Cottage. Blood New Moon bowed to Lin Yuan and said, "I have no idea how I can thank you. From now on, I won't hesitate to do anything you want, even if it might lead to my death." The souls of Mythbreed feys could already solidify into bodies. As such, the eternal Jade Sundial could also do so. However, Jade Sundial needed her memories for her soul to solidify. Even if she did not have a body, the three of them could be a complete family living happily together. This was something that Blood New Moon had never dared to dream of in the past. In the past, Blood New Moon would never have been able to bring himself to break the precious stone that contained a part of Jade Sundial's soul. But now, Blood New Moon walked up and reached out his hand to smash the precious rock. Blood New Moon had smashed the precious rock into very fine pieces. He was afraid Lin Yuan's Fey would be unable to collect all of Jade Sundial's soul power from the precious stone. Blood New Moon remembered that Jade Sundial's biggest wish had been to see their daughter, even once. The Remembrance Soul Whale could use the fluctuations from its brain to check on a soul that it had locked on. Soon, the Remembrance Soul Whale started to use soul not to accumulate the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's soul. But while it was searching, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Chapter 1562 Blood New Moon's Roller Coaster of Emotions. Although the Remembrance Soul Whale could find the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's soul every time it searched, the parts of the soul that it found were too weak. Eventually, a large number of soul fragments gathered together, but not even the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's shape could be formed. By now, Blood New Moon had smashed more than half of the precious rock. Given this speed, Lin Yuan felt that the Remembrance Soul Whale would not be able to use Burning Soul New Life to complete Jade Sundial's soul even when the entire precious stone was smashed. It seemed unlikely that Jade Sundial's soul would be able to retain many of her memories. She might even forget Blood New Moon and the Mother of Bloodbath. The Mother of Bloodbath and Blood New Moon had been looking forward to Jade Sundial's revival to be reunited with their wife and mother. Both of them were looking forward to their family being complete again. This reality might be too cruel, but Lin Yuan still felt that it was necessary to tell Blood New Moon and the Mother of Bloodbath because there was no way to keep a fire under wraps with paper. From the moment Lin Yuan frowned, Blood New Moon and the Mother of Bloodbath became nervous and assumed that something was wrong. However, neither of them dared to question him for fear that they would disturb him from wielding the Remembrance Soul Whale to search for souls. At this moment, Lin Yuan said, "Uncle Blood, Mother of Bloodbath, I have something to tell you. You should prepare yourselves. There is too little of Anti-Jade Sundial's soul in the precious rock. There is so little that it won't even be able to form her figure. Even if I complete her soul, she might not remember you." The Mother of Bloodbath's face fell, but this did not happen to Blood New Moon. Blood New Moon had never held hope that Jade Sundial would be able to be revived because he never thought that Lin Yuan would have a way to complete Jade Sundial's soul. Many things in the Heavenly Family Cottage were stained with Jade Sundial's aura. Purple Love's handkerchief was an example of this. Purple Love had visited the lava zone after Jade Sundial died and gathered as much of Jade Sundial's soul as possible into the handkerchief that Jade Sundial usually used. There had to be a significant amount of Jade Sundial's soul in the handkerchief. Purple Love just needed to bring the handkerchief over, and Lin Yuan's Fey could absorb the soul within it. Lin Yuan let out a breath of relief when Blood New Moon told him about the situation. The Mother of Bloodbath's expression also brightened. The Mother of Bloodbath turned and said to the Feys beside it, "Head into the lava zone's inner sanctum. Tell them about the situation if someone tries to enter the center of the lava zone. Don't get in an altercation with the bronze furnace guards." When the Feys heard what the Mother of Bloodbath said, they immediately cleared out of the center of the lava zone. After the Feys left, the Mother of Bloodbath summoned the 10,000 medicine hot spring. A hot spring shrouded in mist appeared next to the Mother of Bloodbath's feet. The wall of the hot spring could be seen faintly through the mist. There were already hundreds of plants growing on the wall. It was clear that the Mother of Bloodbath had not slackened in giving plants to the 10,000 medicine hot spring to absorb. The Mother of Bloodbath said softly to Blood New Moon, "Dad, this is the sacred source life form that Lin Yuan found for me. He won it after becoming the champion of the martial arts stage." Blood New Moon froze and thought, "Is Little Love trying to tell me about how great Lin Yuan is and announcing her relationship with him?" The moment this thought popped into his head, Blood New Moon broke out in a sweat. He hoped that this would never happen because he would not be able to handle it. If the Mother of Bloodbath had grown up by Blood New Moon's side, the latter would have immediately warned the bastard that dared to take his daughter away that he would give him hell if he tried to bully Little Love. However, Lin Yuan was their family's savior. Blood New Moon would not be able to bring himself to threaten Lin Yuan. But truthfully, Lin Yuan treated Little Love well. He even gave his prize to Little Love. While Blood New Moon was panicking, the Mother of Bloodbath went on to say, "Dad, my sacred source life form is called the 10,000 medicine hot spring. It is utterly incompatible with my combat style. I was depressed when I first got it. Blood New Moon became even more doubtful when he heard what the mother of Bloodbath said. Sacred source life forms could not be uncontracted. Does little love want me to comfort her? Just as Blood New Moon was about to comfort the mother of Bloodbath, the latter said, Dad, this sacred source life form turned out to be the best sacred source life form that I have ever seen. It has already absorbed hundreds of medicinal plant-type feys. I am becoming more and more certain that it will be able to reconstruct bodies. Once Lin Yuan completes Mom's soul, he can help me to find a part of Mom's body, and I will be able to use it to reconstruct her body to completion. The mother of Bloodbath was not lying to comfort Blood New Moon. This notion used to be nothing more than an idea. When the 10,000 medicine hot spring absorbed the first plant, the blood-spotted peach blossom, the mother of Bloodbath had not seen any obvious changes in the 10,000 medicine hot spring. Thus, it had not put much stock in Lin Yuan's idea. However, as the quantity changed, so did the quality. The mother of Bloodbath could clearly sense the 10,000 medicine hot springs' healing abilities had risen as it absorbed an increasing number of medicinal properties. Although the mother of Bloodbath had no way of regrowing a body using the genetic model, the jasmine lily could. With the jasmine lily's cooperation, the 10,000 medicine hot spring would not need to harness such an ability. When Blood New Moon heard what the mother of Bloodbath said, he was so excited that he did not know what to do. He felt that he had never been so overwhelmed with emotions besides the day that Jade Sundial died. If what his daughter said was true, Jade Sundial would not only be able to continue living through her soul but also regain her body. Blood New Moon was both happy and shocked. If the 10,000 medicine hot spring was used in conjunction with Lin Yuan's invisible fey, they would be able to revive the dead. Blood New Moon suddenly felt a chill shoot up his spine. This ability went against the law of nature. If it was discovered, the mother of Bloodbath and Lin Yuan would be in danger no matter where they went. Chapter 1563, As if I'll stop. Luckily, the mother of Bloodbath had sent that group of feys away. Otherwise, if the mother of Bloodbath summoned the 10,000 medicine hot spring in front of them, Blood New Moon might have killed them to protect his daughter and Lin Yuan's safety. Just as Blood New Moon was about to issue a warning to Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath, he noticed that Lin Yuan had entered a state of comprehension. At that moment, a willpower rune related to the soul formed in Lin Yuan's brain. The soul power in this willpower rune separated and reformed in a continuous cycle. It was similar to how the remembrance soul whale was searching and solidifying souls. Lin Yuan had comprehended this willpower rune that was related to the construction of souls when he sensed that the remembrance soul whale was solidifying Jade Sundial's soul. It was extremely suitable for the remembrance soul whale. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and smiled. He did not expect to receive this surprising benefit when he was helping the mother of Bloodbath to revive its mother. Once the remembrance soul whale evolved to fantasy breed, Lin Yuan would be able to evolve it to Diamond X. At that point, the remembrance soul whale would be able to solidify souls at a faster rate. It would be able to complete Jade Sundial's soul quicker. Additionally, the remembrance soul whale's evolution would allow Morbius to break through past Silver X and reach Gold grade. When Lin Yuan's spirit locked another fey, Morbius might be able to wake up. Lin Yuan had been looking forward to this day for a very long time. At that moment, the bronze furnace guards arrived at the inner sanctum of the lava zone. All of the fire elemental energy in the lava zone had been drained. This change in the environment would seriously affect Bronze Furnace City commercially. Bronze Furnace City used to rely on the forests around it to develop its fruit and flower sectors. When the lava zone was formed, Bronze Furnace City had no choice but to redo its entire commercial structure. But just as they were starting to gain some traction, the environment changed again. If this change could not be overturned, their prosperity would plummet again. All of their commercial structures would have to be redone. But how could it be easy to redo a commercial structure that had taken so long to develop? The guard captain of Bronze Furnace City had also personally come to investigate the situation. The more he investigated, the more shocked he became. This was because he realized that the lava zone was completely devoid of fire elemental energy. What the hell? God, are you trying to torture Bronze Furnace City to death? The longer he was there, the angrier he became. When he entered the inner sanctum, he found a group of feys there. They were blocking the path to prevent him from entering the center of the lava zone. The Bronze Azure Guard captain immediately exploded with anger and bellowed, "Are you the cause of the lava zone losing all of its fire elemental energy? If that's the case, return all of the fire elemental energy now." The Bronze Azure Guard captain became even angrier. All of the major cities were gearing up to enter the abyssal world and build mirror cities there. Due to the previous change in environment, Bronze Furnace City had only just managed to recover. This was just in time for them to build a mirror city in the abyssal world. As such, Bronze Furnace City was slightly panicked. Recently, two veteran factions had wanted to move out of Bronze Furnace City. They eventually stayed after much coaxing from the Bronze Furnace Guard captain, Su Quan. But now that the environment around Bronze Furnace City had changed again, all of the businesses in Bronze Furnace City that surrounded fire elemental energy would be doomed for failure. Bronze Furnace City was ranked second from the bottom amongst the 32 major cities in the Radiance Federation. Damn! Bronze Furnace City will probably come last in this year's ranking. How embarrassing! They had formed contracts with the high-grade feys from the lava zone that protected their spirit chi professionals when they were training in the lava zone. As thanks, the center of the lava zone was sectioned out and given to these feys to stay. Although foreign feys commonly attacked the native feys from Bronze Furnace City, the feys that had formed contracts with Bronze Furnace City had all performed well. As such, Su Quan forced himself to swallow his anger. Otherwise, he would have attacked. The feys that the Mother of Bloodbath sent to guard the inner sanctum of the lava zone remembered the Mother of Bloodbath's instruction not to clash against the Bronze Furnace Guard captain. The middle-aged woman walked up and said, "We won't let you in no matter what you say. We won't lay a hand on you if you don't barge in. If you need to talk, we can do so once our master arrives." Su Quan was shocked when he heard this. When did these feys from the center of the lava zone gain a master? They are clearly supposed to be here to guard the center of the lava zone. The change to the lava zone is definitely linked to their master. Su Quan was the Bronze Furnace Guard captain. He could not sit back and watch as Bronze Furnace City's economy collapsed as a result of the change in environment. This would plunge the lives of countless citizens in Bronze Furnace City into despair. Su Quan shot a look at the Bronze Furnace guards behind him, and they immediately turned and rushed off in the direction of Bronze Furnace City. These people were not returning to Bronze Furnace City but going to find a bunker where they would call the branch of spirit guards in Bronze Furnace City and ask them to send reinforcements. Normally, Su Quan would be able to handle these feys that were myth 3 at best on his own. However, he could not let his guard down until he met their master. After sending a group off to bring help, Su Quan waved his hand, and two feys in human form appeared next to him. They were both holding weapons, and it was clear that they had reached at least myth 3. The feys behind the middle-aged woman were surprised when Su Quan summoned his feys. They were about to retaliate when a young man said from behind them, "Stop." Su Quan was feeling very frantic. When he heard someone shout at him to stop, he yelled, "As if I'll stop. Who do you think you are? What makes you think that you can tell me what to do?" When the last word fell from Su Quan's lips, a small item flew at him. Su Quan reached out and grabbed it. He saw that it was a small Class 2 Creation Master crest. Su Quan felt suspicious when he saw the Creation Master crest. "You might be a Class 2 Creation Master, but that doesn't give you the right to order me to stop." However, his jaw fell open when he saw the moon totem on the Class 2 Creation Master crest. Chapter 1564, The Miserable Bronze Furnace City. As the guard captain of one of the Radiance Federation's major cities and a Class 3 Creation Master, Su Quan was more aware than the guard captains of other cities who were not Creation Masters what the totem on that Creation Master crest meant. Any Class 4 Creation Master who accepted a disciple could engrave their totem on their disciple's crest. However, in the entire Radiance Federation, only that member of royalty had a totem related to the moon. Oh my god! Did I just speak to the disciple of that member of royalty? I spoke so impolitely in a fit of anger. Su Quan retracted his neck. Nonetheless, as the guard captain of Bronze Furnace City, Su Quan needed to check on the center of the lava zone for the sake of Bronze Furnace City's economic and commercial prosperity. If he encountered the Moon Empress disciple, he would do his best to communicate his circumstance to the Moon Empress disciple. Crying children were eventually fed. If the loss of the fire elemental energy from the lava zone could not be recovered, it was likely linked to the Moon Empress disciple. If so, the Moon Empress disciple would have to help Bronze Furnace City in some way. Bronze Furnace City's finances were tight. As the city that was ranked second from last in the Radiance Federation, it was extremely difficult for them to build a mirror city in the abyssal world. Although the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift had only been open for a few days, big cities like Ascending Dragon City, Raging Wave City, Cloud Lake City, and Indigo Azure City had already claimed their territories in the abyssal world. They had already started gathering materials from the abyssal world to build their cities. Bronze Furnace City could also claim its own territory. Unfortunately, Bronze Furnace City was so poor that they still lacked ingredients. Building materials were considered financial resources. But no matter how poor Bronze Furnace City was, they could produce the resources if they tightened their belts. However, even if they could produce the building materials, the Bronze Furnace guards would need some time to clear out the Abyss demons. The most expensive thing in this world was Creation Master resources. Bronze Furnace City was so poor that it did not receive much of a Creation Master resource investment. Su Quan was the Bronze Furnace Guard captain but had spent last night concocting spirit fluids with his Class 3 Creation Master abilities to help his subordinates increase their power. If Bronze Furnace City crumbled again, only someone as powerful as the Moon Empress disciple would be able to save them. At that moment, Su Quan saw 3 figures walking toward him. 2 of them were a man and a girl with red hair. It was clear that they were feys in human form. Beside them was a young man dressed in black that looked to be only around 17 years old. But there was no question that he was the Moon Empress disciple. The mother of Bloodbath and Blood New Moon's arrival caused all the feys to fall silent. The middle-aged woman walked over to the mother of Bloodbath and said sadly, "These spirit chi professionals are unreasonable. They are insisting on barging in. When I refused them, they readied themselves to attack." The mother of Bloodbath did not respond. Instead, it turned its gaze to Lin Yuan. At that moment, Su Quan walked over and held up the Class 2 Creation Master crest with a moon totem on it with both hands. He bowed and returned the crest to Lin Yuan as he said, "Lord, I am the Bronze Furnace Guard Captain, Su Quan. You rushed over from the center of the lava zone, and I would like to ask you if the change to the center of the lava zone has caused all the fire elemental energy to disappear." Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He had a general idea of why Su Quan was so concerned about the fire elemental energy disappearing from the lava zone. Lin Yuan came from Red Bud City and was well aware of the financial impact that could come from a change in the environment. It rained year-round in Red Bud City. The plant-type feys that were nurtured in the breeding bases had a huge demand for water. However, there was one year when it rained much less in Red Bud City. As such, many of the plant-type feys bore poor harvests, and their prices had inflated. The time that Lin Yuan first started managing the Spirit Life Form store coincided with the time of the inflation of prices of plant-type feys. Unfortunately, he had very shallow savings at that time. It had caused great struggles for Lin Yuan and Chu Ci. After understanding Su Quan's troubles, Lin Yuan replied honestly, "All the fire elemental energy in the lava zone has been drained and will never be recovered." Su Quan's face instantly fell. Due to the formation of the lava zone, Bronze Furnace City had had a difficult time adjusting its business structures. Now that the lava zone was gone, it would once again be extremely challenging for Bronze Furnace City to adapt. Numerous people in the Bronze Furnace City were going to lose their livelihoods. If this matter was reported, Cicada Song would definitely send resources. Su Quan and the city lord could set aside their pride to do this. However, the aid would not be able to erase the regular people and spirit chi professionals' disappointment of losing their source of income. Su Quan could estimate that it would be difficult for Bronze Furnace City to overcome this trial within the next century. In order to fulfill the requirements of establishing themselves in Bronze Furnace City, they had to invest all of their finances into building the Mirror City in the Abyssal World and ensuring the citizens' survival in the city. They had no money left over to invest in Creation Master resources. As a result, Bronze Furnace City's development would only deteriorate. The more he thought about it, the sadder he became, and tears welled up in his eyes. For the sake of Bronze Furnace City's future, Su Quan planned on having a good talk with the Moon Empress disciple. If the Moon Empress disciple refused to take part in this matter and just left, Su Quan would find it hard to acknowledge him as a disciple of a member of royalty even if he ended up as a leader in the Radiance Federation. But before Su Quan could speak, the young man said, "The changes to the lava zone are a result of my friend absorbing the fire elemental energy. I know that this will seriously affect Bronze Furnace City, and I am prepared to do something to help Bronze Furnace City. As the Bronze Furnace Guard Captain, you should know what resource Bronze Furnace City needs the most." Lin Yuan's words caused Su Quan to stare at him for some time. For this young man to say such a thing, it showed that he was very responsible. But despite the fact that this young man was the Moon Empress disciple, Su Quan did not believe that he would be able to provide enough resources to cover Bronze Furnace City's losses. Chapter 1565, Young Man's Responsibility. Su Quan told Lin Yuan honestly about his troubles. When forests flanked Bronze Furnace City, we had an abundance of metal resources. Although we were not one of the top cities in the Radiance Federation, we were still considered average. But ever since the lava zone was formed, it became hard to harvest the metal resources, and the forests were burned into ash. After that, Bronze Furnace City took a long time to alter our commercial businesses. Things only started looking up 2 years ago when we started making use of fire-type spiritual ingredients and nurturing fire-type feys. Your friend is a fey, so there's nothing surprising about it needing fire-type resources. However, now that all the fire elemental energy in the lava zone has been drained, millions of people from Bronze Furnace City will be affected. Like every other city, Bronze Furnace City lacks Creation Master resources. Not even 1,000 high-quality bronze feys will be able to make up for the losses that Bronze Furnace City will suffer due to the loss of the lava zone. Su Quan could not calculate the total damage that the loss of the lava zone would cause Bronze Furnace City. He had only cited 1,000 high-quality bronze feys off the top of his head. Other cities would seek out Creation Masters annually to ask for bronze/epic feys that they would give to their guards as prizes and increase their power. However, Bronze Furnace City had so little savings that it would even be difficult for them to obtain a bronze/flawless fey, much less a bronze/epic one. It was a huge cost to them even to gain 300 bronze/flawless feys per year. Since the opening of the Abyssal World, the cost of fire-type spiritual ingredients had plummeted. This had seriously affected Bronze Furnace City. It was evident that the factions in Bronze Furnace City were showing signs of wanting to leave. Thus, 1,000 high-quality bronze feys were considered an unimaginable sum of resources to Su Quan. At that moment, the young man opposite him said apologetically, 1,000 bronze/epic feys is no problem. Do you have any specific requests with regard to them? Su Quan was stunned speechless. He had been so used to struggling in poverty that he did not dare to believe what he had just heard Lin Yuan say. Previously, Blood New Moon and the Mother of Bloodbath had been rather standoffish toward Su Quan. Jade Sundial had left the fire elemental energy in the lava zone. They were only taking back what was rightfully theirs. Bronze Furnace City made use of the lava zone to thrive. This meant that they had accepted aid from Jade Sundial. However, they did not expect Jade Sundial's body to influence Bronze Furnace City greatly. It seemed that they were the ones who owed Bronze Furnace City. At that moment, Su Quan regained his senses. He looked at Lin Yuan excitedly and said, "Young lord, are you speaking the truth?" Lin Yuan nodded. "I remember that Bronze Furnace City's standard fey is the Bronze Shield Crocodile Turtle. You can section out the 1,000 bronze/epic feys, and I will provide you with resources according to your requests. The citizens are the ones who will be most badly affected by the change in the lava zone's environment. 1,000 bronze/epic feys won't be able to solve the problem at its root. Why don't we do this? In the beginning, I will help introduce Bronze Furnace City to factions that can facilitate an improvement in your economy. Then, I will also provide you with 300 bronze/epic feys annually until your financial situation recovers. Now that Bronze Furnace City has returned to its original state, you can start harvesting the metal resources again. I can promise you that no new faction will be allowed to take up part of your mining resources. No matter how good or bad the quality of the mined goods is, I will take them and turn them into funds for Bronze Furnace City. Once the commercialization adjustment begins, there will probably be many people who need help. I will make Bronze Furnace City the next location for the Warm Sun Fund. Please help collate all the people and factions in Bronze Furnace City who will lose their livelihoods due to the environmental change. Ask them if they would prefer to be compensated in Creation Master resources or Radiance dollars." When Su Quan heard Lin Yuan's decisive tone, he was momentarily speechless. Now, he started looking at Lin Yuan in a different light. His gaze was full of respect. He wondered how much determination and responsibility the young man was shouldering for him to be willing to give out so many resources to fill the gap that had been left by an event that could have been blamed as a natural disaster. With the input of so many resources, Bronze Furnace City would not only be saved from suffering any losses, but it would even benefit from this calamity. Lin Yuan was going to compensate the people and factions who were going to lose their livelihoods due to the change in environment. This meant that he would be single-handedly taking on the responsibility for this entire matter. The longer Su Quan looked at Lin Yuan, the more respect he felt. Su Quan did not reject Lin Yuan's offer of compensation because he could not afford to. At the same time, Su Quan did not want to take advantage of Lin Yuan's resources. "Young lord, if you invest so many resources, Bronze Furnace City won't suffer any losses. You don't need to provide Bronze Furnace City with 300 bronze/epic feys annually. If you don't mind, I hope that you will be willing to trade bronze/epic feys with Bronze Furnace City from now on," said Su Quan. Lin Yuan glanced at the excited and hopeful faces of the bronze furnace guards behind Su Quan and said, "Of course. Bronze Furnace City is next to the lava zone. Abyss-dimensional rifts probably open often here. If I'm not wrong, Bronze Furnace City should have collected a significant number of Law Source crystals. From now on, I will trade a bronze/epic fey for every 5 Law Source crystals." When Su Quan heard what Lin Yuan said, he asked while trembling, "Is this real? If so, we are able to provide you with 50,000 Law Source crystals now in exchange for 8,000 bronze/epic feys." If this declaration had come from anyone else, Su Quan would not believe it. It was just impossible for there to be such a good deal. However, it was the Moon Empress disciple who said this, so it had to be believable. With great determination, Su Quan offered up all of Bronze Furnace City's Law Source crystals. If they could truly trade for 8,000 bronze/epic feys, the Bronze Furnace guards would be able to double in quantity. Chapter 1566, Lin Yuan's Promise. The enhancement of the entire Bronze Furnace guards would increase Bronze Furnace City's combat power. Su Quan was confident that this trajectory would allow Bronze Furnace City to rebuild and raise itself until it reached the middle of the ranking of all the cities in the Radiance Federation once again. Then, they would reclaim their past glory. Lin Yuan shook his head when he heard what Su Quan said. Su Quan's heart instantly sank, and he thought, "I'm too greedy. Young Lord's offer of trading 5 Law Source crystals for 1 bronze/epic fey might just be a special deal or compensation that he's giving Bronze Furnace City." 8,000 bronze/epic feys was a sum that even 100 Class 4 creation masters would struggle to come up with. Just as Su Quan was feeling regretful over his greed, Lin Yuan said, "If Bronze Furnace City can provide 50,000 Law Source crystals, you should gain 10,000 bronze/epic feys as per the deal. However, this transaction will take very long to complete. If Bronze Furnace City decides to go through with this transaction, I can provide you with 500 bronze/epic feys monthly. The entire transaction will take 20 months to complete. However, I have to obtain all the 50,000 Law Source crystals up front." Su Quan was over the moon when he heard what Lin Yuan said. He did not expect his greedy request not only to be accepted but also for Lin Yuan to persist with the original conditions of the trade. He was going to provide Bronze Furnace City with 500 bronze/epic feys every month. This was such a large investment of Creation Master resources that it perfectly met the Bronze Furnace Guard's needs. Su Quan had risen from despair to joy in such a short span of time that he was momentarily speechless. After a moment, he thanked Lin Yuan and said, "Young Lord, give me an hour, and I will deliver all the 50,000 Law Source crystals." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. When he traded with the Raging Waves Guard and Indigo Azure Guard, he had used his identity as the City Lord of Sky City. Under those circumstances, the Raging Waves Guard Captain and Indigo Azure Guard Captain would never dare to pay up front, regardless of how much they trusted him. Now that Lin Yuan was trading with Su Quan as the Moon Empress disciple, he was able to make such a request and not cause Su Quan to worry. Now, Lin Yuan just needed to wait for Genius and Chimey to evolve into Fantasy V and for their bloodlines to transform before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Hence, he could use this time to prepare some of the bronze/epic feys that he was going to trade with Bronze Furnace City. "Okay, thank you for the hard work. As for Bronze Furnace City's stock of resources, I will be able to produce them within 3 days of you handing me the list." By trading with Bronze Furnace City, Lin Yuan had exposed his capabilities. He would never have agreed to do so in the past. But now, he had an amazing shield in the form of Diwanmai. Now that he had a Class 5 Creation Master, it would not be surprising for him to produce any amount of Creation Master resources regardless of how much. Lin Yuan had personally witnessed the Moon Empress concoct 100 bottles of spirit fluids within 4 hours. She had fed them to 100 of the same bronze feys. Amongst the 100 bronze feys, 23 had reached flawless, 75 had reached epic, and 2 had reached legend. The rate at which the Moon Empress could evolve feys was one of the best in the world. If Lin Yuan did not make use of spirit chi crystals, she would be slightly faster than him. Once the Remembrance Soul Whale comprehended the Willpower Rune and Morbius awoke, Lin Yuan would be able to evolve bronze feys even faster than the Moon Empress. Diwanmai had only just become a Class 5 Creation Master, and it would be impossible for her abilities to match that of the Moon Empress. But as a tool, it would not be shocking for her to produce hundreds or maybe thousands of bronze/epic feys. However, there was no way that Lin Yuan would use the Class 5 Creation Master that he had finally managed to obtain to evolve fey qualities. Lin Yuan was fully able to do this on his own. Lin Yuan set Diwanmai's goal as creating precious instruments and evolving the item storing walnuts into diamond for the army of 100 questions beasts. This was an ability that Lin Yuan lacked the most now. Now that Red Thorn used the tongue of relinquish to control Diwanmai, he was no longer lacking in any way with regard to his creation master ability. Once he obtained the 50,000 law source crystals from Su Quan, the sun had begun to set. Lin Yuan prepared to rush to the Radiant Moon Palace to have dinner with the Moon Empress. What happened to the lava zone would affect the citizens of the entire Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan was ready to tell all of this to the Moon Empress. While Lin Yuan was rushing to the Radiant Moon Palace, Su Quan had arrived at his office and started writing a report on the change in the lava zone. The change in the lava zone was supposed to be a bad thing. But with Lin Yuan stepping in, the disaster had turned into a blessing. The lava zone could now be used to nurture plant-type feys and mine for metal. Lin Yuan's promise was a safe harbor for Su Quan. From now on, Su Quan would be able to bring up Lin Yuan if any faction came to Bronze Furnace City and tried to take partial ownership of the mines in exchange for an investment. Su Quan would not have to feel bad about causing Bronze Furnace City to lose capital because he rejected the top faction's requests. Additionally, Lin Yuan had promised that he would introduce Bronze Furnace City to top factions that could help develop their economy. This was the most appealing part to Su Quan. However, he had no clue which factions Lin Yuan would introduce to Bronze Furnace City. The change in the lava zone would have to be reported to Cicada Song. As such, Su Quan honestly detailed the entire experience in the report. Although this was the first time that he had met the Moon Empress disciple, Su Quan already felt that Lin Yuan was worthy of becoming a Radiance Envoy. If such a responsible young man became a Radiance Envoy, it would be a blessing for the entire Radiance Federation. On the journey back, Blood New Moon said apologetically, "Lin Yuan, I caused you trouble. I will return to Heavenly Family Cottage to collect a batch of resources to compensate for the losses caused by the lava zone." Chapter 1567, The Moon Empress Dominance. Blood New Moon had become Lin Yuan's protector. As a member of Heavenly Family Cottage, it was inappropriate for him to address Lin Yuan as Lord. However, Blood New Moon could act like a senior in front of Lin Yuan because he owed Lin Yuan a favor. Eventually, Blood New Moon could only speak with Lin Yuan separately from the Mother of Bloodbath. However, Lin Yuan saw Blood New Moon as his senior, and he said, "Uncle Blood, I have fully compensated for Bronze Furnace City's losses. I will move the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's main branch to Bronze Furnace City. You don't have to increase the compensation. If you try to give me the resources, I will also turn them down." Blood New Moon was stunned by what Lin Yuan said. This made him aware of how wonderful this young man was. This was unsurprising as Lin Yuan even managed to gain the Mother of Bloodbath's affection. Lin Yuan's decision to move the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce from the royal capital to Bronze Furnace City was not impulsive. Although the royal capital was where the people with the most purchasing power in the Radiance Federation lived, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce needed to expand into the major cities in order to gain more territory in the abyssal world. Bronze Furnace City had a million things to do, and they would definitely welcome the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was completely different from the small Chamber of Commerce they started out as. Ever since the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce announced that they had Thearch-class experts, they became even more reputable than veteran factions and were close to becoming a top faction. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would definitely appear on next year's ranking of top factions. They were capable of helping Bronze Furnace City's businesses and citizens progress. Once the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce took root in Bronze Furnace City, they would also be able to become the city's pillar of support like the Gao family was for Wind Mist City. The Mother of Bloodbath's family had brought two disasters upon Bronze Furnace City, and this was Lin Yuan's way of compensating Bronze Furnace City on the Mother of Bloodbath's behalf. This compensation would also be a win-win situation for Lin Yuan. The Mother of Bloodbath and Blood New Moon sent Lin Yuan to the base of Leaning Moon Mountain before they left to meet up with Blue Lotus and White Phoenix. Tonight, the Mother of Bloodbath and Blood New Moon were going to do nothing besides having a good talk. The Radiant Moon Palace was like Lin Yuan's home. Thus, he transported himself directly into the inner palace using the ethereal jellyfish's node teleportation. At that moment, Lin Yuan spotted the Moon Empress peeling lotuses. There were a few lotus flowers bobbing along in the lotus pool. Clearly, they had been cut down. The lotus flowers in the Radiant Moon Palace's lotus pool had gained intelligence. Lin Yuan felt that these lotus flowers probably hated him because they died every time he visited. When the Moon Empress caught sight of Lin Yuan, she set down the lotus flower and said proudly, "Little Yuan, the 2 victories that you pulled off during the time that I was locked away training should be written in the Radiance Federation's history books. I might be a Class 5 creation master, but I'm still less important to the Radiance Federation than thousands of low-class creation masters. The Moon Empress walked over to Lin Yuan and adjusted his collar before going on to say, "Little Yuan, I'm awake now. From now on, you can do whatever you want. I will be able to handle everything, no matter how big." Lin Yuan was shocked when he heard what the Moon Empress said. He always knew that the Moon Empress was arrogant. However, she was not conceited. She could only have said such a thing if she was fully confident. Lin Yuan said with a smile, "Master, congratulations on your breakthrough." At that moment, Mystic Moon walked in, leading spirit attendants who laid out dishes on the table. "Young Lord, the Moon Empress' seclusion not only led to her breakthrough," said Mystic Moon. Mystic Moon always wanted to tell Lin Yuan about the Moon Empress' lifespan. The lifespan mouse had enabled the Moon Empress to escape her doom. Thus, he could now tell Lin Yuan about it without worrying about the Moon Empress. But eventually, Mystic Moon still did not tell Lin Yuan about it because he knew that the Moon Empress would be furious. Moreover, Lin Yuan did not need Mystic Moon's encouragement. The team from the Freedom Federation was sure to cause trouble during this Radiance 100 sequence selection. If they truly went forward with the friendly spar against the Freedom Federation, Lin Yuan would have to be the one to take them on as the Radiance 100 sequence's representative. This battle against the Freedom Federation, which had been long in preparation, was enough to motivate Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress scooped out a bowl of dessert for Lin Yuan and said, "Little Yuan, chaos is about to break out. According to the information I received, the first Emperor Shark clan has formed a partnership with the Freedom Federation. The Radiance Federation is destined to battle against the Freedom Federation in the next major Federation meeting. Hence, the first Emperor Shark clan has to become extinct during the meeting to discuss the agreement between the Radiance Federation and the 8 clans of Sea Emperors." Although the Moon Empress had spoken with a smile, she had a deadly gleam in her eyes. The Moon Empress had been completely ignorant of the outside world when she was in seclusion. All of her thoughts and energy went toward using her birth horoscope to combat the heavens. She found out from Mystic Moon that Lin Yuan had almost been killed by a member of the first Emperor Shark clan on Raging Wave City's island. From that moment, the Moon Empress decided that she was going to unleash carnage on the first Emperor Shark clan. Soon, the 8 clans of Sea Emperors would become the 7 clans of Sea Emperors. This was because the Moon Empress was afraid and needed to make a statement. Lin Yuan was her disciple, and no one would be allowed to lay a hand on his head without bringing forth their swift deaths. If a faction tried to attack him, they would be wiped out. The Moon Empress had completely returned to who she used to be 10 years ago. Her eyes had a biting cold glint, but she still had a soft spot for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not expect the Moon Empress to say to him what would usually only be revealed during an imperial meeting. He felt a sense of urgency when he heard what the Moon Empress said. If the world was truly going to be plunged into a war, Sky City still lacks strength. The floating island whale still had not taken to the sky. After dinner, Lin Yuan stayed overnight at his building in the Radiant Moon Palace. When he opened his eyes the next morning, he received good news from Chimey. "Yuan, I just need to absorb a little strange flame energy, and I'll be able to evolve to Fantasy V." Lin Yuan had intended on evolving the Remembrance Soul Whale to Fantasy Breed and Morbius Grade today. He had not expected Chimey to give him such a big surprise. Genius could have evolved to Fantasy V long ago, but it had put it off to wait for Chimey. Chapter 1568, Plan to Unify the Startling Lines Continent. When Lin Yuan returned to the Return from Faraway Mansion, he planned to enter the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to evolve Genius and Chimey to Fantasy V. Lin Yuan let out Genius and Chimey from the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Although both of them were currently Diamond X/Fantasy 4, they still snuggled in Lin Yuan's arms and perched on his ear like how they used to. However, this was also because they had not increased in size after increasing their power. Chimey chirped at Lin Yuan, "Yuan, will I be able to change into human form and hold concerts when I transform into Fantasy V?" Chimey stayed in the Phoenix Perching Chinese Parasol Tree all day not because it wanted to increase its power but to live stream and raise funds for the Warm Sun Fund. However, Genius Knowledge Bank was now the equivalent of a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. "Chimey, you will only be able to change into human form and hold concerts when you transform to Myth Breed and reach Myth 2. Genius and Chimey evolved their powers at breakneck speed. Lin Yuan lamented that he was falling behind as their contractor. He was still only a B-rank Spirit Chi professional. Chimey would only be able to evolve to Myth Breed when he raised his Spirit Chi professional rank to A rank. Luckily, Morbius was going to evolve to gold grade soon. At that point, Lin Yuan would be able to increase his spirit chi professional rank and ability to evolve phase at a faster rate. Lin Yuan was already very surprised about the strength of genius and Chime's bloodlines. He could not predict how far they would go if their bloodlines evolved again. Chime used to have the opportunity to awaken the Luan Phoenix species bloodline. However, Chime consumed the Luan Phoenix species bloodline using its original bloodline. It continued to advance along the road of sound type. It would not be accurate to say that genius was fully evolving in the direction of spiritual energy. It was more like the general of the intelligent cat species. The 100 Questions Beasts were a group that could replace creation masters. Lin Yuan hoped that when genius bloodline broke through, it would be able to take another step ahead on the path of being a creation master. If genius could reach the Class 5 creation master level, Lin Yuan would have 2 Class 5 creation masters as his subordinates. Lin Yuan changed clothes, walked out of his building, and headed to the inner palace to have breakfast with the Moon Empress. When he arrived at the inner palace, Lin Yuan noticed that the Moon Empress had put on the Moonbeam coronation costume. The Moon Empress smiled at Lin Yuan and said, "Little Yuan, I need to attend an imperial meeting soon, so I need to leave early." While the Moon Empress was speaking, she scooped out a bowl of soup bamboo and shark marrow soup for Lin Yuan. The bowl of soup overflowed with water elemental energy and blood energy. This aura reminded Lin Yuan of Shan An's aura. Lin Yuan thought, can it be that the shark marrow in this soup came from the first Emperor Shark clan? Lin Yuan could sense that the Moon Empress had a lethal rage against the first Emperor Shark clan. Before the Moon Empress left, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to give her a proper recount of everything that had happened recently. Yesterday, the Moon Empress said that the structure of the entire main world was about to change. Lin Yuan planned to tell the Moon Empress what he had gained from the Astronomical Parliament. Although he had never mentioned the Astronomical Parliament to the Moon Empress, Mystic Moon was Wen Yu's master, so there was no way he did not know about the Astronomical Parliament. Mystic Moon had told the Moon Empress about the Astronomical Parliament. Although she felt that the Astronomical Parliament was special, she did not think that it would be useful. The Moon Empress felt that the people that were called to the Astronomical Parliament would all come from horrible situations. It would not only be difficult to help them, but it would also be hard for them to change their lives even after receiving help. Unless all of them were from the same continent and could gather together, it would be impossible to make a significant impact when they were separated by continents, no matter how powerful one was. But now that the Moon Empress was hearing about the Astronomical Parliament from Lin Yuan, she was floored. "Master, there are currently 2 Federation envoys amongst the members of the Astronomical Parliament. One of them is Su Yiren from the 7 States of Darkness, while the other is Yin Lin from the Azure Federation. The other 2 also have the potential to become Federation envoys, albeit there's no guarantee." The latter 2 people that Lin Yuan mentioned were Tale and Buletin Po. The Moon Empress fell silent for a moment after Lin Yuan was done speaking. She and Mystic Moon were curious about how Lin Yuan managed to use the Astronomical Parliament, which had greater strategic than practical impacts. He managed to accept 2 Federation envoys as members of the Astronomical Parliament. Su Yiren represented the hope of the entire Dark Continent. Lin Yuan could legitimately set his eyes on the Dark Continent with her around. The Azure Federation and Radiance Federation were part of the 3 great federations. Yin Lin was a genius of the younger generation who had awoken 2 beast patterns. There was a rumor that Yin Lin had suddenly regained her sight and awoken her beast patterns. Could Lin Yuan have been the cause of these events? Apparently, Yin Lin had volunteered for the trip to the Radiance Federation. It was likely that she was hoping to meet with Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress and Mystic Moon shared a look. Both of them thought that they knew Lin Yuan well, but his power had already progressed far past their eye line. Night-leaning Moon had been forced to kill Diwanmai because she needed to give the Creation Masters, who Whale Ocean Commerce had murdered, an explanation. She had no use for Diwanmai's corpse, but Lin Yuan used his own technique to revive Diwanmai and even made her into his servant while enabling her to retain her Class 5 Creation Master powers. The Moon Empress had not expected any of this. Previously, no matter what Lin Yuan did, the Moon Empress felt that she would always be his shield. Moreover, the Moon Empress also wanted to see how far her disciple could go. When she was Lin Yuan's age, she was far from his current level. Additionally, the truly terrifying aspect about Lin Yuan was not that he possessed such power at his young age but that he had accomplished all of this within a year, given that he started from zero. He possessed astonishing talent. Lin Yuan went on to say, "Master, I plan on unifying the Startling Lines continent." Chapter 1569, Remembrance Soul Whale, Evolve. Mystic Moon almost spat out the soup in his mouth when he heard what Lin Yuan said. However, given that he had Diwan Mai, it would not be impossible for him to unify the startling lines continent. The Moon Empress was silent for a moment before she replied, "There's a stipulation at the major federation meeting that no officials from one federation can leech into another federation. All the federations agreed to this stipulation. Hence, you will only be able to rely on yourself with regards to this matter about the startling lines continent." When Mystic Moon heard what the Moon Empress said, he felt that she was trying to discreetly warn him. Yet, there was also a hint of her saying that the startling lines continent rightfully belonged to her disciple. The Moon Empress was proud yet disappointed. She clearly had not taught him much, but he managed to grow so much and become so outstanding. This filled the Moon Empress with pride. The Moon Empress felt more pride over Lin Yuan than happiness over her breakthrough. Eventually, the Moon Empress said softly, "Little Yuan, look at you. I suddenly feel my age catching up with me. This world belongs to the younger generation now." Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, "Master, you aren't old. With the lifespan mouse, you'll be able to live forever. You'll always be young." The Moon Empress could not help but reach out her hand and gently touch Lin Yuan's face with a smile stretching across hers. It was almost time, and the Moon Empress started to make her way to the imperial court to attend the imperial meeting. Before she left, her expression turned stern, and she said, "Little Yuan, if anyone from the Freedom Federation tries to lay a hand on someone from the Radiance Federation during this Radiance 100 sequence selection, you can end them during the spar, regardless of who they are." Lin Yuan nodded and replied seriously, "Master, I will." Mystic Moon was stunned with fright when he heard what the Moon Empress said to Lin Yuan. However, this Moon Empress was the one he was more familiar with. She had returned to who she used to be a decade ago. After breakfast, Lin Yuan left Leaning Moon Mountain and returned to the return from faraway mansion. When he walked into the residence, he saw Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus and White Phoenix seated on the water rhinoceros leather sofa. Wen Yu was serving them 3 treasures tea. When Lin Yuan walked in, Blood New Moon hurriedly stood up and said, "Young lord, these 2 friends of mine would like to stay here for a few days and protect your safety during the Radiance 100 sequence selection." Blood New Moon had no idea what the right way to address Lin Yuan was. He eventually settled on young lord. Lin Yuan anxiously replied, "Uncle Blood, your blood loves father and my senior. You can call me Little Yuan. There are many empty rooms in the main residence. Feel free to make yourself comfortable." White Phoenix and Blue Lotus excitedly made their way over to Lin Yuan. Although they had received definitive answers from Blood New Moon and the Mother of Bloodbath last night, they still could not help but say, "Little Savior, is it true that Sister Jade Sundial can be revived?" When Lin Yuan nodded, White Phoenix and Blue Lotus started laughing excitedly. Blue Lotus was so lost in her emotions that she squeezed too hard and caused the persimmon in her hand to burst, spraying the juices everywhere. It looked very comical. However, Lin Yuan knew that Heavenly Family feys were all emotional. It was likely that the Heavenly Family cottage was just as warm of a place as the Radiance Federation. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix could not help but slap their foreheads as they watched the cackling Blood New Moon. They completely forgot how they had been worse wrecks than Blue Lotus and had cried enough to fill a large bottle when they found out that Jade Sundial could be revived. Chapter 1570, Soul Remember Gift. Previously, the Remembrance Soul Whale's horn had been smooth with faint patterns. But now, although the Remembrance Soul Whale had not grown any larger, its horn had visibly become thicker, and the patterns now protruded out. The thread-like patterns became runes that were imbued with soul power. The runes clashed against each other on the Remembrance Soul Whale's horn, and the soul power started to stick together. Once the Remembrance Soul Whale's horn was done changing, and Lin Yuan thought that it was done transforming into a bronze/fantasy fey, the Remembrance Soul Whale's body started to change again. Other people could not see the Remembrance Soul Whale, but Lin Yuan could clearly see the state it was in. The Remembrance Soul Whale resembled a translucent white whale that had a horn. But now, soul markings were slowly forming on its skin. When Lin Yuan took a closer look at the soul marking, he saw that most of the souls were the ones that the Remembrance Soul Whale had collected from the lava zone. Besides Jade Sundial's soul, the Remembrance Soul Whale absorbed all the other souls. Now that the images of the dead phase souls were carved on the Remembrance Soul Whale's skin, they lightened with every breath that the Remembrance Soul Whale took. This meant that the Remembrance Soul Whale had fully absorbed the soul power. The soul markings that were very clear came from the soul of the phase that the Remembrance Soul Whale had absorbed from the center of the lava zone. Given the Remembrance Soul Whale's current power, it would take rather long for it to completely absorb all these souls. But Lin Yuan was about to use the spirit chi crystals to evolve the Remembrance Soul Whale's grade. At that point, the Remembrance Soul Whale would be able to absorb soul power at a much faster rate. Soul Knot and Burning Soul New Life were not strong enough to produce such markings on the Remembrance Soul Whale's skin. It was likely that the changes to the Remembrance Soul Whale's skin were linked to it evolving to fantasy breed and gaining a new exclusive skill. At this moment, Lin Yuan realized that the complete souls on the Remembrance Soul Whale's skin were compressed into imprints on its tail as it started to shrink. As the Remembrance Soul Whale evolved to fantasy breed, it started to shrink from its original 3-meter size to around 1 meter. Even when its horn was accounted for, it was still less than 2 meters. After evolving, the Remembrance Soul Whale flew around Lin Yuan. The Remembrance Soul Whale was still a life form that had been born from a whale soul. It gained very high intelligence, although it had only just evolved to fantasy breed. The Remembrance Soul Whale communicated to Lin Yuan, "Master, can you hear my voice? I can use the voices in the memories of the souls that I absorbed to communicate with you. You should be able to understand me." Lin Yuan could not help but be amazed as he acknowledged that soul type was the most secretive type. After absorbing the souls of the dead, the Remembrance Soul Whale now possessed a similar ability to genius. But after communicating with it, Lin Yuan realized that the Remembrance Soul Whale's brain was not as expansive as genius. Genius could store a large amount of knowledge, but the Remembrance Soul Whale could not. When the Remembrance Soul Whale chose to look at the memories of a specific soul, it would forget the memories of the previous soul it accessed. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan felt that the Remembrance Soul Whale's ability was very powerful. The Remembrance Soul Whale could be considered an expert in criminal investigation. It could speak to the dead by looking through their souls. The Remembrance Soul Whale had named itself Rememberling, and Lin Yuan felt that the name suited it. Rememberling, how much of Jade Sundial's soul is missing before it becomes sufficient to awaken her past memories? Rememberling opened its mouth, and the phantom image of a spider emerged from it. The phantom image was static and did not move at all. Rememberling pierced the phantom image of the spider with its horn. After sensing for a while, Rememberling said, "Master, in order for the spider phantom image to regain its past memories, at least another 9 fragments of its soul are needed. Even if its memories can be regained, it will only be able to regain the most important memories from its past life. To recover every memory, I need to absorb at least another 40 fragments of its soul." Lin Yuan nodded. He already told his caveat to the Mother of Bloodbath and Blood New Moon. Lin Yuan did not have any other solution if this one failed. They could only hope that the handkerchief from the leader of the Heavenly Family Cottage would contain a significant amount of Jade Sundial's soul. The more Lin Yuan looked at Rememberling's shining body, the more curious he became about its new exclusive skill. Lin Yuan immediately used True Data to check on the Fantasy Remembrance Soul Whale. He saw that the new exclusive skill was called Soul Remember Gift. Soul Remember Gift, by combining with the collected dead souls, the dead souls will eventually become soul imprints once they are completely absorbed. When the soul imprint is applied on a life form of the same species, the life form's comprehension ability will be raised, and they will be able to comprehend willpowers and laws more easily. Lin Yuan was momentarily speechless when he saw this exclusive skill. Oh my god! Soul Remember Gift can be used to help feys comprehend exclusive skills. There were many feys in the world. It was challenging for a fey to comprehend an exclusive skill on their own. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee had yet to comprehend a willpower rune. If he killed a fantasy breed or myth breed bee species fey and Rememberling absorbed its soul, the fey's soul would be left intact. Next, Rememberling would condense the soul imprint in its tail and apply it on the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. This would increase the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's chances of comprehending a willpower rune. He could even use different feys to lead the direction of the willpower runes that a fey comprehended when they evolved to fantasy breed. This power was too strong. It could be said that Rememberling had turned the entire main world's understanding of a concept on its head, just like genius had. Besides some treasures that could facilitate comprehension, nothing else would be able to help feys comprehend willpower runes. Chapter 1571, Incomplete Morbius. Moreover, Soul Remember Gift could be used on feys, but what about spirit chi professionals? Lin Yuan asked, Rememberling, when you searched for dead souls in the lava zone, you found the souls of many dead spirit chi professionals. Can you use their souls to create soul imprints? When Rememberling heard what Lin Yuan said, the soul imprints on its body immediately started to move, and the personification of the spirit chi professional's souls lit up on Rememberling's body. Remember Ling picked one of the brighter spirit chi professional souls and made it into a soul imprint that it pushed onto its tail. The soul imprint formed from the spirit chi professional soul was much smaller than the ones from the souls of feys. Lin Yuan could understand this because most of the soul imprints on Remember Ling's tail that came from the souls of feys were myth breed, and spirit chi professionals naturally had weaker soul power than feys. Since he was only testing his hypothesis, Lin Yuan did not care what kind of willpower rune the soul had comprehended. Lin Yuan instructed, "Remember Ling, apply the soul imprint on me." Remember Ling gently lifted its tail and rested it on Lin Yuan's head. The soul imprint entered Lin Yuan's body, and he suddenly realized that a faint sense of comprehension was coming over his spirit. Apparently, it was impossible to use a soul imprint from a spirit chi professional to comprehend a willpower rune. But once a person's comprehension of willpower runes reached a peak and just needed a little push, the comprehension from the soul imprint would do just the trick. Lin Yuan looked at Remember Ling in shock. Both Remember Ling and Genius were forbidden beings. No one could find out about them. Remember Ling was like a key, and anyone who had control of it would be able to use it to unlock the road to heaven or hell. If Lin Yuan kept Remember Ling's soul remember gift a secret, he might be able to disregard the lives of spirit chi professionals as nothing more than tools to increase his power like Diwan Mai had. Eventually, Lin Yuan calmed down and swore that he would never use soul remember gift to kill spirit chi professionals. However, he would still kill any enemies that crossed his path and use soul remember gift on them. Lin Yuan was definitely not someone who showed mercy to his enemies, especially at a time like now when the entire world's structure was about change. Remember Ling's existence would benefit all the feys in the spirit lock spatial zone. Even if some feys lacked natural talent, soul remember gift would be able to help other feys slowly achieve comprehension and evolve into fantasy or myth breed. Lin Yuan was in no rush to return Remember Ling to the spirit lock spatial zone. Instead, he took out spirit chi crystals and said, "Remember Ling, absorb these spirit chi crystals. I will evolve you to diamond grade now." While talking, Lin Yuan crushed a handful of spirit chi crystals. The spirit chi wrapped around Remember Ling and caused its grade to start to increase. When Remember Ling's power reached gold, the entire spirit lock spatial zone started to shake. Lin Yuan could sense that the spirit lock spatial zone was expanding, and he hurriedly left the spirit lock spatial zone with Remember Ling. Outside the spirit lock spatial zone, Remember Ling's grade climbed continuously. As Morbius evolved to gold, the spirit lock spatial zone continued to expand, and it quickly reached 320 square meters. This size was enough for Lin Yuan to put more things in the spirit lock spatial zone. The increase in the size of the spirit pool and pure land of bliss would also bring Lin Yuan greater benefits. At that moment, a familiar voice that he had not heard in a long time said into his ear, "Partner, long time no see." Lin Yuan immediately smiled brightly when he heard this voice. He excitedly activated his spiritual energy and started communicating with Morbius. "Morbius, I guessed that you would wake up when you reached gold grade." Morbius's calm voice was warm as it replied, "Partner, you grew quickly. You evolved me to gold grade so soon. Now that I'm gold grade, I gained a memory. It seems that the current me is incomplete." When Lin Yuan heard what Morbius said, he looked down at the Morbius bracelet on his wrist. He had noticed some time ago that there were numerous small holes on the crimson and bronze Morbius bracelet. It was likely that the small holes were meant to be embedded with something. "Morbius, is there meant to be something embedded in the holes?" Morbius shook its head and said, "Partner, it seems that the things in the holes can be replaced. However, for now, I'm not sure what is meant to be in the holes. I might be able to sense it when I encounter it. If these small holes can be filled up, you will be able to represent each of the feys you spirit locked with one of the holes. This will remove the limit of the spirit lock." Lin Yuan was momentarily silent when he heard what Morbius said before he asked in surprise, "By the spirit lock's limit, do you think that I will be able to spirit lock other feys besides ones with only normal abilities?" Morbius nodded and replied, "You're right." Now that he had Morbius' definitive answer, he suddenly felt as though he was raising a group of children. His children used to be disabled and trapped in wheelchairs. But now, he suddenly found out that they could stand up and become normal again. Lin Yuan had put a lot of effort into nurturing all of the spirit-locked feys and helping them evolve under the best circumstances. Lin Yuan had always been curious about what the Jasmine Lily, Blackie, and Purple Afterglow's other abilities were. Chapter 1572, Morbius' New Thing. Previously, Lin Yuan only had pure curiosity and no way of finding out the answers. But now, he just needed to find the things that could fill the holes in the Morbius bracelet, and he would be able to see what the Jasmine Lily, Blackie, and Purple Afterglow's other abilities were. Morbius, when the Radiance 100 sequence selection is over, I will take you to find the things that can fill the holes. Even if you can't find what it is, we'll still sweep the main world and dimensional worlds. I believe that we'll eventually find it. A smile appeared on Morbius' stern face, and it said, "Partner, sorry to make you work so hard." Morbius was a Fey. Lin Yuan felt that Morbius had been his companion ever since he was born into this world, and a deep bond linked them. Morbius felt the same way about Lin Yuan. No one felt as deeply for Lin Yuan as Morbius in this world. However, Morbius was still a life form, and every life form wanted to trace its roots. "Partner, the day will definitely come that I'll complete you. You will be able to learn all the secrets about yourself," said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan spoke with certainty, and it sounded like a promise. Morbius' heart warmed when it heard what Lin Yuan said. Morbius said softly, "Partner, I will do everything to protect you for the rest of this life." At that moment, a thought seemed to strike Morbius, and it said, "Partner, I used my source power to fuse and produce the sacred sword-wielding queen. My spirit lock spatial zone can produce pure spirit chi because the spirit pool can distill and purify spirit chi from the energy ores. Frankly, I think my roots power suits sacred source life forms. I think I can even change the energy within sacred source life forms at will. I think the thing I need is more likely to come from the dimensional worlds." Lin Yuan nodded slightly when he heard what Morbius said. Morbius' words gave Lin Yuan a range, which made it much easier for Lin Yuan to proceed. Lin Yuan decided that after the Radiance 100 sequence selection ended, he would immediately head to the Startling Lines continent to get a hold of matters. He needed to focus on developing the Marsh world before the main world was thrown into chaos. Lin Yuan would not have a chance to use abilities besides the normal abilities of the phase he had spirit locked during this Radiance 100 sequence selection. However, Lin Yuan hoped that his spirit locked phase would be able to shine to their greatest extent during the major Federation meeting. "Morbius, you should be able to sense that there are two souls in my brain. They are currently separate but can be combined. But the soul from my previous life and my current soul are my soul. I think my soul can contract another sacred source life form. Partner, you can indeed use your soul to contract another sacred source life form. However, your first sacred source life form is formed from a combination of two sacred source life forms. The Grace Queen is the main life form, and it is rather special. The aura of its roots is much higher than that of the Sword of Service. I was the one who fused the two sacred source life forms. It has more soul power than a regular sacred source life form. But, you have been allowing me to allocate your spiritual power, so I can allocate my soul power to you too. Once your soul power increases and overlaps with my soul power, each of your two sacred source life forms will be able to contract a sacred source life form of its own." Lin Yuan remembered the Moon Empress telling him that people with extremely talented souls could contract two sacred source life forms. Both of his souls would be able to contract two sacred source life forms. This meant that he would be able to possess 4 sacred source life forms. Moreover, these sacred source life forms could all be formed from 2 sacred source life forms like the sacred sword-wielding queen was. Lin Yuan happened to learn the secret behind sacred source life forms in the Marsh world. It seemed that it was now necessary for him to make the trip to the Palace of Everything so that he could choose 2 sacred source life forms that were suitable for him and fuse them. Chapter 1573, Lin Yuan's new support method. Lin Yuan was exhilarated when he saw such a great expansion. When Morbius had been silver grade, the Spirit Lock spatial zone was already huge. It had come far from its initial 80 square meters. It had been difficult to ration out every inch of space. When he returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan noticed that the Spirit Lock spatial zone had grown larger, and the Spirit Chi had also become much more concentrated. He could tell that the phase in the Spirit Lock spatial zone that could produce weather and the wind speed rapid antelope were visibly changing. The wind speed rapid antelope had started to shed its short fur, and new fur was growing out. Although its bloodline had not transformed, its aptitude had clearly increased after being nourished by such spirit chi. However, the biggest changes happened to Genius and Chimey. Genius and Chimey could only grow to such an extent because of pure spirit chi. Genius and Chimey's fur and feathers had hidden their skin by now. Lin Yuan had experienced this situation many times. After Lin Yuan took a nap and woke up, he saw that the hair that Genius and Chimey shed already took up a large part of the space on the bed. Lin Yuan was very glad that he had evolved Morbius grade first. Now, Genius and Chimey could be nourished by even purer spirit chi and improve their bloodlines. Their bloodlines would be more fully evolved when they evolved to Fantasy V. Lin Yuan had not decided what the next fey he was going to spirit lock was. He did not have many willpower runes left over. Thus, he either had to contract a fey like the Remembrance Soul Whale that he would eternally regret not contracting, or a suitable one like the Jasmine Lily. However, the former of the two choices was better. Now that Morbius was awake, Lin Yuan did not need to rush to evolve its grade. After Genius and Chime's bloodlines were evolved, they would emerge from the pile of fur on their own. Lin Yuan knew that he should not disturb Genius and Chime. He thought about the new item that Morbius mentioned. Without Morbius having to guide him, he noticed a well next to the spirit pool. Lin Yuan rushed over to the well and saw that it was bone dry. Morbius walked over to Lin Yuan and said with a smile, "Partner, I think this well will be useful to you." Morbius started to explain, "This is called the element well. It can increase the activation period of elemental energy. The various elemental energies will be evenly distributed in the spatial lock spatial zone. The water in the well can also dissolve elemental energy and increase the property of elemental energy. However, there is a limit to the well water. The well water needs to be slowly replenished using the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone. At most, only half a bowl can be added each day. The element well can appear on the Pure Land of Bliss if needed. However, every second that it remains on the Pure Land of Bliss will use up a certain amount of well water." Lin Yuan was stunned for half a minute when he heard what Morbius said. Next, surprise spread across his face. Currently, Lin Yuan wielded water, fire, earth, wind, and dark elemental energy. The water, wind, earth, and fire elemental energy came from the 4 elemental shellfish, while the dark elemental energy came from the dark crystal armored insect. There were many types of elemental energy. As of now, Lin Yuan had no way of obtaining many elements like gold, wood, light, and lightning. But Lin Yuan just needed to find the right spiritual ingredients and pour them into the element well to obtain concentrated elemental fluids. The element well could evenly distribute different types of elemental energy to the surroundings. This made Lin Yuan feel that the spirit lock spatial zone had become a miniature world. Feys could not solely depend on increasing the purity of spirit chi to grow. They also needed elemental energy. When special feys like the Sunlight King Lotus used light elemental energy, they could replicate the light of the sun. If the spirit lock spatial zone continued to grow larger, possibly forever, it could become a paradise for spirit chi professionals. The element well would not only allow Lin Yuan to gain elemental fluids but would also enable Lin Yuan to produce heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with purer elemental energy. This broke through the shackles that the world placed on feys. The element well's appearance also allowed Lin Yuan to gain a new support ability. When the Pure Land of Bliss was treating the roots of injured feys, the elemental well would become an aid station that further helped the feys. If an enemy sealed off a certain type of elemental energy, Lin Yuan would still be able to create a perfect elemental environment. This was an ability that not even sacred source life forms dared to say they had. This ability that encompassed all types of elemental energy was shockingly strong. However, this would continuously use up the element well's water. Now, the well was utterly dry. Morbius said that only half a bowl of water would be added to the element well per day. Lin Yuan felt that at this rate, it would take forever just for the bottom of the well to be covered. The appearance of the element well changed Lin Yuan's understanding of Morbius. Morbius was destined to have endless possibilities. However, this did not mean that the elemental shellfish's elemental pearls were useless. But, they were no longer going to be the best source of pure elemental energy that Lin Yuan possessed. However, the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were still the most valuable resource for trade that Lin Yuan had. Suddenly, Lin Yuan noticed that there were sounds coming from the piles of white fur and blue feathers. Soon, a white cat and a light blue bird emerged from the piles of fur and feathers. The cat climbed up to Lin Yuan's shoulder while the other one flew up to his ear. Lin Yuan realized with shock that their bloodlines had clearly not changed, but they had transformed drastically. Chapter 1574, Chime Causes Trouble. Lin Yuan would not have dared to acknowledge them if he was not very certain that they were Genius and Chime. Genius and Chime's changes were similar to what had happened to Lin Yuan when he consumed the silver stamen gold luster cashin nectar. Before he consumed the silver stamen gold luster cashin nectar, there were still impurities in his body. It was inevitable that some impurities could not seep out of his skin. But after he consumed the silver stamen gold luster cashin nectar, his aura, features, and figure had not only changed significantly, but he even grew taller. Genius was still white. But previously, it had been white like snow and faintly silver. But now, It was white like the shade of ivory that only existed in imagination. Genius light blue eyes used to resemble Paraiba. But now, it was dark blue like topaz. Now, its eyes were so blue that they seemed to absorb all other blues, and it made Genius appear even wiser and more far-sighted. It still had 8 tails. But previously, its tails resembled fox tails. Now, they had lost all of their volume and resembled 8 ribbons that danced agilely in the air. While most of Genius changes took place to its aura, Chimy's appearance had fully transformed. Although Chimy's feathers were still pale blue, its feathers were now constantly fluttering proudly. The rising and setting of the sun would affect the movement of Chimy's feathers. When the sun rose, its feathers would become bright gold and eventually resemble beautiful flames. Chimy reminded Lin Yuan of the legendary vermilion bird from his previous life. Yet, it was also different from the vermilion bird because the vermilion bird wielded fire elemental energy, but Chimy's power lay with light and the heat naturally associated with it. This ability was along the same line as the one that the mother of Bloodbath gained from the sky sundial jade spider. Now that Chimy's entire body was alight with gorgeous flames, Lin Yuan thought about the legend of the Golden Crow. However, it was clear that Chimy was not only going down the path laid down by the Twilight Willpower rune. When the sun set, Chimy's feathers would darken. This was a characteristic that Chimy had never displayed in the past. The cloud patterns that sloughed off from Chimy's body crawled back onto Chimy's body after its feathers darkened. Sound-type energy was intangible. But now, Chimy could control the cloud patterns and manipulate them into musical notes. The musical notes could produce any sound that Chimy wanted by clashing the musical notes together. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan used Source Sand's close guard sand to form a wall of sand. Lin Yuan said, "Chimy, try to use the musical notes to use shatter sound attack." Chimy collided the musical notes together, and each collision produced a sound hammer. When the sound hammer hit the wall of sand, it broke into many smaller hammers that crashed through the wall. Source Sand was now Fantasy V. The wall of sand produced by Source Sand's close guard sand should be able to easily handle the attacks of any of Lin Yuan's feys. Every time the other feys evolved, Source Sand would help them to test their new powers. It was clear that Chimy was not using its full power when it collided the musical notes together and used Shatter Sound Attack. Although the wall of sand broke under Shatter Sound Attack's second attack, this did not mean that Source Sand was weak but that Chimy had become stronger. However, Chimy was not done with putting on an exhibition for Lin Yuan. Many musical notes fell from Chimy's feathers and started to crash together when Chimy flapped its wings. The bounce of every musical note produced a sound hammer each time they hit against each other. When he saw the numerous sound hammers, alarm bells rang in Lin Yuan's head. He hurriedly injected a large amount of spiritual power into Source Sand. Layers upon layers of walls of sand shot up. Lin Yuan lost count of how many sound hammers there were, but there had to be at least 10,000 of them. The shatter sound attacks bulldozed through the first wall of sand. Luckily, some shatter sound attacks broke apart after breaking through the first wall. This barrage of sound hammers was much weaker than the first attack. But when the thousands of sound hammers slammed into the sand walls, the power was so explosive that it immediately detonated 7 walls of sand. Granules of sand littered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Luckily, Lin Yuan had used a shield of close guard sand to protect all the other feys in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Otherwise, Chimy would even have blown up its own nest. By now, even the block-headed Chimy was aware that it had caused trouble. Chimy just wanted to show Lin Yuan its new ability, but it had not intended to cause damage. But at this moment, Chimy did not even have the strength to apologize because the final usage of Shatter Sound Attack had sapped all of its spiritual power. Luckily, the last usage of Shatter Sound Attack had been weaker because of Chimy's lack of spirit chi. Otherwise, the thousands of sound hammers would have been difficult for even Lin Yuan to fend off. He would have had to use Diwanmai to step in to protect him. Lin Yuan looked at the exhausted Chimy with exasperation and injected a shot of spirit chi into Chimy. However, Chimy's body was so empty of spirit chi that it would take some time to activate the cells that had been wrung dry of spirit chi. After recovering slightly, Chimy looked at Lin Yuan and the rest of the Spirit Lock spatial zone apologetically and said, "Yuan, I'm sorry. I will never again flippantly use an attack if I don't know how strong it is." Lin Yuan reached out and ruffled the feathers on Chimy's head as he replied, "Chimy, you're lucky that you tested out the ability in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. If they had not tested it and used it for the first time in battle at full force, the thousands of sound hammers could even produce an effect that rivaled Lin Yuan's sword skills." Chapter 1575, Kick Up a Wind, Antelope. Thus, Lin Yuan assigned Chimey to a half-attack and half-support role. On the battleground, Chimey could use Shatter Sound Attack to counter controlling tactics. Although Shatter Sound Attack was intangible, feys could determine the positions of Shatter Sound Attack by sensing the pressure in the air. However, Chimey could use Shatter Sound Attack to control the direction that its enemies took. If the other party tried to use force, it would be subjected to a barrage of attacks from the sound hammers. Moreover, Shatter Sound Attack was only sound and used to be an insignificant ability. It was only when Chimey evolved to Diamond Grade and gained the ability Clear Zither Change Voice that Lin Yuan started to see Shatter Sound Attack as important. Sunlight rays would be able to weaken a target while increasing the feys' agility. It was a perfect fit with Red Thorn. Nirvana Light Swan Song could save one from death. With its other exclusive skill to create a positive environment and another to absorb the sun's power, Chimey was almost perfect at that moment. Lin Yuan was curious about how Chimey was going to change after it awoke its bloodline. The evolution of a feys bloodline was split into two types. The first was to evolve according to the feys' original bloodline. This evolution would not cause the fey to change its name and type after the evolution. But if a bloodline was changed fundamentally, the fey's name and type would likely change after the evolution. Chimey and Genius had been following their original bloodlines. At that moment, Genius said, "Yuan, my spiritual energy was previously strengthened. But now that I evolved to Diamond Grade and my tails changed, something new has happened." Previously, Genius ability Tail Trigger would use soul energy to sacrifice a tail and multiply the soul power. This ability used up Genius tails to increase its soul power but would damage its roots. After asking Genius, Lin Yuan found out that the spiritual power in its head only took up a small portion of its total spiritual power. Most of the storage space in Genius' head was taken up by soul power. Genius' right tails were moving storage spaces for spiritual energy. This was why using up one of the tails would increase its soul power. Each time Genius used up one of its tails, it would need to rest and recover for many months. This would also affect Genius' usage of connected tails. If it sacrificed too many tails at once and its spiritual energy was seriously depleted, Genius would forget a portion of the knowledge it stored to protect itself. However, Lin Yuan did not want to see this happen. Hence, he never thought about asking Genius to use Tail Trigger. Genius went on to say, "Yuan, using Tail Trigger in the past would have required me to sacrifice my tails. But now, I can use my own spiritual energy to create substitute tails that usually won't be visible. But every time a tail is used up, the substitute tail will grow rapidly to fill the gap. However, I will need to absorb a large number of spiritual ingredients every day to create a substitute tail." Lin Yuan looked delighted when he heard what Genius said. If this was true, he would finally be able to start making use of Tail Trigger and not have to worry about incurring any negative consequences because there would be substitute tails to protect Genius. As for spiritual ingredients, Gao Feng had taken over the Sea Bliss clan, and the angelfish of bliss that Lin Yuan had tampered with had been returned to the return from faraway mansion. Lin Yuan used spirit chi to change the angelfish of bliss and return them to normal. Lin Yuan had as many rainbow fish coats as he wanted and did not need to be afraid of running out. Lin Yuan stored the 10,000 rainbow fish coats sent over from Gao Feng in a fey storage box. He handed the fey storage box to Genius and said, "Genius, use these fish coats. I'll give you more when you use them all up." Genius looked inside the fey storage box and said in a childlike voice, "Yuan, I should be able to produce 2 substitute tails with these fish coats." If other spirit chi professionals heard what Genius said, they would start spluttering with shock. What a waste! 5,000 fish coats cost an arm and a leg. When the Sea Bliss clan was still around, they would sell one fish coat for 80,000 radiance dollars at least. Moreover, they would most likely have to sink a large sum of money to obtain a fish tablet of a respectable grade. 5,000 fish coats would cost an average of 400 million radiance dollars. No spirit chi professional would be able to afford such a cost. Even the disciples of top factions would be reluctant to spend such an amount. Chapter 1576, Chimey evolved. This phantom image had 4 horns on its head that branched out like a tree. When the wind elemental energy gathered on the wind speed rapid antelope's body, flowers appeared on the 4 horns of the phantom image behind the wind speed rapid antelope. The phantom image was in the shape of an antelope. But unlike normal antelopes, the phantom image did not have a mouth, and wind elemental energy swirled around it. It was as though this antelope was made from wind elements. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of a possibility. The Moon Empress had mentioned to Lin Yuan that some types of feys would become elementalized when the amount of elemental energy in their body reached a certain level. For example, the obsidian iron wild bull's metal elemental energy in its body differentiated when it reached a certain level. As a result, its elementalized horns could be formed at will. It seemed that the wind speed rapid antelope could be suitable for this method of evolution. However, there were some differences. Firstly, the wind speed rapid antelope had not been elementalized. Secondly, there was no phantom image when the obsidian iron wild bull used its elementalized horns. But after having so much experience evolving feys, Lin Yuan learned that no one could be certain about a fey's evolution. Normal people assumed that the end of the road was reached when one became a Class 5 creation master. But not even Class 5 creation masters could produce genius and chimey in their current states. Even if a Class 5 creation master found a large whale fall, none of them would be able to find the legendary Remembrance Soul Whale if they did not contract Dark Blue or use Faith Application. Now, the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope was still the responsible manager of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. No matter what road the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope took in the future, Lin Yuan would be willing to provide it with the best resources and weather anything with it. Chimey was still waiting for its spiritual power to be recovered. Its bloodline was going to break through soon. This would be the last breakthrough that Chimey would experience before it reached Myth Breed. It might even be the last one it experienced before it reached Creation Breed because the bloodlines of feys calcified after they evolved to Myth Breed. A large opportunity was needed for this to be changed. Hence, Lin Yuan needed to help Chimey reach peak condition before its bloodline went through the breakthrough. With Morbius evolution to gold grade, the increase in the concentration of spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone, and the impending change of Genius and Chimey's bloodlines made Lin Yuan think that this evolution would be much more dangerous for Genius and Chimey than before. Lin Yuan forced himself to calm down and thought for a moment before he decided to halt Diwanmai as she was making the precious instrument. He wanted her by his side to prepare to help if anything wrong happened to Genius and Chimey. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly heard a wail cry from the floating island whale's fetus. Lin Yuan walked up and placed his hand on the floating island whale's egg. He immediately felt the floating island whale's affection for him. The young whale in the egg was continuously banging against the eggshell in an attempt to be closer to Lin Yuan's hand. This time, the increase in the concentration of spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone sped up the hatching of the floating island whale. There was currently a large stock of water-type Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls in the spirit lock spatial zone. The increase in the concentration of spirit chi enabled the floating island whale to absorb water-type Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls at a faster rate. As long as Lin Yuan could ensure that the supply of water-type Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls did not run out, the floating island whale would hatch before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. By this time, Chimey had returned to peak condition after being injected with spirit chi. It said softly, "Yuan, I'm ready to evolve my bloodline." When he saw Chimey's excited expression, he knew that it was so excited because it wanted to have its fan meet. Those who were unaware were free from fear. Genius had learned all of the information on Star Web and currently had a very stern look on his face. Genius knew that Lin Yuan had spent a lot of resources to create this opportunity for it and Chimey. It also knew how dangerous this evolution would be for it and Chimey. It was afraid that Chimey would become careless and fall into danger because it had not made the proper preparation before the evolution. Genius reminded, "Chimey, remember to stay serious when you're evolving your bloodline. Do your best to endure the pain and make sure your mind doesn't fall into confusion." Chimey nodded determinedly. Although Chimey did not know much, it still clearly remembered how painful its previous evolution had been. Lin Yuan personally harvested a few intelligent Ganoderma sinensis and handed them to Genius as he said, "Chimey, go to the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and absorb the energy from strange flames. I will stay here to accompany you." Chimey flew up to its nest in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and started absorbing as much energy from strange flames as possible. Genius picked up the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis with its claws and started shoveling it into its mouth. Lin Yuan had never eaten the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. But from Genius' troubled expression, he could tell that the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis did not taste good. It would take some time for Genius to digest the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis that it consumed. Thus, Chimey would be the one to evolve first. The entire phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree was suddenly set on fire. Chimey's body was set alight with beautiful flames that enveloped the entire phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. The leaves of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree contained strange flames, and they immediately exploded under the burning of the beautiful flames. The energy in the strange flames rapidly flowed into Chimy's body as it absorbed the energy as though it was a bottomless pit. At that moment, Chimy was in such pain that it started to scream that it was too hot. However, Lin Yuan could not waste time being pained for Chimy's sake because he needed to shoot a large number of strange flames at the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree to replenish its energy. Otherwise, not only would the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree become drained and eventually wither as Chimy continuously extracted the strange flames, but there would also be insufficient energy from strange flames to allow Chimy to complete its evolution. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and hundreds of mid-grade strange flames spewed toward the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. The strange flames that had been stored in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's leaves were pushed out by the beautiful flames. But even as the hundreds of mid-grade strange flames shot into the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, the bottomless hole that was Chimy did not show any signs of being satisfied. Lin Yuan became increasingly unsettled when such a large amount of strange flames entered Chimy's body. If such a large amount of strange flames exploded, Chimy would instantly shatter. Even a myth-fey would be at risk when it was exposed to such an immense amount of energy from strange flames. But now, Chimy seemed to need the energy from the strange flames badly. Chapter 1577, The Cry of the Main Dragon Species from Inside Chimy. Concern only caused mess. Lin Yuan did not know if he should continue administering strange flames to Chimy. As for now, Chimy was still not showing any signs of being annihilated. Chimy's usually bright voice became extremely hoarse. Yuan, strange flames. When he heard Chimy's request and thought about how it was working so hard to evolve its bloodline, Lin Yuan steeled himself and injected another 100 units of mid-grade strange flames into the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Although Lin Yuan was worried, there was no question that Chimy was doing much better than during its previous bloodline evolution. This was because remembering padded him with power. Even if something truly happened to Chimy during its bloodline transformation, Lin Yuan could use Rememberling's soul not to gather up Chimy's soul and use the Mother of Bloodbath's 10,000 medicine hot spring to revive it. However, at that point, Chimy would have to start all over. But at least it would be alive. The biggest hope of parents was not that their children would become accomplished but that they could live peacefully. This was exactly what was running through Lin Yuan's mind. The 100 units of strange flames that Lin Yuan injected were still not enough. Lin Yuan gnashed his teeth and injected even more strange flames. He even put in 5 units of high-grade strange flames. When Lin Yuan thought that the energy in the strange flames was about to be used up and that he needed to put more in, a phoenix cry sounded out from within Chimy. After this phoenix cry, the aura unique to phoenix species phase appeared. This circumstance had appeared to Chimy before. However, that aura had been of the Luan species Fey. But this time, the aura was clearly of the main phoenix species Fey. Lin Yuan stared at Chimy in shock when he sensed the main phoenix species Fey aura. Could it be that Chimy's bloodline was evolving in the direction of the main phoenix species Fey because it had spent so much time evolving its power in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree? Chimy was still a fantasy breed Fey that had yet to evolve to myth breed. It would be a subversion of common knowledge if a fantasy breed Fey awakened the main phoenix species bloodline. As long as Chimy accepted the main phoenix species bloodline, it would become a main phoenix species Fey with the lowest grade in history. This meant that the purity of Chimy's main phoenix species bloodline would be higher than that of other main phoenix species Feys. However, Lin Yuan was not happy about this at all. Lin Yuan's heart panged as he knew that something was wrong. Given his understanding of Chimy, there was no Fey that was more stubborn than it. When it first started learning how to sing, Chimy could spend all night just learning how to sing one line correctly. There were many times when Lin Yuan woke up to find Chimy collapsed on the floor with exhaustion because it had been training to sing. When it unlocked its Luan species bloodline, Chimy consumed it with its Soundbird bloodline. Now, Chimy would once again choose to use its Soundbird bloodline to consume the main phoenix species bloodline. But how could it be easy to consume such a pure main phoenix species bloodline? At that moment, the Soundbird bloodline and main phoenix species bloodline had already tangled together. Gold blood seeped out of Chimy's feathers. Lin Yuan felt like he was on a roller coaster. After one wave was over, another one rose. After consuming the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis, Genius cried out pain. Lin Yuan watched as Genius 8 long tails started to break down and dissipate as blood. The spiritual energy stored in the 8 tails flowed out. Just as this spiritual energy was about to enter the other phase in the spirit lock spatial zone, Genius meowed. Genius forcefully took control of the spiritual energy that had exploded. However, Genius lost control almost immediately as its spiritual energy erupted. Lin Yuan had never been able to fully understand the extent of the sea of genius spiritual energy. But now that genius spiritual energy had blown apart, Lin Yuan was suddenly frightened of genius spiritual energy. This explosive spiritual energy was like a demon that was roaring ferociously. Once such strong spiritual energy dispersed and entered the brains of other feys, it would ruin their minds. This would turn the entire spirit lock spatial zone into a cemetery. In an instant, the 8 tails were reduced to stumps. Chimy's body became a bloody mass again. The phoenix cry inside Chimy's body had not stopped, and Lin Yuan could hear arrogance from this phoenix cry. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and summoned the Jasmine Lily. The Diamond X/Fantasy V Jasmine Lily was completely different from what it used to be. The bud of Mountain Jade let out 2 beams of healing light, one that fell on Chimy and the other that landed on Genius. These 2 beams of healing light were used in conjunction with severed limbs growth, so the decimation of Genius tails and the grinding up of Chimy's bone marrow were stopped. There was also a weak sound bird cry from within Chimy's body. The vitality inside the Jasmine Lily continuously flowed into Chimy and Genius. Slowly, this support started crumbling. Lin Yuan did not need to supply any of the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone, and it was naturally the best environment for evolution. Diwan Mai listened to what Lin Yuan said and started to concoct a spirit fluid for Chimy that would suppress the main phoenix species bloodline and a spirit fluid for Genius that would keep the spiritual energy under control. When Diwan Mai made use of Class 5 creation master methods, it helped significantly. A long time had passed since Lin Yuan opened the vitality imprint. When the Jasmine Lily evolved to the limit of fantasy breed, the vitality inside the vitality imprint became more potent. He never had more vitality in the vitality imprint than he did at this moment. Previously, Lin Yuan planned on saving the vitality imprint to use it during the Radiance 100 sequence selection and counter the Freedom Federation's scheme. But at this moment, his 2 closest friends were in danger and nothing else mattered. Lin Yuan opened the vitality imprint, and green lotus patterns moved down from his forehead and onto his face. There were also faint lotus patterns on his neck. The phantom image of a lotus flower appeared under his feet, and burgeoning vitality flowed out from his body. Thanks to the Jasmine Lily, 2 phantom images of lotuses wrapped around Chimy and Genius. The large amount of vitality within the vitality imprint was like water flowing toward a barren mountain. All the plants on the barren mountain were about to prosper immediately. The energy shot into Genius and Chimy's bodies, and Genius' broken tails started to regrow slowly. All of Chimy's broken bones were also put back together until it returned to its original shape. However, this was far from over. Chapter 1578, Genius explodes into a rain of blood. Lin Yuan had just let out a sigh of relief. He felt that if he used Vitality Imprint, a large amount of vitality would flow into Genius and Chimy's bodies which would protect them from the negative effects of their transformations. But before Lin Yuan could relax, something else happened to Chimy and Genius. But this time, Lin Yuan had no clue how he should handle the situation. This was because Genius had exploded into a rain of blood. After Genius erupted into blood, the blood solidified in the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly filled with blood, and he shrieked, "Genius!" When Genius' body shattered, all the spiritual energy that it had been trying to suppress exploded. At that moment, Morbius sighed next to Lin Yuan and said, "So it's true that bloodlines cannot be continuously evolved." Morbius was the partner that Lin Yuan had contracted, and it could understand the relationship between Genius and Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan first contracted Morbius, it had used up almost all of Lin Yuan's spiritual energy. During that time, Genius had been the one who stood by Lin Yuan's side. When all the blood rushed to Lin Yuan's face, Morbius reached out its hand, and crimson and golden energy flowed from Morbius' palm toward Genius' untamed spiritual energy. In an instant, Genius' spiritual energy settled down, and it was almost as though it was stewing. "Partner, don't worry. Genius is a spiritual type Fey. This evolution of its bloodline will allow it to move toward soul type. Both spiritual types and soul types require the soul. I gave out a small part of my roots, and this will enable Genius to find a way out." Although Lin Yuan was prepared, he was still worried about Genius. According to Morbius, Genius was probably going to become a bodiless life form after this evolution. Although Lin Yuan still liked hugging Genius and seeing it laze around in the sun, nothing else mattered as long as Genius could survive. Moreover, Genius' original bloodline transformation involved it losing its body. Lin Yuan suppressed his worry and asked, "Morbius, are you going to sleep again now that you gave out a part of your roots?" Morbius shook its head and said to Lin Yuan with a smile, "Thanks to you, I'm now a gold Fey." Now, giving out a part of my roots will only weaken me but not put me to sleep. I will need about another 2 months to recover my roots. But if you are able to find the things to fill the holes, filling just one will be enough to enable me to use the power of my roots as I please from now on. When Morbius said it would not fall asleep again, Lin Yuan was filled with joy. However, he could not bring himself to smile given the situation that Lin Yuan and Chimey was in. Chimey had been fighting against the main phoenix species Fey bloodline in its body. The main phoenix species Fey bloodline should have lost all of its fighting spirit. The change in Genius caused Chimey to become frantic, and it wanted nothing more than to rush over to Genius. However, the phoenix cry never stopped bothering Chimey, and the main phoenix species bloodline continuously tried to gnaw up the soundbird bloodline. Chimey was furious and used the vitality injected by the jasmine lily to strengthen its body and recover the soundbird bloodline. Chimey had always cared about its appearance. Yet, it now used its soundbird bloodline to ball up the main phoenix species bloodline and clawed out the flesh where the main phoenix species bloodline had concentrated. Chimey was so frantic that it pushed itself over the edge and used its soundbird bloodline to swallow the main phoenix species bloodline. When Chimey's soundbird bloodline swallowed the Luan species bloodline, it changed. When he rode on Li Xian's Fey carriage, Lin Yuan realized that Chimey's bloodline could suppress the bloodlines of the Luan species Feys pulling the Fey carriage. During that time, he wondered if this was related to the fact that Chimey's soundbird bloodline had consumed the Luan species bloodline. Now that Chimey was consuming the main phoenix species Fey bloodline, Lin Yuan noticed that Chimey's bloody body was being suppressed. This pressure was the same feeling as the one he felt when he sensed the main phoenix species bloodline. But if he tried to make a more detailed comparison, this pressure was stronger than that of the main phoenix species Fey. It was as though there was a life form in the sky looking over the main phoenix species bloodline. Lin Yuan felt that if Chimey had the chance to encounter a main phoenix species Fey, Chimey's bloodline would be able to scare it senseless, even if it was a grade higher than Chimey. Slowly, Chimey's aura settled down. A beautiful light enveloped Chimey. There were cicada songs interlaced in the golden light. This voice seemed to break through the construct of the world. Lin Yuan listened to this voice, and it was as though he could hear the hearts of the other life forms in the spirit lock spatial zone. The voice in Chimey's body became increasingly stronger. Soon, a white feather poked out of the golden light. This feather was so large that it resembled a fan. There were layers upon layers of the sun on the feather and a total of 99 suns on the feather. Soon, another 2 feathers emerged. These 2 feathers were slightly longer and thinner. They were not gold but light blue. They were like 2 harps, and clouds were the strings. Soon, numerous cloud musical notes appeared, and a clear avian cry sounded out. Chimey's body broke apart with golden light. Now, the gold and blue were perfectly mixed on Chimey's body. Previously, the blue and gold had been kept separate. Chimey pushed everything related to light and the sun to its tail feathers. The sun patterns on the golden part of its body took the shape of musical notes. These musical notes solidified above Chimey's head and slowly transformed into a 5-stringed lute. The top and bottom of the lute seemed to encompass a sunset and sunrise, respectively. Chapter 1579, Chimey turned into an instrument, 100 bird returning to ancestry. Chimey's 2 blue tail feathers fluttered in the wind and touched the lute atop its head. The sounds mixed together, and golden musical notes flew out of the lute and danced around Chimey. It was as though hundreds of birds were returning to ancestry. Chimey had clearly entered the final phase of the transformation of its bloodline. As Genius' spiritual energy shrunk, it started to solidify. This solidification was completely different from the hand that Genius had produced by condensing spiritual energy. When Chimey condensed a hand, it was translucent. But at this moment, the shrunken spiritual energy was tangibly real. Suddenly, this solidified spiritual energy started increasing manifold, and a meow bellowed from within the spiritual energy. A cat appeared where the ball of light of spiritual energy was. The cat was twice as large as Genius had been, and its tails reached 20 to 30 meters. Its 8 tails swung around wildly. The tails made from spiritual energy could defend against any damage. Lin Yuan held his breath. When he saw the evolved Genius, the latter opened its eyes at the same time. Lin Yuan met the pair of white eyes and saw that they looked empty. But upon closer inspection, there was endless movement in its eyes. It was as though the eyes contained all the impurities in the world. At the same moment that Genius opened its eyes, the 8 tails behind it clustered around Lin Yuan. Genius, now gargantuan, walked over to Lin Yuan. With a meow, it leaped into his arms. Although Genius was now twice as large as it used to be, it was still very pliant in Lin Yuan's arms. Previously, Genius' body had only been around the size of Lin Yuan's palm. It had been but a mere slip of a kitten. But now, it finally seemed like a cat. Lin Yuan noticed that Genius did not feel heavy at all in his arms. Its fur still felt as soft as it had always been. Genius said to Lin Yuan in a childlike voice, "Yuan, sorry for worrying you. For comparison, I used to only be able to remember 3 things. But now, I'm able to remember 30 things." Lin Yuan thought, can it be that this evolution enabled Genius' spiritual energy to increase tenfold? The strength of Genius' spiritual energy had already been astonishing. It had only been diamond/fantasy, but it had been able to hold its own against myth 3 and under spiritual type phase attacks. Now, that energy had multiplied tenfold. This meant that Genius was most likely impervious to the attacks of creation breed spiritual type phase. After evolving to myth breed, phase increment of spiritual energy would start to slow down. When a Fey evolved from fantasy breed to creation breed, their spiritual energy usually only increased 2 or 3 times at the very most. But with this strength of spiritual energy, Genius could be called the bane of all spiritual type Feys. At that moment, Genius said, "Yuan, I'm not afraid of psychotoxins anymore, and my soul energy is much better too. I think that I will be able to concoct spirit fluids using my spiritual energy at 5 times the speed that I used to be able to. I always have a strange feeling when I condense soul power. It's like I will be able to enter another state when I grab hold of this feeling and start to concoct spirit fluids. However, no matter how much soul power I try to condense, the feeling remains fuzzy. I think I need to comprehend something." While talking, Genius did not stop nudging Lin Yuan's face with its own. Previously, Genius liked to act coy and restrained. But this time, after so many near-death experiences, Genius just wanted to cling to Lin Yuan as much as it could. It even wanted to concoct spirit fluids next to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan became delighted when he heard what Genius said. Could Genius have found the path to becoming a Class 5 Creation Master? The Moon Empress had not told Lin Yuan how pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters could become Class 5 Creation Masters. However, Genius' description had been very close to the feeling that Class 4 Creation Masters experienced when they broke through to Class 5. Lin Yuan decided that he was going to properly ask the Moon Empress about this. Mystic Moon was a pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. Lin Yuan knew that Feys also had the potential to become Creation Masters. However, it was much harder for them than it was for Spirit Chi professionals. 1 in 10,000 people had Creation Master talent, but only 1 in 100,000 people could become a Class 1 Creation Master. The chances of a Fey becoming a Creation Master was the equivalent of a human becoming a Class 4 Creation Master. Genius had gone down a different path than Mystic Moon in becoming a Creation Master. Although both of them were spiritual type Feys, Mystic Moon used his own talent while Genius made use of the abilities of its own kind. This was the reason all 100 Questions beasts could become Creation Masters. After learning about how Class 4 Creation Masters became Class 5 Creation Masters, Lin Yuan would also be able to help Genius with its comprehension. Just as Lin Yuan was about to check on Genius' exclusive skills to see what it had changed into, something else happened to Chimey. It suddenly tunneled into the golden lute. As its body entered the lute, the 99 suns suddenly lit up and gathered at the top of the lute. The last sun hung above the lute. Lin Yuan looked at the sun in shock. It looked no different from the normal sun except that it was much smaller. Yet, it was also able to produce sunlight. Could it be that Chimey's bloodline produced an actual sun? The lute was not done transforming. It started to play on its own, and thousands of golden birds started to fly in a circular, organized formation. Chimey had transformed into a totem that was positioned at the center of the lute. At that moment, the golden birds charged together, and the musical notes formed the figure of a golden girl. Lin Yuan noticed that the golden girl resembled the human form that Chimey had changed into when it consumed the spirit Bodhi fruit. Chimey's previous figure had been that of a servant girl. But now, this girl was just like a princess. The girl picked up the lute, turned, and smiled radiantly at Lin Yuan and Genius. However, tears started falling from the girl's eyes. When the tears landed on the ground, they turned into golden flying birds and clouds that swathed the girl. Chapter 1580, Master of Cats. Wisps of clouds seemed to be part of another world as they carried an unspeakable celestial aura. The golden birds were light and arrogant as they carried the aura of the main phoenix species Feys. As the birds crashed into the figure of the golden girl holding the lute, sounds of jade falling to the ground were produced. At that moment, Chimy's tears seemed to be unable to stop flowing. Lin Yuan and Genius knew that the figure of this golden girl was the personification of the energy in Chimy's body. The tears were Chimy's way of expressing its feelings. Genius and Lin Yuan's hearts broke when they saw the tears spilling out. At that moment, Chimy said, "Genius, why did you suddenly explode into blood?" Chimy sobbed quietly, and there was both happiness and sorrow mixed in. Although Chimy was happy that Genius' bloodline was done transforming, the sight of Genius exploding into blood had been carved into Chimy's head. Chimy found it hard to get the image out of its head. This was the same scene as when Genius and Chimy's bloodlines transformed into the clear voice Luan sparrow and beast that connects everything a few months ago. But at that time, it had been Chimy that exploded into blood. It was because Genius had witnessed Chimy exploding into blood that Genius decided to kick its previous lazy habits and become stronger. But today, the tables were turned, and Chimy was the one who became determined to become stronger so that it would be able to protect Lin Yuan and Genius. At that moment, Chimy matured significantly. It was no longer just Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess who live-streamed on Star Web. Now that it was in human form, Chimy's goal was no longer to hold an offline meeting with its fans. Nothing else mattered when it was faced with the death of its friend. It was now utterly focused on protecting those who were important to it. Chimy was going to spread its wings and stop hiding behind Lin Yuan and Genius. Instead, it was going to try to be the one sheltering them instead. The golden girl hugged the lute and became combined with it in an instant. The sun above the lute also entered the lute and turned into 99 suns. Soon, a blue and gold bird flicked its tail feathers, climbed out of the lute, and flew toward Lin Yuan and Genius. The lute dissolved into clouds when the bird flew out. Chimy landed on Genius' head. Luckily, Genius' body was solid enough. Otherwise, Chimy would have landed within Genius' body. Lin Yuan reached out and ruffled the feathers on Lin Yuan's head. He could not help but gasp at how Chimy's looks were indeed top tier. Amongst all the avian-type feys that Lin Yuan had seen, none of them could compare with Chimy's looks. The rose brocade crane was the fifth most beautiful fey in history. It was a crane species fey that could manipulate many types of elements. Amongst crane species feys, the rose brocade crane had one of the top 3 bloodlines. But regardless, it could not compare with Grey. Grey's bloodline had surpassed the ranking of crane species feys because heavenly family feys were no longer regular feys. Moreover, the rose brocade crane's appearance could not be compared to Chimy. Lin Yuan felt that the only fey that could compare to Chimy's looks was Purple Afterglow. But after closer comparison, it had to be said that Purple Afterglow won out. Chimy hopped around on Genius' head, checking to see if there were any hidden injuries left over from Genius' evolution. Genius was so shy that it used its paws to cover its eyes. Chimy is too much. How can it look at the stem of my tails? Lin Yuan used true data to check on the transformed Genius and Chimy. Lin Yuan first checked on Genius. Fey name, highest access fate knowing beast. Fey species, fantasy cat genus / fantasy cat species. Fey grade, diamond, 10/10. Fey type, spiritual / soul. Fey quality, fantasy V. Abilities. Chapter 1581, Chimy is the strongest. From the description of memory deduction, Lin Yuan noticed that it was much more powerful than precise memory and knowledge analysis. Previously, knowledge analysis could use details to come to the best conclusion. But now, it could organize information to deduce the truth. The truth represented accuracy. Hence, anything that Genius deduced would be accurate. Lin Yuan could already tell that memory deduction would enable Genius to create many spirit fluid recipes. It could be said that Genius was currently the strongest information sorting machine in the world. Not even the Star Web's information sorting could compete with Genius because it was not definitively accurate. Given that Genius' normal and elite abilities had combined, there was now an empty slot for an elite ability. Crowded Cat had filled this slot. Intelligent Cat's spirit had become Master of Cats. Intelligent Cat's spirit would allow Genius to use spiritual energy to form contracts with intelligent cat species feys, control their lives and deaths, and do whatever with their spiritual energy that it pleased. Intelligent cat species feys were very rare. The only one that was more common was the 100-question beast. Now, instead of controlling just intelligent cat species feys, Genius could control all feys. This meant that Genius could increase the number of 100 questions beasts in the army of 100 questions beasts by 10 times, from 100 to 1000. Cat species feys were a large category of feys. Moreover, many of them were strong. Genius could control as many cat species feys as the spiritual energy in its body allowed. After this bloodline evolution, Genius' spiritual energy increased by 10 times. Master of Cats and Crowded Cat clearly complemented each other. However, adding the two abilities together was not a simple matter. Crowded Cat would allow Genius to control the elements that the cat species feys it controlled were affiliated with in their bodies. If Genius had just contracted a cat species fey that had offense-type abilities, its power would not increase by much. But if it contracted hundreds or even thousands of cat species feys that were skilled at battle and were all affiliated with different elements, it would be able to choose the best one to suit every battle. Everyone knew that cat species feys used the elements they were affiliated with in their body to attack enemies. Cat species feys usually had stronger bodies than dogs. Lin Yuan stared in shock as Crowded Cat and Master of Cats. Genius was no longer the helpless kitten. When those two abilities were used together, Genius would be able to become a god of war on the battlefield. Lin Yuan felt that he should build a cat area in the marsh world for Genius so that Genius would have a comprehensive pen of cat species feys to choose from. He and the army of 100 questions beasts would nurture these cats in the marsh world. When it needed to fight, Genius would be able to tap into their elements and bodies. Spiritual energy expansion had not changed at all. Its storage space had only increased tenfold because of the strengthening of Genius' spiritual energy. As for tail trigger, it still allowed Genius to produce substitute tails. Genius abilities were already enough to astonish Lin Yuan. But when it came to the change in connected tails, Lin Yuan felt that Genius' bloodline was terrifying. Connected tails had become tails of fate. Connected Tails' previous abilities still existed, but it became just one part of Tails of Fate. Besides Connected Tails, Genius Tail had also gained another ability that would allow it to combine all its tails together. By using up the spiritual energy in its body, it would request an answer from the heavens. As long as Genius could afford to pay the required spiritual energy, the heavens would tell Genius anything it wanted to know. With such an ability, the substitute tails that Tail Trigger created would become very useful. If it asked something serious, Genius would be able to use up the spiritual energy in its substitute tails to receive an answer. There was no limit to the number of substitute tails that could be produced. It could go on and on. Previously, Lin Yuan wanted to ask the Moon Empress about how Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters became Class 5 Creation Masters. But now, there was no need to do so because Genius could just use Tails of Fate to ask the heavens for an answer. At this moment, Lin Yuan finally knew why Genius' Fey name had been listed as highest access fate-knowing beast on True Data. As long as Genius had spiritual energy, it would be able to use its overwhelmingly powerful abilities. Now, Lin Yuan did not have any other Fey besides Morbius that had as much overall combat, defense, and support abilities as Genius. It was definitely the Fey of his that had the strongest combat power. Morbius sensed what Lin Yuan was thinking and said softly, "Partner, Genius' bloodline has reached its limit. Although there is still the possibility for its bloodline to transform again in the future, it will no longer be the evolution of Genius' bloodline but its birth horoscope." This was the first time that Lin Yuan had heard the term birth horoscope. While Lin Yuan was mulling over what it meant, Morbius went on to say, "Genius isn't your strongest Fey besides me. Although Chimy's abilities could not match up to that of Genius, its attacking and controlling powers were much stronger than Genius. After all, it created a real sun that can produce light and heat. If the sun is strong enough, it might even be able to rise into the sky and become part of nature." Lin Yuan was shocked and stared incredulously at Chimy, who was swinging on one of Genius' tails. Chimy was swinging in a carefree manner as it admired its tail feathers. Lin Yuan immediately used True Data to check on Chimy. Chapter 1582, Command Phoenix New Day Sparrow. Lin Yuan finally realized why Morbius said such a thing. Not only could Genius not compare with Chimy in terms of combat, but even Shiny might not be able to compete with Chimy when it reached Diamond X/Fantasy V. Fey name, Command Phoenix New Day Sparrow. Fey species, Sound Sparrow genus/Sound Sparrow species. Fey grade, Diamond, 10/10. Fey type, Sound/Light. Fey quality, Fantasy V. Abilities. Phoenix Cry, the power of main Phoenix will combine the Phoenix Cry into musical notes that will turn into birds. The birds will be able to pass through almost anything. After coming into contact with a target, the Phoenix Cry within the musical notes will stun and disturb the target. When the musical notes are attacked or blocked, they will separate into more birds. New Day of Light, the exquisite main Phoenix blood and sunlight will solidify into a sun. Under the light of the sun, its abilities will rapidly be absorbed by light. When the light is used up, it can replenish phoenix blood and soul. Phoenix breed inputs sound. By tempering the phoenix species feys soul into a phoenix breed and injecting it into the body of an avian fey, the avian fey will gain the intelligence and partial abilities of the phoenix species fey. Setting the phoenix breed alight will increase the power of the musical notes that had transformed into birds. Falling sky new day, drop the sun in its body to create a territory full of sun energy. When the sun energy depletes, it will temporarily be immune to most physical and elemental damage. Speak spirit singer, enter a song into the soul. By using up the phoenix breed's ability to bring a song into reality, the will powers and effects in the song can be an advantage or disadvantage to bless its friends or curse its enemies. Clear zither change voice, place an anchor on something that could release light type energy. By controlling this entity or whatever was connected to this entity, one's voice or voice type ability can be applied to this entity and dispersed with this entity at the center. Exclusive skill. Double sun reigns. The stronger the power of the sun it controls, the stronger its ability to communicate with other suns. According to the strength of the rains, it can offer a song to the sun and lend energy from the other suns to replenish itself. New sun body, fuse with the sun it produces and enter the non-burning nirvana sound sparrow. Its abilities will not change, but it will be able to switch attributes. When he saw Chime's abilities on true data, Lin Yuan felt that even his soul was spiraling into shock. Oh my god! Are these the abilities that a fey should be having? Lin Yuan had seen the mother of Bloodbath and Grey's true data. Both of them were heavenly family feys, but Lin Yuan felt that even their abilities and exclusive skills could not compare to that of Chime. Lin Yuan felt that Chime's abilities and exclusive skills were on another level, even to a heavenly family fey. Heavenly family feys were the most beloved life forms in the world. They could communicate with a certain facet of nature or celestial phenomena, but this also came with them relying on one of the main world's natural resources. Yet, Chime could use itself to produce a sun. As such, there was no doubt that it had surpassed heavenly family feys. Chime was like genius. It used to be plume sparrow genus/plume sparrow species. But now, it was sound sparrow genus/sound sparrow species. Its species had also never existed in the main world in the past. Chime was also about to open a new path that no fey had gone down before. Chime's abilities and exclusive skills had changed to a much greater extent than genius. Firstly, Shattered Jade Voice had changed into Phoenix Cry. Shattered Jade Voice could shoot out a loud musical note that sounded like a piece of jade shattering at a target. It would definitely bother targets and break off into 10 spiral-shaped notes that could easily pass through most things when it made contact with the target. Now, Phoenix Cry would combine Phoenix Cries with musical notes and change them into flying birds. When the birds crashed into targets, Phoenix sounds would be produced. It would not only disturb but also stun targets. After the birds were attacked, they would shatter like jade. It seemed that these two abilities did not differ by much. However, Phoenix Cry matched Chime's power as a main phoenix. It seemed that the main phoenix species fey bloodline that Chime's bloodline consumed had not disappeared. Rather, it had turned into a tool for it to use for attacking. Chime's previous elite ability had been bathed in light. It could recover the vitality that Chime used up and was considered a self-recovery ability. But now, New Day of Light allowed Chime to use its bloodline to turn its blood into a sun. After these suns rose, they would essentially become a checkpoint for Chime to return to. The light from the new sun would be able to quickly replenish Chime. The flying birds from Phoenix Cry could also become more lifelike under the sunlight. If the sun energy was used up, Chime could use Phoenix blood and soul to replenish the sun energy and recover the sun. Lin Yuan understood that New Day of Light was the reason Chime could produce a sun. The sun was mainly made up of the main phoenix species bloodline that Chime had consumed. Lin Yuan thought, how much does Chime hate main phoenix species feys? In order for New Day of Light to be developed, the sun had to be stronger. He could only imagine how much phoenix blood and how many souls had to be used up. Lin Yuan had provided Shiny with dragon liver. He had specifically opened a faction with Long Tao to buy and sell dragon species fey spiritual ingredients by nurturing feys that had main dragon species bloodline. But now, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to contact Li Xian to ask for a faction that nurtured main phoenix species feys. After tonight, besides the main dragon species fey blood that Shiny needed, Chime also needed the blood and soul of main phoenix species feys. Chime's phoenix breed input sound was similar to New Light of Day. It also needed the souls of main phoenix species feys to temper them into phoenix breed. The phoenix breed would combine with the phoenix cries and enable the golden flying birds to gain intelligence and partial abilities of phoenix species feys. Chapter 1583, Non-Burning Nirvana Sound Sparrow. As such, the attack from the phoenix cry would turn into a phoenix species fey. Moreover, it would be able to increase its power through the burning phoenix breed. Lin Yuan was willing to create a fey breeding base for Chimey where it could nurture phoenix species feys. Chimey would have as many souls of phoenix species feys as it wanted in the future. Chimey could temper the phoenix breed to increase its power. Sunlight rays had turned into falling sky new day. Sunlight rays was a very simple support ability with a large range. It could weaken all the targets while increasing the liveliness of plant-type feys within the range. Now, falling sky new day would increase the benefits that it could bring to their own side and combine it with Nirvana light swan song to create the territory of light for falling sky new day. Chimey would be resistant to most physical and elemental damage within the territory. As such, Chimey would be able to do as it pleased and dominate the battlefield. Speak Spirit Singer was the ability that Chimey unlocked through its sound bird bloodline. It would use up its soul to bring the will powers in the song into reality while making use of its abilities. Although Chimey mostly sang older songs, Lin Yuan knew numerous special songs, such as A Bloody Love Story, that he had heard in his previous life. The more blood flows, the more the hand aches, the more empty the heart is, the more painful the flesh, the more vivid the emotion. If Chimey sang such lyrics, the enemy would immediately experience aching hands, stalled blood flow, and weakness. They would lose their faith and experience pain akin to thousands of knives. If such negative effects were applied to the enemy, they would essentially be cursed. Negative effects could be removed by purifying effects. But special feys with special abilities would be needed to remove a curse. If one did not have such feys, Chimey would be able to sing various cursed songs to torture its enemies. There were also many songs of benefits that could be called blessings. Just like curses, blessings could not be easily purified. Speak Spirit Singer would enable Chimey to have endless possibilities. Clear Zither Change Voice had not changed in the slightest. Previously, Chimey's first exclusive skill was Clear Sky. It used a bird cry to dissipate the clouds and summon the sun. However, Chimey could now produce a sun of its own. Thus, Clear Sky became Double Sun Rains. Chimey could use the sun it produced to communicate with other suns. It could even offer up a song to the sun to borrow its energy. Besides the main world, every dimensional world had its own sun. Double Sun Rains could be used in any world and allow the sun it controlled and its ability to communicate with other suns to become even more powerful. This meant that Chimey could depend on itself to produce a sun and communicate with suns without needing the Mother of Bloodbath's help. It would also make it easier for it to use Clear Zither Change Voice. The sun in the main world would become its anchor. Double Sun Rains made Lin Yuan feel that Chimey's combat style was no different from that of Heavenly Family feys. However, Chimey did not communicate directly with the sun but with the sun in its body. The exclusive skill that Chimey obtained when it evolved to Fantasy Breed was Radiant Body. But now, Radiant Body had become New Sun Body. New Sun Body's description was very simple. Chimey would fuse with the sun it produced and enter the non-burning Nirvana Sound Sparrow state. Lin Yuan was stunned when he saw the name Non-Burning Nirvana Sound Sparrow. Lin Yuan immediately instructed Chimey to use New Sun Body. Chimey flapped its wings and fluttered its tail feathers. The 99 suns on Chimey's tail feathers fused together, and a sun rose above its head. Soon, Chimey called the sun over into its body, and it was set alight with blinding orange-red flames. Chimey turned into a sparrow with a 30-meter-long wingspan. When Chimey let out a cry, the golden birds all turned orange-red. They had the same orange-red light on their bodies that Chimey had. When Lin Yuan read the description of true data, he finally understood what it meant by not changing the original effects but only changing one's attributes. Chimey entered the non-burning Nirvana Sound Sparrow state, and the command Phoenix New Day Sparrow's type changed from light and sound to fire and sound. All of its original light type abilities became fire type. This was considered an increase in its attacking power. However, it also reduced Chimey's agility and range. In a battle, deciding how one would adapt to the battleground's size would dictate the real consequences of what happened. For example, the command Phoenix New Day Sparrow would not be curbed by water-type feys, while the non-burning Nirvana Sound Sparrow would be extremely effective against plant-type feys. Lin Yuan looked at Chimey, who had suddenly turned into a giant bird, and said softly, "Chimey, change back." Usually, Lin Yuan did not use Chimey and Genius in battle. However, now that this Radiance 100 sequence selection would involve the Freedom Federation's schemes, it would be a good chance for Lin Yuan to give genius and chimey exposure. He had never exhibited genius or chimey before. The evolved genius and chimey would become Lin Yuan's best secret weapons in any other situation. Lin Yuan's Fey evolution had reached its temporary limit until he was promoted to an A-rank spirit chi professional. Until then, his Feys would not be able to improve by much. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan had reached the peak of what the young generation in the Radiance Federation could achieve. He had 5 Diamond X/Fantasy V Feys. This was already better than most members of the younger generation. However, Zhongzi, Gulang, and he were also advancing. Moreover, their Feys with the barren bloodlines had reached adulthood. Shiny needed at least a year before it could reach adulthood. After this, Lin Yuan just needed to wait for the Radiance 100 sequence selection to take place. At that moment, at a certain corner of the main world, a pair of cold eyes flew open on the throne of a palace. There were crimson and bronze circular totems behind the cold eyes. Chapter 1584, Epic God Palace. At that moment, the clock in the palace started to ring sonorously. The rings reverberated through every corner of the palace. After the ringing was over, there was still the sound of the clock ticking. The person stood up from the throne and turned to look at the crimson and bronze round totem behind him before he fell to his knees respectfully. He sternly kowtowed 3 times. He stood up and mumbled, "Another epoch has started. Totem God, you haven't shown your spirit in almost 3,000 years." The figure raised his head to see a pair of clear eyes looking back at him from the crimson and bronze round totem. The figure hurriedly dipped his eyes as though he had just committed a crime. He kowtowed another 3 times. At that moment, someone knocked on the closed door of the palace. This figure returned to the throne. With a wave of his hand, someone opened the door, and a man dressed in black crystal armor walked in. The man anxiously fell to his knees when he saw the figure on the throne and said, "Lord Palace Attendant, the natural scales have tipped toward the east." This time, the balance of the scales broke the link between number 6 and the natural scales. Number 6 spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and fainted. He is being treated by number 4 now. Lord Palace Attendant, something that shouldn't belong in this world must have appeared in the east. Number 6 sensed that the scales have tipped almost 10 times in the past 6 months. While he was talking, the man wearing black crystal armor could clearly sense the pressure around the figure on the throne drop, and a deadly air rushed out. The figure seated on the throne ignored the man dressed in black crystal armor. After a moment of silence, he said, "Go and wake up the other 3 palace attendants in Epic God Palace. We will have a secret meeting in 1 minute." After hearing what the figure on the throne said, the man in black crystal armor suddenly released a sincere light of joy. "Lord, ever since the last time, Epic God Palace." Before the man in black armor could finish speaking, a light that resembled a root slapped him across the mouth. This light left the man in black crystal armor staggering, and he knew that he had done something very wrong. At that moment, the figure on the throne sneered. "Number 2, you've overstepped your boundaries. Don't you dare mention Lord Saint. The 4 palace attendants only get to mention Lord Saint 1 day a year. If Summer and Winter find out that you tried to utter Lord Saint, your birth horoscope will be destroyed. Don't forget your place. You're just a lowly servant under the totem god. After being number 2 for so long, have you forgotten the rules?" Number 2 displayed his birth horoscope and laid it on the ground before banging his head down on his birth horoscope as a way of expressing his regret for almost uttering the words Lord Saint. After 18 kowtows, his birth horoscope was covered in blood. Finally, he stood up and bowed at the figure on the throne before heading in the direction of the tightly shut palace doors. There were many clocks outside every palace that ticked away, counting down different sets of times. The ticking was so ubiquitous that it would be so easy to let oneself be carried away by it. From infancy to death, everything was but a passing slip of time. Half a minute later, a fire lit up on the large round stone tables at the center of 4 palaces. The stone tables were carved with messy lines. If any line was touched, the totems on the line would start to play out. 4 figures shrouded in mist sat at a corner of each stone table. There were 36 other figures grouped into groups of 9 kneeling on the ground next to the tables. The man in black crystal armor was among them. A figure with brimming vitality swirling around him said, "Autumn, the 4 of us record the epochs. The epoch clock outside your palace rang, so it should be time for Winter to start recording. You interrupted our slumber before it was time for us to start recording." "Why?" The figure that had been sitting on the throne said, "Spring, nothing went wrong with the epoch I recorded. However, something has happened in the east. Many things that shouldn't appear in the world have appeared. We should remove it. The figure wrapped in frigid cold said, Autumn, you could have settled this on your own. The epic started 2000 years ago, and you took over the recording from Summer. I should be awakening now, but you have also disturbed Spring. If Lord Saint doesn't descend and Totem God doesn't awaken 2000 years later, how do you expect Spring to last 2000 years without any rest? The figure who had been seated on the throne said solemnly, 3,000 years ago, Tower Cannon's first page Crimson, second page Warbler Candle, and third page Violet Light Green released an attack that interrupted the epic clock's time. I sensed movement with Totem God. The other three people seated at the table started to tremble, and genuine respect appeared on their faces. Spring, who was usually the picture of composure, looked at the people kneeling on the ground and said, Pick 3 of you and immediately head to the east to investigate the situation. Lin Yuan had no time to rest over the past few days. Although the sacred sword-wielding queen still showed no signs of increasing its stars, it had absorbed world crystals and generated several new sword skills for Lin Yuan. All of these sword skills would become Lin Yuan's secret weapons. After lunch, Lin Yuan fetched several songbooks and started to teach Chimey how to sing. There was nothing that made Chimey happier than learning to sing from Lin Yuan. Now that its dream had changed, Chimey was no longer obsessed with live streaming. 4 days had passed since Chimey's bloodline transformed, and it had not held a live stream on StarWeb since. Chapter 1585, the meeting that Yin Lin looked forward to. This alarmed Chimey's dedicated fans, who waited in its live streaming room daily. While Lin Yuan was teaching the songs to Chimey, he suddenly felt that he seemed rather cruel. Chimey could use Speak Spirit Singer to bring the lyrics to life, and the enemy would have to suffer the torture of the curses. However, Lin Yuan was aware that being merciful to one's enemies would only lead to brutal consequences for oneself. Hence, Lin Yuan did not feel bad at all. Genius had been using highest access tail. Its 8 tails joined together and pierced the sky. Genius did not immediately ask the sky what it should do to become a Class 5 creation master. Genius was not stupid and knew that it would have to pay in spiritual energy to obtain an answer from the sky. But now, Genius had not prepared a sufficient store of spiritual energy. Although it could replenish itself with the fish coats, it would take a week for it to consume 5,000 fish coats to produce 1 substitute tail. It did not plan to ask the heavens anything before producing 5 substitute tails. Otherwise, it would have to use its original tails if it did not have sufficient spiritual energy. This would cause his ability to weaken. Genius knew that it was almost time for the Radiance 100 sequence selection. It had never been able to help Lin Yuan during battle. As such, Genius was determined to perform with flying colors at the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lin Yuan had already contacted Li Xian and told him about his plan to set up a phoenix species Fey breeding base. Li Xian had the same reaction as Long Tao and agreed immediately. Lin Yuan had helped Coiling Dragon's Valley transform into one of the top 3 factions in the Radiance Federation. Long Tao was grateful to Lin Yuan, and Li Xian felt just as much gratitude. Lin Yuan was the one who secured Li Xian's place as the young leader of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine and gave Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine golden lotus brocade pearls that enabled them to develop quickly. Li Xian had been trying to come up with a way to repay Lin Yuan. Now, the chance was finally here. There was currently no faction in the Radiance Federation that specialized in selling main phoenix species Feys. Li Xian had the same idea as Long Tao. Once this faction was set up, it would immediately be able to shake up the market. The spiritual ingredients that came from phoenix species Feys were just as rare as the ones that came from dragon species Feys. Even if one had the money, one would not be able to buy them without special connections. Lin Yuan needed phoenix blood and souls so he could choose the ability that best suited Chimey. Eventually, after much promotion from Li Xian, Lin Yuan chose the Mystic Voice Luan, which was specially bred by Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. The Mystic Voice Luan was a rare sound-type phoenix species Fey. It had the ability to hypnotize someone with a mystical voice. This ability might not stand out on the battlefield and would only have a supporting effect. Hence, Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine had never paid special attention to the Mystic Voice Luan. However, the Mystic Voice Luan was very compatible with Chimey's ability. If the Mystic Voice Luan's soul was tempered and combined with Phoenix Cry, the controlling abilities of Phoenix Cry would be improved. Chimey could temper more than one Phoenix species Fey soul. Lin Yuan would be able to choose more Phoenix species Fey souls in the future. Currently, the Mystic Voice Luan would be enough for Chimey. Besides preparing Phoenix species Feys for Chimey, Lin Yuan needed to prepare a space in the marsh world for Genius Army of Cats. The cats chosen to be stored there did not have to be picked out carefully. As long as the cat species feys had strong talent, Lin Yuan would find them acceptable. Lin Yuan called Listen. The listening heron chamber of commerce had already become comparable to a top faction. Although the listening heron chamber of commerce's role was centered on luxury resources, it had not abandoned its original management style. They enhanced their management style and gathered many offline and online resources. When Listen found out that Lin Yuan needed cat species feys, Listen personally oversaw this task. In 2 days, Lin Yuan managed to collect 500 exceedingly impressive cat species feys. However, all of these cat species feys were bronze grade and below. Lin Yuan had specifically requested it. He could only ensure the feys' strength and potential if he nurtured them from young. The better the foundation that was laid for the cat species feys, the more potential they would have. Genius could use crowded cat to gain the bodies and elements with which the cat species feys were affiliated. This was how Genius would become stronger. After Lin Yuan was done teaching the songs to Chimey, Lin Yuan's phone started to ring just as he was about to evolve the cat species feys. He picked up the phone and saw that the call was coming from Listen. Listen stammered, Young Master, you said that someone would come here to use strange water to trade for heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. The person came, and the trade was completed. However, the person refuses to leave until she sees you. Young Master, I think she's an Azure envoy from the Azure Federation. What should we do? Yin Lin was currently sitting in the listening heron chamber of commerce, filled with nervousness and anticipation. It was the same hope she felt when she first regained her ability to see. However, the longer she anticipated, the more nervous she felt. She wondered what that person wrapped in thousands of laws and willpowers in the constellation-filled sky looked like in reality. However, Yin Lin knew where the line was. No matter how anxious she was, she did not rush to the listening heron chamber of commerce the moment she arrived at the Radiance Federation. Instead, she paid her respects to the Radiance Federation's members of royalty before she snuck away. Tell her to wait for me, and I'll be there soon, replied Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had already promised to meet with Yin Lin at the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Lin Yuan remembered the firefly demon fetus that Yin Lin had mentioned. It was considered an unlucky disaster by others. But to Lu Ji, it could change his fate. Lu Ji's phase system would become perfect. Lin Yuan did not intend to use faceless paper to see Yin Lin this time. Instead, he was going to meet with her as the disciple of one of the Radiance Federation's members of royalty. The envoy group from the Freedom Federation had sought allegiance with the Azure Federation, and the Radiance Federation was going to do the same. During this Radiance 100 sequence selection, Lin Yuan would go for the merciless lethal blow if the envoys from the Freedom Federation tried to pull any tricks. Chapter 1586, Iron Angels, Fly. Hu Chuan had finished building Lin Yuan's Fey carriage long ago. However, he had not found suitable Feys to pull it. As such, the Fey carriage had not been used yet. The Moon Empress had given Lin Yuan 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies. After Lin Yuan saw the Emperor Armored Martial God insects, he decided that they would be the ones to pull the Fey carriage. He had managed to obtain a few of the Emperor Armored Martial God insects during the opening of the Pinnacle Class 4-dimensional rift at Coiling Dragon's Valley. One of them had mutated and sprouted black iron wings. This time, Lin Yuan was going to meet with Yin Lin as the disciple of a member of royalty. Although he was not going to wear the imitation moonbeam coronation costume that the Moon Empress had given him, he still needed to dress appropriately for the occasion. Lin Yuan took out the completed Fey carriage from the Diamond Fey storage box. Next, he released the Emperor Armored Martial God insects that had been trapped inside a Diamond Fey storage box. All of them were controlled by the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies. The Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies ordered the Emperor Armored Martial God insects to listen to Lin Yuan. As such, the Emperor Armored Martial God insects were all obedient now. They would pull the Fey carriage across the sky without putting up any protest. However, Lin Yuan still needed to let out the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies. Otherwise, the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies' control over the Emperor Armored Martial God insects would weaken due to them being in different spaces. The mutated Emperor Armored Martial God insect had higher intelligence than the other Emperor Armored Martial God insects. However, the higher the intelligence, the more difficult it would be to control. The Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies were diamond grade. It would be a challenge for them to control the Myth 3 Emperor Armored Martial God insects. However, remember Ling was around. It could help the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies to evolve to Myth breed as soon as possible. At that point, Lin Yuan would even be able to instruct the sky fragrance beauty butterflies to control creation breed insects to pull the fey carriage. The sky fragrance beauty butterflies could change their targets extremely easily. All they had to do was get rid of one to swap in another. The 12 sky fragrance beauty butterflies landed on the Emperor armored martial god insects' foreheads and controlled them to put the shackles for the fey carriage on itself. Soon, the fey carriage that had 12 iron angels pulling it took to the sky above the return from faraway mansion. 4 pairs of large wings appeared on Lin Yuan's back. When the wings moved, he appeared inside the fey carriage with a flash. At that moment, a small crimson spider appeared behind Lin Yuan and crawled into the fey carriage. Instead of changing into human form, the small spider jumped onto Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "Little Yuan, I will follow you wherever you go from now on. This way, I'll be able to step in if you are ever in danger." This small crimson spider was Blood New Moon in its true form. Blood New Moon had already sworn on the sun to become Lin Yuan's protector. Now, it was fulfilling the duty of being a protector. Frankly, it did not need to cling to Lin Yuan at every moment to be his protector. However, Lin Yuan was too important to Blood New Moon. Moreover, in these uncertain times, Blood New Moon could not rest easy knowing that Lin Yuan was out on his own. Besides the arrival of the envoys from the Freedom Federation at the Radiance Federation, people from Tower Cannon might have already infiltrated the Radiance Federation. Both Tower Cannon and the Freedom Federation were enemies of the Radiance Federation. By making a spectacle out of this journey, it was likely that he would become targeted by those from Tower Cannon and the Freedom Federation. If any of these people tried to secretly attack Lin Yuan, Blood New Moon would be able to protect Lin Yuan. Blood New Moon was afraid Lin Yuan would be in danger. Now, Lin Yuan was key in enabling Jade Sundial to be revived. Blood New Moon had never dared to dream that Jade Sundial would be revived. But now, Lin Yuan had given it hope. No matter what happened, Blood New Moon was not going to let go of this chance. It was permitted to ride avian-type feys and fey carriages above the royal capital. However, avian-type feys needed to register if they were above gold grade. If feys above gold grade pulled a fey carriage, it also needed to be registered. Normally, there were very few fey carriages that were pulled by platinum feys. Platinum feys were extremely expensive and required a large number of resources to be nurtured. It would require at least 3 platinum feys to pull a fey carriage. This was different from just riding a platinum fey. Hence, the ones riding fey carriages were usually members of factions. Nonetheless, even the members of top factions rode fey carriages pulled by diamond feys at the very best. Most of them were still using platinum feys. Hence, Lin Yuan's fey carriage was eye-catching when it took to the sky above the royal capital. The 12 iron angels flew in a 3-square formation with 4 of them in each group. In the blue sky, as they flapped their wings, they stunned anyone who laid eyes on them. Today was the day that the envoy groups from the Azure Federation and Freedom Federation arrived at the Radiance Federation. The entire royal capital was on edge, and spirit guards were patrolling every corner. There was a specialized department for fey carriages and avian-type feys in the Radiance Federation, known as the Ride Transport Department. The department consisted of ride transport guards, and they were responsible for managing and registering the feys and fey carriages that flew every day. The ride transport guards on duty had already seen the iron angels and the fey carriage that they were pulling. Most of the ride transport guards were spirit chi professionals who had contracted gold feys. This level of power was sufficient to manage transport. However, the iron angels in the sky were too remarkable. Although the ride transport guards did not know what the iron angels were, they could sense that they were far from ordinary and exceeded diamond grade. Nonetheless, the ride transport guards who noticed this had already summoned their standard feys, air current hunting eagles. They leaped onto the air current hunting eagles and rode them over to the fey carriage. Besides being able to control the Emperor armored martial god insects, the sky fragrance beauty butterflies could also use their spiritual energy to imitate exterior scenery in the fey carriage. Lin Yuan immediately halted the fey carriage when he saw the ride transport guards. When the ride transport guards drew near to the Emperor armored martial god insects, they thought, if these iron angels didn't retract their aura, the air current hunting eagle would probably have been sent packing with fright, and I would be left plummeting to the ground. Chapter 1587, Are You Leo? But even though these iron angels had retracted their auras, the air current hunting eagles were still trembling to the point that the ride transport guards almost lost their footing. The ride transport guards coughed before saying in a low voice, "Did this fey carriage register with the ride transport department? Who is inside?" Lin Yuan opened the door of the fey carriage. At that moment, a ride transport guard immediately gasped. Lin Yuan. This ride transport guard was able to recognize Lin Yuan because of Lin Yuan's performance at the All-Star match. This ride transport guard was a loyal fan of the S tournament. He did not support any team, but he had to watch every match. He did not even miss any of the accompanying matches. When the ride transport guard called out Lin Yuan's name, Lin Yuan nodded at him and said, "This Fey carriage was registered from the moment it was built. However, the Fey pulling it had not been decided. I was just about to do the registration." Although the ride transport guard was very excited when he saw Lin Yuan, he still had to follow the rules and said, "Only creation masters are able to do last-minute registrations. If you aren't a creation master, you'll have to go to the registration department. Normally, it would take an hour at most to verify a Fey carriage. However, the Feys pulling your Fey carriage are a little strong. Hence, they need to be properly checked to make sure that they won't lose control." While they were talking, the ride transport guard started to guess Lin Yuan's identity. He assumed that Lin Yuan had to come from a veteran or top faction. Otherwise, there was no way that he would be able to own such a powerful Fey carriage. Lin Yuan's identity had been a point of discussion on Star Web for some time. The ride transport guard felt that he could make a post on Star Web when he returned, and it would probably be able to gain many fans for him. But at this moment, Lin Yuan said, "You don't have to go through all that trouble." Lin Yuan handed this creation master crest over. Initially, the ride transport guard had been shocked by how Lin Yuan was a creation master despite being so young. But when he saw the moon on the crest, his hand started trembling, and he almost dropped the crest. He never expected Lin Yuan to be the Moon Empress disciple and that he had actually stopped the Moon Empress disciple's Fey carriage. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yuan just needed to reveal his identity, and he would be able to ride away in his Fey carriage. Yet, Lin Yuan turned out to be so polite and completely lacked any hint of arrogance. The ride transport guard hurriedly handed the crest back to Lin Yuan and said, "Lord, please have a good journey." Lin Yuan bid the ride transport guard goodbye and rode away in the Fey carriage toward the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Normally, Lin Yuan kept his identity as the Moon Empress disciple to himself. But now, Lin Yuan felt that there was no point in hiding it because when he was faced with the Freedom Federation scheme at the Radiance 100 sequence selection, he was going to show his true power. Lin Yuan's Fey carriage arrived in the sky above the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce when he sensed a cold aura locking his Fey carriage in. This aura was very special and clearly belonged to a spirit chi professional. But at the same time, it had the untamed wildness of a Fey. This aura could only belong to an expert who had beast patterns. Yin Lin was one of the Azure Federation's Azure envoys. Although she had secretly snuck out, she was instinctively tuned to protect. When Blood New Moon sensed an aura targeting the Fey carriage, he immediately unleashed his aura to retaliate against it. Just as the aura was about to clash with Blood New Moon's aura, Lin Yuan jumped down from the Fey carriage. At the same moment, Yin Lin sensed the fluctuations outside the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and walked out. She immediately spotted Lin Yuan jumping down from the sky, and her expression changed. Yin Lin stared unblinkingly at Lin Yuan. However, it was not his appearance that shocked her. Many people in this younger generation of the Azure Federation had awakened their beast patterns. Usually, none of the spirit chi professionals who unlocked their beast patterns were unattractive. These spirit chi professionals' bloodlines were affected by the Feys bloodlines, and their features became as otherworldly and exquisite as the Feys. Yin Lin had been surrounded by such people ever since she regained her sight. Although Lin Yuan's bone structure, features, and aura were all impressive, they were not enough to throw Yin Lin off. Yin Lin had reacted in such a way because Lin Yuan felt way too familiar to her. He was so familiar that she unwittingly felt a sense of affection and dependence on him. This feeling was the same as how she felt toward the figure wrapped in countless laws and willpowers. Yin Lin rushed up to him and looked besotted as she asked in a quivering voice, "Are you Liu?" Lin Yuan nodded at Yin Lin. Lin Yuan realized that Yin Lin did not lose out to Su Yiren at all in terms of looks. However, Su Yiren's beauty was permeated by masculinity, while Yin Lin's beauty was scholarly and elegant. Lin Yuan nodded at Yin Lin and said, "Yes, I'm Liu. What do you think about chatting inside my Fey carriage?" Yin Lin trusted Lin Yuan wholeheartedly and did not have any guard up with him. Lin Yuan was the one who had saved her. She anxiously nodded. Although she had agreed, the expert who was protecting her from the shadows did not agree. Yin Lin was an Azure envoy from the Azure Federation, and the Azure Cloud Leopard Beast pattern was too important. Before the trip to the Radiance Federation, the Azure Federation had gathered all the information about the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan had made his debut at the Guardia banquet. Hence, his appearance was no longer a secret. From the moment they laid eyes on Lin Yuan, the expert recognized Lin Yuan as the Moon Empress disciple. This was the Radiance Federation's territory. The elderly man felt that it was not safe for Lin Yuan and Yin Lin to travel together. Moreover, there was also an expert with even stronger power on the Fey carriage. The elderly man rushed up to Yin Lin and said, "Lordess Azure Envoy, I sense that there's another expert in the Fey carriage. I don't think it would be safe for you to be in the Fey carriage." Yin Lin looked at the elderly man and replied, "Uncle Lei, you don't have to be worried. Nothing will happen. Wait for me here. We will return once I exit the Fey carriage." Chapter 1588, This Damned Philanderer. Yin Lin did not give the elderly man a chance to continue talking at all and just nodded at Lin Yuan. This elderly man could tell that Yin Lin and Lin Yuan knew each other. But when he saw the way Yin Lin looked at Lin Yuan, he immediately wanted to let out a string of vulgarities. What the hell? There's something very wrong with this gaze. No matter how you look at it, that is a loving gaze. Intimate love. Can it be that Lordess Yin Lin is in love with this young man? This shouldn't be. Yin Lin had been blind since birth and had not left her home. After she regained her sight, she also awoke the Azure Cloud Leopard and Spirit White Lion Beast patterns. She had not left the Azure Federation at all. This was Yin Lin's first trip to the Radiance Federation. There was no way that she could have become acquainted with the Moon Empress disciple. Can it be that Lordess Yin Lin fell in love with the Moon Empress disciple at first sight? This damn philanderer! How can he have such mesmerizing looks? Yin Lin was innocent and did not have much experience with the world. What would happen if she was blinded by love? This boy was the Moon Empress disciple and was very likely going to end up as a Radiance Envoy or a Radiance Knight, at the very least. They were of comparable status, so they could end up in a relationship. Did this mean that Yin Lin was going to move to the Radiance Federation to get married? This time, Yin Lin was the only Azure Envoy on the trip to the Azure Federation. Although Lan Xun was accompanying her on this trip, Yin Lin was the one calling the shots. Yin Lin had rejected a partnership with the Freedom Federation and offended them. It would be best if they could maintain their neutral position. But if she ended up establishing a partnership with the Radiance Federation, she would be making the Azure Federation enemies with the Freedom Federation. The Azure Federation did have a good relationship with the Radiance Federation. However, they did not have any bad blood with the Freedom Federation either. The instability of the world was caused by the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. The Azure Federation was one of the three major federations, and any decision they made would affect the entire main world. Hence, they had to proceed with utmost caution and seriousness. But now, given Yin Lin's thoughts, was it even possible to maintain neutral? The elderly man felt that he needed to report this to Lan Xun. However, Yin Lin was an Azure Envoy and had the authority to make any decision. This expert's mind was a mess. The longer he looked at Lin Yuan, the more he disliked him. But since Yin Lin had accepted Lin Yuan's invitation, the elderly man did not have the right to interfere. Eventually, he just bowed and watched as the Fey carriage pulled by the Emperor armored martial god insects landed on the ground. Yin Lin and Lin Yuan walked in, and the Fey carriage took to the sky. The expert inside the Fey carriage used his aura to protect the Fey carriage. As such, the elderly man's aura could not penetrate the Fey carriage or listen to the conversation that was taking place inside. There was nothing the elderly man could do about this but wait. Inside the Fey carriage, Yin Lin said softly to Lin Yuan, "Leo, I looked through information about you before I came. However, I never expected that you would turn out to be Leo." Yin Lin did not hold back at all in front of Lin Yuan. She had not interacted with many people in her life, and there were very few people she acknowledged. Besides her parents and the maid who had been with her all her life, the only person she truly acknowledged was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was extremely important to Yin Lin. The first thing she saw in the constellation-filled sky was Lin Yuan's figure wrapped in willpowers and laws. Lin Yuan had saved Yin Lin and filled her world with color. She had always seen him as an angel. Thus, the first time they met and when she became sure that Lin Yuan was Leo, she did not feel foreign at all. Besides affection and happiness, she was also extremely shocked. Lin Yuan looked 1 or 2 years younger than her. Yet, he had been able to clinch the championship of the martial arts stage. This showed how talented he was as a spirit chi professional and creation master. Yin Lin flipped over her hand and took out the Azure Federation's spatial equipment, spatial skein. She handed it to Lin Yuan and said, "Leo, there are 6 types of top-grade strange water in this spatial skein that I especially collected. Besides the strange water that I traded for with heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, these are a gift to you. Yin Lin found out during the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting that Lin Yuan needed top-grade strange water, and she happened to have some. At that moment, Yin Lin was not giving the top-grade strange water to Lin Yuan because she had a motive or to repay him, but just because she wanted to. During the call, Listen had told Lin Yuan that Yin Lin had traded for heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with 3 types of top-grade strange water. Counting these 6 types of top-grade strange water, Lin Yuan would have 9 types of top-grade strange water. A Class 6 water world dimensional rift had opened in the Azure Federation. Ever since it opened, the 12 Class 5 families in the Azure Federation immediately took control of it. Unlike the Radiance Federation, the members of royalty of the Azure Federation did not personally clear out the dimensional rift of powerful life forms and set up a space where any low-class spirit chi professional would have the chance to develop themselves. This was because the water world was not like the abyssal world, where it was possible for spirit chi professionals to build cities there. In the water world, water was everywhere. Although there were feys like the oxygen sea anemone that would allow spirit chi professionals to breathe underwater, it would not enable spirit chi professionals to live there. The spirit chi professionals would not be able to sleep or rest properly in the water world, and the water pressure would quickly drain their physical energy. Thus, after careful consideration, the 12 Class 5 families in the Azure Federation decided to use the Class 6 water world dimensional rift as a well of resources that they would share and develop themselves. This was the reason Yin Lin was able to bring out so many types of top-grade strange water so quickly. Dark blue needed to extract the characteristics inside strange water to awaken willpowers and evolve its quality. Lin Yuan needed top-grade strange water badly. As such, he did not reject Yin Lin's gift. Lin Yuan thought about it. Although Yin Lin had just traded for heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, it would be impossible for her to have enough of them. Chapter 1589, Talk to You as a Disciple of a Member of Royalty. Lin Yuan took out a large brocade box and gave it to Yin Lin. He did not tell her what was inside the brocade box. He reached out and received the spatial skein from Yin Lin. The spatial skein and fey storage box had the same functions, but the spatial skein could not preserve its contents as well as the fey storage box. If something dead was placed inside the spatial skein, it would decompose quickly. However, there was an advantage to the spatial skein, which was that top-grade spatial skeins were larger than diamond fey storage boxes. Moreover, they could connect with the exterior environment. It could be said that the spatial skein could perfectly replace the 7 states of darkness disc-shaped spatial equipment. Lin Yuan planned on asking for a few spatial skeins from Yin Lin. As the Spirit Lock spatial zone evolved, the Spirit Pool's ability to break down energy ores had also improved. If the golden discs were used to contain high-grade energy ores, Lin Yuan would have to refill them in a month's time. The spatial skein did not take up as much space as the golden disc. Lin Yuan could fill up a few spatial skeins with energy ores, so he would not have to worry about there being insufficient energy ores for a few months. This would save Lin Yuan a lot of effort. When Lin Yuan received the spatial skein, Yin Lin's face immediately broke into a smile. Yin Lin did not stand on ceremony and opened the brocade box in front of Lin Yuan. She was stunned by the light that came from the contents of the brocade box. Watery blue light poured out from inside the box. In an instant, the interior of the fey carriage was illuminated blue. Small light blue pearls shone with a light as though one was gazing at an ending from afar. This feeling reminded Yin Lin of how she felt when she first laid eyes on him. Blood New Moon had been keeping himself hidden. After Lin Yuan returned to the fey carriage, Blood New Moon climbed into Lin Yuan's hair. Blood New Moon was shocked by the thousands of water-type over the rail coral elemental pearls inside the brocade box. He was surprised by the Moon Empress creation master level and Lin Yuan's haughtiness. He was giving away such a treasure so casually. Although 6 top-grade strange water was rare, any powerful force would be able to obtain them from Class 5 water world dimensional rifts. However, even the Moon Empress would take some time and effort to produce thousands of over-the-rail coral elemental pearls. Yin Lin knew how precious this box of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls was. The higher the purity of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, the more valuable they would become. With the outer layers, the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls would double in value. The different classes of outer layers were Cloud Dream Lake, Defined Life, Over-the-Rail Coral, and Heavenly Maiden Sleet. Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls were the stuff of legend. Over-the-rail coral elemental pearls were considered the elemental pearls with the highest purity. Yin Lin dared not accept this box. Although she was an Azure envoy, she still felt that the contents of the brocade box were too precious. Normally, it would take 1/3 of the contents in the brocade box to trade for 6 types of top-grade strange water. When Lin Yuan saw that Yin Lin was about to turn him down, he said, "Accept these heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Truthfully, the Firefly Demon Fetus is very useful for one of my friends. The 12 Firefly Demon Fetuses will be able to change his life. Let me thank you on his behalf." Yin Lin hastily waved her hands dismissively and said, "Leo, I should be the one thanking you. I brought up the Firefly Demon Fetus to warn you that the envoy group from the Freedom Federation is definitely planning something big for this trip to the Radiance Federation. Since it will be useful to your friend, I will give all of them to you. However, nothing can be said for certain about it. You have to proceed with care and caution." Yin Lin's hand shook, and 12 mustard-colored fireflies appeared in her hand. The 12 mustard-colored fireflies looked extremely plain. Chapter 1590, Double Win Collaboration. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He really liked Yin Lin's current attitude. She was very capable of separating personal from business, and this made it easier for Lin Yuan to discuss their collaboration. This collaboration was too important. As long as she could maintain this attitude and not bring in any other emotions, he would be able to go through with the discussions without any worries. Of course. Since we're discussing a collaboration, the final result has to benefit both sides. Lin Yuan's words made Yin Lin smile even wider. But at the same time, she started looking at him in a different light again. Yin Lin had been afraid that Lin Yuan would use his identity as Leo to discuss collaborations between the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation. She was personally willing to help him unconditionally to repay him. However, she was still an Azure envoy and had all the responsibilities of the Azure Federation's glory on her back. If this matter went beyond her individual and family's ability and would require the strength of the Azure Federation, it would put her in a difficult position. If she used the Azure Federation's power to help Lin Yuan, she would be failing her responsibility as an Azure envoy and contaminating the Azure Federation's glory. It might even result in her family becoming humiliated and shunned in the Azure Federation. From what Lin Yuan said, Yin Lin could sense his graciousness and attitude toward how he handled his affairs. She already felt affectionate and reliant on him. But now, she was suddenly struggling to tear her eyes away from him. She forcibly composed herself to avoid Lin Yuan's gaze and said, "If we can achieve a mutually beneficial collaboration, I can make a decision on behalf of the Azure Federation's envoy group to agree to your offer." Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. Yin Lin knew what Lin Yuan was about to ask. Thus, he did not bother to waste any more time and immediately brought up the main topic. Yin Lin was also indicating to him that she called the shots in the envoy group and that her wishes represented theirs. However, she was only able to represent them and not the entire Azure Federation. Nonetheless, Azure envoys held absolute power in the Azure Federation. However, the Azure Federation was controlled by the 12 aristocratic families. Each head of a family could be seen as a member of royalty. Hence, Yin Lin, who had only just become an Azure envoy, had not yet participated in the major Federation meeting. She had not made any accomplishments yet. As such, she could only give suggestions regarding important decisions involving the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. Lin Yuan did not immediately mention his goal. Instead, he said, "Although you rejected the offer of an alliance from the Freedom Federation's envoy group without even going into a detailed discussion with them, I'm sure you know what their goal is." Yin Lin nodded without hesitation. The Freedom Federation could not make any big waves yet. They would not dare to release the Firefly Demon Fetuses into the Radiance Federation because if they did, the Radiance Federation would immediately investigate the situation and link it to the Firefly Fantasy Earthworm disaster that took place in the Freedom Federation. This would only cause the royalty from the Radiance Federation to seek revenge on the Freedom Federation. Suppose the Radiance Federation's royalty was angered. In that case, they might not be able to put a stop to the disaster, but they would be able to use their 10 stars sacred source life forms to activate celestial phenomena to attack the Freedom Federation. Every member of royalty of the Freedom Federation was solely concerned with their own benefits. The Radiance Federation's retaliation would cut into these benefits, and none of them would want this to happen. But even if they could not make big waves, they could still unleash deadly attacks during the friendly spars at the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Yin Lin had received secret information that besides there being one Freedom Envoy amongst the members of the Freedom Federation's envoy group, there were also 3 new members of the Freedom 100 sequence who were also favored by the Freedom Federation's members of royalty. The Freedom Federation had not chosen their newest batch of Freedom Envoys. They did not add new members at any time like the Azure Federation did. The three of them would definitely become part of the new batch of Freedom Envoys. After contemplating for a moment, Lin decided to tell this secret information to Lin Yuan. When she found out how old Lin Yuan was, she felt that he was either participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection or was going to spectate as a disciple of a member of royalty. Given that 3 top young experts from the Freedom Federation had come, the Freedom Federation was definitely up to more than just attacking the 10 new members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Their real goal had to be to lure the members of royalty's disciples into battle. Only the deaths of the disciples of the members of royalty who were the true cream of the crop of the Radiance Federation would be worth sending out 3 of the Freedom Federation's potential Freedom Envoys. Suppose they killed one of the disciples in such a public setting. In that case, the Radiance Federation's members of royalty could not jump into action immediately to protect the pride and reputation of the Freedom Federation. They also had to protect the safety of the Freedom Federation's envoy groups while they were in the Radiance Federation, because if they were hurt due to an accidental kill, no envoy groups would be willing to visit the Radiance Federation in the future. If Lin could find out about Lin Yuan becoming champion of the martial arts stage, so could the Freedom Federation's envoy group. Thus, as the top member of the Radiance Federation's younger generation, it was natural that he would become the one that the Freedom Federation's envoy group would aim to kill. The Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation had a 2-year agreement, and the stakes were much too high. The Freedom Federation could not afford to lose one of their pathways to becoming a Class 5 Creation Master, and the Radiance Federation was unwilling to help set up Star Web within the Freedom Federation. In such a circumstance, deteriorating the power and quantity of their top young experts would undoubtedly be the best way to deliver a serious blow. Hence, they needed to do this. Lin Yuan was definitely going to become the Freedom Federation envoy group's target. Lin had a personal motive for telling Lin Yuan this piece of information. She wanted him to be prepared. This was the only reason she would tell him such a secretive piece of information. Chapter 1591, Lin Yuan's Plan. By revealing this information, it meant that Lin was siding with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's eyes shone when he heard what Lin said, and a plan appeared in his mind. Everything had happened as per his expectations. However, he had not expected there to be 3 potential Freedom Envoys amongst the Freedom Federation envoy group. All of a sudden, he felt a wave of pressure. The only 2 disciples of royalty at the Radiance 100 sequence selection would be Lin Yuan and Gao Feng. Gao Feng was a support-type spirit chi professional. Although Lin Yuan did not know how Gao Feng had trained under Cicada Song for the past few months, the strengths of support-type spirit chi professionals lay in when they performed in a team. Lin Yuan and Gao Feng could not be counted as a team with just the 2 of them. In a battle, Lin Yuan would even have to take care to protect Gao Feng. Luckily, Gao Feng had also contracted a sacred source life form recently. This way, he would be able to use it during the battle against the Freedom Federation envoy group. Every sacred source life form represented an inimitable ability. The 3 experts in the Freedom Federation envoy group who were favored by the Freedom Federation's members of royalty had the makings of Freedom Envoys despite being new members of the Freedom 100 sequence. As such, they definitely contracted sacred source life forms. Lin Yuan's side had 2 sacred source life forms, while the other side had 3. There was no doubt that they were at a disadvantage. Lin Yuan was not afraid of taking on 3 enemies, but he needed to be extremely careful in such a battle that concerned the reputation and might of federations. He could not afford to lose such a battle. Gao Feng almost had no combat ability. Although Genius and Chimey had finished their evolutions and the sacred sword-wielding queen had gained many sword skills that were fully charged, Lin Yuan still could not say with confidence that he would be able to take on all 3 of them on his own. Since the Freedom Federation was set on causing trouble, Lin Yuan saw no issue with causing an even larger issue and teaching them a good lesson that they would never forget. Lin Yuan turned and told Lin about his plan in a serious tone. Lin's eyes widened. A moment later, she regained her senses and said, "Lin Yuan, are you sure you want to do that? It will put you at the top of the Freedom Federation's kill list." Lin was shocked by how courageous, wild, and decisive Lin Yuan was. She could not believe he had made such a decision. After Lin Yuan explained his plan, he said, "Since we're talking about mutual benefits, help me to pull the strings and give the Freedom Federation a little push during the friendly spar and give me another 12 young elemental shellfish. I will provide you 500 Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls with outer layers every month for the next 2 years. I cannot pick the outer layers of every elemental pearl, but there will be at least 60% of over the coral elemental pearls. The purity of spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone allowed the elemental shellfish to produce elemental pearls at an even faster rate and their qualities to increase even further. Lin Yuan had said this after careful consideration. Only a few days had passed since the spirit lock spatial zone evolved. But in just the past 2 days, there were already 2 Earth-type Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls in the spirit lock spatial zone. Out of the 10 Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls produced, 6 of them were over the rail coral. It would be difficult for Lin Yuan not to obtain a Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearl with outer layers. Yin Lin was once again astonished when she heard what Lin Yuan said. 12 young elemental shellfish were not rare in a place like the Azure Federation that thrived off water. Yin Lin had many young elemental shellfish inside her spatial skein. However, the young elemental shellfish not only had to be guided to different types but also needed a large amount of creation master resources in order to produce elemental pearls. It required the power of a Class 5 creation master to produce over-the-rail coral elemental pearls. In order to provide 500 Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls every month and for 300 of them to be over-the-rail coral, even a Class 5 creation master would have to concoct pure spirit fluids endlessly for 15 days. It could be said that Lin Yuan was essentially giving her half a Class 5 creation master. She would obtain 10,000 Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls in 2 years. Even if the outer layers did not reach the level of over-the-rail coral, it was still a batch of resources that Yin Lin could not imagine obtaining on her own for the foreseeable future. At first, Yin Lin did not want these resources. But when she saw Lin Yuan's expression, she swallowed her rejection. If she did not accept Lin Yuan's offer, she would not be going through with the collaboration with Lin Yuan. However, Yin Lin also planned on using the resources on her private faction. Eventually, the private faction would carry Sky City's name. In a way, the resources were going to be returned to their source. All the help that she would be giving Lin Yuan was to trigger the Freedom Federation envoy group to say that they wanted to battle to the death during the spar with the Radiance 100 sequence and to incite them to call the disciples of the members of royalty in. Although doing this would help Lin Yuan, in the eyes of the Freedom Federation, she would undoubtedly be seen as helping them. However, Yin Lin felt that this was too dangerous. Although Lin Yuan had told Yin Lin about his plan, he did not reveal that he was black. The Freedom Federation only cared about their benefits. When they found out who Gao Feng was and realized that there was only one disciple of a member of royalty present, they would undoubtedly try to drag in at least another disciple of royalty. This meant that they would either pull in Zhongzi, Gulang, or in He. Lin Yuan and Gao Feng could form a team. This would not only enable Gao Feng to exhibit his skills but also enable the combat power to reach a balance. 3 disciples of royalty from the Radiance Federation against 3 favored experts from the Freedom Federation. If the Freedom Federation was greedy and tried to pull in another 2 disciples of royalty, Lin Yuan did not mind a 4 versus 3. This would only make it easier to teach the Freedom Federation envoy group a good lesson. After the battle, it would be exposed that Black and the Moon Empress disciple were the same person. From then on, Black would stop existing. Chapter 1592, Lin Yuan becomes ugly. Yin Lin fell silent for a moment before she looked at Lin Yuan seriously and said, Lin Yuan, as an Azure envoy, I have no reason to turn down the collaboration you are proposing. She paused for a moment, but her tone could not hide her worry as she said, Leo, are you sure that nothing will happen as long as I do what you asked? If the Freedom Federation has the courage to send 3 of them, it means they're more powerful than the other young experts in the Freedom Federation. This battle will pull the strings of a much larger game. It will involve the major federation meeting 2 years later. I hope you will seriously reconsider. Leo, I don't want you to fall into danger. Lin Yuan knew that Yin Lin was worried for his safety. The Freedom Federation had to be confident to send out these 3 young experts. However, Lin Yuan had asked Yin Lin to cooperate with him because he wanted to increase the Radiance Federation's might. Lin Yuan was not confident that he would be able to defeat the 3 young experts from the Freedom Federation while leading Gao Feng. However, if another disciple of royalty could help, Lin Yuan's chances of victory would be pushed up. Lin Yuan was confident in everything he did. But when the matter concerned the entire Radiance Federation, he acted with only caution and even more caution. He had also considered Yin Lin's concern, but the Freedom Federation had already cemented their scheme. It had already been set up so that Black would participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan still had another path that he could go down. He could pull out of the Radiance 100 sequence selection and take himself away from the danger. However, the result of this would be that Gao Feng and others would become members of the Radiance 100 sequence and end up killed by the Freedom Federation envoy group during the friendly spar. The last thing that Lin Yuan wanted was for this to happen. From the moment that Lin Yuan understood what being a Radiance Envoy meant and decided to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence, he decided to put everything he had on the line to fight for the Radiance Federation. The Freedom Federation's plan was made long ago. Your actions will help me greatly. It will all depend on you at that moment. Yin Lin, I'm sure that if you encountered such a situation as an Azure Envoy, you'd also be willing to die for the Azure Federation. Yin Lin gnashed her teeth and said, Fine. Leo, I know what to do. Even at the end, Yin Lin could not convince Lin Yuan to just stay on the fence as the disciple of a member of royalty. When Yin Lin agreed to help Lin Yuan, she decided that since the Freedom Federation wanted to push the Radiance Federation into a battle, she might as well drag the people from the Azure Federation in as well. When she regained her sight, her soul changed. The first sacred source life form she contracted was a functional one that could block information. However, her second sacred source life form was completely different. She felt that if she used her second sacred source life form, she would be able to reach number 1 amongst the current 5 Azure Envoys. Yin Lin could not interfere with Lin Yuan if he wanted to put himself in danger for the sake of the Radiance Federation. However, Yin Lin could use herself as Lin Yuan's insurance on the battlefield. She stood up and said softly, Leo, I initially planned on treating you to a meal. However, the Radiance 100 sequence selection is almost here, and I don't think you'll be in the mood to dine with me. Once matters have reached a stable point and before I leave the Radiance Federation, we can have that meal together. As of now, I don't have 12 young elemental shellfish. I will send someone tomorrow to deliver the elemental shellfish to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Let's meet again at the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Yin Lin was about to leave the Fey carriage when Lin Yuan said, I am in the mood to have a meal. I have a friend who is great at cooking. Before you leave, I'll make sure you get to eat his dishes. I'll also introduce Libra to you. For now, let's go and eat at the Spirit Food Pavilion. The best food in the royal capital should be from the Spirit Food Pavilion. Yin Lin's heavy mood immediately relaxed. As she looked at Lin Yuan, she felt as though she wanted to remember him forever. Yin Lin took out a conch shell and dug out a transparent gel from inside it. She applied this gel on her face, and her features immediately turned plain. Once she was done, she handed the conch shell to Lin Yuan and said, Leo, this is the masked demon snail from where I'm from. The gel made from its blood will be able to change one's appearance. Yin Lin felt that as a disciple of royalty, it would not be convenient for him to go out in public to eat. If Yin Lin ate in public in the Azure Federation, it would definitely cause a stir. Lin Yuan also had his own way of changing his looks. Lin Yuan still had many faceless papers produced by the elemental paper. But since Yin Lin had handed the masked demon snail to him, he accepted it and dug out a small amount of transparent gel. Lin Yuan noticed that the gel was completely odorless. Although it was a gel, it turned into water when it touched Lin Yuan's finger. Lin Yuan applied the gel to his face, and it did not take long for his features to change. Lin Yuan's looks now differed from when he applied the faceless paper. When he used the faceless paper, his features became plainer. However, the gel from the masked demon snail turned him ugly. When she saw his changed appearance, Yin Lin immediately thought about the effects of the masked demon snail. When used on females, it would lower their attractiveness. But when used on males, their attractiveness would be lowered or raised proportionately to how attractive they were to start with. If a man started out ugly, the masked demon snail would make him handsome. But if he started out handsome, the masked demon snail would turn him hideous. Yin Lin handed a handkerchief to Lin Yuan and said, Leo, I forgot about the masked demon snail's effects. You should wipe the gel off. Yin Lin was not despising Lin Yuan because he was ugly. The feeling of affection and reliance that she felt toward him had nothing to do with his looks. Moreover, she had not had her sight for long and had not formed a standard for beauty or ugliness. Chapter 1593, Night Leaning Moon's Thanks. Yin Lin asked Lin Yuan to remove the gel from his face because he was still the disciple of a member of royalty, and changing his appearance to this extent would not suit his image. Lin Yuan saw how he looked from his reflection in the jade-textured wood opposite him. He could not even find the strength to point out his current ugliness. As he wiped the gel away, he realized that the gel only covered the exterior of his face, and wiping it away would immediately reveal his features. Although it was effective at changing appearances, it was not sustainable and could not be compared to the faceless paper. Once Lin Yuan wiped off the masked demon snail's gel, he instructed Genius to use tool transformation and wore it on his face. He said, "Let's go and eat." Since Yinlin had changed her appearance, she would not be recognized as being the one who had shared a meal with him when he revealed himself to be black. Yinlin was stunned when she saw Lin Yuan put on the mask. She finally knew why Lin Yuan had laid out such a plan and became more determined to lead the people from the Azure Federation to participate in the friendly spar. If black was actually Lin Yuan's plan would indeed be able to kill the 3 experts from the Freedom Federation if carried out well. By putting on the mask in front of Yinlin and proving that he was black, it indicated that he trusted her. This made Yinlin smile. Blood New Moon, who was still hiding in Lin Yuan's hair, was speechless. He felt that Lin Yuan was too skilled at attracting girls. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly reached out and grabbed Yinlin. A second later, Lin Yuan, Yinlin, and Blood New Moon appeared at the entrance of the Spirit Food Pavilion. This action immediately made Yinlin aware that Lin Yuan had the power to teleport. Lin Yuan was willing to show Yinlin that he was black because Yinlin had already revealed many secrets to him, and her membership in the Astronomical Parliament made her trustworthy. Moreover, he did not want to reveal Faceless Paper because it would not only be a game changer for Sky City but the entire Radiance Federation. It was a secret that had to be kept under wraps no matter what. No matter how much he trusted Yinlin, this was something he could never reveal to her. The longer Blood New Moon observed Lin Yuan, the more he felt that Lin Yuan was unconsciously attracting girls. Blood New Moon thought, the expert protecting Yinlin from the shadows should still be waiting stupidly below the Fey carriage. Lin Yuan appearing at the entrance of Spirit Food Pavilion wearing the mask kicked up a commotion. However, it was not the type of commotion that drew a crowd to surround him but for a cacophony of discussions to break out. Look! There's a person wearing a silver mask and pretending to be black. This is the 7th one I've seen today. 7 is nothing. Didn't you see the students of the Advanced Spirit Chi Academy? Almost all of them have a silver mask in hand. My husband is a Class 3 spirit craftsman. Yesterday, my daughter came home and insisted that he make 100 silver masks. We thought she was going to sell them at school, but it turns out that she joined Black's fan club and asked her father to make the masks for an event they were having. Did you see the battle between Black and Liu Shuang on Star Web? Given Black's power, there should be nothing standing in his way of becoming a Radiance 100 sequence selection. Liu Shuang is a nobody. Black is God class now. If not for the rule that new members of the Radiance 100 sequence can only reach ranks of between number 90 and number 100, I'm sure Black will be able to make it to the top 10. Yinlin was astonished. The person they were talking about was Black, and he was standing right in front of them. Yet, none of them were reacting to this. Could it be that Lin Yuan was hiding his identity? It did not take long for Yinlin to get her answer from the crowd. In order to properly welcome Yinlin, Lin Yuan ordered a few special dishes. After the meal, Lin Yuan used node teleportation to send Yinlin back to the Fey carriage. Yinlin smiled and waved at Lin Yuan before jumping out of the Fey carriage. At the same moment that Yinlin landed on the ground, a blue cloud rose around her. This cloud made it appear as though she was walking on air. Yinlin said to the elderly man guarding her, "Let's go back. We already met the Radiance Federation's royalty today. Before the Radiance 100 sequence selection, I want to lock myself away for a short period. I will have teacher Lan Sun take part in the events in my stead. What do you think?" The elderly man thought, "Lady, are you asking for my opinion or giving me instructions? If it's the latter, can you not use a questioning tone? It's not like I have the right to give my opinion in front of you." After meeting with Yinlin, Lin Yuan returned to the return from faraway mansion inside the Fey carriage pulled by the 12 Emperor armored martial god insects. The first thing he did when he returned was to call Lu Ji. Wen Yu and Lin Yuan did not tell Lu Ji about the Firefly Demon fetus when they first found out because they had not seen it for themselves. If they told him at such a time, it would only build up hope within him. If an accident took place and they failed to obtain the Firefly Demon fetuses, all of Lu Ji's hopes would be dashed. Thus, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu agreed that they would only tell Lu Ji once they obtained the Firefly Demon fetuses. Night Leaning Moon was the one who picked up the call and said, "Little Yuan, Little Ji is locked away trying to test the strength of a new carcinoma insect species Fey he contracted. He will probably be occupied for another 2 days." She paused before saying with utmost sincerity, "Little Yuan, I want to thank you for giving me that fan. It fulfilled one of my long-time wishes." Night Leaning Moon had only thanked 3 people in her life. One of them was the Moon Empress, and even Night Leaning Moon had forgotten the total number of times that she had thanked the Moon Empress. The second person was Iron Prison. When Iron Prison said that he would use his fey with the barren bloodline to give vitality to the Moon Empress, Night Leaning Moon had thanked him. Chapter 1594, When did White Phoenix become so agreeable? The third would be Lin Yuan. Night Leaning Moon never expected that she would one day thank a junior and that this junior would be the Moon Empress disciple no less. Lin Yuan replied with a smile, Auntie Night, congrats on your breakthrough. If you still need more of the black feathers, let me know. Night Leaning Moon was stunned. She knew about the relationship between the mother of Bloodbath and Lin Yuan, but she did not know that Lin Yuan could help to revive Jade Sundial. Night Leaning Moon was confused. When did White Phoenix become so agreeable? Didn't he love nothing more than he loved his feathers? Night Leaning Moon was about to turn him down because she did not want Lin Yuan to owe Heavenly Family Cottage a favor because of her. However, what Lin Yuan said next completely threw Night Leaning Moon off. Every time Uncle White Phoenix sees me, he gives me a bunch of feathers. If you don't need them, I'll just give them to Wenyu so she can make them into a pillow. Recently, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Blood New Moon had been staying at the return from faraway mansion. Lin Yuan slowly came to understand the three of them. Although they were all Heavenly Family feys and were top experts, Lin Yuan realized that their way of thinking was very innocent. Blood New Moon was usually very gentle and reminded Lin Yuan of Gulang. Blue Lotus was like a young maiden who lived to eat persimmons. She had a strong imagination and got along well with Wenyu and Lu Pinru. She ended up discussing Spirit Chi clothes design with them. White Phoenix was constantly looking at himself in the mirror and admired himself whenever he got the chance. He constantly begged Wenyu and Lu Pinru to make him an outfit of fishnets that were sturdier. It was easy for Wenyu and Lu Pinru to make a set of Spirit Chi clothes. Hence, White Phoenix received new Spirit Chi clothes almost every day. Blood New Moon was the first one to find out that Lin Yuan could save Jade Sundial. Eventually, Blue Lotus and White Phoenix found out too. Since then, Blue Lotus would give Lin Yuan a persimmon every time she saw him. At first, Lin Yuan thought that there was nothing special about the persimmons. But when he held it in his hand and used true data to check on it, he found out that they were produced by a sacred source life form and carried strong recovery effects. Although they could not regrow limbs like the jasmine lily could, they could immediately heal the injuries of the person who ate them. Besides Blue Lotus giving Lin Yuan persimmons, White Phoenix would yank out a few black feathers every time he saw Lin Yuan and give them to him. The black feathers contained a large amount of pure night power. Night power was different from pure dark type power. White Phoenix's feathers were useless to Lin Yuan. Moreover, White Phoenix's hair had been visibly thinning. Lin Yuan was afraid that White Phoenix would one day become bald because of him. White Phoenix was very vain, and Lin Yuan could not imagine the pain that White Phoenix would feel if he looked into a mirror and saw himself bald. Hence, Lin Yuan asked Night Leaning Moon if she wanted the black feathers. Night Leaning Moon spat out a mouthful of saliva and started coughing violently when she heard what Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan was actually intending to turn something that she had been dreaming of obtaining for years into a pillow. Night Leaning Moon had to admit that she felt rather bitter. She realized that besides the first time she met Lin Yuan outside of Indigo Azure City when the evolving water world dimensional rift had heavily injured him, she felt that he never seemed like a young expert. In their interactions after that, he had saved the lives of thousands of the Radiance Federation's creation masters and had taken down the evil Diwan Mai, enabling the Radiance Federation to gain a 4th Class 5 creation master. Now, Lin Yuan was even able to obtain resources that other members of royalty could not. Lin Yuan did not seem like a junior in any way. Night Leaning Moon decided not to think about the favor she owed Lin Yuan. She already owed him. Now that he saved thousands of creation masters, the entire Radiance Federation owed him. Night Leaning Moon pursed her lips and said, "Little Yuan, the black feathers are really useful to me. Thank you." Although Night Leaning Moon had accepted Lin Yuan's gift, she noted the favor in her heart. She would have plenty of chances to repay him in the future. At that moment, Night Leaning Moon suddenly remembered that Lin Yuan had called looking for Lu Ji and asked, "Little Yuan, why are you looking for Little Ji? I can go and fetch him if it's important." Night Leaning Moon said this casually because no one knew yet what trick the Freedom Federation was planning on pulling. Hence, everyone, including Lu Ji, Zhong Ziyi, An He, Gao Feng, and Gulang were doing everything they could to increase their powers. Night Leaning Moon knew that Lin Yuan was a person who was aware of limits. At present, nothing was more important than increasing one's power. Thus, Night Leaning Moon did not expect Lin Yuan would actually ask her to fetch Lu Ji. At that moment, Lin Yuan said seriously, "Auntie Night, please call Lu Ji." Wen Yuan I found something that will help him greatly. It will change him and possibly help him create a remarkable road of his own. To save time, I'll head over to the Spirit Guard's land to give it to Lu Ji. Night Leaning Moon was stunned and immediately started guessing what the change that Lin Yuan was referring to was. Lu Ji was already going down a path that no one else had gone down before. But if Lin Yuan had obtained a special carcinoma insect species fey, it would only be able to increase Lin Yuan's power regardless of how powerful it was and not change him in any way. Given Night Leaning Moon's experience, she still could not come up with anything. She was very curious to find out what Lin Yuan was talking about. But she would find out everything once Lin Yuan arrived. Little Yuan, I'll go and meet you at the Iron Bridge. If you're not busy tonight, stay and have dinner at the Spirit Guard's land. There will be a 2-day-long imperial meeting starting tomorrow. 5 days later, I'll watch you perform during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. There was one thing that Lin Yuan wanted to do with the Moon Empress. When the Mother of Bloodbath unlocked its Heavenly Family Fey bloodline, the Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet had cracked. Lin Yuan realized that the Moon Empress controlled a moon from one of the dimensional worlds and made its power her own. Chapter 1595, a blueprint that sends chills up Night Leaning Moon's spine. There was a purple moon in the Marsh world. Lin Yuan decided to take the Moon Empress with him to the Marsh world to harvest the purple moon and take control of it. This would allow the Moon Empress to gain another moon, and her power should increase. Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix had said that there were 2 of the 8 pages of Tower Canon who would be coming to attend the Radiance 100 sequence selection and that 3 of them were going to kill these 2 pages while they were in the Radiance Federation. It would be a clash of top experts. Lin Yuan felt that it would benefit the entire situation if the Moon Empress increased her power. Lin Yuan immediately turned Night Leaning Moon's offer down. Anti-Night, if there will be a 2-day-long imperial meeting starting tomorrow, I need to do something with Master tonight. Once I clinch a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence, I will go and have that meal with you. Night Leaning Moon did not force Lin Yuan. She knew that he had to have something important to do if he was going to see the Moon Empress at this juncture. However, Night Leaning Moon was still uncomfortable. This Radiance 100 sequence selection would bring glory to whoever was chosen. However, the glory was not without its risks. Lin Yuan was not even 19 years old, yet he was already going to fight under the watchful gazes of thousands for the sake of the Radiance Federation's glory. All of these young people had done everything they could to improve themselves. Cicada Song had mentioned that Gao Feng had contracted an impressive sacred source life form. Cicada Song was very pragmatic. If he praised Gao Feng's sacred source life form, it meant that this sacred source life form had to be very powerful. Night Leaning Moon took a deep breath and said, once the Radiance 100 sequence selection is over, I will prepare all the ingredients and ask Yu Zhe to prepare a feast for you and Little Ji. Night Leaning Moon never excelled at cooking. In order to cook porridge for the Moon Empress, Night Leaning Moon had sought Chef Supreme's tutelage. In the end, she accidentally set Kitchen Fragrance Palace on fire. This was the reason for the grudge between Chef Supreme and Night Leaning Moon and why he had not spoken a word to her in 5 years. Night Leaning Moon was never going to learn how to cook. However, Yu Zhe perfectly made up for this area where she was lacking. Night Leaning Moon felt that Yu Zhe might not be as good as Lu Ji, but he did not lose out to Kitchen Fragrance Palace in any way. After ending the call, Lin Yuan used node transportation and sent himself to the edge of the Spirit Guard's land. The ethereal jellyfish had reached Diamond X/Legend. Although it still showed no signs of comprehending a willpower rune, the ethereal jellyfish already had more than 1,000 tentacles. When any tentacle was broken off, and an item storing walnut was used, the ethereal jellyfish would be able to grow another one out in 2 days. This meant that Lin Yuan could have 2,000 tentacles every 2 days if he wanted. With so many tentacles, Lin Yuan would not have to be so frugal with his usage of them. It could be said that there was no place in the royal capital that Lin Yuan could not teleport to. However, this was the first time that Lin Yuan had come to the Spirit Guard's land. In order to express his respect, he was going to walk in. There seemed to be no one guarding the Spirit Guard's land, but there were actually countless guard envoys hiding in the shadows to protect the Spirit Guard's land. These guard envoys all recognized Lin Yuan. If anyone else tried to walk into the Spirit Guard's land, they would immediately stop him and investigate him thoroughly. Lin Yuan realized that there were almost no decorations within the Spirit Guard's land. Everything was designed very minimalistically and was permeated with the smell of metal and blood. When he walked to the Iron Bridge, he saw that Night Leaning Moon was waiting for him at the center of the bridge. The spring breeze was gentle, yet the bridge was swinging violently. Nonetheless, this did not affect Lin Yuan. Close guard sand appeared by his feet and helped him find balance in accordance with the swinging of the bridge. Thus, no matter how the bridge swung, Lin Yuan continued to walk as though he was on flat ground. But even without close guard sand, Lin Yuan would not be afraid. He had obtained combat skills and fighting strategies after he ate the muscle hyperthymesia grass. Even if the bridge started swinging 10 times more violently, Lin Yuan could continue walking steadily on. When Lin Yuan drew nearer to Night Leaning Moon, she acted as though she had just seen a junior she was very familiar with. She gently patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "I already informed little G." However, the side effects of the insect species carcinoma phase left him completely drained of spiritual power. Hence, he couldn't come out and see you with me. But by the time you arrive in the spirit guard's land, he should have recovered. Night Leaning Moon did not tell Lu Ji that Lin Yuan would be bringing him something transformative. All she said was that Lin Yuan was coming to see him. Chapter 1596, No Tradition of Marriages of Convenience. Lu Ji was walking down this path because Night Leaning Moon had laid it out for him. She had gotten the inspiration to turn Lu Ji into the ultimate weapon from 7th Page War's Nightmare Squad. Although insect species carcinoma phase could cause disasters, they were also resources for war, and it would be difficult for regular people to control them. The insect queen had mutated and could now contract insect species carcinoma phase. As the insect queen became stronger, Lu Ji was now able to use it to control insect species carcinoma phase. However, Lu Ji had not been walking down this path for long before Night Leaning Moon found a loophole. The insect queen's power could be increased alongside Lu Ji's spirit chi professional rank. It could potentially break through to creation, immortal, or even eternal. However, the most powerful insect species carcinoma phase that the insect queen could only take control of were Diamond X/Legend because of their intelligence levels. The insect species carcinoma phase muddled intelligence prevented them from comprehending willpower runes. A few years ago, before the spirit guards fully banned carcinoma phase, a few factions would feed soul-strengthening spiritual ingredients to carcinoma phase. This could enable the carcinoma phase to gain slight intelligence. However, conventional methods could no longer control the slightly intelligent carcinoma phase. The untamed carcinoma phase would undoubtedly start disasters. This was the reason for the disaster that took place in the Radiance Federation and led to the banning of carcinoma phase. Thus, Night Leaning Moon assumed that Lu Ji would only be able to contract Diamond X/Legend insect species carcinoma phase. She never expected that this limit could be exceeded. If the insect queen contracted the firefly demon fetuses, Lu Ji would be able to choose the strongest insect species carcinoma phase that he contracted and combine it with the firefly demon fetus. This would turn the insect species carcinoma phase into a source-type life form. Just as Night Leaning Moon was about to burst with joy about this opportunity for Lu Ji, Lin Yuan went on to say, "Auntie-Night, I have a total of 12 of the firefly demon fetuses. It might be dangerous for the carcinoma insect species phase to combine with the firefly demon fetuses. You will need to watch over Lu Ji." At that moment, Lin Yuan took out the remaining firefly demon fetuses and handed them to Night Leaning Moon. Night Leaning Moon's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when she saw the 12 mustard-colored firefly demon fetuses in his hand. One of them was already enough for Lu Ji to transform. With 12 firefly demon fetuses, not even Night Leaning Moon would be able to estimate how far Lu Ji could go in the future. Previously, the firefly demon fetus would be Lu Ji's final weapon. But with so many firefly demon fetuses, Lu Ji would be able to become the master of disasters. He would be able to create insect species carcinoma phase disasters whenever he wanted to. Ever since Night Leaning Moon accepted Lu Ji as her disciple, she saw him as her heir. Night Leaning Moon was not adept at expressing himself. However, she treated him just as well as how the Moon Empress treated Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan not only gave her an opportunity to transform but was also giving a similar opportunity to her disciple now. Night Leaning Moon reached out and accepted the firefly demon fetuses. She said with brimming sincerity, "Little Yuan, from now on, I will unconditionally support you in anything that you want to do as long as it doesn't hurt the Radiance Federation." Lin Yuan was stunned when he heard what Night Leaning Moon said, and he smiled brightly. "Auntie-Night, I am good friends with Lu Ji, and you're my senior. I can't accept such words from you. The world is so messy now that the stronger you are, the safer the Radiance Federation will be." Night Leaning Moon could tell from Lin Yuan's words that he did not intend to go to her for help in the future. This was exactly so. The Moon Empress' power had increased, and her lifespan was restored. With her around, there was no need for Night Leaning Moon to help Lin Yuan. But it was not a matter of whether or not Lin Yuan needed her help. When she said those words, she decided that she would carry them through when the time was right. As she held the 12 firefly demon fetuses, she felt that her hand seemed rather heavy. Once the insect queen contracted the firefly demon fetus and changed into human form, Lu Ji would become the most powerful group combat expert in the Radiance Federation. Even if a member of royalty tapped into a celestial phenomenon and decimated a piece of land, it might not be able to compare to the effects that Lu Ji could produce. Lu Ji's faith lay in Lin Yuan. Night Leaning Moon felt that if Lu Ji had to make a choice between Lin Yuan and the Radiance Federation, it was very likely that he would choose Lin Yuan. This meant that if anything ever happened to Lin Yuan in the future, Lu Ji would definitely involve himself. The Firefly Demon fetuses were so important that Night Leaning Moon felt that she needed to discuss them at tomorrow's Imperial meeting. Night Leaning Moon was reminded of the Freedom Federation's Firefly Fantasy Earthworm. The Firefly Fantasy Earthworm had just evolved to myth breed and was rumored to be a Source-type life form that was native to the Freedom Federation. Night Leaning Moon wondered if the Firefly Demon fetus was of the same species as the Source-type life form that had mutated the Firefly Fantasy Earthworm. She felt that she needed to look into this. Little Yuan, where did you obtain the Firefly Demon fetuses from? Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment before revealing everything Yin Lin had told him to Night Leaning Moon. Night Leaning Moon's brows furrowed tightly. The Radiance Federation's royalty already knew about what Lin Yuan had just told her. However, this matter concerned the Radiance Federation's reputation. If the Freedom Federation proposed a friendly battle, the Radiance Federation would have to accept. Night Leaning Moon was also going to present the information that Lin Yuan shared at tomorrow's Imperial meeting and discuss it with the other members of royalty. However, she did not expect Lin Yuan to have a direct line of communication with Yin Lin. If Yin Lin could reject working with the Freedom Federation and give something like the Firefly Demon fetuses to Lin Yuan, it showed that they were on good terms. Night Leaning Moon did not think about it in any other way. After all, there was no tradition of marriages of convenience in the Radiance Federation. Chapter 1597, The Moon Empress's Sacred Source Life Form, Forage Moon. Lin Yuan followed Night Leaning Moon into the Spirit Guard's land and saw the pale and sweat-covered Lu Ji standing at the door. Lu Ji's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Yuan, and he rushed up with a worried expression as he said, Lin Yuan, the period after the Radiance 100 sequence selection will be very dangerous. As your retainer, I will fight by your side. Night Leaning Moon immediately snapped, nonsense. Creation Masters could call on their retainers to fight with them in a battle to the death. However, the Freedom Federation Envoy Group would only be proposing a pretend friendly match. In such a situation, Lin Yuan would not allow his retainer to participate even if he was a Creation Master. Lu Ji was usually composed. But whenever the matter concerned Lin Yuan's safety, he immediately lost his head. Night Leaning Moon said, Little Yuan knows more than you do. Let me come up with a way for you to join the fight when the Freedom Federation suggests a friendly match. At that moment, Night Leaning Moon handed the 12 Firefly Demon fetuses to Lu Ji and said, Lin Yuan is giving these to you for your transformation. Little Ji, I only have one request for you. Night Leaning Moon's expression turned stern, and Lu Ji was stunned when he saw this. He had never seen Night Leaning Moon talk to him with such a demeanor. Lu Ji hurriedly said, Master, please speak. Night Leaning Moon looked deeply into Lu Ji's eyes and sighed before she said, Little Ji, your current personality makes you unsuitable to be a Radiance Envoy. You are more suited to be Lin Yuan's Radiance Knight. She paused before saying slowly and punctuating each word, if ever such a day comes, I hope that you won't do anything that endangers the Radiance Federation. Lu Ji's eyes widened, and he did not understand why his master was saying such a thing. He had never thought about harming the Radiance Federation. Rather, he always wanted to protect it. However, the first part of what Night Leaning Moon said made him let out a sigh of relief. Ever since he became Lin Yuan's retainer, his thoughts were preoccupied with how he could best protect Lin Yuan. He never wanted to become a Radiance Envoy. He would prefer to be one of Lin Yuan's 2 Radiance Knights. Lu Ji knew that Night Leaning Moon had high hopes for him. Thus, he never knew how to broach the subject with Night Leaning Moon. But now that Night Leaning Moon had said it, he could set his mind at ease. Lu Ji knelt on the ground solemnly, just like he did when he became her disciple, and said, Teacher, I will never do anything in my life that puts the Radiance Federation at risk. Night Leaning Moon helped Lu Ji up and said, Little Ji, your change started with the Blade Queen Bee. I suggest that you combine the first Firefly Demon fetus with the Blade Queen Bee. Once it transforms, its psychotoxins will be improved. Its psychotoxins are the roots of its mutation. The insect queen has always reacted to the blade queen bee's psychotoxins. There's a possibility that after the blade queen bee transforms, its venom will enable the insect queen's bloodline to mutate again. It might be able to gain its third pair of wings. As Lu Ji's master, Night Leaning Moon already knew what the best choice would be for him. Before she accepted a disciple, she did not care about anyone else in the Radiance Federation besides the Moon Empress. But now, Night Leaning Moon felt that she had changed. She did not know when it started, but Lu Ji became almost as important or just as important as the Moon Empress to her. Night Leaning Moon could die for the Moon Empress, and she could also do the same for Lu Ji. She formed an unbreakable bond with the Moon Empress when they were young. This was the same for Lin Yuan and Lu Ji. It was like a cycle. Night Leaning Moon could no longer protect the Moon Empress. After her breakthrough, the Moon Empress was now more powerful than Night Leaning Moon. Night Leaning Moon could only hope that she could properly nurture Lu Ji so that he would not end up like her and become unable to protect the person he wanted to protect. When Lu Ji heard Night Leaning Moon say that she would arrange for him to fight alongside Lin Yuan against the Freedom Federation envoy group, he was immediately put at ease. No matter what happened on the battlefield, even if he failed to protect Lin Yuan, he could still use his body as a latch-ditch attempt to shield Lin Yuan like he had done in the evolving water world dimensional rift. Lin Yuan did not stay long in the Spirit Guard's land. Now, he had nothing left to do but wait for the Radiance 100 sequence selection, where he would clash with the Freedom Federation envoy group. But it was currently a key time for Lu Ji to increase his power. If time was managed well, Lu Ji would be able to increase his power using the Firefly Demon Fetus within 2 days. While Lu Ji returned to seclusion, Lin Yuan returned to the Radiant Moon Palace and spotted the Moon Empress when he arrived. She was hugging a little rabbit and sitting next to the lotus pool as she observed the spirit siphon goldfish swimming within. When she sensed that Lin Yuan had returned, she stood up and said, "Cold Moon is going to bring Chu Ci back today. I haven't seen Chu Ci in many days, but I heard from Cold Moon that she has improved significantly. And now you're back too. Let's go up the mountain to pick some fruits. I miss Cold Moon's cooking." Cold Moon was one of the 2 Moon envoys and usually stayed with the Moon Empress. But ever since she accepted Chu Ci as her disciple and brought her out to train, she rarely had time to spend in the Radiant Moon Palace. Lin Yuan called Chu Ci almost daily and knew that Chu Ci was returning today. He missed her badly but had something even more important to do. Lin Yuan said softly to the Moon Empress, "Master, is the red moon inside the crescent moon radiant sunlight tablet you gave to the mother of bloodbath from the abyssal world?" The Moon Empress replied honestly, "My sacred source life form is called Forage Moon. One of its abilities is that it can take control of moons." The Moon Empress was usually a very private person. Not even Night Leaning Moon knew what the Moon Empress' sacred source life form's name was. This was the first time the Moon Empress revealed the name of her sacred source life form. Lin Yuan said with a smile, "Master, I think I should give you a light green moon." Chapter 1598, I'll take you there now. Light green moon? Every dimensional world had its own moon, just like the abyssal world's red moon that had been consumed by Forage Moon and became its puppet. Forage Moon did not consume all the energy of the moon but just made use of its body. It could construct its own energy using the roots of the moon's body. This was the only way Forage Moon could truly take control of the moon for the Moon Empress usage. Hence, although the Moon Empress had taken the red moon from the abyssal world, the power from the red moon still remained in the abyssal world. Although the dimensional life forms from the abyssal world could no longer see the red moon in the sky and use it to keep track of time, the abyssal world was unaffected by the disappearance of the red moon. The environment in the dimensional rift was a projection of the environment in the dimensional world. The light green moon belonged to the marsh world, so the Moon Empress expression froze. The Class 6 dimensional rift that had opened in the Freedom Federation was the marsh dimensional rift. If Lin Yuan said he would give her a light green moon, did that mean he had a way of entering the marsh world? The most habitable dimensional world was the marsh world. The Class 6 abyss dimensional rift was linked to the marsh world, and it was possible to build representative cities within. However, they could not expand agriculturally in the abyssal world as only fire and plant-type feys could survive there. Nonetheless, the environment in the marsh world was invaluable to fire-type feys. On the other hand, any plant-type fey could be planted in the marsh world. Although fire-type plant-type feys would not receive a natural boost from the environment in the marsh world, the marsh soil from the marsh world could perfectly make up for this. The Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift in the Freedom Federation had opened 2 years earlier than the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift had opened up in the Radiance Federation. In the past 2 years, the Freedom Federation had managed to make use of it to expand rapidly. Although there had been 2 incidents similar to the Firefly Fantasy Earthworm's premature death. Due to the contamination from the Firefly Fantasy Earthworm, nothing could be grown on the ground. But the Freedom Federation could easily cross this hurdle by making use of the marsh world. The Class 6 dimensional rift had been the Freedom Federation's biggest secret. The Freedom Federation had not built mirror cities in the marsh world to boost their spirit chi professionals' activity space like the Radiance Federation was planning to do in the abyssal world. The royalty from the Freedom Federation immediately took control and sealed up the Class 6 marsh dimensional rift. They told their citizens to make a choice about whether they wanted to live in the marsh world or the main world. Once they decided to live in the marsh world, they would not be able to change their decision and would have to stay there for the rest of their lives. This gave the spirit chi professionals from the Freedom Federation who had been seriously negatively affected a way out, and the royalty from the Freedom Federation used this method to move 1/3 of the Freedom Federation's population to the marsh world, where they could continue developing. This way, no one would be able to sneak past the Freedom Federation's royalty and enter the marsh world. All the shrine attendants who processed resource trading at the border of the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift were from the Freedom Federation's royalty's personal team. Hence, the Freedom Federation had even invited almost 100 Class 5 spirit craftsmen to build large spatial equipment using myth-breed spiritual ingredients. Every time resources were traded between the Freedom Federation and Marsh World, only 3 of this spatial equipment were needed. Thus, the Moon Empress never dared to set her sights on the Marsh World's moon. Frankly, she had not targeted any other dimensional moon. The only way to enter dimensional worlds was through Class 6 dimensional rifts. If a Class 6 dimensional rift opened and was not fortified with high-grade spatial spiritual ingredients within a year, it would start to slowly disappear. The main world had federations that were able to take control of Class 6 dimensional rifts. These federations all had Class 5 creation masters, and they would never allow the Moon Empress to enter the Class 5 dimensional rift that they had control of. If the Moon Empress tried to force her way in and used Forage Moon to harvest the dimensional world's moon, a war would undoubtedly break out. As the Radiance Federation's Moon Empress, she could not drag the entire Radiance Federation into a war because of her selfish demands. Thus, despite Forage Moon's harvesting of moons being able to greatly increase her power, the Moon Empress did not insist on going down this path. At that moment, Lin Yuan went on to say, "Master, I have a way to enter the marsh world. The method is very simple. I'll take you there now." Lin Yuan did not intend on using the jeweled cave Golden Toad with the Moon Empress. But if he allowed her to enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Morbius would be exposed. Morbius was extremely important. Moreover, Lin Yuan realized that it was definitely linked to a big secret in the dimensional world. Keeping it a secret would be advantageous but also disadvantageous because it came with risks. After some contemplation about the Moon Empress' treatment of him, Lin Yuan decided that he would allow her to enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone. At that moment, the Moon Empress said, "Little Yuan, you either need your Sacred Source Life Forms ability or a secret weapon that you've never revealed before to enter the marsh world. Regardless, you know which is the safest way for yourself. You have the ability to revive Jade Sundial's soul. If you tell me this secret and I end up killed, an enemy might be able to learn your secret through my soul." The Moon Empress handed Lin Yuan 2 silver and gold bells and said, "Chef Supreme gave you the precious instrument made from the jeweled cave Golden Toad's stomach. When the jeweled cave Golden Toad died, Chef Supreme obtained its skin and stomach, while the Bamboo Monarch obtained its eyes. Its eyes also have storage abilities and are able to store much more than its stomach. I asked for the eyes and made them into a precious instrument for you." Chapter 1599, Insurance. You can store the balls over the brocade pouch. Both of them came from the same source and could be used at the same time. "Little Yuan, I will enter the bells and wait for you to take me to the marsh world." When Lin Yuan heard the Moon Empress mention her death, his eyes welled up with tears. "Master, you have an endless lifespan now that you contracted the lifespan mouse. How will you die?" When the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan's state, she gently tousled his hair and realized that he had grown taller again. When Lin Yuan asked about the Red Moon, she also hesitated because her secret weapons were her biggest secrets that she only utilized at the right times in order to fix crises. A decade ago, the Moon Empress had been a member of royalty for less than 20 years. Yet, she had been able to take down a previous member of royalty from the Freedom Federation who had been a member of royalty for more than 2 centuries. Despite being seriously injured, she managed to live and used her remaining 13 to 14 years of life to find an heir. This was the reason why she never told anyone about her secret weapons. However, she hesitated when Lin Yuan asked her and decided to tell him eventually because she trusted him and understood what it meant to pass down a legacy. A legacy needed to be nurtured. When she had been locked away, and the incident happened at Whale Ocean Commerce, Lin Yuan proved that he had become a pillar of the Radiance Federation and was able to pull off something that not even the royalty could do. However, the Moon Empress could trust Lin Yuan implicitly yet did not want to find out what his secret weapons were. While nurturing him, she decided to do only what was best for him. This was in spite of how curious she was about the method he used to enter the marsh world. Silly child, I was just explaining a principle to you. I have never taught you a more sincere lesson since I accepted you as my disciple. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. He was already fully satisfied with his current power. But the Moon Empress' words made him abruptly aware that he could not set his sights on only the younger generation. His true enemies were not the people who were in his generation but the Freedom Federation's freedom envoys and royalty, the First Emperor Shark Clan, and Tower Cannon. Hence, Lin Yuan was far from being sufficiently powerful. The Moon Empress placed Zixi on the ground and said, "Zixi, go and pick some fruits while you're waiting for little Yuan and me to return." Zixi scratched its ears and knew that the Moon Empress was not taking it along because it could not control its curiosity. At that moment, Zixi was rather jealous of Lin Yuan. She was treating him so well that she was practically spoiling him. Luckily, Lin Yuan had not become warped by her spoiling him. Rather, he became almost all-powerful in spite of the Moon Empress spoiling him. Lin Yuan tied the bells the Moon Empress gave him around the jeweled cave Golden Toad and pulled the Moon Empress in. Lin Yuan also checked on the space in the bells and saw that each had a space of 50 square meters within. This meant that each of them was 5 square meters larger than the jeweled cave Golden Toad's stomach. At that moment, Lin Yuan could freely manipulate the space and increase it by 4 times. This was a similar amount of space that the Spirit Lock spatial zone originally had. Lin Yuan would not have to be afraid of inconveniencing anyone he took with him between the Marsh World and Divine Wood Federation anymore. Moreover, the 2 bells were very advantageous to him because they were separate spaces. As such, the Moon Empress would not have to share the same space as the smelly turtle. The Moon Empress had just taught Lin Yuan how to remain austere, and he would not dare to take the lesson lightly. Lin Yuan first went to his breeding room and closed the door before he entered the spatial lock spatial zone. He entered the Marsh World through Klein Hub and released the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan's territory in the Marsh World was completely covered by a thick carpet formed by the marsh ground sphagna. As such, it was no longer muddy and dirty like it used to be. The Medusa snake demons naturally liked plants, so Lin Yuan brought many types of flowers to the Marsh World. The marsh ground sphagna had carefully planted the flowers and was happy to supply them with energy. Klein Hub was surrounded by pavilions built by the spirit craftsmen. The area looked like a classic garden with all the blooming flowers. The space in the Marsh World was enormous, and Lin Yuan could use it as he pleased. Thus, every building here was spaced far apart in case any had to be expanded. Currently, a few Medusa snake demons were fortifying the pavilions with jade-textured wood shelves. There were climbing jadeite grapes planted on the shelves. The jadeite grapes were the favorite of the 100 Questions beasts and could nourish their spiritual energy. Lin Yuan had specially selected a few bronze/legend jadeite grapes and nurtured them to diamond grade. It was very extravagant to evolve fruits to such an extent. A few life forms with human bodies and crocodile heads were holding buckets of water next to the Medusa snake demons. The Medusa snake demons were scooping out water and watering the jadeite grapes. All of these life forms with human bodies and crocodile heads were the marsh crocodiles that White Pavilion had transformed using its natural skill. They had all been working hard on the territory but had not felt a shred of exhaustion. The Moon Empress sniffed the humid air brimming with the fragrance of flowers. When she looked up and saw the light green moon in the sky, she was finally certain that she had entered the Marsh World. The environment was already set up so beautifully that it proved that Lin Yuan had already been expanding in the Marsh World for some time. Lin Yuan said softly, "Master, you should absorb the light green moon." The Moon Empress nodded and said, "I will only need 2 hours to absorb the light green moon. However, the people from the Freedom Federation are also bathing under the light of the light green moon. If I absorb it, they will definitely sense it. However, I have a good idea. It will be an insurance that I leave in the Marsh World for you." The Moon Empress paused before she gave out an instruction, "Sacred tears, after I absorb the light green moon, you shall condense its power and put up an imitation version in the Marsh World's sky." Chapter 1600, Anti-Sacred Tears, it will be up to you. The Moon Empress did not make this decision just because she was afraid that something out of the ordinary would take place in the Freedom Federation. She had not used Forage Moon's ability in a long time. Or rather, no one who saw her use it had lived to tell the tale. Hence, even if the Freedom Federation truly realized that the moon in the Marsh world had disappeared, they would not link the incident to the Moon Empress. As the Radiance Federation explored the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift, the Moon Empress discovered that there were also clear ranks in the dimensional world. However, these ranks were special and dependent on worship. Apostles were above dimensional life forms, and dictators were above apostles. This distinct ranking made everything that took place in the dimensional world seem organized. Apostles and dictators were no different in terms of power from eternal feys. Moreover, the Moon Empress believed that there had to be an even more powerful rank than dictator in the dimensional worlds. Thus, it would be possible for these powerful life forms to trigger the power of celestial phenomena. The Moon Empress had said what she said and decided to leave the sacred Cry Moon Beast in the Marsh world because she wanted to give Lin Yuan a safety net. There were many experts in the dimensional worlds, and she had to look out for her disciple. With the sacred Cry Moon Beast around, it would be able to protect Lin Yuan even from life forms that were more powerful than it. The world was currently in the midst of messy change. It was very likely that members of Tower Cannon would appear at the Radiance 100 sequence selection. In the past, the Moon Empress would not have left such a powerful combat power like the sacred Cry Moon Beast in the dimensional world because she had to look out for the Radiance Federation. But now, she and Zixi had taken that step. The sacred Cry Moon Beast used to be extremely useful to her, but it was no longer as necessary. While the Moon Empress was talking, a large white wolf appeared next to her. The giant wolf recalled its aura and was less than 3 meters long. From every angle, it had a sacred and majestic aura about it. There was a long tear stain below its eye that extended to the corner of its mouth. The tear stain shimmered blue. Lin Yuan knew that this white wolf had to be the sacred Cry Moon Beast that had chosen to follow his master. Lin Yuan instinctively used true data to check on it and realized that everything was question marks besides its name. Morbius' voice appeared in Lin Yuan's head, "Partner, this heavenly family Fey only just broke through to Eternal. It's still unable to condense its birth horoscope. If you want to check its data, I can use some of the energy of my roots to exceed grades." Lin Yuan hurriedly said to Morbius, "You don't have to use the energy in your roots." Morbius would go to sleep if it used too much energy from its roots. It had already used some of the energy of its roots when it helped Genius to evolve its bloodline. Unless the situation absolutely called for it, Lin Yuan did not want Morbius to use any more of the energy in its roots. Although Lin Yuan had a very curious nature, he would not sacrifice his friend to satisfy his curiosity. The sacred Cry Moon Beast turned and changed into a tall young girl wearing a white fur cloak. The fur on the cloak was as thick and voluminous as that of a wolf's hide. This made the sacred Cry Moon Beast's face appear even smaller. It bowed to the Moon Empress and said, "I shall do as you say." Sacred Cry looked at Lin Yuan and smiled gratefully. It saw Lin Yuan as its savior. Sacred Cry's increase in power was completely owed to the pure spirit chi that Lin Yuan gave the Moon Empress. If not for the pure spirit chi, Sacred Cry would not have been able to make it this far. It could be said that its transformation was thanks to both Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress. Additionally, Lin Yuan had saved the Mother of Bloodbath and helped it to unlock its heavenly family Fey bloodline. When the Moon Empress saved the Mother of Bloodbath, she had not accepted Lin Yuan as her disciple, nor had she even had the idea of accepting a disciple yet. Hence, she would not have thought about paving the way for her disciple. Sacred Cry had been the one who begged the Moon Empress to save the Mother of Bloodbath. Although Sacred Cry had left the Heavenly Fey Cottage because of its talent and how it wanted to seek out more opportunities for itself by following the Moon Empress, the Heavenly Family Cottage was still very important to it. It did not have a softer spot for anyone than Jade Sundial, who had carried it back to the Heavenly Family Cottage and brought it up. These few days, Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix had been meeting with Sacred Cry every day. Sacred Cry found out from Blue Lotus that Lin Yuan had the ability to revive Jade Sundial's soul. When Sacred Cry learned about this, it became so excited that it asked White Phoenix to gather up a jug of tears. Once Sacred Cry could no longer shed any more tears, White Phoenix told Sacred Cry about how there was a possibility that Lin Yuan would be able to bring Jade Sundial's body back to life as well. However, White Phoenix ended up collecting another 2 jugs of tears. When Sacred Cry saw White Phoenix's wry smile, it grabbed his clothes made out of fishnets in annoyance and poured its tears out of the 3 jugs and into White Phoenix's mouth. It was very aware that its tears contained light-type energy and vitality. White Phoenix's body contained night power and was incompatible with Sacred Cry's energy. The vitality in its tears would be significantly beneficial to White Phoenix, but the light-type energy would give him stomach discomfort. By pouring the 3 jugs of tears down White Phoenix's throat, White Phoenix ended up spending the next few days in the return from faraway mansion's bathroom. His digestive system was taking so much out of him that it left him as pale as a ghost. Jade Sundial's death had caused the cold and aloof sacred cry to lose the only pillar of support in its life. It had been in the pits of despair then. Now, it was infinitely grateful to Lin Yuan. Sacred cry said to Lin Yuan, I will stay in the marsh world and become a temporary light green moon. If you need me, you can look to the moon and summon me. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, Anti-sacred cry, it will be up to you.